Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
High in the mountains, a massive wagon carved from solid stone creaked along a narrow dirt path. It looked more like a traveling fortress than a cart. Heavy, slow, and sealed shut. Atop it, three figures rode under the midday sun. A tall, silver-haired beast woman with a single crimson eye and an eye patch, sitting cross-legged in quiet meditation. A fiery-haired girl awkwardly mimicking her posture with fierce determination. And a golden-eyed beast boy, young but sharp, gazing thoughtfully at the winding road ahead. Had a stranger pass by and glimpsed this serene moment, they might have been struck by the harmony. But inside the wagon lay the enormous corpse of a slain blue dragon, its presence a silent testament to the journey these three had endured. "I didn't plan to form the Iron Legion at first," Rygar said, his voice steady as the cart rolled forward. "It started with training the children of the tribe to defend themselves. Back then, slaver raids were becoming too frequent." Ghislaine listened, stoic and silent, while Eris leaned in with gleaming eyes, drinking in every word like a child hearing war stories for the first time. Rygar continued, glancing toward the warrior. Most of the tribe supported it. They were scared, unsure if their children were truly safe. But not everyone agreed. Your brother, for instance. He didn't like me. And frankly, he didn't like you either. Among the Adoldia, your name doesn't carry much favor." Eris leapt to her feet, indignant. "What? That's insane. Ghislaine is amazing." Rygar shrugged. They saw her as a wild girl. Too violent, too unpredictable. She was supposed to be the next leader, but then a wandering swordsman came through the forest, and she left. No one tried to stop him. "That's ridiculous." Eris huffed. "She's the best. Strong, smart, fast. She taught me everything. And she's always there when I need her." At last, Ghislaine spoke. Her voice was low, her words simple. "They're not wrong, Eris." The redhead blinked, stunned. "What?" "When I was young, I was violent. I didn't respect anyone. I picked fights for no reason, even beat my brother. I couldn't even speak the beast god's tongue properly." Eris sat down, confusion in her eyes, lips slightly parted as she tried to reconcile this image with the person she knew. "But you're the most incredible person I've ever met," she muttered. Rygar stepped in gently. It wasn't her fault. Not entirely. Ghislaine arched an eyebrow. "Oh, Ilya of the long-eared tribe had a theory," he explained. "She believed that the more gifted a beast child is, the wilder they are in youth. One of her case studies mastered his instincts through mastering Tuki. He met Ghislaine's eye. Your example fits." She crossed her arms, contemplative. "It makes sense to a point. But that theory doesn't explain you," she added, gaze narrowing. "You're only 10, yet you're calm, calculated. You're a sword saint and skilled in magic." Rygar smiled faintly. "Let's just say, I have my battles too." He looked away. "When I was younger, I was barely human, closer to a beast than you ever were. I lost control often, but I forced myself to change. When I hit saint level in swordsmanship, I finally found balance." Ghislaine didn't reply, but her tail swayed ever so slightly, thoughtful. Eris puffed out her cheeks. "I didn't understand half of that, but I know Ghislaine's amazing." Rygar laughed, warm and genuine. "She is." He caught a flicker of a smile on Ghislaine's face. His eyes drifted to the scar across her midsection. He almost asked about it, but thought better of it. She turned instead toward the horizon. "Let's train, Eris." The girl sprang up like a firecracker, eager. Rygar remained behind, practicing his barrier magic quietly. As he shaped and reformed mana, his thoughts lingered on Ghislaine, the warrior beneath the legend. The mountain air was cool and crisp as the cart trudged along a path flanked by sheer cliffs and jagged stone. Snow-capped peaks shimmered in the distance, and the wind howled gently through the ravines. Atop the cart, Eris swung a stone sword in disciplined arcs. Ghislaine watched silently, correcting her stance with minimal words. Rygar glanced their way, his eyes half-focused. She's training hard, he mused. Maybe because of me, or maybe because of what happened in the cave. He shifted his gaze to his hands, trying to form a wind vortex. The swirling current collapsed. He sighed. She's a typical tsundere, he thought. Aggressive on the outside, soft underneath. That close call in the cave probably shook her more than she shows. A sudden rhythm of footsteps echoed through the stone. Rygar's ears perked up, and a knowing smile tugged at his lips. He leapt down from the cart, halting it with a flick of magic. From between two cliffs, a shadow burst forth. A large black wolf with amber eyes, its sleek coat catching the light. It raced toward Rygar and tackled him joyfully. "Skull!" Rygar laughed, rubbing the beast's head. "You're getting big." Eris jumped down, eyes sparkling. "Can I pet him?" "If he lets you." Skull tilted his head, then slowly approached Eris. She reached out gently. When her hand touched the wolf's fur, she gasped in delight. Ghislaine remained still, arms crossed, watching with wary eyes. "This is Skull," Rygar said. "Found him tearing apart a slave market. He's followed me ever since." "You have more like him?" Eris asked excitedly. "Maybe someday," Rygar chuckled. They resumed their journey. Skull bounded around the cart, playful and energetic. It was the first time Rygar saw Eris act like a normal child. Soon, the massive stone arch of Brightstone Forge came into view, flanked by twin flames that never flickered. Rygar slowed the cart and stepped down. "We're here." As they approached the forge, Ghislaine asked, "Why do you want to embed a magic stone into your sword?" Rygar replied, "I want to cast spells through it, make it function like a staff. My master gave me this blade. It can handle extreme heat, but with a casting core." Ghislaine nodded, satisfied. At the door, Rygar knocked. Moments later, it flew open, revealing a bearded dwarf with a booming laugh. "I knew you'd survive." "Knew it." Rygar smiled. "Good to see you too, Brightstone." He handed over the blue dragon's magical core. The dwarf snatched it, eyes glittering as he examined it like a precious gem. "Those concealment items you gave me save lives," Rygar said. Brightstone snorted. "Past is past." Then he looked at Ghislaine. "And who's the musclehead?" "Your wife." Rygar blinked. "What?" "No, I'm 10. The dwarf cackled and returned to his stonework. "Leave the sword and core with me. I'll begin right away." He gave a glance at Ghislaine's sword. "That one for sale?" "No," she said flatly. Brightstone chuckled. "Serious woman." Rygar turned to leave. "I'm heading to Godbard's for a feast. Join us." "Bah, I hate parties and hypocrites." As they made their way toward the dwarven city, Eris rode atop Skull, giggling as the wolf bounded across the rocky terrain. For a brief moment, Rygar let himself relax. The battles were behind them. The dwarven city rose before Rygar and his companions like a fortress carved from the bones of the mountain. Walls of dark stone, spires wreathed in forged smoke, and a constant rhythm of hammer against anvil echoing through the canyon air. The city was alive with fire and steel. As Rygar guided the heavy cart toward the city gates, one of the dwarven guards burst into laughter. The other, arms crossed and face like soured ale, gave his partner a withering glare. Rygar hopped down and approached, puzzled. "What's so funny?" Through chuckles, the laughing guard gasped. "Thanks to you, lad. I earned myself a 2-month vacation." Rygar raised an eyebrow. "How?" The grumpy dwarf grumbled. "We bet on whether you'd come back dead or alive." "I lost." Rygar blinked, then laughed. "You bet on my death?" 2 months of double shifts if he lost, the laughing guard added proudly. The sour one gave a long-suffering sigh. "You'd think risking your life would earn you the vacation." Rygar shrugged. "I'll take satisfaction over vacation." He nodded toward the cart. "By the way, there's a very intact dragon corpse in there. I'm throwing a feast tonight. Too bad for whoever's on duty." The laughing guard choked out more laughter. "Guess what he is?" "Of course I am," the grump muttered. Leaving them behind, Rygar led the cart into the city. The rhythmic clank of hammers grew louder as they entered the heart of the dwarven stronghold. Eris peered over the edge of the cart. "Whoa, they're all so short." Ghislaine, ever composed, studied the stonework with quiet appreciation. I've never been here. Tall Hand used to say dwarves forged the best weapons in the world. Barring the 49 swords of Julian Jalisco, I'd agree, Rygar replied thoughtfully. He glanced toward her. You got any coin on you? She blinked, giving him a look of pure deadpan. I'll take that as a no, Rygar sighed. As they rolled deeper into the city, curious eyes followed them. The presence of a beast woman, a human girl, and a massive cart wasn't exactly subtle. A child pointed toward Eris. Mom, why's her hair so red? Eris sprang to her feet. You got a problem with it? The boy yelped and hid behind his mother, who frowned at Eris like she'd just cursed. Rygar called out, sharp but calm. Eris, don't cause a scene. This isn't Fatoa, and for what it's worth, your red hair's beautiful. The words hit her like a slap and a hug all at once. She turned away quickly, a pink flush on her cheeks. Oomph, she grunted, arms crossed, eyes fixed ahead. They soon reached Godbard's home. A stout dwarf in ceremonial armor stood by the door. Lord Rygar, the Orgod's finishing your blade. He'll see you now. Rygar turned to Eris. Stay with Skull. Ghislaine and I will handle this. Eris scowled but obeyed, settling beside the giant wolf. Inside, the forge roared with heat. Molten metal sizzled, and sparks danced in the air. Godbard, the Orgod himself, stood at the center, inspecting raw ores. His beard was braided with iron rings, and every movement spoke of mastery. Rygar, he bellowed, spotting them. You're alive, you stubborn brat. He clapped Rygar on the shoulder, hard enough to nearly knock him over. Then his eyes shifted to Ghislaine. He paused, straightening, gaze drawn to the blade at her waist. Who's this? Rygar answered before she could. Ghislaine Adoldia, Sword King, the Black Wolf. Godbard's brows rose. A legend in my forge. What brings her here? Men a disaster in Fatoa, Rygar explained. She and her disciple were teleported straight into Blue Dragon territory. Godbard scratched his beard. That again? Just 2 days ago, a blonde half-elf came through. Said he was from Fatoa too. Ghislaine's eyes narrowed. Where is he now? Paid to join a caravan heading to Tinavur. Mentioned Buena Village. Blonde, half-elf. That confirms it, Ghislaine murmured. More from Fatoa were caught in the disaster. Maybe all of them. Rygar nodded. What was his name? Godbard shouted toward the guards. Hey, what was that half-elf's name? Laws, someone replied. Right, Godbard said. Laws. Now then, he moved to a nearby table and lifted a sheathed blade, black leather, trimmed in gold. He unsheathed it slowly, revealing a black gold blade inlaid with 2 glowing magic stones. This is Night Hunter. Rygar took the weapon with reverence. As soon as his fingers closed around the hilt, mana surged through him like a heartbeat. He could feel it amplify his earth magic fourfold, other magics by half that. It's perfect, he whispered. Exactly what I wanted. Godbard beamed. Of course it is. I'm the Orgod for a reason. He leaned in, whispering like a conspirator. There may be hidden effects. You'll discover them through use, like drawing cards from fate. I'm fine with that, Rygar replied, sliding Night Hunter back into its sheath. I've also got a favor to ask. He explained his plan to host a feast with dragon meat, and his need for a dwarf from the Iron Legion to help transport the remains, scales, tendons, fangs from both dragons. Godbard nodded solemnly. It shall be done. A mutant dragon feast. What dwarf would pass that up? By the time they returned to the house Rygar used in the city, evening had fallen. He requested extra beds and turned to his guests. You'll sleep here tonight. Tomorrow, we collect the sword and head for Tinavur. Join the feast if you want. You're invited. Eris cheered and threw herself onto a bed. Ghislaine simply inspected the room in silence. Rygar left to help with the preparations. The feast was everything he hoped for. The smell of dragon meat filled the air, tables groaned under food and drink, and laughter bounced off every wall. Rygar drank heartily, knowing he could cleanse the alcohol later. He told stories of the blue dragon battles, and the dwarves listened with rapt attention. One by one, warriors approached him, asking to join the Iron Legion. His legend was growing. Late that night, Rygar returned home. Eris was snoring peacefully. Ghislaine sat awake in a chair, eyes closed but alert. "You're not going to sleep on the bed?" he asked casually. "I need to be ready to protect Eris." "You don't trust me?" he asked, only half joking. "I don't know you well enough." Rygar nodded. "Fair. But I promise, if anything happens, I'll handle it." He raised his hands and conjured protective wards around the house. "These barriers will alert me if anything breaches them." Their eyes met, hers assessing his calm. After a beat, she nodded. "All right, thank you." She finally lay down and fell asleep in seconds. Rygar blinked. That was fast. He lingered, watching her for a moment. Then he lay down as well. His mind wandered to Tinaver, the Iron Legion, the Great Forest, and his master. The image of her, golden hair, serene gaze, brought a soft smile to his lips. But even as sleep claimed him, another face crept into his thoughts. Ghislaine, beautiful, stoic, powerful, and thankfully not in heat. Next year's going to be interesting, he murmured to himself. Sleep took him soon after.
The rising sun painted the sky with shades of orange at dawn as the dwarven delegation bid farewell to Rygar. Godbird extended his hand to Rygar, who shook it firmly. "I truly believe that your Iron Legion will be a new starting point for a great change in the lives of dwarves and many other races. I wish you luck and wisdom on your path." Rygar smiled. "Of all the places I've been, I haven't found another people who throw a party as lively as the dwarves." The dwarves laughed in unison, exchanging knowing glances. Rygar laughed too, because it was true. Dwarven celebrations were unique. Perhaps it was their lack of inhibition about almost everything, or the way they celebrated each moment with intensity. Either way, he had enjoyed the experience. Godbird turned to Ghislaine and Eris. "I wish you both luck on your journey home. The caravan carrying the half-elf shouldn't be far now." Then, he looked at Eris with a challenging smile. "And you, little girl, you better not disappoint me. Use that sword well." Eris blinked, confused. "Huh? What sword?" Godbird only laughed before walking away with the other dwarves. Eris looked at Ghislaine and then at Rygar, who pulled a sheathed sword from his waist and held it out to her. The scabbard was brown leather with silver detailing. The hilt was large, and the guard was subtle but decorated with discreet adornments forming the fangs of a feline. It was a long sword, reasonably big for someone her age. "I bought this sword for you. Godbird made it a few years ago," Rygar said. "You have great talent with the sword, and I've seen your dedication to training, so obviously, you need a proper weapon. Your fighting style is aggressive, so I thought a longsword would suit you best." Eris took the sword, still stunned. Rygar continued, "It has the ability to become lighter in the hands of its wielder, so the weight won't be a problem for you, even though you're still small." The girl was speechless, staring at the sword as if she still couldn't believe what she had just received. Rygar was amused by her surprised expression but didn't wait for a response. "All right, now let's go get my sword." Before Eris could react, Skull dashed ahead, barking excitedly. Ghislaine followed closely behind, but a faint smile could be seen on her face. Eris, still holding her new sword, took a second to realize she was being left behind. Wait, did you just call me small?" She ran after them, gripping her new weapon, unsure whether to smile or protest. Deep down, though, she felt something new and exciting, a feeling she didn't quite understand. When they arrived at Brightstone's cave once again, Eris walked with a gleam in her eyes. She strode ahead, a bright smile on her face. She now carried her sword on her back. Her clothes had changed as well. During their visit to the Dwarven city, Rygar had bought her a reinforced leather outfit and a black cloak that swayed gently in the wind. The girl seemed very pleased with her new appearance. Ghislaine, on the other hand, had also changed her attire, though the difference was subtle. Her style was already minimalistic and revealed a lot of skin, so her new clothes simply replaced the tattered rags she had been wearing before. At least now she looked more presentable, at least as much as one could while still half naked. At the very least, both of them had gotten rid of the dirty, burned, and torn clothes they had worn when they were found. As soon as they reached the cave entrance, Eris excitedly jumped into an open space near the cliff and shouted, "Ghislaine, let's train." Before even getting a response, she was already wielding her new sword, repeating the movements of the sword god style. Her eyes shone with determination, and her stance reflected years of training. According to Ghislaine, she had already reached the intermediate level and was now striving to master advanced techniques. The master, without hesitation, followed her apprentice, crossing her arms as she observed her strikes. Rygar looked at Skull and ordered, "Stay close and keep watch." The wolf let out a soft growl of acknowledgement and sat down, remaining vigilant. With that settled, Rygar turned toward the cave and stepped inside. The moment he crossed the entrance, he felt something different. The air was thick with an intense presence of mana, a wild and heated energy pulsing from deep within the cave. His magic eye detected waves of power flowing like an underground river, all converging at a single point. This wasn't here last time. His heart quickened slightly, and he moved forward until he reached the large iron door. Without hesitation, he knocked firmly. "It's me," he announced. It took no more than 5 seconds before footsteps echoed from the other side. The door opened, revealing Brightstone, who wore a wide grin and an expression of pure excitement. He was actually carrying travel bags. He, you're really lucky, kid. The dwarf laughed mischievously, crossing his arms. This sword of yours is definitely the masterpiece of my entire life. The pinnacle of my methods? I'm sure I've never made anything this powerful. Rygar raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and stepped into the forge. To his surprise, the place was impeccably organized. Unlike last time, when tools and materials were scattered everywhere, the workshop now looked empty, clean, and tidy. You cleaned up the forge? He asked. Brightstone let out another laugh and shook his head. No, I'm moving. I'm heading to Azura to start working for them. Azura. Rygar repeated, frowning. Yes? After enchanting your blade with an S-rank magic stone, I discovered a new method, one that only works with stones that have a high mana concentration. I finally found the path to push my craft even further. The dwarf's eyes gleamed with ambition. I got an invitation from them a while ago after being expelled from the Dwarven city for befriending a noble from there. I believe only the Great Azura Kingdom can support the costs of this research. Only S-rank magic stones? Who else would be willing to pay for that? But this will be an innovation for the entire world. Rygar was slightly surprised. All the other dwarves had described him as an eccentric on the brink of ruin, a reckless fool. But now, standing before him, was a revitalized man overflowing with determination. He murmured, Azura Kingdom? Huh. Brightstone laughed again and walked forward, striding through the cave with energy. And you will be my advertisement? I expect you to use your sword well, achieve great feats, so I can use that as leverage when I negotiate my position. Rygar remained silent, pondering. Then, his eyes turned to the blade resting on a stone table. Tsukikage. Surprisingly, there was nothing different about it. It didn't have the various embedded magic stones anywhere on the blade or hilt, which struck him as odd. However, upon focusing his magic eye, he immediately noticed the immense concentration of mana he had felt earlier was now residing within the blade itself. He slowly approached, extending his hand toward the grip. The instant his fingers touched the hilt, a deep roar echoed in his mind. A dragon's roar, not physical, but reverberating within his soul. On the outside, the sword looked the same as before. But when Rygar tried to engulf the blade in flames, he was caught off guard by an explosion of fire, intense and wild. The flames roared upward, illuminating the entire cave with an orange and golden glow. Ah, you idiot! Brightstone shouted as he threw himself behind a stone pillar. The initial shock made Rygar tighten his grip on the hilt, and he quickly controlled the flames, dissipating them. He took a deep breath, trying to understand what had just happened. Then, he realized something absurd. The efficiency of his fire magic had increased ninefold, almost 10. The same power that previously required a large amount of mana now consumed 9 times less. His eyes widened. What method did he use? And why isn't the magic stone visible? Brightstone stepped out from behind the pillar, now laughing loudly. Ha, you lucky bastard. You're fortunate that I told you I wouldn't charge anything if you brought me the mutant dragon's magic stone. Because this sword isn't something money can buy. The dwarf crossed his arms, satisfied. I know your previous ability was retained, but I'm almost certain there's a new one as well. I just don't know what it is yet. Rygar continued staring at the blade, feeling the pulsing power within it. This sword. Brightstone then grabbed a packed backpack and walked toward the cave's exit. Well, if there's nothing else, I'm taking my leave, he announced. And with that, the dwarf departed, leaving Rygar alone with Tsukikage, the blade that would change his destiny forever. Rygar observed Tsukikage as he reflected on his new acquisition. Fire magic should be the most amplified, considering it came from a dragon, followed by earth and wind, or perhaps the other way around. He frowned, twirling the sword in his hand. This is incredible. I need to conduct more tests to confirm this weapon's full potential. The thought excited him. If the blade truly possessed this level of amplification, it could drastically change his approach to combat. His eyes turned to Brightstone, who was already walking away. Should I invite him to the Legion? Aside from himself, there was no one in the Iron Legion capable of consistently hunting S-rank beasts. And Rygar would soon be leaving for the Sword Sanctuary. If he wanted to do this, he would need to intensify the training of the members before his departure, creating at least 2 combat groups capable of hunting these monsters. Even so, having someone like Brightstone could change the entire power structure if he could replicate these enchantments consistently. His method was mysterious, but it would strengthen the foundation while Rygar was away. Rygar pondered for a moment before sheathing Tsukikage and fastening it to his waist, now carrying 2 magic swords. Neither Godbird nor Brightstone fully understood the abilities of their creations. Even he didn't yet comprehend the true potential of both blades. But one thing was certain, his strength had increased significantly. Without further hesitation, he hurried to catch up with Brightstone, intercepting him along the path. Ghislaine and Eris were training on a nearby cliff, and the sound of blades echoed through the air. Brightstone raised an eyebrow upon noticing his approach. What is it, kid? The dwarf asked, crossing his arms. Rygar kept a serious expression. Join the Iron Legion. Brightstone blinked, visibly surprised. What's the Iron Legion? Rygar almost choked on his response before letting out a sigh and forcing a smile. It's the organization I created. I want you to join us. The dwarf scratched his beard, pondering for a moment. Interesting. A calculating glint crossed his eyes. He thought for a minute, looked around, and said, okay, As of today, I'm part of the Iron Legion. But know that my research will be expensive. You already understand what this sword can do, so be prepared to invest. Also, I want a certain level of freedom in the organization. I don't want anyone giving me orders except the leader. Rygar raised his eyebrows. He accepted way too quickly? I really expected to have to convince him. Brightstone chuckled and started walking again. Besides, I'll need some assistance, which I'll choose once I get there. Rygar stood still for a moment, stunned. This guy really had confidence in himself. But in the end, it made sense. Brightstone understood the value of his services even more than Rygar did, and he knew he could demand practically anything. The dwarf waved without looking back. I'm not going with you now. I still have belongings in the Dwarven City. I heard from Fort Wind that some dwarves will be joining the Legion as well, so I'll travel with them. I'll meet you at your headquarters. And with that, without further explanations, he went on his way. Rygar was pleased. If he could use these weapons to equip at least his top fighters, it would already be a huge gain. It would also be a way to attract new members and motivate them through rewards. He really thinks highly of me, choosing to join the Iron Legion instead of the Azura Kingdom. He must truly believe in my talent. Little did Rygar know that Brightstone had misunderstood some things. The dwarf assumed that Rygar was extremely confident in his proposal, first testing the sword's quality before making an invitation. He also believed that Ghislaine was part of the Legion. Rygar and a Sword King together? This organization must be nearly as strong as Azura, right? This was a fortunate coincidence for Rygar, who remained unaware of the dwarf's true reasoning. Brightstone was likely in for a surprise upon arriving in Tanavar. Rygar let out a long sigh and shook his head before turning to Ghislaine and Eris. He walked up to them and stopped nearby, observing their intense movements. Eris, he called. You'll be riding Skull. The girl halted mid-swing, her eyes widening. Her expression of surprise instantly transformed into pure joy. Really? She ran to Skull, stroking the large wolf, which wagged its tail. Rygar gave a faint smile at her excitement before turning to Ghislaine. Ghislaine, we'll have to pick up the pace to catch up with that caravan. The road isn't safe all the way there. We need to get there as quickly as possible if you want to find the elf from Fito. Ghislaine remained silent for a moment, contemplating. Then, she nodded with determination. All right. And so, without further delay, they set off, leaving behind the Blue Dragon Mountain Range and the Dwarven City, heading toward Tanavar.pov. Laws. The battlefield was a pandemonium of slicing wings and devouring jaws. A cloud of locusts spread through the air like a living plague, a swarm of hundreds of giant insects, each the size of a hunting hound, resonating in an infernal cacophony. The deafening buzzing transformed into an incessant vibration in the chests of the dwarven warriors fighting for their lives. The ground was covered in mutilated bodies and blood, both from dwarves and the insects themselves. Dented shields, broken axes, screams of pain and despair filled the apocalyptic scene. The dwarven caravan, now reduced to half its original size, held firm in a defensive circle, desperate to resist until the horde passed. Hold the formation? The horde must be close to passing? Do not retreat. Anyone who separates from the group is as good as dead, roared the dwarven leader, his hoarse voice cutting through the chaos. Among the dwarven warriors, a blonde half-elf moved with deadly precision. Laz, with the refined eyes of a hunter, positioned himself strategically behind an overturned carriage. Each arrow he fired a precise strike, saving lives at the last moment. His fingers were slick with sweat and blood, a deep bite from a locust throbbed on his shoulder, but he did not stop. He could not stop. Every second counted. Damn it! What rotten luck? Could Sylphy or Lena be nearby? I thought, gritting my teeth as I pulled another arrow and pierced the head of a locust preparing to crush a young dwarf. The boy looked at me with wide eyes, filled with fear and gratitude, before returning to the fight. The battle seemed endless, a never-ending nightmare, until the wind changed. At first, it was just a strong gust, enough to make the insect's wings vibrate erratically. Then, the first locusts began to be lifted off the ground. Some tried to resist, their legs gripping onto rocks, bodies, anything to keep them anchored, but the force of the wind was overwhelming. A whirlwind began to form around the caravan, and soon it became evident what was happening. A colossal tornado spun around them but did not touch them directly. It was as if an invisible barrier protected them while the fury of the storm devoured their enemies. The sky, once darkened by the swarm of insects, began to clear. Amid the whirlwinds of dust and blood, Laz saw a figure atop a hill. A beast woman stood with her arms crossed, observing the scene below, while a red-haired girl stood at her side. But it was the third figure that truly made Laz hold his breath, gripping a shining blue sword pointed at the hurricane. Amid the chaotic sky, a young warrior of the beast race hovered in the air, manipulating the natural disaster with surgical precision. His face was expressionless, eyes refined like those of a predator coldly analyzing the fate of his prey. His hands moved lightly, like a conductor guiding an orchestra of destruction. POV, Rygar. Rygar observed the scene below with calculated attention. The caravan group was alive, though reduced and wounded. He had decided to come early as a precaution, but he would never have predicted a locust horde attacking at such a scale. The chances of such an event happening were incredibly low. Those dwarves and Laz were truly unlucky. His eyes analyzed the insect storm, now spinning faster and faster within the tornado. Their jaws clicked, shrill cries mixed with the howling wind. It was almost a symphony of chaos. But it still wasn't enough. Raising Tsukikage, his blue sword, Rygar began gathering more mana. The blade of the sword glowed faintly, and then small wind blades appeared around him, dancing and spinning like death's heralds for his prey. He waited for a moment, feeling the storm reach its peak. Then, in a single fluid motion, he swung his sword in a horizontal arc. Saint-level original spell, Tempest of Wind Blades. The initial cut was silent, but a second later, dozens, perhaps hundreds of blades spread from the strike, slicing through everything inside the tornado. Each wind blade cut through the locusts' bodies like a scythe harvesting wheat. The swarm was ruthlessly massacred, and the sound of cutting filled the air, accompanied by the agonized screeches of the insects being torn apart. Dark blood rained from the sky. The mutilated bodies of the locusts fell like dead leaves, staining the ground crimson. Rygar slowly dissipated the tornado, leaving only a trail of destruction behind. The forest was silent. The surviving dwarven warriors stood frozen, eyes wide at the apocalyptic spectacle they had just witnessed. Laz lowered his bow, breathing heavily, staring at the young beastman in the sky with disbelief. High above, Rygar landed smoothly on the hill where Ghislaine and Eris waited for him. That was much easier than before. A small redhead bounced excitedly, her eyes shining with admiration. Rygar, teach me magic. Rygar sighed, observing Eris with a mix of exasperation and amusement. I already knew she wanted to learn, but she never asked, and why would I offer out of nowhere? I gave plenty of chances. But after seeing large-scale magic, she finally couldn't hold back. Huh. He looked at the young redhead in front of him, who crossed her arms with a determined expression, a slight blush still on her cheeks. Unfazed by the girl's pride, Rygar nodded slightly and replied, I can teach you, just say please. Before she could respond, he turned to Ghislaine, adding, actually, I can teach both of you. Some spells are extremely useful, even if you can only use the elemental form. But it requires patience, and above all, you need to know how to read and write. Are you willing? Eris, who had looked eager until that moment, immediately hesitated, as if reading and writing were some kind of dark curse. Her sour expression gave everything away. Ghislaine, on the other hand, surprised Rygar by responding without hesitation. I would like to learn to read and write. Actually, even math. But do you think I can learn? Rygar raised an eyebrow, looking at her for a moment before smiling slightly. Of course you can. It's never too late to learn something. As long as you have an open mind and diligence, almost anything can be learned. He then turned toward the remaining caravan, leaving the conversation behind as he moved with quick steps. When he reached the survivors, he immediately began casting healing spells, treating the wounded with efficiency and precision. The members of the caravan looked at him with respect and admiration. The group's leader stepped forward with a tired but sincere smile. Thank you, Rygar, right? I will be eternally grateful. Perhaps this would have been our end if you hadn't arrived. Ha ha ha, it's a shame that so many of ours had to fall before your arrival. Rygar kept a neutral expression and responded naturally. Don't worry about it. The Iron Legion is already allied with the dwarves. Of course I would help. But... He then turned toward a man with half-elven features, pale skin, and short blonde hair. His refined eyes were akin to those of a seasoned hunter. You there. The half-elf. Your name is Laz. The half-elf blinked, confused by the sudden approach. Huh? Yes, my name is Laz. Do I know you? Rygar chuckled, crossing his arms. I don't think so, but I ask that you come with me. Without further explanation, he turned away, leaving a perplexed Laz behind. The half-elf hesitated for a moment before following Rygar, feeling that he owed that much to his savior. As they walked, Ghislaine and Eris approached. Eris, in a dramatic manner, crossed her arms and declared, all right, I'll learn to read, write, and do math in exchange for you teaching me magic, please. Rygar blinked a few times, surprised by her sudden change of heart. His eyes slid to Ghislaine, silently pondering what she might have done to convince Eris. However, he decided to push that thought to the back of his mind for now. As he approached Laz, he gave a brief introduction. Supposedly, this is Laz, from Buena Village in Fito. Laz turned to Ghislaine, studying her for a moment before furrowing his brow in recognition. You are Ghislaine Adoldia? Were you teleported as well? Ghislaine blinked, confused. Do we know each other? Laz let out a light chuckle and shook his head. Not really, but I saw you once when I was in ROA with Lord Philip Boreas Greyrat. I recognized you. Where were you when it all happened? Ghislaine's expression grew serious. In ROA, at the Lord's mansion. Laz's eyes widened before his brows furrowed deeply. That means, all of Fito was affected. He was shocked, absorbing the implications of this information. It took him a few seconds to compose himself before asking urgently. All right. Did you see a little elf girl with green hair? Or a beast woman like you on your way? Ghislaine shook her head in denial. Laz lowered his gaze, visibly dejected. Eris, who had remained silent until now, suddenly seemed restless. Her gaze shifted between Ghislaine and Laz, tension clearly written on her face. Ghislaine, noticing her hesitation, asked the question that haunted her as well. Did you see Lord Soros? Or any other member of the Boreas Greyrat family? Laz hesitated before letting out a heavy sigh. No, I didn't see any of them. But I did see a man's corpse a few kilometers from where I appeared. He had already been partially devoured by wolves. I don't know who he was. They then discussed the details of the incident, sharing what they knew. Rygar listened attentively, trying to piece together the mystery behind this event. Finally, he turned to Laz and spoke seriously. Laws, I am the leader of an organization called the Iron Legion in Milis. Given the scale of this incident, searching for your wife and daughter alone would be unproductive. The most likely fate of those who appeared in unknown places is either starving to death or becoming slaves. He paused for a moment to let him absorb his words. I saw that you're skilled with a bow, so you must have been a hunter. When I return, I intend to form a group within the Iron Legion to search for the missing. Of course, the rescued individuals would have to join the Iron Legion, either temporarily or permanently, and I'd like you to lead this group provisionally. Do you accept? Laws remained silent for a moment, processing the proposal. Finally, he slowly nodded. You're right. He then bowed deeply. I accept, and thank you very much for your help. Rygar shrugged. Don't worry about it. I have my own interests in helping as well. Even so, Laws maintained his bow. Still, I believe this action will save many lives. Rygar simply nodded before turning to Ghislaine and Eris. Do you agree to travel with the caravan? Ghislaine shrugged. I don't see a problem. Eris was silent, a really rare thing. And so, the group joined the caravan, continuing their journey toward Tanavar. Eris Boreas Greyrat positioned herself in an improvised arena. The compacted dirt and stones had been shaped with magic to create a combat space, a small circle marked by raised earth. Around it, a group of dwarves watched with great interest, exchanging bets and animated comments about the duel's outcome. On the other side of the arena, a burly dwarven warrior held his axe firmly, his gaze determined as he faced his young opponent. Eris advanced without hesitation. Her low, aggressive stance, characteristic of the sword god style, indicated she was about to attack with ferocity. The dwarf grinned, clearly pleased with the challenge, and raised his weapon in preparation. As the fight began, Eris moved swiftly. Her first strike was a fast horizontal slash, forcing the dwarf to step back and block with his axe handle. But she didn't stop there. Spinning on her heels, she launched an upward slash, forcing her opponent to take another step back. The dwarven warrior tried to respond with heavy swings, but Eris was simply too fast. She circled around him, her precise attacks seeking openings in his defense. With each passing moment, her advantage grew. The spectators began murmuring excitedly. Finally, with a fluid and fierce movement, Eris slid inside the dwarf's reach, dodging a downward axe strike, and struck her opponent on the side of his armor with enough force to bring him to his knee. The dwarf gasped for air and raised a hand in surrender. The dwarves erupted into applause and cheers, clinking their beer mugs together and praising the young warrior's skill. Eris, sweaty and panting, raised her sword, satisfied with herself, but soon her gaze drifted to the tent nearby. Inside, Rygar sat beside Ghislaine Adoldia, holding a letter in front of her. These letters together form the word sword, Rygar explained, pointing to the characters on the sheet of paper. Ghislaine, brows furrowed and eyes fixed on the paper, murmured the word softly, tracing the strokes in the air with her fingers. Her concentration was so intense that she didn't notice Eris had won the match. The young redhead then shifted her gaze to Rygar, who smiled and casually praised her. Well done, Eris. She immediately turned her head to the side and huffed, naturally, as if his approval meant nothing. But Rygar just chuckled softly, returning his attention to Ghislaine, who continued practicing the characters. The days passed, and the journey continued with few incidents. Occasional attacks from wild beasts occurred, but nothing posed a real challenge. With Rygar and Ghislaine protecting the caravan, any enemy seemed ridiculously weak. Initially, Rygar intended to teach magic and basic studies only when they returned to the Iron Legion, but his plans changed the very same day he suggested the idea. Ghislaine appeared at night, holding a notebook borrowed from one of the merchants. I'm ready to start the lesson, she said seriously. Rygar blinked a few times before shrugging. He wasn't going to refuse her now that she was already here. Very well. Let's begin. And so, the days became a routine of learning. He taught Ghislaine and Eris how to read, write, and even basic mathematics. Although she struggled at first, Ghislaine's dedication was impressive. Eris, on the other hand, only agreed to learn after Rygar asked Ghislaine to convince her, which she did by telling various stories of her time as a solo adventurer, stories Rygar was also interested in hearing. Additionally, he taught them elemental magic. His initial focus was on fire, water, and healing, as they were the easiest to apply. If they showed enough progress, he would expand the lessons. When he wasn't teaching, he trained personally with Ghislaine, testing different combat styles. Eris, even though she was already adept in the sword god style, absorbed some of his instructions, though she would never admit it directly. In his free time, Rygar also hunted with Laws, the half-elf from Fito. He recalled how hunting had been fun when he was younger, but as he grew stronger, the activity lost its challenge. Even so, he enjoyed observing Laws in action, learning his stealth techniques and his incredible precision with a bow. The days turned into weeks, and the caravan finally approached Tanavar. Soon, the horizon would be dominated by the city's towering walls and white spires. With their destination in sight, everyone's journey was about to take a new step forward. Rygar watched Eris, who was gripping a piece of charcoal between her fingers with unnecessary force, nearly crushing the small object against the parchment's surface. She bit her lower lip, her crimson eyes half closed, trying to force her brain to solve the calculations he had given her to test her progress. Huh? This is impossible, Eris exclaimed, throwing the charcoal to the ground and crossing her arms. Rygar chuckled slightly, picking up the charcoal and placing it back in her hand. It's not impossible. It's like training with a sword. The more you repeat, the better you get. Try again, think through each step calmly. She growled but turned back to the parchment, determined to solve the problem. It was then that Rygar turned, sensing something. Tanaver was finally appearing on the horizon, its stone and wooden structures forming a familiar silhouette against the blue sky. He narrowed his eyes, adjusting his focus, and instinctively expanded his senses. First, he tried to catch the sounds of the city. His smile faded. Wasn't the city quieter than it should be? Something was wrong. He frowned, trying to ignore the unsettling feeling creeping up his spine. He took a deep breath and inhaled, trying to catch the scents carried by the wind. And then his feeling intensified. The scent of blood. A chill ran through his skin. His jaw tightened. I hope it's just a group of bandits, he thought, trying to suppress the growing sense that it wasn't something so simple. The scent was coming from the direction of the Iron Legion's base. His instincts screamed a warning. Something was very, very wrong. He stood up quickly. Ghislaine, I'm going ahead. I have a bad feeling. His voice was firm, leaving no room for discussion. Ghislaine, who was holding a book in the cart beside him, turned, her feline eyes gleaming with alertness. But before she could say anything, he had already taken off. The surroundings blurred. He ran like lightning, his legs moving in explosive bursts of speed. The wind lashed against his face, the city's sounds growing louder as he approached. But something was strange. Tanaver seemed different. The atmosphere was heavy, as if a veil of tension hung over everything. He leaped over rooftops, slid through alleys, ignoring the confused looks of the few citizens crossing his path. The scent of blood grew stronger. Then he saw it. The Iron Legion's base. Or rather, what was left of it. The main entrance was destroyed, rubble scattered across the street. The outer walls were marked with deep cuts and magical burn marks. Parts of the second floor had collapsed, revealing devastated rooms. It was the scene of an intense battle. What the hell happened here? His rage grew, his heartbeat accelerating. He activated his magic eye, expanding his perception to track any nearby mana signatures. Energy flowed through his body, and he detected a signal inside the ruined structure. Without hesitation, he rushed inside. Weaving through the debris, he arrived at a partially destroyed room. The ceiling was cracked, allowing daylight to stream through the gaps in the wooden beams. In the center of the room, a woman was tending to an injured man, cleaning the deep cuts on his arm. Rygar entered abruptly, his voice heavy with urgency and fury. What happened here? The woman startled, nearly dropping the blood-soaked cloth. But before she could respond, the injured man moved. His eyes widened at the sight of Rygar, and he forced himself to sit up despite his pain. It was Joseph, the former slave Rygar had rescued. A former mercenary and one of the Iron Legion's most dedicated members. His face was pale, covered in sweat, but a relieved smile formed. Boss, it's good that you're back. Rygar approached without hesitation, raising his hand and casting advanced healing magic. Golden energy coursed through Joseph's body, sealing his wounds in an instant. The man let out a heavy sigh, his expression visibly improving. Boss, we need to act quick. What happened while I was gone? Rygar interrupted, his voice tense. He needed to know. Now. Joseph hesitated. The silence that followed was heavy. The man looked away as if trying to avoid Rygar's gaze. But there was no choice. He took a deep breath and began speaking. Joseph inhaled deeply, his face still pale from blood loss, but his voice carried urgency and tension as he started recounting the events. Rygar remained silent, every muscle in his body tense, listening to each word as if they were being etched into his mind with iron. A few days ago, Pycock discovered that the Joilery House was also investigating us, and that they had already gathered far more information about us than we had imagined. Until then, everything was going well. Trade was thriving, new members were joining every day. Antares was an impenetrable shield, taking down any strong opponent that appeared, ensuring that we suffered few casualties. Joseph paused, his gaze momentarily shifting to the ground. Rygar noticed his trembling fists. Joseph swallowed hard and continued. But then, one day, a group of Mealy's holy knights ambushed and killed some of our members in Tanaver's northern district. It was brutal. No warning, no negotiations. They just massacred our people. Taze didn't hesitate. He took several of us, including me, to confront them. We wanted answers, we wanted to understand why we were being attacked like this, but... Joseph gritted his teeth, his face contorted with guilt and rage. It was a trap. Rygar didn't blink. His gaze was locked onto Joseph, the words echoing in his mind like war drums. A troop of holy knights loyal to House Joilery surrounded us, and among them were 3 saint-level swordsmen, 2 from the Water God style and 1 from the North God style. They accused us of conspiring with the assassin Verdius Olarion and accused you of terrorist and genocidal acts. He exhaled heavily. At first, they tried to lure us in. After a while, we could clearly see that they were waiting for you, the Red Wolf. They played with time, measuring our strength. The more Rygar listened to Joseph, the worse his thoughts became. The most terrible possibilities ran through his mind. Joseph continued, but Taze noticed your delay, and before they could act, he used chantless magic to ambush them and severely wounded one of them. That enraged them. They lost patience and decided to capture the Legion's members to force your arrival. No matter what we did, they were determined to drag you into this fight. When Taze realized the battle was lost, he called 4 more warriors and held them back so the rest of us could escape, including me. Rygar felt a wave of heat rise through his body. His breathing grew heavy. The air felt dense, as if the very atmosphere around him was being distorted. That was 2 days ago. After that, some holy knights came here to the base. Joseph's words started to lose meaning for him. A dull ringing grew in his ears, drowning out any other sound. The world around him began to lose its color, turning into shades of red and black. His chest rose and fell too fast. Each beat of his heart felt like a war drum being struck with brutal force. His eyes wandered, but they no longer saw the destroyed base. They didn't see Joseph standing before him. In his mind, images appeared, Taze, Kedar, and the others, wounded, chained, possibly tortured. Their blood staining the ground. Their screams silenced by merciless blades. The cold smiles of the Joilery House Knights as they destroyed everything he had built. Everything he had created with the goal of bringing real change to this world. Guilt coiled in his stomach like sharp claws. Where was he while this was happening? Enjoying himself. Traveling with Ghislaine and Eris, laughing, without a care. Feasting with Godbird and the dwarves, eating dragon meat joyfully. He wasn't here. He wasn't here when they needed him. He had been warned about this, that melees would go after subordinates, friends, and family when they couldn't deal with someone directly. And yet, he had traveled far away. His hands began to tremble. The air around him seemed to vibrate. Joseph kept talking, mentioning strategies and countermeasures, something about seeking the Pope's faction for help and that most of the situation had already been resolved. But Rygar wasn't listening anymore. Something inside him snapped. His breathing turned into a growl. His body burned, not with heat, but with the uncontrollable fury growing within him. Every fiber of his being screamed for blood. His vision blurred for an instant, then everything became clear in a different way. His beastly instincts decided that the best course of action was to protect his own. There was no logic anymore. No strategy. Only the brutal, inescapable truth. His pack was being hunted. And now, he would hunt them back. Joseph was still talking, his voice becoming a distant echo in Rygar's mind. The world around him felt murky, as if he were underwater, but one sound pierced through the haze, the erratic beating of his own heart, accelerating with every word spoken. Guilt bit deeper than any blade. He had been traveling, laughing, enjoying Ghislaine and Eris's company, while his friends were here, being hunted, captured, maybe even killed because of him. His fingers clenched so tightly that his claws tore into the flesh of his palm, but he didn't notice the pain. His chest rose and fell with ragged breaths, his eyes fixed on nothing, his thoughts spiraling into a storm of growing rage. The room around him felt stifling, as if the very air was bowing under the presence of something monstrous. A deep growl rumbled from his throat, dense and primal, making the wood and debris around him vibrate slightly. Joseph took a step back, alarmed. "Boss, calm down. We already have a plan? We can fix this." His voice was firm but carried hesitation, a justified fear. The woman tending to Joseph was pressed against the wall, eyes wide, body tense, like a deer facing a predator. But Rygar no longer heard them. He was pure instinct now. In an explosive movement, he launched himself at the mansion wall, tearing through it as if it were paper. Wood and debris flew in all directions as he emerged from the wreckage, his eyes blazing with an intense golden glow, predatory. His entire body radiated chaotic energy, as if he were about to explode. And then, at the destroyed entrance of the Legion, he saw Ghislaine and Eris. The young girl was mounted on Skull, her eyes wide, not understanding what was happening but sensing the danger in the air. Ghislaine, however, understood. The moment she looked at Rygar, her instincts screamed in warning. She rested a hand on her sword hilt, her muscles tensing. "Rygar, calm down. What happened?" Her voice was firm but controlled, as if she were speaking to a beast about to attack. He didn't respond. He didn't even look at her. Instead, he leaned forward and pressed both hands against the ground, his claws digging into the earth. The world around him disappeared as he inhaled deeply, scenting. Every smell in the city, every speck of dust, every trace of blood mixed in the air formed a three-dimensional map in his mind. He was tracking, searching. His muscles were taut like an animal on the verge of striking. His furry tail swayed slowly, his ears alert. And then, he found it. A familiar scent, mixed with sweat and metal. Kedar. A new growl rumbled from his throat, but this time, the sound expanded, carrying magic instinctively. Howling magic. The air vibrated, an invisible pressure wave spread out, making the glass around him crackle. Ghislaine frowned. Before anyone could react, Rygar shot forward. His body moved in a blur, running on all fours, his muscles exploding with brutal speed. Each leap, each stride, made the ground crack slightly under the force of his movements. He wasn't thinking logically anymore. At this moment, he was no longer a warrior. He was a beast. POV, Ghislaine Adoldia. I hadn't really believed him when he said he also had savage outbursts. I thought he was exaggerating, that he had more control than he imagined. But now I understood. What I saw there wasn't a reckless warrior. It was a predator in its purest state. Something I had only seen a few times in my life. Rygar, in particular, looked like a wounded wolf, desperate to kill whoever was harming his pack. My instincts told me not to cross his path. But I couldn't let this happen. Compared to my childhood, his case was much worse. Could he return from this on his own? I wouldn't risk it. I owed him a life debt. I looked at Eris, who was frozen on Skull's back. Her expression shifted between shock and confusion. And the wolf looked afraid. Eris, stay with Skull, I said firmly. Tell them you came with Rygar, but don't leave Skull's side. Understand? She nodded, grasping the gravity of the situation. Then I pushed myself forward, running in the direction Rygar had gone. My mind worked quickly. I knew he wasn't in a state to think rationally. I didn't know if he wanted me to stop him or if he just wanted blood. But if he was in this state, he probably wouldn't use all his strength properly. I needed to be there before it was too late. POV. Gorfold Joilery. Gorfold, the chief of Knights of House Joilery, remained motionless on the stone wall of the estate, his eyes fixed on the horizon stretching beyond the plains. The cutting night wind shook the house's golden banners, while torches scattered across the courtyard illuminated the warriors on patrol. The grand noble residence of the Joilery family, located outside the limits of Milishan, maintained considerable autonomy, a reflection of the power and influence its lineage had cultivated over the decades. The alliance with the Cardinal faction, the faction advocating for the expulsion of demonic races, guaranteed House Joilery privileges and political security. However, in recent years, this stability had been eroded by the growing restlessness of its leader. Leinster Joilery was consumed by fear and obsession. The Knight Commander saw it clearly. The man who once ruled with unquestionable authority was now sinking into paranoia and insomnia, plagued by recurring nightmares. The origin of his torment traced back to 4 years ago, when he had hired a North Saint, a renowned assassin named Kalinowski. The mission was simple: eliminate the last surviving assassin responsible for his parents' deaths. Everything was planned. Leinster had conducted thorough investigations and was certain that the target would return to help her tribe in a time of need, and a North Saint should have been able to kill her with relative ease. But the plan failed catastrophically. Not only did Kalinowski fail to complete his task, but he also met a humiliating death. Rumors claimed that the one responsible for this turn of events was merely a 6-year-old beast child, aided by Verdia Solarian, the true target of the attack. The Knight Commander vividly recalled the impact of this news on Leinster. He had refused to believe it, roaring in rage and disbelief in the main hall. The idea that a brat barely out of infancy had overcome a North Saint seemed absurd, an affront to logic. But the survivors' reports were consistent. With each messenger bringing new information about the child, Leinster's expression grew darker, his eyes carrying a silent fury that threatened to explode at any moment. Not satisfied, Leinster sought out another assassin, someone even more formidable. That was when he contacted Larax, a North King, a feared mercenary across the Begarit continent. If Kalinowski had failed, then a warrior of even greater caliber should be sufficient. However, Larax refused the contract upon discovering the target's identity. If it were just the elf, fine, but I don't kill children, was his response. The unexpected rejection sent Leinster into despair. His face turned pale, his expression a mix of incredulity and uncontrollable fury. From that moment on, the name of that boy became a specter, a shadow looming over House Joilery. Over the years, the young beast's skills continued to grow at an alarming rate. Stories about him spread like wildfire. Leinster began losing sleep, the deep bags under his eyes reflecting the crushing weight of his paranoia. His nightmares were filled with visions of the boy becoming an unstoppable monster, coming to destroy everything he had built since his parents' deaths. Imagine that the boy's master had killed his parents, and now the disciple would come to finish off the son. The guard sighed, shaking his head. To him, all of this was unnecessary. What was the point of so much effort against a mere child? A 6-year-old brat killing a saint? That was a joke. If it were true, then now, at 10 years old, he should be out there massacring emperors? The thought made him scoff, but his expression soon turned serious. The Knight Commander found it all madness, but he was loyal to House Joilery. If Leinster believed in this, then it was his duty to ensure that House Joilery was prepared. He turned his gaze to the great fortress behind him, where lights shone through the windows of the main hall. The atmosphere inside was tense. The Joilery family could feel the patriarch's strain. The servants spoke in whispers, the children avoided questioning their father about his constant worry. Even Leinster's wife, Lady Felina, could no longer soothe him as she once had. He had become an obsessed man, and that obsession was slowly poisoning everything around him. The house leader had no other contacts of king-level assassins to hire, so he decided to make preparations for when the boy arrived. He reached out to Kalinowski's disciple, a new North Saint named Yurei, and hired him as a temporary guard. Additionally, he forged disadvantageous alliances with other noble houses to secure help in dire times and even negotiated with Galgard, the commander of the Church's Order of Knights, claiming he was being hunted and forging evidence of threats against his life, securing 2 personal guards at the saint level. Of course, all these negotiations were conducted with extreme secrecy and only with high-ranking individuals, so very few were aware of what was happening. As a result, House Joilery, with its barriers and reinforcements, had become an extremely secure place. However, these maneuvers were gradually staining the house's trust among its allies. He cast a look at the horizon and recalled the past few months. The house leader had grown even more anxious upon learning of the rise of the so-called Iron Legion. He had tried to convince Mealy's to eliminate this organization before it grew too powerful and, indeed, had garnered some support. After all, the Legion's activities were directly interfering with the interests of many noble houses. Freeing slaves? Teaching them trades? That was dangerous, a threat to the established order. But in the end, his request was unanimously denied. And the reason for this boiled down to a single name, the Red Wolf. Rygar's feat of reducing the Black Troll mercenary group to ashes had spread some fear. No one wanted to provoke him, as, until that moment, he had done nothing directly against melees. But Linster Joilery would not accept this. He knew. He was certain that boy would come after him sooner or later. He couldn't wait for that to happen. So he decided to strike first. However, the boy was not where they expected. After some conflict with the Iron Legion, they decided to capture several Legion members as hostages to lure him out and, perhaps, obtain valuable information. As he pondered, the guard turned his gaze to the plains. For an instant, something gleamed in the distance. Lightning? He blinked, trying to understand what he was seeing. And then, in the blink of an eye, a beast-like figure shot toward him, lightning dancing in its claws. His eyes widened. His instincts screamed in alarm. He opened his mouth, desperately drawing breath to shout a warning, but all he could do was gather his final thoughts. Enemy ATT. The impact came before he could finish. POV, Rygar Adoldia. Rygar charged at the barrier surrounding House Joilery's mansion with overwhelming speed. Lightning crackled around his claws, pulsating with destructive energy. In the next instant, the barrier cracked like fractured glass before shattering into fragments of blue light. The guard standing before the door barely had time to react, managing only to let out a startled cry. A fierce strike tore through his throat, silencing him before he could finish his warning. The young beastman moved like a predator unleashed upon defenseless prey. His senses were razor-sharp, picking up every sound, every scent. Bodies fell around him, his enemies unable to comprehend what had struck them. It didn't matter who they were, servants, guards, everything that moved was mercilessly slain. The stench of fear saturated the air, mingling with the scent of warm blood. Yet, amidst it all, something stood out. Rygar lifted his head and sniffed. He could sense it. Kedar, Taze, and the other warriors were beneath the mansion. He was no longer conscious of his own thoughts. His instincts had taken over, whispering only one command: protect your pack. Kill your enemies. His eyes gleamed with silent fury as he looked at his hand, charred from the lightning. His skin was burned, but it slowly regenerated. Before he could reflect on it further, a shiver ran down his spine. Suddenly, something cold touched his neck. A thin blade pressed against his skin, sinking in just enough to draw blood. His instincts roared in alarm, and without thinking, Rygar leapt backward. The metal sliced across his neck, leaving a thin line of red, but it wasn't deep enough to be fatal. He landed on all fours, his stance that of a beast preparing to pounce. Narrowing his eyes, he launched himself forward without hesitation. His claws aimed straight for his attacker's throat, a savage, lethal strike. But once again, danger flashed before him. Something made him hesitate for just a fraction of a second, and instinctively, he pulled his arm back. At that precise moment, a sword gleamed in the air, slicing just millimeters from his forearm. Had he continued his attack, his arm would have been severed. Even so, a shallow wound opened, blood dripping onto the floor. Rygar retreated, still on all fours. His tail swayed from side to side, his fur bristling, his ears twitching at every sound. A deep, threatening growl rumbled in his throat. 3 figures stepped forward. 2 warriors in golden armor approached, the sacred insignias of the Order of Melees gleaming on their chests. Between them stood a slender swordsman, holding a thin blade that still dripped with blood. His cold eyes studied Rygar with curiosity. "Yurei, what is this?" one of the paladins asked, frowning. "You said he was a skilled swordsman and mage. But the boy isn't even using a sword, he fights like a wild beast." The swordsman, Yurei, chuckled, twirling his blade between his fingers. "I'm surprised too. The reports we have on him seem inaccurate. But hey, that's an advantage for us, isn't it?" The other paladin scoffed, clearly unimpressed. 3 saint-ranked warriors ganging up on a child. "If word gets out, we'll be a laughingstock. Where's that old man from House Joilery?" Yurei smirked and shrugged. "Feel free to fight him alone, then." The old man said he has to protect Linster from any other threats that might show up. The warrior remained silent for a moment before assuming the classic defensive stance of the water god style. His gaze locked onto Rygar, analyzing him carefully. To think he'd dare attack a noble house alone. I wouldn't have believed it if I wasn't seeing it myself. This is an insult to Saint Melees. Remember, even if we can't kill him, we just have to hold out until Lord Bonart arrives. He'll make quick work of this heretic. Rygar only growled in response, his eyes smoldering like embers. His muscles were tense, electricity crackling around him. His body instinctively prepared for the next attack. Then, in a flash of lightning, Rygar lunged. He was no longer the same. He wasn't just fighting, he was annihilating everything in his path. His speed was beyond human, nearly impossible to track. His fist tore through the air, striking with such force that the ground trembled beneath him. He charged at the nearest enemy, a paladin. The impact was colossal. The knight, wielding both a sword and a shield, managed to block the punch, but the sheer force sent him skidding 10 meters backward. Rygar didn't stop. He was already in motion again, a blur of destruction, his power manifesting in raw, untamed brutality. Yurei reacted swiftly, sidestepping Rygar's assault. With fluid precision, his sword sliced through the air, aiming for Rygar's throat. But Rygar was faster. He evaded at the last second, forced to retreat only because of the second paladin reinforcing the attack with his broadsword. The 3 enemies were relentless, their strikes coordinated and deadly. They attacked together, forcing Rygar to dodge and counter at a furious pace. Every blow he landed was like a thunderclap, yet he barely used his greatest advantage, his magic. Rygar's body was covered in blood, but he felt nothing. No pain, no satisfaction. He was lost in the frenzy. Every attack, every strike, every wound on his enemies an extension of his own primal rage. This was no mere battle, it was the full expression of his beastly nature, unleashed at last. The battlefield lay in ruins, and at its center, Rygar stood, breathing heavily. Blood dripped from his body, yet he felt no exhaustion, only an uncontrollable, murderous instinct. Yurei, now confident in their victory, smirked as he stepped forward. He knew they had the advantage. Rygar wasn't even using half of his true strength. When I'm done with you, Yurei sneered, his voice laced with hatred, I'll hunt down that bitch, Rudeus Greyrat, the one who helped kill my master. The words cut through the air like sharpened blades. Rudeus Greyrat. The name crashed through Rygar's mind like a surge of electricity. Something inside him trembled, as if the chains of his fury had finally snapped. Rudeus, his mentor, the woman he deeply respected. He stopped moving. His mind wavered between reason and instinct. His focus returned, though only faintly, the rage still simmering like a slow-burning fire in his chest. His eyes burned with newfound intensity as he gazed ahead. He knew what he had to do. For the first time in a real battle he drew both of his swords. Rygar drew both his swords, his movements fluid like a predator preparing for the hunt. He took a low stance, his feet firmly planted on the ground. He was using a dual-wielding technique from the North God style, a technique designed to fight multiple enemies at once. His focus was there, on the battle, but his mind, his reason was beginning to waver. The rage, the adrenaline, and the savagery made it difficult to think clearly. Rygar knew that if his thoughts started racing again, he would lose control once more. The objective. Only the objective. He knew what he had to do. Move forward. Rescue his subordinates. And get out. There was no more room for hesitation. His brief moment of rationality was enough for him to realize that fighting in his current state wouldn't be advantageous. The blade in his hand began to glow with the fire magic he was gathering. One of the holy knights glanced at Yurei with a judgmental expression. You've ruined our advantage, Yurei. The knight's deep, authoritative voice echoed like thunder. Finish him off before he fully recovers. Yurei, wielding his thin sword, advanced first. His face was displeased, his brow furrowed, knowing it was his own words that had awakened the boy. The other two paladins, in a well-rehearsed maneuver, began moving along the flanks, forming a perfect encirclement. They were ready. The pressure on Rygar increased. But he wasn't ready to stop. With a thunderous sound, Rygar lifted a foot and stomped hard on the ground, as if carrying the weight of the world. The earth beneath him shattered, fragments of stone exploding in every direction. The impact disrupted the momentum of the three knights, forcing them to slow down. In milliseconds, Rygar used the brief moment of advantage to strike. With Tsukikage and Night Hunter in hand, he entered a dance of blades, holding off the three attackers simultaneously. The paladin's swords clashed against his, but Rygar remained focused. He dodged with the agility of a feline, his reflexes heightened by the wild instincts in his body. But the battle wouldn't be easy. Then, Yurei, with a mocking grin, laughed and charged again. His eyes gleamed with cruel confidence. He seemed convinced that the fight was under control. He believed Rygar still wasn't using magic, a fatal flaw in his reasoning. Looks like he's still not using magic? Ha ha ha. Yurei taunted, and Rygar sensed his movement. He knew what was coming. At that very moment, Rygar turned with terrifying speed. His eyes shone with magical power that he made no effort to hide. He knew he had to be fast and decisive. With a precise motion, Tsukikage sliced through the air in a long arc, and a wave of fire erupted outward. The attack was immense, a flame slice that left the air hot and charged with power. Yurei, caught off guard, retreated quickly, trying to evade the wave of flames, but it wasn't enough. The scorching fire engulfed him, searing his clothes and nearly burning his skin. He barely had time to process what was happening. But what he didn't expect, what no one expected, was what happened next. From within the flames, a black sword emerged, spinning at an astonishing speed. Night Hunter. The blade, crackling with lightning, cut through the air at an insane velocity. Yurei tried to block, but the moment his sword met Rygar's blade, the impact was devastating. Yurei's weapon shattered into pieces, unable to withstand Night Hunter's power. Before he could even react, the blade pierced his forehead with deadly precision, driving through his eye and killing him instantly. Everything happened so fast that the other two knights were left stunned. The shock was palpable. Rygar had killed Yurei, which was not expected. They had no information about Rygar's second magic sword, a blade capable of piercing common swords and covered in lightning, increasing its speed. A single moment of surprise had been enough to cost Yurei his life. With a quick and fluid motion, Rygar extended his hand while running. Night Hunter responded to his command, vibrating as it pierced through Yurei's skull and returned toward him. The blade flew into his hand, and Rygar caught it with dexterity, breaking through the enemy's encirclement. There was no time to waste. Rygar did not pause to boast or to look at what was left of his enemies. The two holy knights, now dazed, were still in shock, unable to understand what had just happened. But Rygar was not there to waste time with them. He needed to find his subordinates. Kedar, Taze, and the others were there. He quickly followed their scent, his focus now entirely on his goal. He dashed through the corridors of the house with the agility of a predator, his feet practically gliding over the floor. The sounds of battle faded behind him, and he did not look back. Rygar raced through the mansion's corridors with the agility of a fleeing predator. Each step was calculated, each movement a desperate attempt to reach the stairs that, according to his sharpened instincts, led to the lower part of the house. His ragged breathing mixed with the echo of footsteps, while the latent pain from his wounds blended with the adrenaline driving him forward. Upon spotting the stairs ahead, a guard blocked his path. Without hesitation, Rygar charged. In a lightning-fast movement, Tsukage's blade slashed toward the man's neck. The strike neared victory. The blade gleamed, ready to meet flesh. However, in a split second, a visceral instinct flared in his mind. Death. The warning rang with an intensity he had never experienced before, freezing his thoughts for a brief second. He knew that in the next moment, if he did not act, he would be doomed. With the speed of a primal reflex, Rygar focused all his energy and wove, in an almost automatic gesture, the strongest barrier he could muster around his neck at that instant. Without wasting a second, he activated a burst step, and his body exploded into motion. But then, Rygar saw it, a silver sword emerging from the chaos. The gleaming blade had a golden hilt, finely crafted in the shape of a stag, with 2 branches mimicking antlers. It advanced slowly but with lethal precision, slicing through the flames of his burst step as it approached. Time seemed to slow as the sword neared. No matter how fast Rygar moved with his superhuman speed, that attack seemed inevitable. He managed to avoid decapitation, but the impact was devastating. The silver blade, driven by overwhelming energy, swept across his left arm with a clean and precise cut, severing it up to the elbow. The searing pain and the sensation of emptiness mixed in his mind, but Rygar did not allow despair to consume him. Determination screamed within him. Amid the chaos, his eyes locked onto the guard blocking the staircase entrance. Unlike the others, this man wore silver armor, not gold, signs of wear, and a face that had seen more than 50 years of life, with graying hair and a well-groomed beard. At first glance, he might have gone unnoticed, appearing as just another guard. But something about his presence, an aura of calm and, at the same time, subtle danger set Rygar's feral instincts on edge. He looked at his severed arm on the ground, several meters away from the guard. He could still heal it if not too much time passed. He thought about grabbing it. But before he could move, the old guard raised his hand. With a controlled motion, he pulled out a paper inscribed with a magic circle that activated instantly. A sphere of fire formed and, with surgical precision, was launched directly at Rygar's severed arm. Rygar shifted his gaze to the old man, whose eyes now gleamed with an unsettling serenity. The guard advanced with firm, measured steps, and his voice, surprisingly calm, cut through the battle's tumult. "You are a great warrior, boy. Only 4 opponents in my lifetime have survived after attacking me without knowing who I was before you. I am Lord Danos Bonard, head of the noble house Bonard of Meles, the protector of Meles, and ranked as a water god-style king." The revelation caught him off guard. The old man's voice was serene, yet carried the weight of authority and a history of battles. Noticing Rygar's hesitation, that wavering between reason and instinct, Lord Bonard let out a slight sigh, as if lamenting the tragic fate of such a formidable warrior. "Are you still rational? What a pity. A formidable warrior who opposes Saint Meles, and now, more beast than man, taken over by demonic energies. This is the inevitable fate." As he spoke, he prepared his sword with calm precision, as if every movement was part of a long-practiced choreography. Rygar's mind spun with countless thoughts. The pain from his lost arm throbbed, mingling with adrenaline and rage. His instincts, now sharpened by the sight of Lord Bonard, a figure who at first seemed like just another guard but whose threatening aura became clearer with each passing second, screamed for action. As his mind wavered between reason and instinct, Rygar felt the need to push past this obstacle. An inner voice urged him into battle, to keep fighting, even with one arm missing, to eliminate any threat standing between him and those who depended on him. With a restrained growl and eyes that held a mixture of madness and determination, Rygar lunged toward Lord Bonard. But before he could gain speed, an imposing figure blocked his path. His steps faltered for a brief instant as his eyes focused on the woman standing before him. She was a very familiar beast woman, silver hair and dark skin. Ghislaine Adoldia, gathering all her social skills to convince him, spoke in a toneless voice. "Rygar, regain your senses." The phrase echoed through the corridors, causing the mist clouding his mind to begin to lift, even if just for a brief, painful moment. He regained his senses, or at least enough to recognize what stood before him. However, as clarity returned, his primal instinct screamed at him. This woman was blocking him, preventing his advance. Ghislaine remained motionless, her lips slightly parted in an almost inaudible murmur. So it didn't work on. Her eyes revealed no emotion, but her posture was firm and resolute. Observing the scene, the protector of Meles watched in perplexity, murmuring to himself. What didn't work? Was that her best attempt? Doubt hung in the air, but Ghislaine seemed convinced that she had done her best to persuade him with words. When Rygar, his eyes bloodshot and his spirit still unbalanced, took his stance to attack, she also positioned herself, paying attention to the movements of the old guard in the background. With a violent impulse, Rygar lunged forward. But as his muscles stretched to deliver the sword strike, he saw a red blade approaching rapidly, surpassing him vastly in speed and power, yet, strangely, the sensation of death did not come. He tried to react, but time, merciless as ever, did not allow it. The blades clashed with fatal precision. A long diagonal cut opened across Rygar's chest, pain exploding in his mind like 1,000 knives. He felt the steel of Hiramune slicing through his flesh. For a moment, as he fell to the ground, the world shrank into a succession of flashes, the burning of his wound, the muffled sound of his ragged breathing, the scent of blood and magic mixed in the air. His mind, once a chaotic battlefield, suddenly cleared. Every thought, once shrouded in disorder, returned to order in an almost miraculous way. He lay on the ground, bleeding from both his severed arm cut off at the elbow and the massive wound on his chest. Yet, surprisingly, a faint smile formed on his lips. "I'm alive," he murmured to himself, his voice broken by pain. His now clear and serene gaze met Ghislaine's as she approached. She looked down at him, and upon seeing that he no longer seemed out of control, she gave a barely perceptible smile. "You once said during our training, Rygar, that as long as you had mana, you could heal from any injury quickly except for lost limbs or shredded organs." Ghislaine glanced at his wound, then at the old man, who still blocked the door to the stairs. "I don't know what happened in Tanaver, but I know you'll handle everything much more easily if you're lucid." At that moment, the two holy knights who had been fighting Rygar whom he had left behind finally reached the hall. The old guard, now with his silver armor gleaming under the flickering lights, kept his gaze fixed, observing every movement with an almost unsettling calm. Ghislaine turned to them, her voice unwavering in determination. "Heal yourself quickly, Rygar. I'll hold them off." As she spoke, Rygar struggled to rise while channeling advanced healing magic throughout his body. Pain pulsed with every beat of his heart, but the mental clarity that had returned now shone in his eyes. His once murky and imprecise thoughts were now sharp and focused. He realized he might have made a mistake in attacking the Joilery estate so rashly and had likely killed many innocent people, but these were things he couldn't afford to dwell on now. He was here, and now that it had begun, he would kill them all, including this old man, to ensure there were no witnesses left. He sharpened his senses, trying to detect any reinforcements that might be arriving, but he felt nothing. Then he thought, that old Donos must be the reinforcement, and he really is a massive obstacle. Even in his weakened state, he knew he couldn't allow himself to sink into pain. Every wound, every loss, was a cruel reminder of the price of the path he had chosen. But in that moment, Ghislaine's intervention offered him a new chance to regain control and keep fighting, even with only one arm. As Ghislaine fended off the attacks of the two knights, the old guard was finally forced to intervene. This put Ghislaine at a disadvantage, as the sword god style was restricted by the water god style. Yet, even so, she fought fiercely, precise and calm. Rygar, blood still dripping from his wounds but his mind now clear, gathered his strength and rose to his feet. Objectively speaking, Rygar was as strong as a king-level combatant, but it wasn't that simple. There were many variables in a person's combat strength. For example, if Rygar concentrated a large amount of mana into a single hellish slash, as he had done at the Black Troll's base, and ambushed Ghislaine, she would almost certainly be killed, and if she survived, it would be by sheer luck and with grave injuries. If he kept his distance, he could even use the king-level spell Earth Rupture to massacre an entire army, as he was almost certain he could wield its superior version, the Emperor-level Earthquake. However, in the midst of close-quarters combat, these spells couldn't be used casually. His ability to manipulate mana was already extremely fast, allowing him to cast spells even in high-speed battles, but they had their limits. Against Ghislaine, he couldn't strengthen his spells as much as usual, because a single delay would result in his defeat. Other variables included nearby allies who restricted his magic, the information the enemy had on him, natural counterattacks such as the flow of the water god style, which could cut through magic among others. This was also why he was truly enjoying lightning magic. It was fast, lethal, contained, and nearly indefensible. The same went for barrier magic, which had incredible versatility and potential. The night at Joilery's mansion was torn apart by a deafening shockwave. Sparks cut through the air as Ghislaine fought Donner Bonart and the two knights. All three opponents had mastered flow, severely restricting Ghislaine's longsword of light. They seemed unwavering, and the beast woman was at a great disadvantage. Her swift and lethal attacks were always defended against and countered. And whenever she had a chance to kill one of them, Bonart would always interfere. Ghislaine vanished into a blur, her sword whistling through the air. Her strike was met by the blade of one of the Saint Tier knights, who slightly tilted his weapon, redirecting the force of the attack into the ground. The floor cracked under the impact, but the man remained firm. Donner and the other knight moved simultaneously, flowing like waves toward Ghislaine. But Rygar, who had regained consciousness, had finally healed his wounds enough to fight. He wielded only Tsukikage, as only emptiness remained where his left arm had once been. Rygar dashed forward, his blue blade gleaming as it reflected the flames he had conjured. With a snap, he unleashed an arc of fire, attempting to force Donner to halt his attack. But the Water God King merely rotated his sword toward it, slicing vertically through the incoming wave of fire. Rygar watched intently with his magic eye. That use of Toki was truly mysterious and fascinating. TCH. Rygar growled, leaping to the side the moment a swift thrust from the other knight attempted to pierce his flank. He conjured a stone barrier between them, causing the blade to ricochet. Donner advanced, stopping beside Rygar with an upward slash. The silver blade gleamed, reflecting the lightning Rygar instinctively conjured in counterattack. Electricity exploded across the battlefield, and Donner was momentarily stunned as he witnessed this unknown magic. The speed of the attack and the element of surprise prevented him from making an adequate defensive move, sending him flying like a rag doll. The mansion's walls and pillars collapsed from the impact of the lightning. Rygar didn't stop the lightning and redirected it toward the knight closest to Ghislaine. The man felt his arm hair stand on end but remained calm. When he thought of using flow to absorb the attack, it had already struck, sending him flying dozens of meters just like the first. The knight flanking Rygar didn't allow him to continue, attacking from behind, forcing him to block with Tsukikage, interrupting his spell. Ghislaine smiled. Her body moved a mere instant after understanding what had happened. She targeted the knight attacking Rygar. Before he could react, Ghislaine was upon him, executing a perfect longsword of light. He focused all his attention on defending the lethal strike, barely managing to redirect the blow with his sword and suffering a wound to his shoulder. Rygar didn't waste the opportunity. Fighting with only one arm felt strange, but he still had his legs. He spun, confusing the knight, and landed a kick to his ribs. The force sent the knight hurtling backward, leaving a deep trench in the stone floor and crashing through wall after wall. At that moment, Donner Bonard emerged from the rubble, holding a glowing magic circle in his hand, likely what he had used to dispel the electricity from his body. Analyzing the battle, he spoke with a look of disgust. Demonic magic. Only Laplace could control magic at such a level? It seems you've delved even deeper into the demonic path than I had imagined. When Rygar saw him, he frowned. Those healing magic circles are a problem. We have to kill them immediately when we wound them. Ghislaine silently agreed and charged again, while Rygar rushed toward the other knight who had been struck by lightning before he could recover. Donner remained impassive, like a mountain. His body moved like water flowing over a rock, dodging each of Ghislaine's attacks with supernatural fluidity. Shockwaves from their clashes rippled through the debris-filled battlefield. Then, he struck. Rygar reached the knight, who was getting up and assuming the water god-style stance, but still seemed dazed. In that brief pause, Rygar channeled as much mana as he could into Tsukikage. Since his sword now required 9 times less mana for the same level of attack, even those few instants were enough for high-temperature purple flames to course along his blade. Rygar attacked with a magic-infused stance, his magic eye scanning beyond the warrior to ensure no one else was caught in the crossfire. The warrior saw Rygar's intent, and terror flashed across his face. He retreated as fast as he could, but his muscles were still stiff from the lightning. It was enough. Rygar spoke in his mind, hellish slash, reduced. The saint-level warrior desperately raised his sword to defend, but it was futile. A massive, flaming slash erupted forth. Rygar's low stance allowed him to launch the strike upward, his ascending slash tearing through the space ahead like a whirlwind of pure destruction. The purple flame expanded violently, rising like a demonic wave of fire toward the sky, consuming everything in its path. The upper half of the warrior was turned to ashes, while the lower half fell to the ground with a dull thud. Rygar heard the other knight, the one he had kicked away, screaming as he charged toward him. "Nu, you freak, I'll kill you." Meanwhile, Ghislaine struck at Donner from all sides, but the warrior remained untouchable. He raised his blade, and for an instant, the world seemed to freeze. As Ghislaine attacked once more, he used the water god-style secret technique. "Tidal flow," Donner recited, his voice as sharp as a blade. Ghislaine was moments away from completing her strike when she heard it. Her instincts screamed at her, and she abandoned the attack, leaping back. But contrary to her expectations, she couldn't escape the range of his sword no matter her speed. It felt as if she were being pulled in, as if the attack was inescapable. But Ghislaine was no ordinary warrior. She observed and analyzed the situation in an instant, making the best possible decision. She struck Donner's sword with Hiramune. Their blades clashed like a speeding car crashing into a stationary truck. Neither side gained the upper hand, and a shockwave erupted, cracking the ground around them. Ghislaine, her sharp gaze locked onto Donner, sensed the danger of this technique, realizing that this must have been what took Rygar's arm. Rygar was locked in combat with the remaining knight but used Flash Step to instantly distance himself. He began chanting earth magic. His hands glowed with heavy energy as he summoned massive stone pillars that erupted from the ground, forming impenetrable barriers that disrupted Donner's movements. But that alone wasn't enough to destabilize tidal flow. Donner reacted swiftly, cutting down any attacks aimed at him. He was confident in blocking almost any magic with his sword except for lightning magic, which forced him to retreat. But killing him wasn't Rygar's goal, only restraining him. "Now!" Rygar shouted. Ghislaine wasted no time. With her blinding speed, she surged forward like a storm, delivering a lethal strike to the last remaining knight. The man attempted to dodge using flow, but he was already exhausted and had bruised ribs. Ghislaine struck him with a swift, deep, and precise cut. He staggered, staring at the diagonal wound that had sliced through his organs and bones before collapsing heavily to the ground. The tide of battle had shifted. Donner was now alone. "It can't end like this," Donner muttered, his face dark. He tried to regain control, but Rygar and Ghislaine's confidence was overwhelming. The battle was about to take a decisive turn. With a resolute movement, Ghislaine attacked again. The Joilery mansion was rapidly crumbling from the intensity of the battle. Few structures remained standing after the relentless fighting. Donner looked around, frustration twisting his face. He knew he was only alive because he practiced the water god style, focusing on defense. But at the same time, there was no turning back. He could only stall for as long as possible. Those flashy magic attacks had undoubtedly drawn the attention of Militian. The battlefield was engulfed in chaos. The Joilery mansion, now mostly in ruins, trembled under the force of explosions and clashing blades. The intensity of the fight had devastated the area. It was only a matter of time before they killed him. One mistake, and he would be struck by lightning. But at that moment, Rygar heard, in the distance, near Milishan's gates, about 10 people rapidly approaching the mansion. They were winning, without a doubt, but time was against them. Milishan certainly wouldn't send weaklings knowing Donner was already here. Rygar was decisive. He wouldn't hesitate and allow reinforcements to arrive and settle the fight. Donner Bonart, now visibly exhausted and wounded, was struggling to maintain his composure. Rygar spoke. Ghislaine, Milishan has sent reinforcements. I'm going to free my subordinates, and we're leaving immediately. Can you hold him off? She looked at him. The intensity of the battle was immense, yet Ghislaine remained calm, her gaze unwavering, without hesitation. I can. Without hesitation, Ghislaine launched herself at Donner with lethal speed, her blade slicing through the air with precision. Donner, now more aggressive, unleashed a furious attack, using tidal flow in an attempt to regain control of the fight. Seeing the opportunity, Rygar did not hesitate. He shot forward toward the staircase leading to the prisoners, his only hand gathering lightning magic into Tsukikage. Meanwhile, Ghislaine continued pressing Donner. The force of her attacks made it impossible for the already wounded and exhausted knight to stop Rygar. Rygar quickly found the staircase and ran without stopping. The air underground was dense, saturated with the acrid scent of dried blood and rotting flesh. Heavy footsteps echoed through the damp corridors as Rygar descended the stone stairs, his mind still reverberating with the adrenaline of battle. His heart pounded rapidly, but nothing could have prepared him for what he would find below. As he crossed the final passage, he froze. The scene before him was a living nightmare. Bodies. Mutilated bodies hung from iron hooks embedded in the ceiling, their mangled forms swaying slightly in the cold, fetid air. Arms and legs had been torn off at the base, leaving only bloodied torsos and faces twisted in agony. Puddles of blood soaked the stone floor, forming a crimson swamp around the corpses. Some mouths were still open in silent screams, frozen in the torment of their last breaths. The flickering torchlight trembled over the macabre scene, casting grotesque shadows on the damp walls. At the center of the chamber, a young guard wearing the blue armor of the Templar Order held his sword with trembling hands, protecting Linster Joilery. The man who had sent assassins to kill Verdia, the one who had captured his subordinates. Beside Linster, a mage, or perhaps a priest, stood with a neutral posture, observing everything with no apparent emotion. But Rygar couldn't take his eyes off the mutilated bodies. Apparently, they were behind a magic barrier as their last line of defense. His chest tightened as he recognized the prisoners hanging near the barrier. 6 had been taken, and now, 5 were hanging. Among them, Kedar, the man who had been with Rygar since the early days of his fight against the slave traffickers in the Great Forest. Kedar was dead. There was no movement, no sign of breathing. His glazed eyes stared into nothingness, his mouth slightly open as if he still wanted to say something. Rygar felt something inside him shatter. Of the other 4, 2 were barely alive. Their weak breaths and skeletal bodies were covered in marks of torture. One of them was Taze. Only one still had all their limbs intact, unconscious, and hanging like the others. Guilt struck Rygar like a serrated blade. He should have arrived sooner. He should have been faster. His mind swirled in a whirlwind of emotions, shock, rage, sorrow, guilt. A primal scream threatened to escape his throat, his consciousness teetering on the edge, his eyes burning with restrained fury. But then, a voice cut through the silence, snapping him out of his thoughts. You see, I told you to go help in the fight. Now what will you do? Linster shouted in desperation, casting a panicked glance at the guard beside him. The young knight hesitated, adjusting his stance. We're surrounded by a king-level physical and magical barrier. And I'm here to protect you as a last resort, sir. He never finished the sentence. A thunderous crack tore through the air. In one instant, the guard was alive, in the next, his body was split in half. Rygar's blade, cloaked in violet lightning, cut through him as if slicing through air. Only after Rygar had already crossed the space between them did the shockwave hit, sending blood and viscera exploding across the floor. Rage boiled inside him like magma, his body pulsing with an almost tangible killing intent. Linster collapsed to his knees, his eyes wide with pure terror. His body trembled uncontrollably, and a foul stench filled the air as he wet himself. Don't kill me, he begged, tears and snot streaming down his face. Your master killed my parents first. Rygar didn't blink. The hatred in his gaze was deep, abyssal, something that consumed any trace of mercy within him. What a shame I don't have time to give you the most painful death possible. His voice was as cold as ice. Despite everything, you still have some luck left. Linster opened his mouth to scream, trying to utter another desperate plea, but all that was heard was the sharp crack of a stone fired at absurd speed. The projectile pierced his skull like a rifle shot, scattering bone fragments and brain matter across the bloodied floor. Linster Joilery died without even understanding what had happened. Rygar slowly turned to the priest, his eyes still burning with fury. The man showed no fear, only acceptance. If you can heal their limbs, you're free, Rygar said, his voice empty. As if he had been expecting it, the priest nodded. You can heal them faster. Their wounds aren't fatal, just blood loss. But to restore their limbs, saint-level magic is required. He pointed to a sack nearby. The bones and limbs of the 2 survivors are in there. Rygar wasted no time. He rushed to Taze and the other survivor, activating his healing magic. The wounds closed, the bleeding stopped, and their breathing steadied. It wasn't enough, but it was a start. Taze opened his eyes for a moment, his gaze empty, but a miserable smile curled his bloodied lips when he saw Rygar. I didn't tell them anything, boss. His voice was a whisper before he slipped back into unconsciousness. The smell of blood lingered in the air, thick and nauseating, mixing with the stifling heat of the hall filled with bodies. The floor was drenched in crimson, and the night's scattered entrails gave the scene a grotesque appearance. Rygar took a deep breath, suppressing the fury burning within him. There was no time for mourning now. His gaze shifted to one of the hanging bodies, still intact and breathing. Pulak, the beastman of the Adoldia race, was hanging from a hook, bound by chains, his breathing ragged and uneven. Rygar quickly approached and woke him with a slight shock. His eyes shot open, wide with terror. He choked on a sob and tried to move, but his body was still weak. When he finally focused on the figure before him, his fearful gaze turned into pure relief. Tears welled up in his eyes as he mumbled, his voice trembling. Finally, boss. The others, they. Rygar cut him off abruptly. The rumbling from the upper floor echoed through the mansion, reminding him of the urgency of the situation. Mealy's reinforcements were on their way, and he couldn't afford to waste any more time here. There's no time for explanations. Taze and Fihel are still alive. Take them back to Tanaver. His voice was firm and unwavering. And take this bag. It has their missing limbs. The journey will only take a few hours, but I'll meet you on the way. With precise movement, Rygar raised his blade and cut the chains binding Pulak, healing his wounds swiftly. The beastman collapsed onto his knees for a moment, still trying to process everything, but soon his expression changed. The fear clouding his eyes was now replaced by determination. I won't fail you again, boss. He nodded and, with effort, carefully lifted Taze and Fihel onto his shoulders. Wasting no time, Rygar raised his hand and focused his mana. The air vibrated around him, and with a single sharp glance from his magic eye, he fired a concentrated blast of fire at the ceiling. The stone structure gave way, opening a hole wide enough for Pulak to pass through. Then, he quickly molded an improvised staircase with earth magic, creating a safe path for escape. Pulak didn't hesitate. With his comrades on his shoulders, he climbed through the passage without looking back. Rygar watched his figure disappear through the opening before turning his attention to the priest, who still stood motionless amidst the massacre. Are you a saint-level healing mage? Rygar asked, his voice returning to its usual cold tone. The priest, a man in white robes with weary features, nodded slowly. Rygar narrowed his eyes. Where does House Joilery keep its spells? The man didn't hesitate. He simply pointed to a side door in the hall and answered directly. There's a barrier protecting them. The password is a combination of codes. While speaking, he was already walking toward the door, touching its surface and murmuring low incantations. A slight magical ripple swept through the invisible barrier protecting the entrance, and a metallic sound echoed as the lock disengaged. Rygar frowned. He had intended to extract information from the priest by force and then kill him, but now the situation was becoming confusing. Why was he helping so readily? He narrowed his eyes, suspicious. Who are you, and why are you helping me? The priest seemed surprised by the question. After a moment, he murmured. Didn't you make a deal with the Pope? Then why haven't you killed me? Rygar narrowed his eyes. The Pope? I made no deal. I simply invaded the Joilery house after learning that my subordinates were here. Now it was the priest's turn to look truly shocked. His face paled as he muttered. You're insane. He took a deep breath and, now showing slight fear, continued. I was sent here by the Pope to ensure your loved ones wouldn't die. Unfortunately, Kedar provoked Lord Linster too much, who killed him personally, but Taze Adoldia and Fihel are only alive because I kept them that way. Someone from your legion contacted the Pope's faction after the kidnapping, since you weren't around to help. That's why I thought you hadn't killed me, because that was the deal. Sweat began to drip down the priest's forehead as his eyes darted to the shattered remains of the Joilery knight on the ground. It was obvious he had realized how close he had been to death. Rygar remained silent for a moment. His gaze fixed on the priest, evaluating his breathing and heartbeat. Nothing indicated a lie. That only deepened his disappointment in himself. His rage had completely blinded him. And now, the mistakes he had made that night could not be erased. At last, he sighed. I'll believe you, for now. The priest nodded quickly, relieved. Without further delay, Rygar entered the spell chamber of the Joilery house. The shelves were filled with ancient grimoires and well-preserved scrolls. His eyes scanned the rows of books, quickly grabbing any spell or enchantment he had yet to master. His master possessed vast knowledge, and few books here were new to him. However, what he managed to gather amounted to a heavy backpack. And then, his eyes widened as he found something unexpected. A healing spell and some detoxification spells at saint level. In just 30 seconds, he gathered everything he could carry and left the chamber, still feeling his heart pounding as memories of his actions that night surfaced. He couldn't afford to stop and think. Rygar took a deep breath, focusing on his surroundings. His beastly senses picked up the faintest sounds from the surface. With his sharpened hearing, he discerned the heavy, coordinated footsteps of Mealy's reinforcements approaching the main entrance of the Joilery house. His magic-enhanced eyes gleamed as they pierced through walls and obstacles, revealing the presence of multiple warriors emerging from the shadows of the night. Time was against him. Outside, the battle was still ongoing. Ghislaine, the Black Wolf, faced Donner Bonart, master of the Water God style. The fight was evenly matched. As fast and precise as she was, the fluid and relentless form of Donner's defense nullified her attacks. Her blade was deflected, her offense repelled. However, Ghislaine's beastly instincts allowed her to avoid the lethal strikes of the secret technique, tide flow, keeping her alive. Then, realizing the disadvantage of continuing the duel, Ghislaine leaped back, putting distance between herself and her opponent. The next instant, the ground where she had stood was shattered by a brutal impact. A massive hammer descended like thunder, cracking the earth with its destructive force. The blow came from one of the new opponents who had just arrived. 10 knights emerged around the battlefield, their armor gleaming under the moonlight. The silver, blue, and white colors marked their affiliations: Knights of the Church Order, the Temple Order, and the Order of Instruction. Each of them was at least a saint-level warrior. 4 of them, however, emanated an even more menacing presence, surpassing that classification. At the center of the group, imposing and unshakable, stood Galgard Nashvenik, the man known as the strongest man in Melees, commander of the Order of Instruction. His silver armor shone brilliantly, his broad sword resting at his waist like a slumbering beast. The aura he exuded was heavy, dense, almost suffocating. Ghislaine glanced at him and frowned. He was dangerous, almost as dangerous as her master, Galfarian. The priests moved quickly, healing Donner Bonart while Galgard analyzed the scene. His cold, meticulous gaze studied Ghislaine, capturing every detail of her stance. Then, his voice cut through the silence like a sharp blade. What does the renowned Black Wolf have against Melees to justify this attack? His voice was deep, expressionless, laden with absolute authority. He rarely smiled, and even standing still, his presence was overwhelming. Ghislaine remained firm, her expression serious and vigilant. I came to help a friend. Her response was simple, but her determination was clear. Before Galgard could respond, the ground beneath them exploded. From underground, a figure emerged, engulfed in blazing flames. The searing heat spread instantly, distorting the air around him and making the knights instinctively step back. The presence was overwhelming. Rygar Adoldia burst from the rubble, wielding Tsukikage with his lone arm. Fierce flames enveloped the blue blade, dancing like hungry serpents. His expression was calm, but his eyes burned with incandescent determination. Ghislaine, fall back. Leave this to me. His voice was firm, unquestionable. Ghislaine hesitated for a second, analyzing his expression. Then, seeing the unwavering confidence in him, she nodded and stepped back. Rygar turned his gaze to Galgard and the other knights. He raised his voice, clear and imposing. I am Rygar Adoldia, of the Dadia tribe and leader of the Iron Legion. Silence lingered for a moment. Then, one of the knights from the Temple Order muttered, his tone dripping with contempt. Don't forget to add genocidal to your introduction. Before he could continue, Galgard shot him a sharp look. The knight immediately fell silent, feeling the weight of his leader's presence. Rygar did not waver. His flames flared, crackling with increasing intensity. His gaze locked onto the strongest man of the Order of Instruction. The tension was palpable. Rygar Adoldia. The name was spoken firmly by Galgard Nashvenik. The man kept his eyes fixed on the figure before him. Rygar's sword, Tsukikage, burned with violent blue flames, and the ground around them had turned into a sea of molten rock. The scorching heat distorted the air, and the nearby walls were already turning to ash. Even so, Galgard did not move. I hope you have a good explanation for your indiscriminate massacre of the Knights of the Temple Order and House Joilery. His voice was as sharp as his blade, each word carefully chosen. Rygar raised an eyebrow at the choice of words. He didn't say Knights of Melees but instead deliberately separated the groups, leaving room for justification. Even so, the knights surrounding Galgard frowned, some clenching their fists, others their jaws. Their anger was palpable, but still contained by the presence of their commander. Rygar took a deep breath, expanding his barrier against the heat so that his own flames wouldn't consume him. I came to rescue my subordinates, who were being cruelly tortured and killed when I arrived. His voice carried pure hatred. Galgard continued staring at him, seemingly unfazed by the fire accumulating on the blade. And do you have proof of these events? Rygar scoffed, mocking. Just look in the mansion's underground. You will see the rot of a noble Melees house. He spat on the ground, but the saliva evaporated before it even touched it. The knights shifted, even more irritated. However, none of them moved. Everyone there knew what that sword in Rygar's hand had done in the Zandport forest. They hesitated not out of a lack of courage but out of pure survival instinct. Galgard furrowed his brow, his expression growing even more severe. That justifies the guards and even the Joilery family. But what about the servants? Even the children who lived in this mansion? Is this how the Iron Legion does things? Those words hit Rygar like an invisible strike. For a moment, his mind went blank. He had been avoiding and pushing these thoughts to the back of his mind. Amidst the heat of battle, his fury, and thirst for revenge, he had struck indiscriminately. But he couldn't afford to show weakness now. Taze Adoldia is 13 years old, he retorted aggressively, trying to stifle the growing guilt. Do you think he's not a child? I found him mutilated, missing all 4 limbs, covered in lacerations. Is this how Melees does things? His voice trembled with genuine rage, but his own justification sounded hollow even to himself. The images of the battle resurfaced in his mind. He remembered the cuts he had inflicted, the fire-consuming bodies that perhaps weren't warriors, the absolute destruction he had caused. And now, faced with Galgard's accusation, he tried to appear unaffected. Galgard remained silent, but his expression hardened, a slight disgust clearly discernible on his face. Indeed, the Joilery family deserved the fate that befell them, if your claims are true. But from what I've heard, Taze Didadia was a warrior. The children in this mansion were not. His gaze swept across the scene. The Church of Meles offered a partnership, yet you spat on our goodwill by massacring civilians and innocents due to your own petty rage. I must say, from the stories I've heard of the Red Wolf, I expected more. Every word Galgard spoke was like a dagger piercing him. The insults hurt even more when they were true. And the truth was that at the first real hardship he encountered, Rygar lost control and threw away any cooperation Meles might have been willing to offer. But I don't want to risk you still being in a frenzy and deciding to unleash your magic upon Meles and my men without regard for innocent lives. His gaze held a measure of caution, but also a barely concealed contempt. The temperature around them rose uncontrollably. The hellish slash was fully formed. The Saint-level knights had retreated due to the heat, while the King-level ones barely remained standing. Rygar's skin burned and regenerated simultaneously due to the proximity of his own devastating energy. But Galgard did not yield. He raised a hand and touched the sheathed sword at his waist. In the next instant, an oppressive aura spread through the air. Its weight bore down on Rygar like a mountain, and he knew, without a doubt, that Galgard was an opponent he could not defeat in a direct duel. Not even by unleashing the hellish slash at this distance. Stand down immediately. Galgard's voice was an absolute command. And a warning: if you ever point that flaming sword at the city of Meles again, I will hunt you to the ends of the world, no matter the price I must pay. Rygar felt his heart grow heavy. He wanted to fight. He wanted to scream. He wanted to argue and say that he was right. But the words got caught in his throat. No experience in either of his lives had prepared him for this situation. He took a deep breath, trying to steady his breathing, then murmured, "Ghislaine, let's fall back." The flames around Tsukakage still roared as he turned, walking slowly toward the forest. Little by little, the intensity of the flames waned, but the weight in his chest did not lessen. With every step he took, he felt as if something inside him was changing, as if he were nothing more than a bandit fleeing the scene of a crime. When he looked back, he saw the Joilery mansion disappearing into the distance. And for the first time in a long while, Rygar wondered if, that night, he had become exactly kind of person who wanted to destroy. The forest seemed to swallow everything around Rygar. He and Ghislaine ran side by side. He, with slumped shoulders, his body covered in dirt and blood, and his left arm missing, did not exchange a single word. Every step he took without something pressing him to act was more time for him to think. He could not clearly remember the attack on the Joilery estate. But in some ways, that made it worse. He only recalled flashes. Anything that moved was mercilessly slaughtered in his fury, and images of him tearing out the throats of guards and servants flashed in sequence through his mind as his thoughts began to settle. Every movement felt heavier than the last. Every second he ran without something to distract him. The weight of guilt seemed to glue his feet to the ground. He could no longer shake off the image of the dead, their screams, the sound of his claws cutting through flesh the same way his doubts were cutting through himself. The silence stretched between them. Ghislaine, running with the energy that kept her moving forward, noticed something was wrong. The boy, once so focused and direct, now seemed distant, lost in thoughts she could not guess. Each passing second was another step toward the abyss he was sinking into. But she was not good with words, nor with comfort. So she simply remained silent, glancing at him sideways while keeping her pace steady. Ghislaine's eyes drifted toward him for a moment. When she first met Rygar, she thought of him as a prodigy, a boy with more talent than anyone she had ever seen. But as time passed and she learned more about him, what fascinated her the most was his intelligence and the maturity he displayed, always so focused and capable. When he faced the Holy Order of Meles, she admired his courage and fighting spirit. Over time, without realizing it, she had begun to see him as an equal. But now, something about his posture had changed. Then, finally, they spotted the rest of the group. Polak, Taze, and Fihel were ahead, running quickly. Polak, carrying Taze and Fihel on his shoulders, seemed slower than usual. When he noticed the two approaching, he slowed down, abruptly stopping and turning to face them. Without hesitation, Rygar shouted, "Polak, it's us." The beastman stopped, and upon seeing Rygar's condition, his eyes widened. He stared for a moment, but what shocked him the most was the absence of his leader's arm. Horror spread across his face. "Boss, your arm," he exclaimed, panic evident in his voice. Rygar took a deep breath, as if trying to shake off the weight on his shoulders. "Don't worry about that. Give me the two of them. We need to get back as quickly as possible." Polak glanced at Ghislaine, but she remained expressionless, her gaze focused elsewhere. He wanted to ask more, but seeing Rygar's grim expression, he knew he shouldn't. The decision was made in silence, and the three of them departed without another word, heading for the Iron Legion's base. Tanaver was close to Milishan. Just a few hours of running would be enough to reach it. Rygar and Ghislaine arrived even faster, fueled by Rygar's fury. What awaited them at the base initially seemed like relief, but quickly became another reminder of the battle, a reconstruction after destruction. The scene was one of frantic activity. The base was being rebuilt, rising more imposing than before. Markers and targets were placed along the walls, and new plans for fortifications were being drawn. Upon arrival, Rygar quickly distanced himself, speaking to no one. He approached Polak, who watched him with a mixture of concern and reverence. "Tell everyone I'll be learning Saint Tier healing magic to heal Taze and my arm. I don't want to be disturbed," Rygar ordered, his voice low but carrying a weight that was not just physical. Polak wanted to say something, wanted to question him, but fear and apprehension silenced him. He simply nodded, understanding that his leader was not himself. Rygar walked toward the main building, his residence Ghislaine following in silence. When their leader departed, all Polak could do was watch, a strange sense of helplessness consuming him. It was obvious that Rygar was deeply troubled, but why? What had truly happened? Rygar, meanwhile, walked in silence. The pain of losing his arm did not bother him as much as his own thoughts. He felt utterly unworthy. His role as leader seemed empty to him now. How could he be worthy of leading when he was the first to succumb to chaos when faced with difficulty? The massacre he caused, the suffering he inflicted. He no longer knew who he was. Learning Saint Tier healing magic would only be a band-aid, a temporary fix for a much deeper problem. Since Rygar was reborn into this world, he had been confident he would achieve great things with his knowledge. The more he grew, the more he saw the injustices in this world against his race and many others, and he decided he would change that. His confidence grew with each passing moment, reinforced by those around him. He had ambition, an ambition born and strengthened by everyone around him since birth. They called him strong, talented, and just. He never saw himself as a hero, he never cared for those who were not close to him. He would kill his enemies without hesitation. That was what his instructors had taught him. But they had also taught him leniency and the wisdom to judge who was an enemy and who was not. He could blame all his mistakes on his beastly instincts, but would that bring back the innocent people he had slaughtered? I thought I would have more control after reaching Saint Tier. The confidence he had built based on his strength and the people who believed in him was gradually beginning to fade. Am I really someone worthy of being followed? How am I supposed to look them in the eyes? How can I give orders again? Will they still follow me out of respect and not out of fear? He pondered as the corridors of the base seemed to stretch endlessly before him. He no longer felt like the leader he once was. He felt smaller than anyone else there. Meanwhile, at the time of teleportation, POV, Rudeus Greyrat, I was dreaming. In this dream, I was flying through the air, holding SYLPHY in my arms. My mind was hazy, but somehow, I knew I was flying. The world around me was nothing more than a blur, with shapes and colors constantly shifting. I soared through the air like a sound wave or a particle of light, my body randomly tossed in different directions. I didn't know why this was happening, but I was certain of one thing: no matter what I tried, I would eventually lose speed and crash into the ground. So I focused. I looked down at the ever-changing landscape, trying to find a relatively safe place to land. Something inside me was screaming that I had to do this if I wanted to survive. Even so, we were going too fast. And suddenly, we started to slow down. Ah, shit. I'm gonna fall. Panic surged in my chest, but now I could see the ground below me clearly. I needed to land in a field. Crashing into the ocean or hitting solid ground directly would be bad. The forests would obviously be dangerous, but if I could aim for a field. I forced myself to land, hoping for the best. Our speed rapidly decreased as we dived toward a vast stretch of yellowish desert land. A moment later, I lost consciousness. When I opened my eyes, I found myself in a completely white, empty space. Some kind of lucid dream? However, for some reason, my body felt strangely heavy. I looked at myself and widened my eyes. I was back in the old, familiar form I had for 34 years. Seeing this, memories of my previous life resurfaced. I was still the same bitter, vile, insecure, and selfish trash as ever. The 7 years I spent as Rudeus suddenly felt like nothing more than a dream. A crushing wave of disappointment washed over me. I had returned to my old, pathetic body, and I found it disturbingly easy to accept. So it really was just a dream, huh? As far as dreams go, it lasted a ridiculously long time. But in the end, it was all too good to be true. I was born into a loving family and managed to befriend my master Roxy and SYLPHY. I guess it was good for 7 years of life. Still, I wanted to enjoy that life a little longer. Well, I guess it's over now. As I thought that, my attention drifted. Eventually, I noticed that a strange figure had appeared right in front of me. The individual had a blank face, with nothing on it except a huge, wide grin. I simply couldn't make out any distinguishing features. Whenever I tried to focus on a specific part of their face, it would immediately fade from my memory. My mind refused to form their image. It almost felt like a person was being blurred out by a pixelated mosaic. Still, somehow, I got the impression that I was dealing with someone calm and patient. Hey, you. Nice to meet you, Rudeus. I had been so busy drowning in self-pity, and now some weird, censored guy like in a porno was calling out to chat. Actually, that voice was pretty ambiguous. Maybe it was a guy, maybe a girl. Please, let it be a girl. That would make the pixelated thing seem kinda sexy, wouldn't it? Hello? Can you hear me? Yeah, sure. Nice to meet you. Excellent. It's good to see you have some manners. I hadn't actually spoken out loud, but it seemed like my new friend here could hear my thoughts. I figured it would be best to keep communicating that way. Wow, nothing rattles you, does it? That's definitely not true. Ihihi. No need to be so modest. Anyway, you are, who or what, exactly? Can't you figure that out for yourself? I can barely see anything beyond a mosaic. Are you the mighty sperm man or something? The mighty sperm man? Who's that? Does he look like me? Oh, definitely. He's got all his pixels blurred out, just like you? So there's someone like me in your world too. Well, no, not really. What? Right, let's move on. I'm a god. The human god, to be specific. The human god. Sure. I must say, you don't seem very impressed. I'm just wondering why a god would waste time talking to me, I guess. Also, isn't it a little late for you to show up? The god is supposed to appear in the first chapter, don't you think? The first chapter? What do you mean by that? Never mind, it's nothing. Please, continue. Right. Anyway, I've been watching you for some time now. You've been living quite an interesting life. Spying is always fun, isn't it? Oh, absolutely. And that's why I decided to take care of you. You're taking care of me? Wow, thanks. Speaking of superiority, what am I, your pet or something? Come on, no need to be so hostile. I'm only talking to you because I can see you're really in trouble right now. Well, it is a critical situation. Anyone who suddenly shows up offering to solve all your problems while you're struggling is definitely a scammer. No, I'm on your side, buddy. Huh? And now we're buddies? Don't make me laugh. I met guys just like you in my past life, pal. People who showed up and said, do your best or I'll take care of you. They were all liars. They didn't really care. They just assumed everything would go the way they wanted once they lured me out of my room. No one ever tried to understand the real problem. Everything you're saying reminds me of those people. I'll never trust you. My, that is a problem. Then how about I just give you a piece of advice? Advice. That's right. Feel free to ignore it completely if you want. Right. I get it. So this is your method. I know this one too. People loved giving me advice. They thought they could shove a bunch of self-help into me and make me focus on something other than my own misery. Give me a break, just get to the point. What good is a positive thought going to do for me now? I've already passed the point where my emotional state makes any difference. Being optimistic will only lead to more pain in the future. I mean, this is exactly the case in question. Why the hell did you let me dream? Alternate reality, my ass. I clung to this second chance at life, and then you come along and pull the rug out from under me? Did you really have to be such a damn sadist? Wait a minute. I think you don't understand what's happening. I want to help you with your current life, not your previous one. Then why am I like this? This is your astral form. It's different from your current body. My astral form. That's right. Your body is perfectly fine. So, this is just a dream? When I wake up, I won't be stuck in this horrible body. That's right. Since you're dreaming now, you'll go back to normal as soon as you wake up. Better now. Wow. Alright. So this is just some weird dream. Well, it's not just a dream. I'm speaking directly into your mind. It's hard to believe that your mental image would be so different from your real body. Telepathy, huh? Fine, whatever. But what do you actually want from me? Do you plan on sending me back to my old world? Since I don't belong here or something like that. Don't be ridiculous. I couldn't send you anywhere other than the hexafacial world, obviously. Maybe that's obvious to you, but I'm in the dark here. A very reasonable point. Wait a minute. If you can't send me back, then you're not the one who reincarnated me into this world, are you? Exactly. Anyway, reincarnation isn't my department. That's the specialty of a certain nasty dragon god. HRM. So there's even an evil dragon involved? Anyway, do you want to hear my advice or not? No, thanks. Why not? You really give off the impression of a con artist. And that's really a good reason to ignore me? At this rate, you'll end up dead. I will? Why? The Begarit continent is a very dangerous place. For one, there's not much to eat. On the other hand, it's full of monsters and labyrinths, especially compared to the central continent. You don't know their language, and nothing will be like what you expected from your old home. Are you really confident you can survive? The Begarit continent? What? Hold on a second. You mean the desert on the other side of the world? Why would I be there? You were caught in a massive magical disaster. You ended up being teleported. A magical disaster? Are you talking about that light? That's right. So that was some kind of teleportation spell. Wait. I wasn't the only one hit by that thing. The people from Buena Village were teleported too. Do you know anything about that, buddy? Would you really believe my answer? You don't even want to hear my advice. Good point. You'd probably just lie and laugh about it. All I'll say is that they're all praying for your safety. Everyone wants you to return alive. Well, yeah, of course, they do. Did you really believe that? Isn't there a part of you that thinks they might have been relieved to be rid of you? Yeah, I'd be lying if I said that thought hadn't crossed my mind. At the end of my old life, no one cared whether I lived or died. I still have some self-esteem issues because of that. Well, people in this world care about you. It's better if you come back in one piece. Alright, you're right. I won't give you any guarantees, but I think you have a good chance of making it back alive if you follow my advice. Wait, before that, I want to know why you're doing this. Why are you so concerned about me? You're persistent. I just think things will be more entertaining if you stay alive, got it? Isn't that enough? People who only care about their own amusement tend to be scumbags, you should know. Is that how it was in your past life? All the time. I met some guys like that, and they all loved making others dance like puppets just for fun. Well, I like doing that from time to time too. I won't deny it. And what's so fun about watching me? You're just interesting, that's all. I almost never get to see what someone from a completely different world is doing. Great. So, I'm a pet monkey, and you want to teach me some new tricks. Is that it? Sigh. Look. You haven't forgotten my question, have you? What question? Then I'll repeat it. Are you sure you can survive? Stuck in a dangerous and unfamiliar land? No, not really? Then maybe you should listen to me. Like I said, it's up to you whether you follow my suggestions or not. Alright. Fine. I get it. Go ahead, give me your advice if that's what you want. What was the whole point of this pompous conversation, anyway? You could have just told me what I need to do from the start and saved me the headache. Okay. Now listen carefully, young Rudeus. Right after you wake up, you'll see a scorching desert. Make it rain as hard as you can and build a house out of earth. As those last fleeting words echoed into the void, the blurred god disappeared completely. POV, Rudeus Greyrat. Rudeus woke up with a burning sensation on his skin, the scorching desert heat almost making him lose consciousness again. A deep pain coursed through his entire body, as if he were being crushed by a giant boulder. His muscles were tense, and he could barely move. He blinked, trying to focus, and that was when he saw Sylphy, unconscious by his side. Her hair, once greenish, was now whitish, almost silver. With difficulty, he tried to move, which only intensified the pain, but he managed to get closer to Sylphy. He looked at her face still pale and marked with burns, and a small crater surrounded them, formed by something perhaps their fall. He decided to wake her up. Sylphy couldn't stay like this, unconscious, in the middle of this hell. Sylphy, he murmured, almost without strength, as he ran his hand through her hair, feeling the rough texture of the sand. She stirred slightly but didn't wake up. Rudeus tried again, now with more urgency, shaking her shoulders a little. Sylphy, wake up. Finally, she slowly opened her eyes, gasping, as if waking from a nightmare. She brought a hand to her head, confused, and when she saw Rudeus, she embraced him tightly, her breathing heavy and her eyes welling with tears. Rudy, where are we? What happened? She was visibly frightened, her body sweaty, her skin irritated by the scorching heat, with subtle burns scattered across her face. Rudeus hugged her back for a moment, trying to comfort her, but a feeling of despair began to rise within him, mixing with the pain and unbearable heat. He pulled away, trying to look around, trying to understand their situation. The sight before him was an endless desert, dunes stretching as far as the eye could see, with no signs of life, no shade to take refuge in. I'm not sure, he answered in a hoarse voice. But if I'm right, we're in a very dangerous place. A place full of monsters that we can't even dream of facing. Sylphy looked around, her eyes wide with surprise and fear. But, what about everyone in Buena Village? What happened to them? Rudeus closed his eyes and let out a deep sigh. I don't know, Sylphy. They could be anywhere now. You have to trust me, I'll get us back home. I swear I will. Sylphy, still teary-eyed, nodded, wiping her tears. I trust you, Rudy. He smiled, a forced smile, and then stood up, feeling the pain spreading through his muscles. He looked at the horizon again, trying to process everything. If that human god wasn't lying, they must be in the Begarit continent. Master Roxy always spoke of this place as the second most dangerous, only losing to the demon continent. And he knew that if they didn't find help soon, death would only be a matter of time. Sylphy, this is probably going to be really tough, but we need to stay calm, Rudeus said, still gazing at the horizon. Right now, we have to look for civilization. If we don't find anyone, the monsters will be the least of our problems. We'll starve? He thought for a moment, an idea crossing his mind. Or maybe we could hunt the monsters? The human god told me to make it rain, but how could that help us? But before he could dwell on it any longer, he looked at Sylphy, who seemed to have composed herself a bit. Sylphy, let's get moving. We need to find a town. Cover yourself with your hood, we can't afford to get heat stroke. Sylphy, still somewhat confused, looked at him with slightly lost eyes. Heat stroke. Rudeus gave a crooked smile, remembering that she was still just a child. It's what happens when we stay in the sun for too long. Come on, don't worry, we'll get through this. They started walking, the sun burning even more intensely. The sand wrapped around them as they cautiously moved forward, each step heavy and exhausting. Rudeus kept his wand ready, prepared to face anything that appeared at any moment, since any monster that showed up would be yet another threat to their survival. But for now, their greatest enemy seemed to be the desert itself. The sun remained merciless in the scorching sky of Begarit, burning everything in its reach. After hours of wandering aimlessly through the dunes, Rudeus felt every muscle in his small body begging for rest. Even though he had healed both his and Sylphy's wounds, exhaustion was inevitable. He might have been talented in magic, but at the end of the day, his body was still that of a mere 7-year-old child. Beside him, Sylphy was in an even worse state. Her face was red from the intense heat, her steps were wobbly, and her breathing was uneven. Rudeus felt a pang of concern. If they kept going like this, they wouldn't survive much longer. He reflected on the human god's advice. Make it rain and build a house of stone. The suggestion seemed strange, but at the moment, it was the only lead he had. Determined, he stopped and gripped his wand, raising it to the sky. Sylphy, I'm going to make it rain, he warned, his voice hoarse from thirst. She lifted her eyes to him, surprised, but didn't question it. She just hugged herself, trying to keep the heat at bay. Rudeus took a deep breath and began casting his most powerful magic silently, focusing solely on the feeling. Cumulonimbus. The clear sky darkened rapidly. Heavy, dark clouds formed above them, bringing a welcome coolness to the relentless desert. Within seconds, thick raindrops began to fall, splashing onto the hot sand and creating small clouds of steam. Sylphy widened her eyes as she felt the rain wet her face. This is incredible, she murmured, astonished. She had never seen saint-level magic before. In that moment, even with all the exhaustion, a smile appeared on her face. Feeling the cold water on her dried skin was an indescribable relief. Rudeus, however, was already focused on his next spell. Using chantless magic, he shaped the ground around them, raising a solid stone structure. It wasn't elaborate, but it would be enough to shield them from the storm he had created. Once inside, he looked at Sylphy, whose wet hair now appeared as white as snow. With a gentle touch, he dried her damp strands with a soft wind spell. Get some rest, Sylphy. I'll keep watch, he said. She hesitated, but exhaustion won. Too tired to resist, she leaned against Rudeus's shoulder and quickly fell asleep. The boy looked at her for a moment, feeling his sense of responsibility grow even stronger. He had promised to take her back home. No matter what it took, he would keep that promise. Without realizing it, he also fell asleep, his mind and body finally giving into exhaustion. A shrill and excited voice abruptly tore him from his rest. Hey, isn't it dangerous to sleep in the middle of the desert? Rudeus' eyes snapped open, and his hand instinctively reached for his staff, but it wasn't there. What? He looked up and saw a man holding his staff with a playful expression. The stranger had dark skin and long, curly hair, partially covered by a bandana. His face bore a wide, mischievous grin, and one of his eyes was hidden beneath an eye patch. He wore metal necklaces and bracelets, and his clothes were disheveled, as if they had been thrown on carelessly. The most intimidating thing about him was the arsenal he carried on his waist, a scimitar, a short sword, daggers, and other smaller blades, all looking razor-sharp. Sylphy shrank behind Rudeus, clutching his tunic tightly. He could feel her trembling but remained calm. What are two kids doing alone in the desert? The man asked in the fighting god language, his tone casual but with a gleam of curiosity in his eyes. Rudeus frowned. He didn't understand the language. I don't speak your language, he responded cautiously. The man blinked in surprise before letting out a laugh. You're from the central continent? Huh? Now I'm even more curious. He switched to the human language with impressive fluency. His grin widened. Rudeus kept his defensive posture, not looking away. Who are you? The man twirled Rudeus' staff between his fingers and returned it with a quick motion, as if it were a toy. I'm Lyrax, a part-time assassin and the leader of the mercenary group Tyrant Storm. Rudeus blinked. What? Lyrax crossed his arms, evaluating the children before him. And it's decided? You two are now provisional members of Tyrant Storm. Rudeus' jaw dropped. What? In the Meles continent. The office was a vast and imposing room, filled with luxurious details that highlighted the wealth and power present there. The walls were covered with finely embroidered tapestries, and golden columns supported a ceiling artistically painted with scenes from Meles' sacred history. The polished marble floor reflected the light of the ornate chandeliers, while a massive stained glass window behind the main chair cast multicolored light across the room. Shelves filled with ancient tomes and sacred relics lined the sides of the chamber, and in the center, a mahogany table with gold detailing separated the two men present. Seated in an ornate chair with blue velvet upholstery was Harry Grimoire, the current pope of the Meles religion. His face was wrinkled with age, but his expression remained serene and calculating. He wore ceremonial robes embroidered in gold, with a staff resting beside the table. On the other side, standing rigidly with a stern expression, was Galgard Nashvenik, his posture exuding impatience. Crossing his arms and furrowing his brows, Galgard spoke firmly. It doesn't matter what kind of feats he has supposedly accomplished. Most of them might just be fabrications. I accused him of massacring the innocent at the Joilery estate, and he didn't deny it. He is a threat, Your Holiness. Harry remained silent for a moment, his fingers interlocked on the table as he pondered. Then, in a measured and controlled tone, he replied. Have you considered that the fact he didn't deny it might actually be a good thing? Didn't he seem guiltless to you? Galgard's brow furrowed, his face showing clear displeasure. That is irrelevant. Only the facts matter. Harry sighed, leaning back slightly in his chair before continuing. According to our reports, he had some outbursts in the Great Forest but managed to control them after the age of 6. His indiscriminate slaughter is undoubtedly a terrible crime, but the Iron Legion he commands represents a turning point in history. Most of the tribes in the Great Forest have already joined this organization. It won't be long before the Great Forest becomes a unified force. Galgard's expression hardened, but he remained silent, listening as the Pope continued. Moreover, he accepts all races without discrimination. In the Iron Legion, there are beastmen, humans, dwarves, elves, and even demons, all fighting under the same banner. Isn't that exactly what the Acceptance faction has been striving for all this time? Galgard kept his gaze fixed on the Pope, his fists clenched. Harry, noticing his hesitation, decided to touch on an even more sensitive topic. Cardinal LeBlanc McFarlane claims that one of his priests had a dream where he was warned by Saint Meles himself about this attack. He didn't believe it before, but now he does. According to his visions, Rygar will completely eradicate Meles. If he manages to convince his faction of this, and you are not there to intervene, it could be the spark that ignites a war between the Church and the Iron Legion. What could have been an opportunity for change might end up bringing only blood and death. Isn't preventing that exactly what your order of instruction seeks to achieve? Galgard remained motionless for a few seconds, reflecting. He took a deep breath, his mind replaying the moment when Rygar's sword was pointed at him, imbued with that unknown classification spell. He couldn't deny the sense of danger he had felt. Finally, he broke the silence. I will prevent them from starting a war. But keep one thing in mind, Your Holiness. He raised his gaze, his expression resolute. You tried to negotiate with them and were willing to start partnerships. He ignored that and attacked Mealy's directly. He paused before continuing. The Joilery family was a disgrace, but not sparing the servants and children in the mansion is something utterly dishonorable. I don't entirely dismiss the possibility that he truly is the threat that will destroy Mealy's. If he directs his aggression here again, I will not hesitate to kill him, no matter what he represents. He turned and began walking away, stopping midway to speak without turning back. Besides, Linster Joilery's children and wife left the house before the attack. They won't sit idly by. Rygar was sitting at a table in his room at the Iron Legion base, completely absorbed in studying the saint-level healing spell. The pages of his notes were spread out before him, illuminated by the light of a candle. His basic knowledge of chemistry and biology helped him understand the principles behind healing magic. Unlike lower-level spells, this one demanded precise control. A mistake could result in improper regeneration or even instability in the reconstructed tissue, leading to greater damage or deformities. He focused all his attention on learning, avoiding the dark thoughts that had been surfacing since his last battle. Time passed without him noticing, and when he finally realized it, 37 hours had elapsed. He was a bit mentally exhausted, but confident, so he decided it was time to test the spell, and he thought it would be safer to test it on himself. Taking the bones of his own amputated arm that he had collected from the battlefield, he took a deep breath, holding them firmly. He felt the magical energy flowing within him, carefully shaping it before he began to recite the incantation. O sacred guardian of the firmament, herald of purity and restorer of souls, may your immaculate light descend upon this wounded body. Rebuild the flesh, align the bones, and weave life where death looms. Dispel the pain, expel decay, and restore the form to its original perfection. By the miracle of the heavens, may every wound be undone and life renewed. Holy healing. As soon as he finished the words, a golden, pure light enveloped his mutilated arm. The light thickened around the bones, and then the process of regeneration began. First, he felt a deep itch, as if thousands of insects were crawling across his skin and thousands of needles were piercing his nerves. It was an extreme discomfort, but he remained still, watching in fascination as muscles, tendons, and skin recreated and reconnected magically. The nerves reformed, sending uncomfortable jolts through his arm. Veins emerged, spreading like branches of a tree until they reconnected with his circulatory system. The skin sealed the regeneration, leaving his arm identical to the original, without any scars. Rygar moved his fingers slowly, testing their functionality. He still felt a slight tingling, but overall, it seemed perfect. A smile formed on his lips as he thought of his previous world where feats performed with advanced healing magic could still be achieved in the realm of earth, but regenerating limbs? That was something of legend in his old world. Now that he had managed to master this magic, Rygar could someday teach it to his mentor. Not even Verdio possessed a healing spell of this level. That thought sparked a flame of pride within him, but it was quickly replaced by the reality of his responsibilities. He rose and walked to the door, opening it. The corridor was silent. No one had disturbed him during his isolation. But that did not mean he could continue avoiding the consequences of his actions. He would have to deal with everything sooner or later. Taking a deep breath, he called over one of the nearby guards. I'm going to Heeltaze and Fihel. Gather all the division commanders for a meeting in the main hall in 3 hours. The guard was surprised to see him appear suddenly, and was even more astonished to see his fully restored arm, but he promptly replied, Yes, sir. Rygar nodded and then activated his magic eye to locate Taze and Fihel. What he saw surprised him. A project for a wall around the base was underway. The project was still in its early stages, but there were hundreds of members digging trenches as preparation. Furthermore, the Iron Legion seemed much busier than when he had left for the dwarf tribe. Walking through the camp, he felt eyes upon him. Many members greeted him with reverence, and not just the veterans. Even new recruits he had never seen before showed great admiration. The respect and devotion were evident in their eyes. He crossed the camp, his gaze being drawn to the training field, where a red-haired girl was fighting with passion against Idar. It was Eris. She attacked with ferocity, trying to outdo Idar in every possible way. For a moment, Rygar thought about watching her a little longer, but he continued on his way. There were other priorities at the moment. Continuing his journey, he felt the weight of his mistakes pressing on his chest. Many people had died because he was not there. His decision to attack the Joilery estate could have ruined any possibility of cooperation with Mealy's, in addition to resulting in the massacre of innocents. Yet, the Legion seemed to be prospering more than ever. This paradox confused him. Were his actions truly right? Or was he just convincing himself that he was doing what was necessary? With no answers, he simply sighed and kept walking. Soon, he would have to face the truth. Rygar entered the room silently, his heavy steps echoing in the space. Taze and Fihel were lying in their beds, their bodies covered by thin sheets, but the marks of what they had suffered were still evident. Fihel remained motionless, staring at the ceiling with a vacant look, while Taze, even without limbs, seemed restless. However, something caught Rygar's attention, a subtle movement in the flow of Taze mana. He furrowed his brow and activated his magic eye, allowing his vision to penetrate the invisible layers of reality. What he saw shocked him deeply. Taze was trying to manipulate his mana without arms or legs. And, to his surprise, he already seemed to have had some success. Without wasting time, Rygar approached the healer watching over the two and said calmly, "Leave us alone." The woman nodded respectfully and left the room without hesitation. As soon as the door closed, Taze lifted his eyes to Rygar and, with a sarcastic smile, broke the silence. "Who would have thought you'd lose an arm?" His voice carried an acerbic humor. "I must say, I was beginning to get used to this arrangement. I feel like I've improved my mana manipulation a lot, ha ha ha." Rygar remained silent for a moment, observing him intently. His magic eye saw more than just mana. It captured heartbeats, small muscle twitches, irregular breaths. Taze was hiding his pain, hiding behind jokes to avoid confronting reality. Only he, Fihel, and Polak knew what they had truly endured within that damned mansion. Unlike Taze, who made an effort to maintain his composure, Fihel didn't even try to hide his trauma. His eyes were fixed on the ceiling, lifeless, as if his mind were still trapped in the horrors he had experienced. Rygar swallowed hard when he saw the marks spread over his friend's body, in addition to the absence of 4 limbs. Guilt hit him like a speeding train. What if he hadn't been goofing around with Eris and Ghislaine? What if he had just made a normal sword and returned? What if he had been a little quicker? Taking a deep breath, he knelt beside Taze, his expression serious and laden with emotion. "Taze, I've known you since I was 1 year old," he began, his voice low but firm. "You might not remember, but I remember it like it was yesterday. The first thing you ever told me was that I was a monster of a boy. You were 4 years old." Taze let out a short, nostalgic laugh. "It's true," he murmured, without losing his teasing tone. Yet Rygar maintained his serious expression and continued. "Do you really think I'm a monster? That my true nature can't be controlled, no matter how strong I become?" Taze raised an eyebrow, still smiling. "Why doubt that now, Rygar?" he asked with genuine curiosity. "Remember the phrase you always told me to stimulate my magical creativity? If someone else has managed it, why can't I? And if no one ever has, then I can be the first." He laughed, but his gaze was determined. "I admit, you're very talented, but you shouldn't be as fierce as the original beast god." For an instant, Taze's smile vanished, replaced by a more serious expression. "Do you blame yourself for not being here when it happened? Have you ever thought about how we feel? You told us to take care of the Legion in your absence and, when you returned, you had to save us." But Rygar tried to argue, but Taze interrupted him without hesitation. "It's like you told us, you won't always be able to protect us. You are our leader. You cannot have doubts." Taze's words were firm, almost harsh. "It's good that you came to talk to me first. Again, I'm merely repeating your own words. The first step for your subordinates to doubt you is for you to doubt yourself." Rygar opened his mouth to respond but found no words. Everything Taze said was true. He had prepared them, taught them about the dangers of the world. He himself had said it was not a matter of if but when they would face something like this. So why hadn't he prepared himself to face the same situation? Why was he hesitating now? "Didn't you really expect no setbacks along the way?" Taze continued, unyielding. "I know how you feel. Do you think it was in my plans to be tortured and for me to lose my limbs when I decided to follow you? No, but I always held your words in my heart. You taught us so many dogmas and etched them into our souls. So why, when it's your turn to apply them, are you hesitating?" Rygar fell silent. His hands trembled slightly. He knew Taze was right, but it was hard to accept. After a long moment, Taze let out a tired sigh and looked directly into Rygar's eyes. "Quickly heal my arms and legs, man. I can't stand being stuck here any longer." Rygar blinked, surprised by the sudden change in tone, but soon let out a low laugh. Taze had always been like that. "All right," he murmured, taking Taze's bones and placing them in their proper positions. They would serve as the foundation for regeneration. He rested his hand on Taze's chest and took a deep breath. The spell he had studied for so long that had restored his own arm, he would now attempt to use it without any enchantment. A pure, golden light emerged from his hands, enveloping Taze's body. The glow filled the room, momentarily blinding Fihel and even Rygar. The spell worked quickly, reconstructing the bones, aligning them with precision, weaving flesh and muscle over the newly formed skeletal structure. Skin sprouted, covering the limbs, as if invisible threads were stitching a new fabric. Taze grunted as an unbearable itch took over the area where his limbs were regenerating. His body trembled slightly, but he endured without showing any weakness. After long seconds, the light finally diminished, revealing his perfectly restored arms and legs, without scars or imperfections. He moved his fingers slowly, testing their movement. A satisfied smile crossed his face. "This is truly another level," he murmured, flexing his new limbs. Rygar smiled slightly. For the first time since returning from the jewelry mansion, he didn't feel the crushing weight on his shoulders. Rygar then focused deeply before beginning Fihel's healing. Once again, without enchantment, though the process was somewhat slow, this magic was very complex. He placed his hand on Fihel's chest and felt the energy flow, a gentle warmth spreading as the flesh, muscles, and bones began to rebuild before his eyes. It was an impressive process, the golden light dancing around the limbs that were regrowing. Fihel's eyes, which had once seemed empty and dead, began to regain some color as he felt his limbs taking shape again. When the magic finally ceased and his arms and legs were fully restored, the boy trembled. He looked at his hands, moving his fingers slowly, almost in disbelief. Then, suddenly, a sob escaped his throat, followed by a single tear. Everything he had been through, all the accumulated suffering and despair, seemed to come crashing down on him all at once, even as he smiled. Taze, on the other hand, reacted in the opposite way. As soon as he realized that his body was completely restored, he jumped out of bed, flexing his muscles and testing his movements. A broad smile spread across his face, and without a second thought, he ran off. "I'll meet you at the meeting later? I've got to see Lisa," he shouted as he disappeared down the corridor, leaving Rygar behind with Fihel still silently crying. Rygar watched Fihel for a moment but said nothing. He knew that this was something that couldn't be resolved with words. He simply placed a firm hand on the warrior's shoulder, offering silent support before rising and leaving the room. He then made his way to the children's training field. From a distance, he could see Rufus, the little dwarf with fiery orange hair, attacking with ferocity. He was hurling multiple stone projectiles at Jerry, his wolf companion, who moved with impressive agility, dodging each attack with sharp reflexes. Rygar looked away and observed the rest of the children. Some were practicing magic, others were training in hand-to-hand combat techniques. Among them, one figure caught his attention, Garrison, the half-deer, wielding a spear and fighting against 3 adversaries at once. He was only 7 years old, but his spear skills were already very good. His movements were fluid, the tip of the weapon slicing through the air with precision. He clearly had talent, but finding a spear instructor these days was almost impossible. Deciding not to reveal himself just yet, Rygar began to walk stealthily around the Legion's base, his thoughts absorbed by Tay's words. He understood that his mistake couldn't be easily erased, but he was starting to see a new perspective. Taze, Killian, Rufus, and so many others had their principles deeply ingrained from childhood, as it was the only thing they had ever been taught to be right. But what about him? How could he compare to them? The principles he taught them came from his vast experience both from his previous world and from the countless fantasy and historical stories he had consumed, stories that showed the many good and bad facets of humanity. He simply observed the world around him and passed on what he believed was necessary for survival, resilience, patience, determination, and unshakable faith. He taught them to always do their best but to be prepared for the worst, for the path they chose would never be easy. However, it was easier said than done. In his previous world, he had been taught in a completely different manner. In a way, he was lagging behind the very children he trained. He knew what needed to be done in theory, but the practice was an entirely different matter. Still, Taze had managed to make him see that. It wasn't a definitive solution, but it was a start. While these thoughts occupied his mind, he left the Legion's base and walked stealthily through to Navar. He observed the local businesses, the shops, the merchants negotiating goods. He took a tour of the city before finally returning to the meeting he had scheduled. Upon entering the meeting room, Rygar saw 8 of his 10 commanders already present. In addition, Ghislaine and Laz were also there. The atmosphere was heavy, everyone waiting for him with serious expressions. He showed no hesitation, maintaining a dignified and determined posture. He knew the risks, he knew he had made a grave mistake. But, as Taze had said, he would not show weakness now. Even though he was in the wrong, he could not hesitate. With firm steps, he walked across the room, sat in the leader's chair, and looked at everyone. With a firm and resolute voice, he declared, "Let's begin." Pycok slowly stood up, his posture rigid, eyes scanning the room before speaking in a firm, professional tone. "Boss, the main topics of the meeting are, the attack on House Joilery and the rescue of the 1st Division Commander, Taze Adoldia, the Phyto teleportation incident, the alliance with the dwarves, the S-rank adventurer license, and the absorption of the Great Forest tribes." Rygar nodded, crossing his arms over the table, his gaze serious and attentive. Pycok sat down again, and Launirk, the light-skinned elf with silver hair, took the floor. "RYG, call me leader or boss." Rygar's voice cut through the air like a blade. The elf hesitated, clearly caught off guard. He blinked a few times before continuing, his voice slightly more hesitant. "Leader, I assume you are already aware of the events that led to Commander Taze and the others being captured." Rygar nodded again, his expression unchanged. Launirk continued. "While the leader was traveling to the Dwarven territory, we held a meeting to address the matter and decided to contact the Demon Race Acceptance faction in Melees. They directly oppose House Joilery, which belongs to the Expulsion faction, and at the same time, this would allow us to establish several partnerships with the Melees religion. As part of the agreement, we asked them to ensure the safety of our key members and assist in rescuing them, but I must say that the boss's actions have shattered any diplomacy that could have occurred." "Are you questioning my actions?" Rygar interrupted, his voice low but heavy. An invisible pressure filled the room. The air seemed to grow heavier. Launirk felt a chill run down his spine. He shrank back, his resolve wavering under the overwhelming presence of the Iron Legion. Why did he feel so fierce now? "And no, leader, I just..." Rygar interrupted him again. "I admit I was emotionally affected at the moment I went to rescue them, but I would do it all over again." He paused. That was a lie. He knew he could have acted differently if he hadn't been consumed by rage at the very least. He wouldn't have stormed in for all to see, but now was not the time to show hesitation. He continued, his voice cold and firm. With your diplomacy methods, Rygar Adoldia, the warrior I trusted to lead the Legion in my absence, my friend, and a friend to many here, was dead before I even arrived, along with 2 other warriors. If I had taken any longer, we could have lost Commander Taze Adoldia as well. Launirk furrowed his brows and pursed his lips. Rygar's words were true, but he still felt he wasn't wrong. He just hadn't had the chance to fully explain his position. He was almost certain Rygar knew he was wrong as well. The heavy silence was broken by the sound of someone clearing their throat. Goran Redwine, the long, red-bearded dwarf and commander of the intelligence division, intervened, his voice deep and direct. The commander of the Order of Instruction, Galgard, seems to oppose the Iron Legion, but they do not want open conflict. Unlike the fanatics of the Order of the Temple, who want to see us burning and our heads on spikes, the Church Temple remains neutral, but we still have someone interested in continuing cooperation. All eyes turned to him. Rygar narrowed his gaze, and Goran continued. The Pope himself has not yet abandoned cooperation. So, it's not impossible. But it's not viable to rely on him alone. We need the support of at least one of the Knight Orders and at least one noble house. The tension in the room began to ease. The conversation had shifted to future plans. The once heavy silence was replaced with discussion. Each commander actively voiced their opinions when appropriate. Some agreed, while others considered the risks. Strategies were suggested and debated. Launirk, however, remained silent, his thoughts racing. In the end, he chose to say nothing more. The direction of the conversation had already been decided. The priority would be to avoid drawing Mealy's attention for now, as long as there was no direct action against the Legion. Instead, the focus would shift to more immediate concerns. Rygar observed the exchange of ideas among his commanders. There was still resentment, but the Legion was moving forward. And that was what mattered most. The meeting hall retained a heavy atmosphere of tension as the next topic was brought up. Derek, the commander of the 10th Administration Division, stood up, crossing his arms over the table and looking directly at Rygar. Chief, we have been taking in and freeing everyone we find from the Fido region. Some are planning to return home, so I'd like to make a suggestion. Rygar narrowed his eyes, reflecting for a moment before speaking. Is it about creating a search party? Derek's face lit up with a satisfied smile. The leader is wise. That's exactly it. Rygar nodded, resting his elbows on the table and interlocking his fingers. Do you have a leader in mind? Derek shook his head. No, sir. We are still sorting and organizing the refugees. Many are still disoriented by what happened and don't know whether to move forward or try to go back. Rygar scanned the room before fixing his gaze on Laws. Laws will be the provisional leader of the group. Not only is he one of the victims of this disaster, but he also knows much of Fito. Laws lifted his head, already expecting the decision, a determined glint in his eyes. Understood, leader. I will do my best to find and help all those who are still lost. Derek grinned and pounded a closed fist on the table. Excellent choice, master. Rygar looked around the table. Does anyone have anything to add? Goran, the veteran dwarf, leaned slightly forward, resting his calloused hands on the solid wooden table. I sent informants to the central continent to gather more information about survivors and any groups that might be enslaving or hunting them. As soon as I have updates, I will bring a report. Rygar nodded in approval. Great initiative. Anyone else? Silence dominated the room for a few moments. When no one spoke up, Rygar took the floor again. Then it's decided. The creation of the Fito Survivor Search Group is officially sanctioned. Laws will be the leader, and Pycock will handle logistics and resources. Ghislaine, who had been silently listening until now, showed a look of interest. Rygar noticed and made brief eye contact with her before moving on to the next topic. As for the alliance with the dwarves, I can say it was extremely successful. Rygar's words sparked a light murmur of satisfaction around the table. Several caravans of dwarves will soon be joining the Iron Legion. Among them, there is a dwarf named Brigstone, who can only be commanded by me. I will provide more details when he arrives. Joseph, one of the commanders, raised an eyebrow, crossing his arms. Do they have any capable fighters? Rygar slowly shook his head. They have excellent warriors, but nothing too extreme compared to our standard. However, their skills in forging are the best in the world. Their knowledge of metallurgy and enchantment could elevate our legion to another level. The commanders nodded, and a new wave of anticipation arose among them. Many seemed excited at the prospect of enhancing their equipment. Pycock chuckled softly. So, we can finally reforge our weapons properly. Now that's good news. Goran, who was also a dwarf, slammed a closed fist against the table, enthusiastic. If we wield weapons forged by dwarves, our strength will increase drastically. He then turned to Rygar. Leader, we should invest in building a grand forge within our base. With the number of dwarves arriving, we'll need a proper structure for them to work. Rygar nodded. It's a valid idea. After the meeting, prepare a report detailing the resources and logistics necessary for this endeavor. Goran smiled with satisfaction. Consider it done. Now, about the Rank S Adventurer license. Rygar cast a serious gaze over the commanders. We can obtain it as soon as the Blue Dragon scales arrive with the Dwarven caravan. Joseph leaned slightly forward. Are those scales all they requested? Rygar confirmed with a nod. Exactly. The scales are the only requirement for the mission I was assigned. Once they arrive, we can proceed with the request. The commanders exchanged glances, and the atmosphere in the hall lightened. It was an important step for the Iron Legion, as many of their future plans required them to have high freedom as adventurers. Does this mean we'll be able to accept rank S missions? Pycok asked, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. It means our influence and authority among adventurers will increase significantly, Rygar replied. We'll have access to high-risk, high-reward missions and open doors to more strategic alliances. Rygar observed the faces around him. For the first time since the beginning of the meeting, it seemed that the initial tension had been replaced by cautious optimism. There was much work to be done, but each step forward strengthened the Iron Legion and solidified their path. With the conversation flowing well and the commanders now engaged, Rygar prepared to address the next and final topic of the meeting. Killian had sent a detailed report on the absorption of the Great Forest tribes. He stated that the hierarchy system and fast travel network between tribes had been successfully implemented, facilitating communication and integration. Most of the tribes had agreed to submit to the Iron Legion after hearing about the benefits offered, and now nearly all were under their banner. However, many warriors from these tribes were coming to challenge Rygar for the position of Legion leader. He also warned that the specialized training process would still take time to complete. Additionally, a surprising piece of news accompanied the report. Killian Daddadia had become a Wind Saint under the guidance of Verdia Solarion. This feat demonstrated his dedication and extraordinary talent. But that wasn't all. A new saint had emerged from the Daddadia tribe. A warrior who was already advanced in both the Sword God and North God styles had managed to reach the level of Sword Saint. He was one of the warriors who had trained as a sparring partner against Rygar countless times and had witnessed the Longsword of Light in action on multiple occasions, feeling its presence up close. Somehow, through either sheer luck or pure effort, he had advanced to the level of saint. His name was Reborn Adoldia. Rygar felt a wave of satisfaction and pride. Every advancement was an important piece on the Iron Legion's board, and the fact that 2 new saint-level warriors were emerging within his organization only strengthened his growth plan. With a slight smile, he nodded to the commanders present, realizing that his strategies were solidly coming together. At that moment, the meeting room door suddenly swung open, and Taze hurried in. "Am I late?" he asked, straightening his posture. His hair was disheveled, and scratch marks were visible on his neck. All eyes in the room quickly turned to him. The atmosphere remained silent for a few moments before some of the commanders flashed suggestive smiles. Joseph was the first to speak, his tone amused. "I see you were busy." Pycok let out a restrained chuckle, while Goran, always straightforward, burst into laughter. Taze looked visibly uncomfortable and ran a hand over his neck, trying to cover the scratches. "It's nothing, just some intense conversations." Rygar crossed his arms, observing the scene with an amused look. It was good to see Taze interacting normally again, especially after everything that had happened. The other commanders took the opportunity to congratulate him on regaining his arms and legs. "It's good to have you back, Taze," Rygar said, his voice filled with genuine respect. "The Legion needs you in top shape." Taze nodded, his expression softening. "And I'm ready to get back to work." With the atmosphere in the room now lighter, the commanders resumed discussions about the next steps for the Iron Legion. Several topics were addressed, from managing new members to strengthening strategies to prevent future losses like the one in Melee's. Among the suggestions, one idea that was already being implemented stood out: building a wall around the Legion's main base, ensuring greater protection and territorial control. Rygar pondered for a few moments before responding. "A wall could be a major step forward for our defense, but it might also attract unwanted attention. We need to ensure its construction is quick and efficient. When the project is completed, send it to me for review, and I'll build it myself using earth magic." Goran, the dwarf who was also experienced in architecture and defensive strategies, spoke up. "Boss, I don't doubt your ability, but this will be a massive wall. Will you have enough mana?" Rygar answered naturally, "I have more than enough. Draft new plans for additional buildings as well. We'll take this opportunity to expand." The commanders nodded, though some still had doubts about his claims. As the meeting neared its end, Rygar looked around the room and felt something he hadn't felt since the attack on Melee's confidence. Despite the blow they had suffered, the Iron Legion was rising once more, and as long as he had a say in it, they would become stronger than ever. "All right," he declared, standing up. "We have a lot of work ahead. Let's make sure the Iron Legion keeps growing." With those words, the meeting was officially adjourned, and the commanders dispersed, each with a new mission to accomplish. The sun began to set on the horizon, casting an orange glow over the massive wall rising around the Iron Legion's main base. Rygar, with Tsukikage in his hand and magic pulsating through the blade, contemplated his work. The project, designed by the dwarves and perfected by him, was inspired by saint-level magic, colossal fortress, and was taking shape with each careful manipulation of earth magic. The design was both functional and imposing, built to withstand direct assaults as well as prolonged sieges. After analyzing the final details, he decided he had done enough for today. Taking a deep breath, he activated Flash Step. His body vanished in a blur, and within moments, he was already inside one of the fortress's study rooms. Upon arrival, he saw Ghislaine sitting at a table, a quill in hand, her expression serious and focused as she practiced her handwriting. Her eyes scanned the lines she had written with visible effort, her hand moving with slow, calculated precision. Meanwhile, Eris, sitting beside her, displayed a frustrated expression, her quill trembling with anger in her grip. Rygar smiled at the sight of them but quickly regained his seriousness. Ghislaine, Eris, he called, drawing their attention. After getting a more precise estimate, they should be able to conduct a preliminary sweep of the continent in approximately 6 months. Ghislaine met his gaze and gave a small nod. I appreciate your help, Rygar. She had taken an interest when she learned that Rygar had formed a search group to locate survivors of the Phyto incident. Noticing one of the former maids of the Boreas family among the new members of the Iron Legion, she began to suspect that Soros and Philip Boreas Greyrat might be in Meles. It would be strange if she returned to Phyto only to later find out that they had died in Meles. So, she asked Rygar to help her search for them there. This way, she would at least know if they were in Meles. There was still the possibility that they were alive somewhere else in the world, but in that case, she would have to trust that they would try to return to Phyto. Eris mumbled something inaudible, tossing her quill onto the table and crossing her arms. This is useless, she exclaimed, glaring at the messy writing on her paper. Rygar raised an eyebrow. After hearing so many of Ghislaine's stories, you still think it's useless. Eris didn't speak the beast god's language, so in addition to learning the writing and reading of the human language, she also had to practice speaking the beast god's tongue. Fortunately, she was forced to practice daily if she wanted to train, since, while many in the Iron Legion spoke the human language, many others spoke only the beast god's language. She turned her face away, sulking, while Ghislaine remained expressionless. Changing the subject, Ghislaine looked at Rygar and said, I've noticed something strange in your training. You've been practicing your swordsmanship, but your technique seems worse than it was before. Rygar frowned, genuinely confused. Worse? That doesn't make sense. I've been training constantly. I should be improving, even if just a little. Ghislaine crossed her arms, analyzing him. Physically, yes, you've gotten a little stronger, but your technique has regressed. You don't control your toki like you used to. I've never seen this happen before, not even in the Sword Sanctuary. It's a unique case. Rygar felt uneasy at this observation. He had worked so hard, yet it seemed he was straying from the right path. This made him realize that something was wrong with him. Had he focused too much on improving his speed and magic and neglected his fundamental technique? Beyond his concerns about swordsmanship, he was also working on a new variation of Flash Step. He had already developed Burst Step, but now he wanted to incorporate lightning magic into the technique. His theoretical calculations suggested that this could potentially make him the fastest in the world. However, there was a significant problem, his reaction speed. Even if he managed to move at extreme velocities, his perception and reflexes would need to keep up, and at the moment, he simply wasn't capable of reacting at such speeds. I'll train my swordsmanship more, maybe I've neglected it too much. Even as he said it, he didn't quite believe it was the case. He had been training the same way he always had. The problem must have been elsewhere. As he pondered this, a guard knocked on the door. Boss, letters from the Great Forest have arrived. He replied, thank you, and quickly checked the senders, his master, his mother, and Killian. Verdia's letter was brief, informing him about the members of the Legion who had sought her guidance in magic. She mentioned that she had taught Killian the Saint-level tornado spell and noted that his mana reserves were exceptionally large. She also inquired about Rygar's progress, hoping that he had continued training his magic. Rygar soon bid farewell to Eris, who seemed furious, and Ghislaine before grabbing paper and a quill to write his responses. He informed Verdia that he had become a saint in healing magic and would soon reach the same level in detoxification magic. He also mentioned that he had successfully developed lightning magic and was eager to teach it. Lastly, he wrote that he would soon travel to the Sword Sanctuary. His mother's letter, on the other hand, was filled with affection and concern. She asked how he was, expressed how much she missed him, and wished him luck. Rygar felt warmth in his chest and responded lovingly, assuring her that he was well and that he would return to see her as soon as he could. Finally, there was Killian's letter. He detailed several issues faced by the leaders of the major groups in the Great Forest, including difficulties in implementing the performance system and resistance from some tribes unwilling to embrace change. Patiently, Rygar addressed Killian's concerns one by one, offering well-founded suggestions based on his own experiences and reinforcing that he trusted his friend's abilities. After finishing his responses, Rygar leaned back in his chair, exhaling slowly. There was much to do, but for now, he allowed himself a brief moment of tranquility before the next challenges arrived. After sealing the letters, Rygar took a deep breath, relaxing his muscles, and turned his attention to something of great importance, saint-level detoxification spells. These spells had been discovered by the Joilery family and were rare, valuable knowledge. He schemed through old notes, carefully analyzing the magical structure behind the enchantments. The complexity was evident, and each spell seemed tailored for highly specific situations. Despite already reaching the saint level in healing magic, Rygar knew he couldn't afford to be complacent. Every new spell he learned was another tool for survival and strengthening not just for himself but for the entire Iron Legion. As he examined the spell diagrams, his gaze shifted to another set of notes, advanced barriers. These techniques surpassed even what his master, Verdia, knew, which only fueled his curiosity further. Among the various possible applications, one type of barrier caught his attention: mental barriers. This was because of a single name, Hitagami. The name echoed in his mind like a distant, ominous whisper. He hadn't forgotten about the self-proclaimed human god or the possibility that he had been interfering in everything that had gone wrong so far. If Hidegama was truly moving the pieces behind the scenes, Rygar needed to be prepared. However, no matter how much he studied, he made little progress in developing strategic mental barriers. The texts he found were fragmented, incomplete. Maybe this kind of magic is at an even higher level, probably saint or king level, he thought, clenching his fists in frustration. His thoughts were interrupted when a guard entered the room and announced, "Leader, the first caravan of dwarves joining the Legion has just arrived." Rygar stood up and decided to personally welcome them. As he stepped out of the main building, he saw a sturdy group of dwarves dressed in heavy attire and carrying work equipment. Several wagons followed behind them, and members of the Legion were already assisting in unloading their belongings. Rygar approached the caravan leader with a smile. "Fort Wind, who would have thought you'd choose to join us?" The dwarf, formerly a personal guard of the Ore God, responded with enthusiasm. "No other dwarf has spent as much time with you. I have faith that you'll achieve great things in this life." "Where's Brightstone?" Fort Wind replied. "He should arrive with the next caravan." Rygar then ordered that they be shown to their new accommodations. Most of them were quickly assigned to the logistics and support divisions, as well as research and development, while a few joined combat divisions. Their arrival marked a significant advancement for the Legion, especially regarding infrastructure and the production of high-quality weaponry. After welcoming the dwarves and ensuring they were settled in, Rygar turned his attention to training the 2 monster hunting groups designated for rank S targets. He had personally selected the members, choosing those who demonstrated the greatest potential and dedication. If Brightstone was truly coming in the next wave, Rygar wanted to ensure they had warriors prepared to handle any situation. Moreover, before Brightstone arrived, he planned to hunt a few rank S monsters to obtain high-quality magic stones. However, his primary concern was ensuring that Brightstone wouldn't abandon the Iron Legion after taking advantage of their resources. To prevent this, he needed to establish a bond of loyalty and shared interests. The sharp whistle of a blade cut through the air. Rygar barely dodged in time, tilting his body backward as a swordsman charged with a downward slash. Before the sword could hit the ground, an archer had already loosed a precise arrow. Rygar spun on his axis, the arrow barely grazing his shoulder. Good coordination. A mage chanted a spell, launching a massive fireball toward him. Rygar stumped the ground, causing a spike of earth to rise and disperse part of the flames, just as a warrior wielding an axe attempted to strike him in the opening. Rygar blocked with his forearm, reinforced by Toki, creating a small shockwave before countering with a kick to the warrior's stomach, sending him flying. Too slow. The healer raised her staff, casting a recovery spell, while another swordsman slid in from the flank, thrusting his blade. In an instant, Rygar vanished with a flash step, reappearing behind the swordsman with his blade pressed lightly against his neck. "Silence. You're improving," he said, stepping back. "But you can push yourselves further. This still isn't enough to consistently hunt rank S monsters. That's enough for today, keep training." As they caught their breath from the beating, they responded in unison, "Yes, boss." Later that same day, the dwarves finally delivered the long-promised blue dragon scales. With this, Rygar was officially recognized as an S-rank adventurer. Now that he held the title of Rank S adventurer, the Iron Legion members who were also registered as adventurers in his clan had more freedom to accept high-paying and dangerous missions. He knew that, in time, some of them would reach Rank S through their own merit, further solidifying the Legion's influence. As he walked around the training field, Rygar pondered about his next big journey. He already had a rough idea of who would accompany him to the Sword Sanctuary. First, of course, were Ghislaine and Eris, but both had a different destination. They were heading to Fito, searching for information about the whereabouts of Soros, Hilda, and Philip Boreas. He had no intention of stopping them since he knew how important this was to them. Additionally, Idar would be heading to the Water God-style dojo, a decision Rygar respected. It was an essential step in Idar's growth as a warrior. However, his biggest problem at the moment was something else, his instincts. Ghislaine had noticed something strange in his swordsmanship. Despite growing physically stronger, his technique seemed to have regressed. That worried him. He had always sought improvement, so how could he be getting worse instead of better? Something was wrong, and he needed to find the root of this problem as soon as possible. As these thoughts consumed him, he crossed his arms and sighed. His gaze returned to Rufus and the wolves, who were now engaged in combat training Rufus and Jerry versus Skull and Freaky. He narrowed his eyes. Maybe there was a clue to his own situation there. Their instincts are sharp, natural. What if I'm forcing myself down a path that doesn't fit my body? That thought sent a chill down his spine. Would he never be able to escape this? Was he inherently a beast? But one thing was certain, he couldn't leave this problem unresolved. After all, if he truly wanted to reach great strength, he needed to keep moving forward. His current power was nowhere near enough. He walked past the training field and continued on his way. As he headed toward the meeting room, his mind buzzed with concerns. He then decided to talk to Ghislaine about Soros, Hilda, and Philip. Pycock had told him to search for them, but if they had ended up in a dangerous place, their lack of combat strength made their survival highly unlikely. When he found her, she was reading a book in silence, but she lifted her eyes as she sensed his approach. "Hey, practicing your reading." Ghislaine nodded. "Ghislaine, about Soros, Hilda, and Philip." You know that if they were teleported to a dangerous place, the chances of them being alive are very low, right? Ghislaine stared at him for a moment. I know. I've already prepared myself for that possibility. But even if they ended up somewhere near Fito, what are the chances they're still alive? Rygar asked seriously. Ghislaine fell silent for a moment, thoughtful, but before she could respond, Rygar continued. Pycok told me that if they were sent to a territory near Fito and survived the teleportation, Azura's political situation doesn't favor them at all. They were likely blamed for the incident, and depending on who found them first, they might have even lost their lives due to political enemies. Ghislaine's expression darkened upon hearing this. Her fists clenched slightly. Rygar watched her and asked, what would you do then? Ghislaine met Rygar's gaze with firm eyes and thought for a moment. I would protect Eris until she grew up. Then, I would seek revenge against whoever was responsible for their deaths. Rygar nodded slightly but kept his eyes on her. And after that? For a moment, Ghislaine remained silent, as if reflecting on the question. Then she answered, I would repay my debt to you by joining the Iron Legion. Rygar raised an eyebrow, a faint smile playing on his lips. Huh, cold. Calling it a debt, huh. Ghislaine also showed a slight smile, something rare on her usually serious face. With that, the tension in the air eased slightly, but Rygar knew that this was a concern that would need to be addressed soon. Rygar was atop a huge wall, his eyes scanning the vast fortress he had built. The wind blew fiercely that morning, causing his clothes to billow as he observed the impressive growth of the Iron Legion's base. What was once merely a military encampment had now become practically a small city. Stone buildings lined the newly formed streets, housing shops, warehouses, dormitories, and even advanced training areas. Tanavar, which had once been only a medium-sized city, was now flourishing as a strategic commercial center, attracting merchants from various regions due to its growing population and the reputation of the Legion. Rygar crossed his arms and took a deep breath. 4 months had passed since the attack on the Joilery estate, and in that time, many things had changed. Mealy's continued to refuse any negotiations with the Iron Legion. The Temple Order wanted him dead, the Instruction Order didn't like him, and the Church Order remained neutral. The situation was unstable but, for now, contained. He knew he couldn't stay there to defend the Legion forever. His decision was made. In a month, he would depart. The plan was set. He, Ghislaine, Eris, Idar, and Skal would travel to the Azura Kingdom. Along the way, Idar would remain at the Water God-style dojo, and if all went well, Ghislaine and Eris would stay in Fito. Rygar would then continue with Skal to the Sword Sanctuary. But before leaving, he needed to ensure that the Legion was prepared for what was to come. He knew that his presence, along with Ghislaine's, was one of the greatest deterrents against external attacks. Although Mealy's was displeased, they dared not make a move against the Legion, for he was essentially a walking nuclear bomb. But once he left, that threat would diminish drastically. With that in mind, he took preventive measures. He sent a letter to Killian and Gustav in the Dadia tribe, requesting 50 experienced warriors to reinforce the Legion's security. They were already on their way. He also asked all the allied bestial tribes to send at least a few warriors. Rygar pondered his strategy. The Legion had grown by absorbing various tribes and offering protection, making its overall strength formidable. With the complete destruction of the Black Troll group, the slave trade in the region had become nearly impossible. But that created new problems. Many nobles and Mealy's were dissatisfied because the sacred sword route, which had once been crucial for the slave trade, was now virtually blocked. He narrowed his eyes into the distance, immersed in thought. He needed to reach the sword sanctuary as quickly as possible. Ghislaine trained with him daily, but I didn't notice any improvement in my control of Toki. She could feel the flow of her energy, but something seemed misaligned, disconnected. And it wasn't due to a lack of instruction. Ghislaine was an exceptional master. The problem seemed to lie within myself. The dense forest vibrated with the sounds of wildlife, but one sound stood out. Heavy yet agile steps cut through the vegetation as a huge monkey, about 4 meters tall, sprinted through the low foliage. Its body was covered in red fur with flaming orange stripes that looked like live embers. Every movement demonstrated supernatural agility, but also severe exhaustion. Deep wounds stained its fur with dried blood, and its wild eyes showed pure fatigue. It had fought for its life, and its body bore the marks of that brutal battle. Suddenly, the sky lit up. A violent flash tore through the trees, and a colossal lightning bolt descended from the heavens, striking the beast dead center. A deafening roar echoed through the forest as the monkey let out a desperate howl of pain. But the bolt did not stop. It pulsed, burning its body, leaving a charred trail where lush vegetation once stood. When the electricity finally dissipated, the monkey's body was unrecognizable. Its skin was scorched, smoke rising from it, and its muscles trembled involuntarily from the residual electricity still coursing through its form. Yet it was still standing, staggering, trying to resist. Its eyes burned with one final spark of defiance. Harvest! In an instant, a reddish blade flashed through the air. In the blink of an eye, the creature's head rolled to the ground. Its body fell to its knees before finally collapsing. Ghislaine Dadia, holding her sword, stood firm beside the corpse. Her expression was impassive, as if none of it mattered. Rygar arrived shortly after, approaching the body. He crouched down and retrieved the magical stone from the creature's chest, analyzing it with a clinical gaze. This is the third one. It should be enough. He took the S-class magical stone in his hands and stored it away. Ghislaine remained silent, her eyes fixed on the horizon. Rygar looked up at her. Let's go back. Without saying another word, they both vanished in a blur, sprinting back to the Iron Legion's base. When they arrived, they were met by an unexpected sound, a commotion in the central square. Rygar and Ghislaine exchanged a brief glance before heading over, finding a restless crowd. As they approached, Rygar began to pick up fragments of the argument. What right does a brat of 10 or 11 have to give me orders? At the center of the commotion stood a tall man with dark skin, covered in orange fur. He was shirtless, his muscular body on full display. A striped tiger's tail swayed behind him, and his pointed ears twitched in irritation. His gaze burned with fury. Rygar crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow. Any problem? The tiger man turned and sneered. Oh, it's you? Great. For the rights of leadership in the Iron Legion, I challenge you to a duel. Rygar maintained a neutral expression. And what do you have to offer in return? The man hesitated, his posture rigid, clearly taken by surprise. I will give you my loyalty, he declared, pounding his chest. Rygar looked at him as if he were examining an insect. Do you think you're worth as much as the entire Iron Legion? A vein pulsed on the tiger man's forehead. His face twisted in indignation, and he growled before furiously advancing. Enough with the pretty words? Fight like a man. Rygar sighed. In the next instant, his body glowed and he vanished. Flash step. Before his challenger could react, Rygar reappeared above him and delivered a powerful kick. The impact sent the tiger man sprawling to the ground, forming a small crater in the earth. He groaned, nearly unconscious, his eyes glassy. Rygar scanned the crowd. Silence took over. He lifted a foot and pressed the defeated man's head to the ground. Anyone else? The audience hesitated. No one spoke. Rygar withdrew his foot and continued walking without looking back. Such incidents had become common ever since Killian absorbed the wild tribes. Many warriors from those tribes were dissatisfied with being under the command of someone younger and sought to challenge him. But if they thought they could face him, they were gravely mistaken. As Rygar was leaving, a new voice emerged from the crowd. I'd like to give it a try. Rygar stopped and turned, curious. Among the crowd, a familiar face appeared, a tall, steadfast warrior with a determined look. Rygar Adoldia. His deep dark brown hair framed a resolute face, while his intense red eyes radiated focus. His ears, set on the sides of his face, added a distinctive touch. Rygar felt his interest ignite instantly. He had recently discovered that Rygar had become a sword saint. That could be interesting. Rygar assumed the classic stance for wielding the longsword of light, while Rygar adjusted his own posture, preparing for the duel. A heavy silence hung between them, as if the very air around them had hardened in anticipation. Then, at the same moment, both advanced. However, Rygar, combining his flash step with his overwhelming physical strength and a considerable increase in Toki, outpaced Rygar by a wide margin. Even so, he could perceive the high level of skill in his opponent. No advanced level fighter could react so easily. Still, Rygar held his ground, countering the attack with precision and sharp instincts. A nearly imperceptible smile formed on Rygar's lips. He respected warriors who fought without hesitation. They moved past each other like samurai. Rygar remained unscathed, but a small cut appeared on Rygar's neck. Rygar then turned and recognized him, congratulating him with an evaluative look. You've grown much stronger, Rygar. With a firm nod, he added, welcome. Rygar seemed proud to have been recognized, and said, thank you. The influx of new members to the Iron Legion was enormous. The number of warriors was growing daily, increasing the organization's strength and influence. The arrival of the Dadia further reinforced this growth. As Rygar looked at the new faces, he felt the weight of responsibility increasing. He knew that their rapid expansion would not go unnoticed by the watchful eyes of melees. Despite the wealth they had accumulated, whether through attacks on slave bases or through mercenary work as adventurers, blacksmiths, and hunters, the Legion's expenses were still high. Yet, slowly, the internal economy was stabilizing. Their numbers were already enough to make even melees hesitate before attacking them. The Legion was absorbing tribes from the Great Forest, receiving reinforcements from the Dadia and the dwarves, and rescuing and integrating former slaves into its structure. The growth was overwhelming. But Rygar knew that, sooner or later, this growth would provoke a response. Melees could not ignore them for much longer. The first move would come soon. Even so, he couldn't delay his journey to the Sword Sanctuary. His control over his Toki was unbalanced, and that needed to be resolved before it became a fatal problem. He looked at the Iron Legion's base one last time that day. In 2 weeks, he would depart. And until then, he would ensure that everyone was prepared for what was to come. Rygar observed the group gathered before him, the dust still hanging in the air after the intense training session. The battlefield lay in ruins, with signs of the simulated combat scattered everywhere. Joseph, the group's leader, took a deep breath as the other members regained their composure. The lack of explosive power has now been compensated for by Rygar, Rygar said, his eyes scrutinizing the faces of the warriors. With that, you will initially be our primary hunting group, until the other team becomes more synchronized. The fighters nodded, absorbing the decision. Joseph was the first to speak, his voice filled with respect and determination. Thank you for your trust. He then turned to Rygar, the Dadia warrior who had recently joined the group. Since his arrival, Rygar had become a standout figure in the Legion, not only for his strength but also for being a sword saint, the same legendary class as Ghislaine and Rygar. You really made an impression, Waze, Joseph commented with a half-smile. Your name is on everyone's lips. The man let out a small laugh and crossed his arms. Rygar didn't linger to follow the conversation, as he had other matters to attend to. He walked toward Brightstone's forge, where the smell of molten metal and hot embers filled the air. Barely had he stepped into the rustic, functional space when the gruff, direct voice of the dwarf blacksmith greeted him. Hey, what are the odds we get massacred by melees in your absence? Rygar let out a short laugh, crossing his arms. Almost zero. Even if there's a battle, many will escape alive. Brightstone clicked his tongue, his gaze shifting to a bench where 3 S-class magical stones rested. He looked at them with a gleam in his eyes, clearly pleased with what he had in hand. At least I have 3 of these beauties, he said, running his thick hand over one of the gleaming stones before looking up at Rygar. Which sword do you want me to enchant first? Rygar already had an answer ready. Taze Adoldia. But he asked the dwarves to forge a new one with Erathium, so you'll have to wait. Brightstone mumbled something inaudible before nodding his head. All right. I'll keep myself busy with other things until then. Leaving the forge, Rygar made his way to one of the training dojos. The sound of clashing swords echoed in the air even before he approached. Upon entering, he saw Ghislaine watching closely as Eris executed rapid, powerful strikes. It was impressive how much the girl had evolved in such a short time. She's advancing very quickly, Rygar murmured to himself. At this rate, when she's 10 years old, she'll be very close to advanced level. Ghislaine looked at him and gave a slight nod, a silent gesture of acknowledgement. Eris, noticing Rygar's presence, narrowed her eyes and intensified her efforts, as if eager to display her strength. A discreet smile formed on her lips before Rygar entered the dojo and joined the training. The afternoon sun shone brightly over the Iron Legion's courtyard. Surrounded by curious onlookers and warriors, Ghislaine and Eris stood before him, ready to cast their first spell. The wind blew softly as the attentive eyes of the spectators fixed upon them. Ghislaine was already a well-known figure within the Legion, recognized not only for her strength as a Sword King but also for having saved Rygar at the Joilery Mansion. She had many admirers, though Rygar wasn't particularly fond of them. Eris took a deep breath, concentrating. Her face was serious, her eyebrows furrowed in determined effort. She chanted, "May the protection of the Great Fire be where you seek it. I invoke the bold heat of a torch here and now." Fireball. A small sphere of flickering flames appeared in the air before her. The shimmering fire reflected in the red-eyed girl's gaze, and she broke into a victorious smile. The silence lasted only a second before Rygar smiled and confidently declared, "Congratulations, Eris. Now you can consider yourself a fire elemental mage." The girl's chest swelled with pride, and she cast a look of pure satisfaction at the spectators. Some murmured in surprise, while others simply smiled at her excitement. Now it was Ghislaine's turn. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes for a moment, and then repeated the incantation with a firm and resolute voice. Just like Eris, a sphere of fire appeared before her, floating for a few moments before dissipating. This time, the audience reacted immediately. Applause and cheers echoed throughout the courtyard, celebrating the formidable warrior's achievement. Rygar, however, cast a piercing look at the men who were clapping and whistling. His gaze was like a blade cutting through their excitement, and the noise quickly died down. The spectators discreetly coughed and averted their eyes, regaining their composure. Then Rygar drew 2 wands from his cloak, holding them firmly. "I heard from Pycok that it is customary to present students with their first wands when they cast their first elemental spell," he said, his voice echoing clearly throughout the courtyard. "It isn't a tradition I used to follow, but I've decided to adopt it this time. Congratulations to both of you." Ghislaine knelt and bowed her head. "I receive it with gratitude, Professor Rygar." The formality surprised some of the onlookers, but for her, it was a gesture of respect. Rygar nodded as he handed her the wand. "You still need to learn beginner healing and water spells, as they are very useful as well," he added, looking at both of them. "But from today onward, you can call yourselves mages." Eris exchanged a glance with Ghislaine for a moment, then, hesitantly, imitated her posture and knelt as well, her face slightly flushed. "I accept with gratitude," she said, taking the wand with trembling hands. Ghislaine expressed herself, holding her wand with a slight smile on her lips. Her red eye shone with a rare feeling of satisfaction as she murmured to herself, "I am a mage now." That small moment of achievement changed something within her, even if subtly. For so many years, Ghislaine had relied solely on her sword to resolve everything, but now a new path had opened before her, a path she had never considered following because everyone around her had said she was incapable of such a thing. Eris gripped her wand firmly, her eyes shining with determination. Looking at both of them, Rygar looked inward. The future promises to be interesting. The training field was silent, except for the sound of the wind slicing through the air. Rygar and Ghislaine were focused, their bodies almost a blur due to the incredible speed of their movements. The ground trembled slightly with each explosive step, and the sound of blades cutting through the air echoed back and forth. It was a spectacle of strength and precision, as if they were engaged in a deadly dance. Eris, on the other hand, was far away, her presence distant as she chased Skull and Jerry through the forest. The Black Wolf and its pup performed during their training, with Rufus riding on Jerry, merely as part of a series of exercises. Suddenly, a voice interrupted the intense rhythm of the training. "Boss, someone here said they know Miss Ghislaine." It was Pycok. Rygar and Ghislaine immediately stopped. Their bodies, once a blur of rapid movement, slowed until they were motionless. Rygar's attention returned to the intruder, who was almost imperceptible in the distance. As the man approached, Rygar could see that he had inherited a demonic lineage, with monkey-like features. Large ears and a mischievous expression made him hard to ignore. He wore a simple vest and thief's clothes, his disheveled appearance contrasting with the discipline of the Iron Legion. Ghislaine stepped forward upon recognizing him. "Geese," exclaimed Ghislaine, walking toward him. "It's been a while. How did you know I was here?" Geese replied in a friendly manner. His relaxed posture showed no signs of danger or tension. "Ah, Ghislaine, always so straightforward. I heard that the Black Wolf had joined the Iron Legion, so I decided to come see with my own eyes." He laughed as he glanced at Rygar. "And here we are." Rygar stepped forward, his gaze penetrating and wary. "I am Rygar Adoldia," he introduced himself in a serious yet open tone. Geese looked at him briefly, evaluating him before letting out a low laugh. "Geese Nakadia," he said with a casual nod. "I'm looking for Paul and his family. You must know that all of Fido was transported. I've tried several places, but it seems no one knows where they are." Always attentive to details, Rygar kept his eyes fixed on the newcomer, observing every expression and gesture. A feeling that something was not quite right took root in his mind, although his instincts did not signal any immediate danger. Even so, there was something that unsettled him. "And how did you learn about the Legion?" Ghislaine asked. Geese crossed his arms. "Hardly anyone in Meles doesn't know about them now." "Well, in any case, that's one less person to search for. In fact, I've had some difficulties with that. I looked for our old group, but haven't found any clue about them yet. You're the first one who's come across them." Rygar looked at Ghislaine, who seemed to be reflecting on Geese's words. "I see," Ghislaine murmured, before turning to Rygar. "They are the ones I mentioned from my old group, Paul and Zenith. I heard they also had a son." Rygar nodded. "I'm heading to the central continent now and, who knows, maybe I'll find something there." Observing Geese's behavior and relaxed tone, Rygar pondered for a moment before replying. Ghislaine spoke again. "We're heading to the central continent as well. You can come with us, if you want." Geese raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Really?" he suggested, as if the offer were a great surprise. "I could go, of course. I'm good at everything except fighting. Taking care of all matters outside of combat has always been my strong suit. If you need someone for espionage, information gathering, or just organizing things, that's me." Ghislaine looked at Rygar, who appeared to be evaluating his options. She gave a slight nod, confirming the trust she had in Geese. "It's true he can do everything except fight. He handled all the non-combat activities for our group. If you need help with other tasks, he'll be useful." Rygar looked at Geese once more, and his instincts told him that he could be trusted. It wasn't a strong feeling, but it was enough for Rygar to make a decision. "All right. You can come with us, since you're a companion of Ghislaine," he said in a firm yet friendly tone. "But just to be clear, don't expect me to get along with anyone who shows a lazy attitude." Geese let out a laugh and performed an exaggerated bow. "Don't worry, Red Wolf, I'm far more useful than I appear." He winked with a mischievous smile. Ghislaine appeared impassive, her confidence in Geese unwavering as she returned to her training. Geese continued his carefree behavior, but his eyes were constantly analyzing the situation. Rygar sensed that there was something more behind the simple appearance and easy laugh. But for now, he chose to trust him, since Ghislaine had spoken highly of his skills, and Rygar felt no threat from him, only a strange sensation. Atop the wall, Rygar remained steadfast. Beside him were Ghislaine, Eris, Idar, Geese, Taze, Pycock, Waze, and Skull. Below, in perfect order, the army was arrayed in formation, each soldier emanating the strength and determination that only the union of multiple races could bring. Men, women, elves, dwarves, demons, and other creatures stood under a single banner. "Iron Legion," Rygar declared, his voice firm and clear, echoing through the fortress walls and resonating throughout the camp. "Today, when I look at all of you, I see more than just an army. I see a union of peoples, different in culture and origin, but united by fate." He paused, then walked with determined steps, the eyes of the warriors following every word he spoke. "Now, the Iron Legion is stronger than ever. Humans, beastmen, dwarves, and all the races here have united under one name, under one legion. Many of you have gathered here today for many reasons, to protect your loved ones, to fight for the future of your race, for a chance to stand out in this world and let fire and steel rain down upon our enemies. The Iron Legion is the banner that carries the flame of change against the status quo in today's society, for those who hold power in their hands will almost always seek to eliminate us." Rygar spoke again, now with greater intensity, his words filled with confidence. "The prosperity and security of the Iron Legion are in your hands. I know that even in my absence, each of you will continue to fight with the same strength and courage as always. I am going to the Sword Sanctuary, and I promise you all one thing." He paused, his eyes scanning the crowd, and a wild smile remained on his face. "When I return, I will be the next sword god." The crowd responded with applause and waves of determination. Every voice that joined in made the air vibrate with emotion. Tanaver was more excited than ever. Rygar, with a confident smile, turned to Taze, Waze, and Pycock, who were close by, and spoke firmly. "Listen up, Taze, Pycock, and Waze. I entrust the Iron Legion to you three in my absence. Taze, you will be the interim commander of this army while I'm away. he said in a deep voice. Chase, though only 14 years old, already impressed everyone with his imposing height about 1.80 m and his leadership that transcended his age. He nodded respectfully with a silent determination. I won't let you down. Waze, equally attentive, nodded firmly, his expression showing maturity and unwavering commitment. Peacock, in his usual direct tone, looked at Rygar and, with an ironic smile, said, I hope I'm still alive when you get back. As the solemnity spread throughout the camp, Rygar descended the wall, slowly approaching those gathered at his base. It was then, amid the crowd, that his eyes fixed on familiar faces, young Rufus, ever vigilant, the two wolves who would remain, whose humble followers sang a chant of loyalty, Garrison, Joseph, and many others who, with nods and smiles, wished him good luck. Farewell, Rygar murmured. The young commander felt the weight of responsibility, but also the joy of knowing he wasn't alone. As he began his departure, Rygar took a deep breath, feeling the freshness of the morning mixed with the scent of earth and courage. Determined, he took the first steps toward the Sword Sanctuary, each step marking the beginning of an adventure that would shape the destiny of them all. Accompanying him in the carriage were Eris, Ghislaine, Idar, Jess, and Skull, walking by his side. The sun was high, and as he walked, he could hear excited shouts echoing in the distance. The sun blazed mercilessly over the golden dunes of the desert as the dry wind blew gusts of cutting sand. The suffocating heat made every breath a conscious effort, but there was no time for distractions. Rudeus Greyrat stood firm, his sharp gaze scanning the sea of sand around him. The ground beneath trembled. Prepare yourselves, they're here, he shouted, and the next moment, the creatures emerged. From the depths of the desert, enormous silhouettes burst through the sandy surface. The sandworms' 15-meter-long monstrosities rose with thunderous roars. Their protruding fangs gleamed under the sunlight, and within their cavernous mouths, hundreds of spiraling teeth spun, ready to tear apart anything in their path. Without hesitation, Rudeus raised his hand, shaping mana in the air. With a shout, he launched his attack. Heya! A highly compressed and rapidly spinning stone cannon shot forth like a meteor, cutting through the air before striking the head of one of the worms. The impact was devastating, the explosion of debris, flesh, and blood echoing across the battlefield. The beast roared before collapsing, its head obliterated. Ha ha ha! Excellent, glass cannon! A rough, energetic voice resounded beside Rudeus. Morton, a red-skinned demon standing 2.5 meters tall, charged forward with fury. His twin cleavers gleamed under the scorching sun as he spun his body in a merciless dual strike. His sharp blade cleaved another worm in half, the creature convulsing violently before succumbing. He laughed maniacally as he tore through yet another opponent, the scent of blood thick in the dry air. In the distance, reinforcements finally arrived. Lyrax, a dark-skinned warrior, led a strange group of fighters, each displaying unique skills. His feet dug into the sand as he unsheathed his scimitar, his eyes gleaming fiercely. Don't destroy the poison glands, he called out, his voice vibrating with excitement. Haha, kill them all. And then, chaos erupted. Lyrax, a king-tier North God-style swordsman, became a slicing hurricane, weaving through the monsters with inhuman speed and precision. Every swing of his scimitar reaped flesh, the steel cutting through the beasts' bodies as if they were paper. His wild grin was mirrored by Morton, who continued laughing amid the massacre, wielding his cleavers with relentless brutality. Amid the mayhem, the young elf girl, Sylphy, planted her small feet into the sand, raising her wand with determination. Her heart pounded, but she did not hesitate. Ice cannon, she shouted. A crystalline projectile shot from her wand, slicing through the air before striking one of the worms. The impact instantly froze part of the creature, slowing its movements just enough for Hector the old swordsman with long grey hair to deliver a clean strike, severing the beast's head from its body. Hector flashed a gentle smile at her before returning to the fight. The beige-haired, voluptuous demon mage observed Sylphy and nodded approvingly. Well done, little Sylphy. Keep it up, her voice rang encouragingly. Rudeus wasted no time. He positioned himself strategically, launching stone and fire cannons while casting quagmire to trap the worms in muddy pits, making it easier for the melee fighters to finish them off. With each spell, he felt his mana flow with precision, his mind calculating the next steps. The battlefield pulsed with life and death. A human swordswoman, fighting fiercely with sword and shield, was sent flying when one of the worms struck her from the side. She crashed heavily, her armor absorbing part of the impact, but her body was wounded. The monster lunged to finish her off, but Lyrax was already on the move. He slid in swiftly, blocking the attack with his blade and countering with a precise cut to the beast's jaw. At the same time, Sylphy rushed in, propelled by wind magic, and landed beside the injured woman. Her hand glowed as she channeled her chantless healing magic, closing the swordswoman's wounds. The battle raged on for several minutes, the worms' corpses piling up in the sand, staining the dunes red. Spells streaked across the battlefield, ambushes erupted from below, and the warriors moved like gods of death. In the end, the few creatures that remained fled, retreating into the depths of the desert. Ha 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 ha. Lyrax bellowed in laughter, slapping his thigh in delight. That was amazing. Morton joined in, dragging his cleaver along the leg of a fallen worm to clean off the thick, sticky blood. Lyrax turned to Rudeus, pointing at him with a grin still on his face. You did great this time, glass cannon. Your little girlfriend too. He winked at Sylphy. The elf instantly turned red, averting her gaze in embarrassment. Rudeus, on the other hand, frowned. Hey, man, I'm only 7, he grumbled, crossing his arms. His nickname had become Glass Cannon. He had high attack power, but if he took a hit, his chances of survival were slim. Lyrax stretched, cracking his shoulders before flashing a wide grin. You're almost 8. I lost my virginity at 8, he said casually. The demon mage rolled her eyes. Let's head back already. I'm almost out of mana, she said, her voice exhausted. Lyrax clicked his tongue. TCH? Fine, fine. Gather all the glands and fangs in the bags. Move it, he ordered, starting to collect the valuable materials from the carcasses. And so, the group prepared to leave, carrying the spoils of their intense battle. The sun remained relentless in the sky. It had been a few months since we were teleported from Buena Village. Sylphy and I. It was confirmed we were in Begarit, the desert-filled continent. But why hadn't we left? Well, we had been kidnapped. The leader of the Tyranny Tempest, Lyrax, made us members of his mercenary group. When he saw us, he said it would be convenient to have someone who could make it rain and build houses with magic. At the time, I decided to follow him, thinking it was the only way to find civilization, but now, I couldn't regret it more. As I raised another temporary house for the group, I watched the others moving about, preparing the camp for another night in the desert. Lyrax sat on a pile of supplies, sharpening his scimitar, and it was to him that I directed my tired expression. How long do we have to stay in your group again? He lifted his gaze, furrowing his brow as if my question was the dumbest thing in the world. Didn't I already tell you? As long as I want. Sylphy, sitting near the campfire, stopped fiddling with her wand and looked at me with concern. Lyrax stood up, his grin widening challengingly. Kid, you need to understand the law of the strong. I'm stronger, faster, and more aggressive than you. So, you're my subordinate? If you want to run away, try it. If you want to beat me, you're welcome to try. I sighed. This guy really didn't take anything seriously. He snapped his fingers and turned to Vidette, the demon mage of the group, his gaze filled with dubious intentions. Hey, Vidette, how about we head inside? I told the Glass Cannon to build that comfortable bed. The mage rolled her eyes, crossing her arms. Before following him, she cast a sympathetic glance at me and Sylphy. Sorry about him, kids. And with that, she disappeared into the makeshift house with Lyrax. I sighed once again and sat down next to Sylphy. She kept her head lowered, clearly uncomfortable, but at least the girls and the old man were quite kind. I wasn't much different. My mind started drifting back to our previous escape attempt. When we first met Lyrax and his group, he used an item that looked like a stamp to mark our hands. I didn't think much of it at the time, but after a month of him refusing to let us go, I gathered our money and ran away with Sylphy. Less than 24 hours later, he found me. That's when I discovered the reason. The mark on our hands was a tracker created by a magic item. And, even worse, Lyrax had a demon eye, the eye of clairvoyance. He could see for miles, and in the desert, that advantage was even more absurd. The idea of escape seemed more and more impossible. As I was lost in these thoughts, the 2.5-meter-tall, red-skinned demon, Morton, laughed loudly as he roasted a massive scorpion over the fire. Beside him, old Hector and the human warrior drank from their flasks, chatting casually. Hey, Glass Cannon, join us, Morton shouted, catching my attention. Ugh, I really hated that nickname. Maybe because it was true. I glanced at Sylphy, who looked hesitant, but we still approached the group. Hey, why do you guys follow Lyrax? I asked, crossing my arms. The three of them laughed, as if my question was far too innocent. Old Hector was the first to answer, smiling with nostalgia. I have a debt to his family. Lyrax's father helped me save my family, and in return, I swore to serve him and his descendants until the end of my days. And so I do. In fact, I'm the only one here with a noble reason. Morton let out a deep, guttural laugh before speaking. Me? Ah ha ha ha. He found me, beat me up and kidnapped me. Since then, I've never been able to escape. The warrior beside them chuckled and added. Same here. But in my case, he just thought I was hot and wanted me in his harem. I wasn't beaten, just defeated. I was shocked, and Sylphy looked even more worried. She nudged me and whispered. He won't want me to, will he? The warrior laughed and waved a hand. No, no. He has a rule about children and women. He never hurts a child and never forces a woman into his bed. I let out a sigh of relief, but my mind was still a mess. This guy is insane, that's for sure. How the hell did he manage to create such a harmonious atmosphere using such an absurd method? Rudeus looked at the mercenaries around the fire, the flickering heat casting dancing shadows on their faces. He hesitated for a moment but couldn't hold back his curiosity. Have you guys never tried to join forces against him? His voice cut through the night air, filled with uncertainty. The momentary laughter ceased, and a palpable tension settled in. The once relaxed faces turned serious. The old swordsman, Hector, leaned slightly forward, his eyes filled with experience and a hint of regret. Never suggest that again, kid, he said, his voice heavy. Lyrax doesn't tolerate betrayal. If he senses he's being cornered, he won't hesitate. He'll fight to the death and then hunt down every last one who tried to take him down. 3 from his previous group attempted it, and they're all dead. Rudeus felt a chill run down his spine. So that means, if it were a fair challenge, one-on-one, he wouldn't run. That's what he says? Morton, the red-skinned demon, answered with a sadistic grin. But to this day, no one has managed to beat him. The leather-armored warrior nodded. There was once a man called the Desert Serpent. They said he was a king-level warrior who had never lost a battle. He ruled over a large part of the desert. One day, he challenged Lyrax, thinking he could make him his subordinate. She crossed her arms, her eyes fixed on the fire. It was his first and last defeat. Rudeus swallowed hard. You mean to say? Hector completed her thought. They say that Kalman II, the second-generation North god himself, named him King of the North after that fight. That was 16 years ago. Lyrax was only 22 at the time. The weight of that information hit Rudeus like a rock. How could he possibly defeat someone like that? He had promised to take Sylphy home, but with each passing day, that promise seemed further away. He looked at the girl beside him, who had been silent the entire time. He could feel her body tense. Sylphy gently squeezed his hand. I believe Rudy can do it. Rudeus blinked, surprised. She was looking at him with conviction, without a hint of doubt. For a moment, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He wanted to say it didn't make sense, that it was impossible, but seeing the trust in her eyes made him reconsider. Before he could respond, Hector cleared his throat. Actually, the little girl is right, kid. Everyone turned to him. Even Morton seemed intrigued. What do you mean by that, old man? The warrior asked. Hector pointed at Rudeus with an analytical gaze. You can use chantless magic, right? And I've never seen you run out of mana, no matter how long the battle lasts. I don't see how that helps me. Rudeus muttered, but Hector interrupted him. It does help. If you can channel enough mana into a smaller spell, you could create something powerful enough to pierce his toki. And if you find a way to keep your distance, you might be able to give him a real fight. A silence fell over the group. Rudeus had never thought of it that way. The idea of facing him still seemed suicidal, but he looked at Sylphy again. He had made a promise, no matter how impossible it seemed. He took a deep breath and turned to Hector. Old man, will you help me train? Morton roared with laughter, slapping his knee. I like this kid. He's got guts. The warrior smiled. This could be interesting. Hector let out a soft chuckle and shook his head. It would be my pleasure, Rudeus. We start tomorrow morning. Rudeus felt a cold weight settle in his stomach, but there was no turning back now. If he wanted to get out of here with Sylphy, he would have to become strong enough to face Lyrax. And that started now. Along a road stretching across vast plains of green grass, a large carriage stood by the roadside, with 2 horses grazing nearby. The sun was already setting on the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink. Beside the carriage, an improvised campsite had been set up, where a crackling campfire burned as Skull, Ghislaine, and Rygar sat around it. The irresistible aroma of a well-seasoned stew filled the air, drawing hungry sighs from those present. Geese Nicadia stirred the thick broth in the pot with practiced ease, a mischievous grin on his face as he watched his traveling companion's expressions while telling his story. So, when I rescued him from there with a rope, he told me he was from Fito, from Buena village. And I remembered that Paul and Zenith had moved there. After we went to the nearest adventurers guild, we found 2 more people from Fito, and gradually, the news of the teleportation spread. That's when I decided to look for you, Paul, and Zenith, who are probably the only 3 who were there during the teleportation incident. As he spoke, he kept adding spices and some unknown herbs to the pot, but Rygar and Ghislaine weren't entirely focused on his story. Both of their gazes were locked onto the bubbling pot, the rich and tantalizing aroma making their mouths water. Even Skull, the enormous giant wolf, kept his eyes fixed on the roasting meat nearby, occasionally licking his lips in anticipation. The night breeze carried the delicious scent throughout the campsite, making the moment even cozier. A short distance away, Eris was launching fierce attacks at Idar, shouting with vigor. Hey-ah! Her strikes were full of raw energy, but Idar, now much more refined, easily dodged and defended, his posture impeccable and his movements calculated. On the second day of the journey, Idar had faced Ghislaine in battle, and that fight had been the missing piece for him to break through the final barrier and reach the saint level in the water god style. He had asked Ghislaine to attack him with full force, and by managing to withstand and react at the right moment, he finally advanced to the next level. At 17 years old, becoming a water saint was an impressive feat, something only a few managed to achieve at such an age. Eris, in turn, had exploded with fighting spirit upon seeing Idar's progress. Her 10th birthday was approaching, and Rygar had decided to talk to Ghislaine about something. After she agreed with his idea, he told Eris, if you can become an advanced rank swordswoman by your birthday, you can become an adventurer. Those words seemed to ignite a blazing fire within her, and since then, she had been training with absurd intensity. The desire to become an adventurer had always been in her heart, and now she was determined to reach that goal. Idar was also excited to test his newfound strength, experimenting with how his movements had changed after his breakthrough. He exchanged blows with Eris, analyzing his own reflexes and trying to familiarize himself with the sensation of his improvement. Even though Eris wasn't much of a challenge, at the very least, she was quite determined. Meanwhile, Skull continued watching the food with visible hunger. He was already a massive wolf, and Rygar had learned that ebony wolves like him reached adulthood at 3 years old and lived between 25 and 35 years. This meant that Skull was already in his adolescence, becoming increasingly fierce and dominant. His hungry gaze at the roasting meat made Rygar chuckle internally. Turning his attention back to Geese, Rygar asked, Geese, what can you tell me about Paul Greyrat? Ghislaine raised an eyebrow and looked at Rygar, while Geese stopped stirring the food for a moment, glancing between the two before smiling, seemingly choosing his words carefully. Let's just say he was a womanizer, he said, laughing. He used to chase after women all the time before settling down with Zenith. But he was also a talented swordsman and a good leader, just never went further because he was lazy and irresponsible. Rygar absorbed this information, thoughtful. From the tone of previous conversations between Ghislaine and Geese, he had picked up on small details indicating that Paul and Ghislaine had been involved in the past. But to Rygar, that wasn't particularly important. He just wanted to know if this Paul was in love with Ghislaine or something like that. But it seemed like it was just one of many flings. In both his previous world and this one, such relationships were quite common, so it wasn't something that surprised him. His eyes drifted to Eris and Idar, who were still training fiercely. Then, without taking his eyes off them, he asked Ghislaine, Ghislaine, before I left, I told the Legion that when I returned, I would be the next sword god. He then turned to face her directly and continued, what are my chances, in your opinion? Ghislaine remained silent for a moment, thoughtful. Her lips curled slightly into an almost imperceptible smile, a detail that Rygar found extremely cute. Then, with absolute confidence, she replied, as long as my master is still the sword god, 80%. Rygar was surprised by that response. He expected her to say something like, it depends on your effort, or, you have a chance if you train hard. He hadn't expected such optimism, especially from Ghislaine, whom he knew deeply respected her master. Rygar tilted his head slightly, reflecting on Ghislaine's answer. Why 80%? He asked, frowning. Ghislaine crossed her arms and replied in her usual expressionless tone. You have the greatest talent I've ever seen. You have the motivation and determination. And, above all, you have the confidence. She paused briefly, observing him with her sharp eyes. Objectively speaking, my master is very strong, the strongest sword god, in my opinion. But unless he's found a new motivation to push himself even further since I last saw him, you will eventually defeat him. Rygar narrowed his eyes. But didn't you say I wasn't improving? Ghislaine gave a slight nod. Yes. I still don't understand the reason for your decline, but I'm sure you can figure it out. Rygar remained silent, contemplating her words. You seem to think I have some idea of what the problem is. Geese laughed loudly, breaking the slight tension in the air. So, I'm in the presence of the future sword god? A toast to that. He raised his mug and took a long sip. Hey Rygar let out a short chuckle. At first, he had found Geese strange. His instincts told him that he was friendly, but at the same time, there was something peculiar about him, something hard to define. Now, after interacting with him for so long, Rygar realized that Geese was just an eccentric someone who strictly followed his own beliefs, his jinx code. His ideas were strange and specific, but in the end, Rygar had come to like him a little. Geese possessed many unusual skills, all incredibly useful, but fighting was definitely not one of them. However, from a certain perspective, he was someone worthy of admiration. He had managed to make it this far in a world where individual power was crucial, and he had done it without any aptitude for combat. Rygar crossed his arms and stared at him. Geese, have you ever thought about learning how to fight? Geese let out a hearty laugh. Boss, I have no talent for that, believe me. I've already tried. Ghislaine shook her head and commented in an almost monotone voice, I tried teaching him once myself, but he's really bad at it. Very bad. I think I've never taught anyone worse before. Geese cleared his throat loudly and hurriedly changed the subject. The food is ready. The announcement was enough to attract Eris, who ran to the campfire with an excited expression. Really? Finally. Idar, who had been watching the training from a distance, walked over to them with his arms crossed. He looked at Rygar and asked, Hey, Rygar, do you think the temple order will try anything along the way? Rygar reflected for a moment. Before he could respond, Geese intervened, spinning his wooden spoon as he stirred the stew. I think it's very likely. They're all fanatics. Even if the leaders don't act directly, the more fervent followers might try something. That's just how they are. Rygar looked at him curiously. You sure know a lot about melees, huh? Geese grinned as he served himself a portion of stew. Let's just say I've been to many places and seen a little of everything. But melees has a special way of handling things. You'll understand soon enough. The scent of the stew spread through the camp, and Skull, the massive wolf, watched the roasting meat with keen eyes. A light breeze passed through the area, carrying the aroma to every corner. Geese then said, You can eat too, boy. Without needing further confirmation, Skull lunged at the roasted animal. He needed to eat a lot now, as this was the most important phase of his growth. Eris soon arrived and approached Rygar, her eyes shining with excitement. But she hadn't shouted when talking to Rygar for a long time now. Hey, Rygar. Can I learn to use that flaming sword? Rygar raised an eyebrow, surprised by the question. You want to use chantless magic? Yeah, that technique you used against Ghislaine the other day? It's so cool. Rygar crossed his arms, pondering for a moment. He already knew that Eris didn't have much talent for magic. And she was already 9 years old, almost reaching her 10th birthday. Her mana capacity wouldn't surpass Tay's. She could barely use elemental magic, and learning chantless magic was as much about talent as it was about starting training early, according to his theories. She had neither on her side. It would be an extremely difficult process for her. You could, he began, choosing his words carefully, but it would take many years of dedication just to learn the basics. You have great talent, but that talent lies in the sword. If you try to focus on learning magic, you'll end up wasting potential that could take you much further. Eris furrowed her brows, her expression turning slightly sulky, but she said nothing. Then forget it. She huffed, turning abruptly and going back to her training with exaggerated expressions of disdain. Despite her attitude, Rygar could tell she was genuinely disappointed. She learns quickly and has strong willpower, but only in things that involve physical activities. I don't think she's capable of mastering this kind of technique. The sword god style she's been learning from Ghislaine since the beginning is extremely compatible with Eris and doesn't rely on magic. Focusing only on that would suit her better in the long run. Though she did seem a little disappointed. He let out a sigh and decided he had thought about it enough. Night was beginning to fall, and the camp had a relaxed atmosphere. Geese was chatting with Idar, telling some story about Rygar, the first water god, which actually caught the boy's attention, while Ghislaine was reading a small, worn-out book, probably The Three Swordsmen, which he had recommended to practice reading. Rygar, on the other hand, decided to do something different. He closed his eyes and began to meditate. That restlessness in his body had been bothering him for a while. His Toki was becoming fiercer, more violent, which was actually a good thing, but his control over it seemed to be slipping. His body felt like a wild, untamed beast, unrestricted. He needed to find balance. In his previous world, there were stories about warriors and cultivators who used meditation to tame their bodies and minds. Maybe that could help him now. He took a deep breath, focusing. He tried to empty his mind, to feel the flow of energy within himself, to perceive the details around him. The sound of the wind blowing through the plains, the wood crackling in the fire, the muffled voices of Geese and Idar. Then, something different happened. He finally felt something approaching. His instinct warned him, like an alarm. Something was there, right in front of him. He tried to focus his senses, to capture that presence more clearly, but before he could understand what it was, lick, a rough, warm tongue ran across his entire face. Ugh! Rygar's eyes snapped open, feeling his face completely wet. He blinked a few times and saw Skull in front of him, staring at him with an excited expression and perked up ears. The massive wolf wagged his tail and tilted his head to the side, as if curious about what Rygar was doing. Rygar blinked again and sighed, wiping his face with the sleeve of his clothes. Skull. The wolf let out a low bark, as if responding, and licked its snout. Rygar narrowed his eyes and crossed his arms. How about a bath, big guy? The moment Skull heard the word bath, his ears twitched, and he froze for a brief moment. Then, without warning, he spun on his heels and bolted across the camp at high speed. Huh? You think you can escape me? Rygar laughed, jumping to his feet. He raised his hand and created a large ball of magical water, swirling in the air as if ready to engulf something. Let's see if you can dodge this. Skull playfully growled and ran even faster, skillfully dodging. The chase began, with Rygar laughing as he conjured more water spheres, trying to hit the giant wolf, who was desperately running to avoid the bath. Geese watched the whole scene while taking a sip of his drink, shaking his head. Hey, who would have thought? The red wolf, feared by most major factions for his destructive power, playing with a dog. Ghislaine, still holding her book, looked at the chase with little reaction. Rygar leaped over a rock, launching another water sphere. The wolf jumped to the side but then slipped on the grass-soaked ground, tripping over his own paws, spinning in the air, and landing on his back. Gotcha! Rygar hurled the water ball with force. The water burst over Skull, who let out a low whimper and shook off his soaked fur, utterly defeated. He shot Rygar a look of pure resentment, but Rygar just laughed. Turning away from Ghislaine, Rygar paused for a brief moment before saying, Hey, Ghislaine, would you like to try a mental exercise that involves calculations, tactics, combat prediction, and battlefield awareness? Ghislaine looked at him with curiosity, slightly furrowing her brows. Such an exercise exists? How can it train all of that at the same time? Rygar hesitated for a moment. Initially, he had thought about introducing her to shogi but quickly dismissed the idea, thinking it would be too complicated to teach. With a smile, he replied, It's called chess. I'll teach you? Ghislaine crossed her arms, still intrigued, and asked, Chess? How can that help improve our combat skills? Think of it as a battlefield simulation, Rygar explained. Each piece has its own value and movement, just like different units in war. Pawns represent basic soldiers, while rooks, bishops, and the queen symbolize stronger forces. Playing chess requires you to calculate, plan, anticipate your opponent's moves, and develop attack and defense strategies, essential skills for any warrior. Ghislaine, absorbing Rygar's words, slightly tilted her head in understanding. So you believe that by training in chess, I can improve my ability to predict and react in battle? Exactly, Rygar responded, though, in reality, he just wanted a chess partner and made up an explanation on the spot. Over time, this will sharpen your mind and help you develop strategic thinking that can be applied both in combat and leadership. Let's start with the basics, and little by little, you'll see how every move on the board can be compared to a tactical decision in battle. Ghislaine raised an eyebrow, still somewhat skeptical but visibly interested in the idea. All right, show me how it works. And so, as the sun began to set on the horizon, Rygar created the first chessboard in the six-faced world. Light filtered through the treetops, creating a mosaic of shadows dancing in the clearing. The sound of metal clashing against metal echoed through the forest as Rygar and Idar exchanged blows at high speed. Rygar advanced relentlessly, his blade slicing through the air with brute force and precision. His feet barely touched the ground as he propelled himself forward, a blur of motion. Idar, on the other hand, moved with fluidity. His mastery of flow allowed him to dodge and counterattack instantly, his strikes flowing like a river, shifting at the last moment and returning with doubled force. His gaze was sharp, focused on every movement of his opponent. Nearby, Ghislaine watched in silence, without her eye patch. Her magic eye glowed faintly as she analyzed every flow of Toki between the fighters, following their movements beyond normal perception. Eris, restless and eager to grow stronger, swung her sword at the side, itching to join the fight. Rygar dodged a strike and stepped back a few paces. He turned to Ghislaine with a serious look and asked, "Did you notice anything?" But before Ghislaine could answer, Idar interrupted, narrowing his eyes slightly. "I'm not sure if it's just me, but I feel something strange when I fight you. I can't quite explain it, something seems off. Of course, you're very strong, but something still feels wrong." Rygar raised an eyebrow, trying to grasp what that feeling could be, the possible reason behind his lack of progress. Ghislaine crossed her arms, observing both fighters, then spoke. "I understand what you mean, Idar. I feel it too, but I can't tell what it is." She paused, shifting her focus to Rygar, her expression serious. "What I can see is that the flow of your Toki seems unstable and fierce. Different from before, when it was sharp and penetrating." Rygar sighed, relaxing his shoulders. He looked at Idar, a faint smile crossing his lips. "If you keep this up, you'll end up surpassing me." Idar chuckled slightly. When he first arrived in the Great Forest, he had been arrogant. His natural talent made him believe he could save himself and his brother in due time. But everything changed when he met younger and stronger children in the Great Forest, especially Rygar. That arrogance had been shattered. Now, 3 years later, he had developed a certain supernatural calm. The recklessness of the past had been tamed, allowing him to grow even faster. Above all, it had enabled him to form true friendships. Among them, Rygar and Taze. He smirked and replied, "That's not possible. To become a water king, I need to master one of the 5 secret techniques of the water god style. I can only achieve that once I reach the style's dojo in Ars." Rygar narrowed his eyes, intrigued. "You said that Eleonora, your grandmother, had a house in the Azura Kingdom's capital, right?" Idar crossed his arms, tilting his head. "Yeah, she does. She actually gave me the deed, so it's mine now. Did I ever tell you that I have a fiancé there?" Rygar blinked. "A fiancé? Yeah, who?" Idar scratched the back of his neck and laughed. "Actually, I don't know her name." "Ha ha ha." Rygar looked visibly confused. "How can you have a fiancé and not even know her name?" "I just know she's supposed to be the granddaughter of the current water goddess, Ryadaraya. My grandmother, Eleonora, and she were friends." Rygar frowned, surprised. "Well, good luck with that. I don't even know what to say when I meet her. Should it just be a simple hi, or a declaration of love?" He seemed concerned, but Rygar just laughed at his expense. PFT. Before they could continue their conversation, Ghislaine and Rygar abruptly turned their heads toward the forest. Eris, who had been listening attentively, also stopped moving her sword and turned when she noticed Rygar and Ghislaine's movements. Rygar activated his eyes and sharpened his senses. After listening carefully, he came to a conclusion. "Bandits," Rygar murmured. The sound of stealthy footsteps blended with the rustling of leaves. He turned to Idar. "Protect Eris and Geese." "Wait, where is Geese?" Idar furrowed his brows and said, "He went to look for spices and herbs for cooking." "Well, let's hope he didn't run into the bandits, then." Eris took a step forward, clenching her fists. "I can help in the fight too." Rygar hesitated, then looked at Ghislaine, who analyzed him for a second before nodding. "Okay, Eris. But don't let your guard down." At that moment, the shadows among the trees began to move. Figures emerged one by one, their expressions sinister, weapons in hand. The air grew tense. And then, the battle began. The tense silence of the forest was broken by malicious laughter, rough voices echoing from the shadows among the trees. "Hee hee hee. What do we have here?" The voice was coarse, dripping with scorn and lust. More bandits emerged from the trees. Dozens. Filthy, armed with swords, axes, and bows. Their predatory gazes locked onto the group. The leader, a tall man with a deep scar on his cheek and a worn sword at his waist, stepped forward with a disgusting grin. His dark eyes first landed on Ghislaine. "The muscular one is mine first." He licked his lips. "I like taming the wild ones." Some laughed in agreement. "Take the girl for now. Let's have some fun before we kill them." Eris gritted her teeth, gripping the hilt of her sword so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Ghislaine, on the other hand, remained impassive and expressionless, a hint of disgust in her eyes. The bandits kept pouring out of the forest. Their clothes were tattered, patched up, and stained with dried blood. The putrid stench of sweat and decay filled the air. They surrounded the group, forming a threatening semicircle. The leader smiled, revealing yellowed teeth. "Will you surrender, or do you want to die painfully?" Rygar closed his eyes for a moment, taking a deep breath. Then, a cold smile crossed his lips. He raised his gleaming blue sword and took a combat stance. "Unfortunately, I'm not that generous." His eyes gleamed with intensity. "There's no surrender for you." In the next instant, he vanished with a flash step. A blue streak slashed through the battlefield, and at the same moment, a massive ebony-colored wolf emerged from the trees like a shadow. Skull charged alongside Rygar, his lupin eyes glowing with ferocity. Rygar appeared before the first bandit before the man could even react. His blade sliced horizontally with a sharp whistle. The man blinked, trying to comprehend what had happened until his head slipped from his neck and hit the ground with a dull thud. Blood sprayed into the air like a crimson fountain. "Kill him," one of the bandits screamed in panic. Several charged at once, trying to surround Rygar. But he disappeared again. He reappeared behind them, his sword spinning like a blue whirlwind. The sound of flesh being torn echoed through the clearing as bodies were cut in two before their screams could even escape their throats. On the other side, Ghislaine wasted no time. She advanced like a beast, moving through the enemies like a black lightning bolt. Her slashes were fast, precise, and brutal. One of the bandits tried to block with an axe, but the moment he raised his weapon, Ghislaine was already behind him. A thin red line appeared on his neck. A second later, his headless body collapsed to the ground. Skull, surrounded by at least 7 men, let out a deep, menacing growl. The bandits hesitated, sensing the giant wolf's killing intent. But one of them, trying to prove himself, shouted and attacked. It was the last thing he ever did. Skull lunged with monstrous force, his fangs sinking into the man's head. The bandit struggled for a second, but then, with a violent tug, Skull ripped his head off with a sickening snap. The others screamed in horror, but they had no chance to escape. Skull spun, his massive claw tearing through 2 men at once. The sound of flesh being shredded echoed, and warm blood splattered across the forest floor. Idar remained in the rear, keeping an eye out for geese and watching over Eris. Meanwhile, Eris charged forward like a hurricane. A bandit tried to attack her from the side, but she ducked at the last second, dodging by a mere fraction. Then, she spun with an upward slash. The enemy's torso was sliced open from hip to shoulder, and his steaming entrails spilled onto the ground. From the top of a tree, an archer loosed an arrow straight at her. Eris noticed at the last moment. She leaped to the side, the arrow slicing through a strand of her red hair. Her heart pounded wildly. "Ha!" she roared, dashing toward the archer. The man panicked, trying to retreat, but he stumbled and fell on his back. He screamed desperately, but before he could beg for his life, Eris's blade slashed across his torso in a horizontal stroke. Then, a new enemy appeared. Unlike the others, he was taller, firmer, and his stance was refined. He unsheathed his sword with a fluid motion. Eris attacked with the same ferocity. The man countered with a swift strike. The massacre continued. The bandits tried to flee when they realized they had no chance. But Rygar, Ghislaine, and Skull didn't allow it. "Please don't kill us," one of them screamed. But there was no mercy. Skull pounced on a group trying to escape, his claws ripping through their backs like paper. Ghislaine pursued 3 others, cutting them down one by one. Rygar closed his eyes for a moment, taking a deep breath. Then, his magic eye glowed. His hearing and sense of smell sharpened. He could hear the desperate footsteps of the bandits running through the forest, their scents drenched in fear. He took his stance. Wind mana began to concentrate in his blue blade. The aura around him trembled. The air vibrated. Leaves and branches were sucked toward his sword. Storm of wind blades. He swung his blade in a horizontal arc. The attack exploded from the sword, creating a wave of cutting wind that rushed through the forest. But the true terror came right after. At the center of the attack, the wind blade fragmented. Hundreds of smaller blades separated and spread like a devastating storm. The screams of terror echoed. The bandits were shredded as they ran. Trees were cut down as if made of paper, crashing to the ground with thunderous booms. When the attack ceased, silence fell over the forest. There were no survivors. Rygar exhaled slowly. Ghislaine looked at him for a moment and murmured, "Your magic is really convenient sometimes." He simply smiled faintly. As the slaughter unfolded around them, Eris fought like a predator, her swift and ferocious strikes relentlessly pressuring her opponent. The enemy warrior, an advanced ranked North God-style swordsman, tried to resist, but his attention was divided. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw his comrades being massacred like chopped-up cabbages at a marketplace. Panic overtook his features, his heart pounding uncontrollably. They are monsters." One of the bandits screamed in the distance, his voice filled with pure terror. The North God swordsman gritted his teeth. His style relied on dirty tricks and tactics, but Eris wasn't giving him any space. The Sword God style countered the North God style because of its direct and overwhelming nature, and, on top of that, Eris was extremely confident, while he was already waiting for death, even if he managed to win. "TCH, if this continues, I'll die here." He made a decision. With a subtle movement, he spat out a small needle from his mouth, the secret weapon he had kept hidden under his tongue. The needle was coated in poison. It flew straight toward Eris's eye. But then, Eris moved instinctively. She tilted her head at the last moment, and the poisoned needle grazed her cheek, leaving a small cut. An immediate burning sensation spread across the wound. Her eyes narrowed in pure fury. Coward. The bandit was already fleeing, dashing into the dense woods. But Eris would not allow it. Her blood boiled. She bent her knees and exploded forward with all her speed. The bandit didn't even have time to react. The wind roared as Eris suddenly doubled her acceleration, catching up to her enemy instantly. Her eyes burned like embers as she raised her sword. The warrior tried to block, desperately raising his arm. But it was too late. The blade, forged by the god of minerals, sliced through his arm like butter and cleaved his torso in a single, clean stroke. His body split into two halves, his upper half spinning through the air before crashing onto the ground with a dull thud. Blood splattered across the leaves as Eris completed her technique. Longsword of silence. She remained still for a moment, panting, her lungs burning. Her eyes gleamed with joy. I did it. She turned quickly and saw Rygar and Ghislaine returning from the chase, both completely unharmed, as if the fight had been nothing to them. Further ahead, Skull was feasting on the corpses, tearing through flesh and devouring the remains with satisfaction. Eris ran toward them. I did it. She repeated, a proud smile on her face. I'm an advanced swordswoman now. She looked excitedly at Ghislaine and Rygar, her eyes sparkling with expectation. Yes, you are, Ghislaine said with a small, satisfied smile. That was the last advanced technique you needed to learn. I can become an adventurer now. Rygar found her excitement contagious. It seemed like she really wanted this. As he approached, he said, yes, Eris, you can, but, you have poison on your face. He extended his hand and touched her cheek, using a detoxification and healing spell to close the needle's wound. Eris's face turned as red as a tomato. Idar smiled as well and congratulated her. Congratulations, Eris. Rygar turned away and said, when we reach the next town, you'll register. Eris's face lit up with joy. And then, without wasting time, they began looting the bandits' corpses, taking gold and valuables, storing everything in the cart. After cleaning the area, the group departed for the next town. The journey continued without problems. Rygar settled into the corner of the cart, crossing his arms and closing his eyes. For now, the journey was relatively peaceful. Few things in the Meles continent could threaten their group. But when Rygar fell asleep, his peace was shattered. He awoke in a place of pure white. An endless void, stretching as far as the eye could see. And then, a figure appeared. A white silhouette, its face covered by a strange, distorted mosaic. Hey, Rygar. It's been a while. Rygar's mood plummeted instantly. His gaze sharpened, and a bitter taste filled his mouth. Tisk. Hitagami. Rygar awoke in a place of pure white. An endless void, stretching as far as the eye could see. And then, a figure appeared. A white silhouette, its face covered by a strange, distorted mosaic. Hey, Rygar. It's been a while. Rygar's mood plummeted instantly. His gaze sharpened, and a bitter taste filled his mouth. Tisk. Hitagami. Once again, he found himself immersed in that vast and endless white void. His instincts immediately ignited like embers in a fire. The sense of danger was unmistakable. His body didn't feel the weight of gravity, the ground didn't exist, but his mind was sharp. You seem pretty suspicious, Rygar. Didn't my advice help you get stronger last time? Rygar kept his expression neutral, but inside, his mind was working non-stop. His eyes scanned the space around him, searching for any clues, any detail that could give him an advantage. This time, he would force himself to remain calm. The last time he'd been here, his thirst for answers had made him lose precious information. How would I know that even if I hadn't met you, I wouldn't have followed the exact same path I did? And if I hadn't, would I have arrived in time to stop Meles from attacking my subordinates and the Legion? Hitagami's smile widened as if he had just heard something extremely amusing. So you would have saved Ghislaine and Eris too. Rygar furrowed his brows. He had simulated in his head everything he would have done if Hitagami hadn't said anything, but he couldn't find a right answer. Maybe it would have been the same with some differences, or maybe everything would have been completely different. You don't need to tell me what would or wouldn't have happened based on my decisions. I don't believe a word you say. The entity sighed theatrically, throwing its body back as if it were suffering deeply. Its hands rose exaggeratedly, the fingers moving in dramatic gestures, like an actor in full performance. So cruel? I only ask a few questions and I'm already treated like a liar. While they spoke, Rygar didn't stop analyzing the environment. The absolute white seemed lifeless, but could it really be like that? He tried to perceive patterns, irregularities, any trace of logic behind this space. If Hitagami was so comfortable here, maybe there was something hidden, something he could explore. Do you have anything to do with my reincarnation? The human god tilted his head back and waved his hand dismissively. No, reincarnation is more of the evil dragon's thing. Rygar narrowed his eyes. Evil dragon? Who is that? Hitagami made a vague gesture, as if talking about a distant and irrelevant problem. It's an evil dragon whose only goal is to destroy the world. Rygar crossed his arms. His sharp gaze did not soften. And you're the benevolent god who wants to stop him. With a gleam in his eyes and a wide smile, Hitagami pointed to himself with both hands. Exactly, you got it. The warrior didn't show any reaction. His mind remained cold and calculating. What is your real goal? Hitagami laughed, covering his mouth like an embarrassed maiden, his shoulders trembling theatrically. I'm just having fun. Don't think too much about it. Rygar didn't believe a single word. Every time Hitagami spoke, the feeling that he was hiding something only grew stronger. Anyway, the god continued, leaning his elbow on his palm and tilting his head. You're looking for future leaders for the Legion, right? Rygar's brow furrowed slightly. He hadn't shared this thought with anyone. After the last events with the Legion, the importance of individual strength had become clearer to him than ever. Because of this, he decided that he would look for some talents during this journey. He had really been thinking about this lately. But how did this guy know? Could he read his mind? A chill ran down his spine. Was Hitagami able to see everything he did? Know everything he thought? If so, how could someone fight against that? Before he could delve deeper into that line of thinking, Hitagami raised his hands, waving them in the air with an innocent smile. I don't have such abilities? As I said the first time, I only see some things when events align, and I can only speak to those chosen. And you, apparently, have a pretty interesting life. Rygar clenched his fists. He was growing increasingly cautious, but it was at this moment that an idea sprang to his mind. He kept his expression impassive and immediately began filling his mind with various other thoughts, scattering his main line of reasoning. Hitagami blinked and tilted his head slightly, smiling. Ho ho, why so much distrust? Well, it doesn't matter. Like last time, I came here to give you some advice that will help you with your goals. Every time Hitagami said that phrase, Rygar felt more and more that he was dealing with something far more dangerous than just an eccentric entity. This being had only two possibilities, either it was a crazy and irrational entity, or it was plotting something deeply. For safety, he would assume the worst. What's your big advice this time? Hitagami placed his hand on his chest, pretending to be offended, and then hugged his shoulders as if trembling. Huh, it's so cold. Your distrust is hurting me. He then spun in the air as if lying on an invisible cloud, crossing his legs and resting his face on the palm of his hand. But even so, I will help you, because I am a kind god. Rygar's eyes glowed with contained irritation. I will help you find your predestined one. My predestined one. Rygar was confused. What does he mean by that? He thought, trying to understand the offer. Who is this so-called predestined one? Yes, your most powerful commander. Hitagami spoke with excitement, his voice vibrating with a malicious energy. Huh, and who would that be? Rygar asked, a distrustful smile escaping. He, she is still young, actually, but that is an advantage in your eyes, isn't it, Rygar? He couldn't hide his curiosity. Young, he thought. Who is he talking about, and what does he want from me when I find her? He narrowed his eyes, now more alert. Changing the subject, he decided to clear up a doubt. Where are you right now? Can we talk face to face? Hitagami laughed, but it sounded distant, as if he were enjoying the situation. I am a god. I don't exist in the same place as mortals. Rygar furrowed his brow. And what do you say about Laplace? He's a demon who wants to kill humans, right? Why is he still alive, human god? As I said, I cannot freely interfere with the world. Hitagami responded, his voice still playful but more restrained. You need to understand that even gods have restrictions. And this so-called evil dragon, does it live with you? Rygar asked. You're asking too many questions. Hitagami replied, sounding a little impatient. Aren't you worried about the assassins hired to kill you? Rygar raised an eyebrow. As long as it's not Galgard Nashvenik, I'm not. And he didn't seem to want to kill me, he said with quiet confidence, but deep down, a slight tension began to form. Hitagami sighed, already sounding impatient. Anyway, if you want to meet your predestined commander, here's my advice. He paused as if giving valuable counsel. When Eris registers as an adventurer, walk the roads of the city of Voltand. Before Rygar could respond, his consciousness returned, and he suddenly woke up. Rygar woke from his deep sleep with a sigh, the sensation of the transition between dream and reality still vivid in his mind. He looked around, noticing the moving carriage. The scenery around him passed quickly. Idar was sitting at the front, looking out, guiding the carriage. Geese was at the back, writing something in his notebook, his eyes fixed on the words he was writing, lost in his thoughts. Ghislaine was by his side, practicing her fireball with concentration, ensuring she didn't lose her touch. Eris and Skal were outside, probably running alongside the carriage, always full of energy to play. Rygar sat for a moment, his thoughts submerged in a sea of questions and uncertainties. Hitagami, what does he really want? He shook his head, trying to focus. He didn't want uncertainty to cloud his judgment. He knew that, at the moment, he needed clarity. So, he took a deep breath and finally stood up. Everyone, he began, his voice firm and steady, breaking the silence. Everyone turned to him, paying attention. Geese raised his eyes, curious, while Idar kept his gaze fixed on the road ahead. Ghislaine gave a brief nod, still concentrating on her practice, but with a watchful look. Rygar activated his magic eye and sharpened his senses. He felt the energy around him intensifying, but there was nothing immediate that caught his attention. Nothing unusual for now, he thought, and then asked, still observing everyone around him. Has anyone here heard the name human god? The question hung in the air, and Geese was the first to react. Human god. He seemed confused. Who is that? Is it like the great powers? Like the demon god, but human? Geese asked, his expression a mix of curiosity and slight confusion. Rygar watched him closely, absorbing every detail of his reaction. Geese's curious look seemed genuine, but Rygar knew how to read between the lines. Is he lying? He thought, but didn't notice anything suspicious. Geese really seemed to know nothing. Maybe he was telling the truth, or maybe he had prepared himself well to lie, but Rygar couldn't know for sure. Idar, in turn, looked at Rygar casually, his expression vague. I've never heard of that name, he said, shaking his head. Then, Ghislaine stopped her practice and said, no, her voice always calm, but without a hint of doubt. Rygar observed them carefully. None of them seemed to be lying. Can Hitagami really only enter people's dreams if certain things align? He wondered, but the doubt still lingered. The bigger problem was that the mix of lies and truths made things more complicated. The lack of information is a big disadvantage, he thought, the weight of uncertainty tightening his mind. What's the next city ahead? Rygar asked, turning to Geese. Voltand, boss, Geese replied quickly, without hesitation. Rygar sighed, thoughtful. He looked at the horizon for a moment, assessing the situation. I'll go ahead, he said finally, his decision firm. I'll do a sweep of the city to make sure there are no traps. Ghislaine, curious, looked at him. Did you feel something? Actually, Rygar hadn't felt anything. He just felt he needed to go ahead. Actually, no, he replied, with a serious look. It's just for safety. Huh, okay then, boss, go ahead, Geese said, apparently accepting Rygar's decision without further question. Rygar then exited the carriage and dashed toward Voltand, the speed of his steps making the ground beneath him seem to tremble slightly. Eris and Skal, who were ahead, noticed his departure and ran toward the carriage. Why did Rygar go ahead? Eris asked, with a curious expression as she looked at the carriage. Geese looked at her, with an ironic smile. I think the boss is losing it. He gave a small sigh and shook his head, unsure how to justify Rygar's decision. Idar, who always kept his laid-back attitude, chuckled softly and said, he doesn't do anything without a reason. We can ask him when he gets back, but do you think it has something to do with that human god? Geese thought for a moment before answering, looking in the direction Rygar had gone. Maybe, but well, don't worry about it, Eris. He knows how to take care of himself. He looked at the young woman with a calm smile. Eris looked in the direction of Voltand, her expression worried, but after a brief sigh, she puffed and walked away to train her swordsmanship. Skal followed her, but both still seemed to be wondering what was going on in Rygar's mind. The carriage continued on its path, and the journey to Voltand went on. Rygar ran through the forests toward Voltand, his body moving with agility, without losing strength or endurance, a reflection of his physical growth over the past years. His thoughts, however, were elsewhere. The mating season was approaching again. Almost 3 years had passed since he left the Great Forest, 11 years since he was reborn into this world, and now, he was beginning to feel the effects of this particular event more intensely. His mind was divided between different perspectives. On one hand, he still considered himself too young to enter a relationship. In his past life, 11 years old was an age where boys still played, with no concern for romance. On the other hand, in this world, 10 years was already seen as a perfectly acceptable age for such things, which still felt extremely strange to him. And then there was Ghislaine. If he were to seek someone, it would probably be her. Strong, mature, experienced, she had almost everything that attracted him. He also couldn't ignore the Dadia tribe's tradition, challenging a potential mate to a fight and conquering them through strength. But Ghislaine was an extremely strong warrior, and even though he had developed his own combat style by combining martial arts and magic, confident in his speed and tactics, his chances of winning a direct confrontation against her even with magic were, at most, 70 to 80%. He wouldn't give her that chance. Imagine if he lost? Where would he even hide his face? After thinking through all possible scenarios, he decided to hold back. For now, the best strategy was to restrain his impulses and continue training at least until he resolved his problem with Toki. That matter was his top priority. Rygar shifted his attention from his inner conflicts to another thought that had come to him during his encounter with Hidegami. The divine attack spells from the healing category. The purpose of those spells was to strike embodied entities, such as spirits and ghosts. But what if, in truth, they were a method of attack that directly affected the soul? If that were the case, then a possibility existed. Perhaps he could attack Hidegami in his dreams. That damned god, who invaded his mind like a spiritual projection, couldn't be untouchable. According to Verdia's theories from ancient records, the legendary Saint Meles always fought with his sword enveloped in divine light. That suggested that divine attack magic could be exactly that kind of spell. If he could prove these hypotheses, he would open up a whole new path of possibilities. He could study these spells and conduct tests. Maybe he was overthinking things, but if there was even the slightest chance, it was worth exploring. As he pondered this, Rygar realized he had already reached Voltand's entrance. He kept his running pace and moved with sharp eyes, scanning his surroundings. At 11 years old, he already stood at about 1.5 meters tall, his lean, muscular body resembling more of a wild adolescent than a child. The guards at the entrance barely glanced at him before continuing their conversation. Did you hear? Ameli's night order entered the city yesterday. Really? What are they doing here? No idea, and it's none of my business. You'd better not get involved either. Rygar narrowed his eyes. Knights in Voltand? If these were the assassins Hidegami had mentioned before, perhaps he had overestimated their capabilities. Activating his magic eyes, Rygar scanned the city with a keen gaze. Through his enhanced vision, he absorbed every detail around him. Voltand was a relatively ordinary city, with worn stone streets and buildings made of wood and brick. The scent of spices mixed with the stench of sewage and vomit in the alleys, the sounds of carts blended with merchants' chatter, and the rhythmic hammering of blacksmiths echoed through the streets. Everything seemed normal, with no obvious signs of an ambush. He noticed a few curious glances from passers-by, probably drawn to the seemingly valuable swords he carried. However, no one dared to approach. He kept his senses fully alert, registering every sound and movement in his mind. If there was a hidden trap, he would find it. The last time he trusted Hitagami, nothing immediate happened. But he had a distinct impression that trusting too much in that being would be his downfall. His instincts were one of his greatest advantages against him. His sixth sense was incredibly sharp, an instinct for self-preservation that worked 24 hours a day. It had already saved him from situations where death seemed certain. His eyes turned toward one of the tallest buildings in the city, the Adventurers Guild. A reinforced stone structure, with a tall tower that stood out against the skyline. He decided to use it as an observation point. With a single flash step, he leaped and reached the top of the tower, landing softly. He sat cross-legged, observing the city below. The wind blew strongly, tooling his silver hair. He took a deep breath, his golden eyes analyzing the landscape. A predestined child, that's what Hitagami had said. But what did that really mean? Did destiny truly exist? In Rygar's opinion, and based on his knowledge from his previous world, the moment time and space became mutable, the concept of destiny stopped making sense. It became something vague. How could destiny exist if someone could travel back in time and alter it? From what he gathered from his conversations, Hitagami could see the future, whether wholly or partially, thus knowing everyone's fate. So why give him these pieces of advice? Wasn't that changing the future? If so, could it really still be called destiny? Perhaps it was something more abstract, like luck. Maybe it was more like karma? He didn't know. He wasn't sure how the laws of this world worked, but he knew his previous world had nothing like it. Even the laws of physics were different. This world still held too many secrets for him. In truth, his interactions with Hitagami always kept him on alert, but they also excited him in some way. If Hitagami was truly a god, that meant there were things far greater than he could even imagine. His master, Verdia, had told countless stories. Some were too absurd to be real, even in this world of swords and magic. Like the legend of the fighting god who split the continent in half, dividing it into the central and demon continent, thus creating the Ringu Sea with a single strike. That was ridiculous. Could god-level magic truly achieve such a feat? He didn't know, but he was determined to find out. There were many more intriguing stories he wanted to uncover. He had a lifespan of 200 years, more than enough time. Besides, he had heard of races that lived for thousands of years. Maybe, with enough research, extending that wouldn't be a problem, right? He got lost in thought while gazing at the city, recalling every story and myth he had learned. The wind blew over him, and the sky was a clear blue. He looked at the clouds, questioning his reincarnation once again. Hitagami said he didn't bring me here. So who did? Was I sent here for a reason, or was it just an accident? Were there others before me? Rygar smiled. But now, I'm here. Since I arrived in this world, I've done so much, met so many people, and learned so much. He looked toward the horizon. What are these small problems compared to what I'll face in the future? If there were beings capable of splitting oceans and cleaving continents in half, why couldn't he reach that level? That was his ambition. Time passed as he observed the city, absorbing its movements, analyzing every little interaction. Suddenly, something caught his attention. Near the city gate, a carriage was passing through the guards, but Skull, his loyal companion, had been stopped at the entrance. Rygar frowned, feeling a slight irritation. He stood up, and in the blink of an eye, he shot toward the gate, startling a few people along the way with his superhuman speed. Upon arrival, he saw Geese arguing with one of the guards. The man gripped his spear tightly, visibly suspicious. Another guard had already been sent to call for reinforcements. Rygar moved slowly, his imposing presence making the soldier furrow his brows. Is there a problem, guard? His voice was cold and direct. The soldier, still arguing with Geese, turned to face Rygar, his expression hard. Who are you? Rygar showed no emotion. None of your business. Lower that spear pointed at my dog before I cut your arms off. The air around Rygar seemed to freeze. A suffocating aura radiated from him like an invisible wave of killing intent. The bloodlust he released made the soldier pale and instinctively step back. His grip on the spear faltered, and his body trembled slightly. All right. The guard lowered his weapon, swallowing hard. It's just a big dog, right? That's right. Geese quickly replied, seizing the opportunity. We'll keep him under control. The guard hesitated for a moment but then stepped aside. Skull strutted past him with his head held high and an almost mocking gaze, as if amused by the situation. Rygar simply watched in silence, maintaining his sharp and dominant presence. But he didn't need to do anything else. Idar looked at Rygar with a curious expression and asked, Are you okay, Rygar? Rygar frowned, confused. Yeah, I am. Why? Idar chuckled softly. It's nothing. It's just that you're usually not this extreme. I thought you might be angry about something. Rygar blinked a few times, reflecting on that. I'm not like this. It was true that he preferred to handle situations with calculated coldness, but the idea that his reaction had been different unsettled him. Was he letting his emotions take control? Before he could dwell on the thought, Geese intervened with a mischievous grin. Well, it worked in our favor, so I'm not complaining. Eris crossed her arms, huffing. It's outrageous that they wouldn't let Skull in. He's so gentle. Skull barked in protest at Eris's attempted compliment. She laughed, and soon after, her eyes sparkled with excitement. All right, where's the Adventurers Guild, Rygar? Rygar pointed to the tall tower that stood out in the city. It's in that direction. Eris cracked her knuckles and grinned. Finally, I'm going ahead. Skull, follow me. Without waiting, she sprinted down the street. Skal barked again and ran after her with his imposing stride, as if enjoying the chase. Idar sighed, shaking his head. I'll go with them, just in case something happens. He followed after them, leaving Rygar, Ghislaine, and Geese to take a more leisurely path. As they walked, Ghislaine looked at Rygar with seriousness. Did you find anything before? Rygar shook his head. Nothing at all. For a moment, he considered telling them about Hitagami, but in the end, he decided not to. He trusted Ghislaine completely, but Geese still seemed suspicious to him. He was a cunning and charismatic guy, but Rygar didn't trust him enough yet. Geese scratched his chin, thoughtful. This sixth sense of yours, Rygar. How does it work? I've seen Ghislaine react to impossible situations back in our adventuring days, but with you, it's even more remarkable. Rygar shrugged. It's nothing special. Just a premonition, a warning the body sends to the brain, telling you that you're in danger. Like a constant alert sensation. Geese nodded, pondering. Isn't that similar to the demon eye's foresight eye? Rygar chuckled, shaking his head. His master had already taught him about those eyes. No, I don't know exactly how the foresight eye works, but this sense is more abstract. It's not an activatable skill, it's something natural. Ghislaine, who had been listening silently, suddenly spoke. It's like when you have a stomachache or a shiver down your spine. Rygar and Geese exchanged glances and then started laughing. Ghislaine frowned, clearly not understanding what was so funny. Their conversation continued in a light-hearted manner until they reached the Adventurers Guild. Eris was waiting impatiently in line, tapping her foot on the ground and huffing in frustration. Rygar turned to Geese. Help her get registered. Use your authority and Ghislaine's as rank S adventurers to place her in a higher rank. I think the maximum possible should be B or A. Geese grinned and gave an exaggerated salute. All right, boss. He entered the guild and quickly started handling Eris registration. Ghislaine looked at Rygar seriously. Do you need help? Rygar raised an eyebrow and smiled. Are you worried? Ghislaine nodded, simply and directly. Rygar was momentarily surprised. Her expression remained blank, but there was sincerity in her words. He averted his gaze for a moment before responding. And no, I don't need it. Thank you. Ghislaine nodded in understanding and entered the guild. Rygar looked around. Skal had apparently been placed in a stable, and Idar was there to ensure nothing happened to him. There was no reason to stay there for now, so he decided it was time to test the human god's claims. He had already investigated the city before and doubted he would find anything different this time, but he decided to check anyway. Last time, he had followed Hitagama's advice. In truth, he felt his actions wouldn't have diverged much even if Hitagama hadn't said anything. It only served to make him paranoid. But he wasn't completely sure. He had ended up improving Tsukikage far beyond what he expected due to that uncertain advice. That had sparked a slight curiosity in him. Even so, he did not trust Hitagame, as his instincts had never failed him before and always warned him about the god whenever they met. But after finding no danger in the city, he decided to at least test things. To be honest, he was interested. This so-called predestined one that Hitagame had mentioned, who would become his most powerful commander. He was truly curious but remained cautious. Rygar narrowed his eyes, still unsure if everything would have happened the same way this time had Hitagame not interfered. He sighed. Time would tell. Rygar walked through the streets of Voltand, his eyes scanning every detail around him. He told himself to stay alert, to observe, to read the signs of the environment. After all, he didn't want to miss a fateful encounter due to a lack of attention that would be quite embarrassing. But after 15 minutes of wandering aimlessly, he sighed. It was a stupid idea. Thinking that simply walking around would make some puzzle piece fall into place or reveal a new path in fate. Maybe the human god was just a fraud. After all, even without being able to see the future, he could have predicted that I would go to Brystone. He should have known better. Shaking his head in frustration, he decided it was time to return to the Adventurers Guild. Eris's identification should be ready by now, and he wanted to congratulate her. It was at that moment, as he turned to leave, that he bumped into something. Or rather, someone. The light impact was followed by a small thud on the ground. When Rygar looked down, he saw a little girl sitting on the floor, blinking up at him in surprise. She appeared to be around 3 years old, with reddish-brown, messy, and tangled hair, and large, vibrant green eyes. Her clothes caught his attention, a makeshift dress, clearly patched together from a much larger garment. But more than that, since he had his magic eye activated, he could see this child had quite a lot of mana. What was she, 3 or 4 years old at most? Yet her mana was 3 times greater than the normal amount for someone her age. For a moment, Rygar froze. Something struck him in a strange way, like a light tingling at the back of his neck, a sense of recognition where there should be none. He looked into the girl's eyes, and in that green depth, he saw something unusual. There was intelligence there far beyond what one would expect from a child so young. It was as if she was evaluating him, trying to understand him, just as he was studying her. And then, something deeper emerged, an inexplicable, almost instinctive connection that made his skin prickle slightly. Before he could react, the little girl quickly got to her feet, her gaze determined and her voice firm for someone so small. Big brother? Can you help me? The attempt to sound mature, mixed with her childish tone and serious expression, was something Rygar found incredibly cute. He crouched down to her level, his eyes still analyzing every feature of the little stranger. Young lady, I don't see anyone with you. What is a child as small as you doing here alone? The little girl took a deep breath, crossing her tiny arms as if trying to adopt a more serious demeanor before answering. Mommy said, run and ask the friendliest big brother for help. Rygar furrowed his brows. And where is your mommy? The girl pointed in a specific direction without hesitation. Immediately, Rygar used his magic eye and sharpened his hearing. His heightened senses picked up what was beyond normal reach: the sounds of a struggle, muffled blows, the clang of a blade, and then, something worse. The sound of fabric being torn, the silent cries of a woman. POV, Lilia Greyrat. The biting wind of Voltan's streets carried the bitter scent of soot mixed with the sweat and grime of the alleys. Lilia Greyrat ran, clutching her daughter to her chest, trying to think of a way out of her predicament. She knew the risks of traveling alone to the Azura Kingdom. It was dangerous, and only a matter of time before they ran into trouble. If only she could find Paul, Zenith, or anyone else from Buena Village. That would be the ideal scenario, but reality did not grant her such luxury. The only viable option had been to hire an adventurer as an escort to the Azura Kingdom. Many adventurers looking to travel there accepted such jobs to earn something along the way, but that decision proved to be a fatal mistake. The Latreia family had not sent her away empty-handed, so at least she had money to pay for protection. But fate was cruel. The adventurer who accepted the job never intended to help her. His deceitful eyes had shown his true intentions from the start, and now, all she could do was run. Her bare feet echoed against the damp cobblestones, each step sending jolts of pain through her injured leg. But she couldn't stop. She couldn't falter. She couldn't let him catch them. The wall before her loomed like a faceless monster, a dead-end alley. A crushing despair consumed her. She looked back. She could try to run the other way, but her injured leg made her an easy target. Anguish turned into silent tears. I couldn't protect my own daughter. I couldn't protect her in the Latreia house. I can't protect her now. I couldn't stop them from taking Norn. I couldn't do anything. That was when she felt two delicate little arms around her neck. The warmth of Aisha's embrace brought her back. Through tears, Lilia forced a smile and looked at her little girl. Her heart clenched upon seeing that, despite the fear reflected in those big green eyes, Aisha wasn't crying. She understood. She always understood. Lilia gently stroked her daughter's reddish hair. A normal child would be sobbing, but Aisha kept her mouth shut, holding back her tears. A genius. Her daughter was a genius. How many children would withstand such pressure without a single complaint? She didn't deserve this girl. Then she saw a small hole in the wall ahead, possibly leading to some kind of shop. But to her, it was hope. Aisha, sweetheart. Her voice trembled. You need to be strong now. The girl nodded. Lilia pointed to the small hole in the alley wall, too narrow for any adult to pass through, but just the right size for a small child to squeeze through. I want you to go through that hole and find the friendliest big brother you see on the street, understand? Don't leave the public's sight, under any circumstances. Stay where people can see you. Aisha hesitated for a moment but then nodded. Tell him that you are very talented and will learn anything he wants to teach you. Tell him you will be very useful. The little girl bit her lip, fighting back tears, and then silently nodded. Lilia held her tiny hands one last time before pushing her toward the opening. Her small body barely fit through, scratching her arms. When Aisha finally made it across, Lilia collapsed onto the ground, sobs consuming every part of her being. Now, all that was left was to wait. Whether her daughter would survive or not depended on fate. She looked around, searching for anything she could use as a weapon. She found a piece of rotten wood and clenched it tightly between her fingers. She wouldn't give up without at least trying her luck. Footsteps echoed through the alley. He was close. Lilia held her breath and waited. The moment he emerged from the darkness, she attacked, swinging the wood with all her might. But the man laughed. His body moved quickly, dodging the strike with sharp reflexes. With a casual movement, he disarmed her, snatching the wood from her hand as if it were a toy. Huo, looks like you know a thing or two about swordsmanship. He licked his lips. But you're rusty. Or maybe just injured. His eyes landed on her wounded leg. Lilia tried to run, but a swift sweep of his leg sent her crashing onto the ground. She screamed in pain as her body hit the cold stones. Before she could react, the man flipped her over, pressing her against the damp wall of the alley. Where's your little daughter? His whisper dripped like poison. Don't tell me you abandoned her? I'd actually be willing to wait 3 or 4 years until she grows up. Just imagine. Lilia froze. A shiver ran down her spine. Mother and daughter together. That would be a dream come true. The terror was immediate. She gagged as bile rose in her throat. In a desperate attempt, Lilia crawled toward a pile of trash and grabbed a wooden stake. But before she could use it on herself, a brutal foot crushed her hand against the ground. She let out an agonized scream. The man laughed, leaning over her. His rough fingers gripped her clothes, tearing them slowly, as if savoring the moment. Why the rush? He whispered in her ear. Let's have some fun first. Though I'd love to try your corpse afterward too. Disgust consumed Lilia entirely. She struggled, screamed, fought, but he was stronger. He held her down firmly, as if she were nothing more than a broken toy. Aisha. Did she make it? Suddenly, a blue glow cut through the darkness. It was too fast for Lilia to follow. The blade sliced through the air like silent thunder, and in the blink of an eye, the man's arms were severed. The adventurer's smile vanished. Seconds later, the pain struck. His desperate scream echoed through the alleys of Voltand. And then, amidst the blood and agony, Lilia saw the silhouette of a young man holding Aisha in his arms, his golden eyes glowing with relentless fury. POV, Rygar Adoldia. One of the greatest advantages of this world is that if you're strong enough, you can do whatever you want to any despicable bastard you dislike. That was impossible in my previous world. The difference in physical strength between people was small, so it wouldn't be easy, and besides, torture wasn't well regarded in modern society. Even against heinous criminals, they were protected by human rights. But here I could do whatever I wanted with trash like him. I looked at the woman collapsed in front of me. She was still dazed, tears falling uncontrollably. She trembled slightly, not just from the cold but from the trauma of what had almost happened. That was too close. Far too close. I let out a heavy sigh and took off my cloak, handing it to her to wear. Then, I picked up the little girl who was still watching everything with wide eyes and placed her in her mother's arms. Your mommy is okay, see, I said with a smile, trying to ease the situation a little. Aisha smiled slightly, and Lilia held her tightly, still in shock. I stood up and turned toward the bastard lying on the ground, screaming desperately as he clutched the stumps that remained of his arms. Wait here for a moment, I murmured to the two of them before dragging the man to a nearby alley. With a simple gesture, I activated a special barrier. It was a new magic I had been testing, a combination of barrier magic and wind manipulation, making it soundproof. No noise would escape. He could scream all he wanted. No one would hear. I crouched beside him, watching the panic take over his eyes. Don't worry. I touched the wounds and used healing magic to stop the bleeding but didn't restore his lost limbs. This is going to hurt a lot more for you than for me. A fierce smile spread across my face as the man began to plead. He knew he wouldn't leave here intact. For the next few minutes, only I witnessed how desperate he became, how ridiculously small a predator could be when you stripped him of his fangs. 5 minutes later, I emerged from the alley, adjusting my posture and wiping my hands clean. The smell of blood was still strong in the air, but it no longer bothered me. Rape was one of the most heinous acts in my previous world. And here, though more common due to the existence of slaves, it was still utterly despicable. I had no doubt that this was something I would never get used to, and I truly hoped never to change my mind about it. I turned back to the two, who were still leaning against the wall. Lilia was clutching Aisha tightly, as if afraid she would disappear if she let go even a little. When they saw me, they quickly stood up and bowed deeply. Thank you so much, sir, Lilia said, her voice trembling. Thank you so much, big brother, Aisha echoed, her small voice still carrying a touch of innocence, though she tried her best to sound respectful. I raised a hand, motioning for them to stop. No need to bow. Are you two okay? Lilia nodded, though still somewhat in shock. I stepped closer, noticing a wound on her arm. When I reached out to touch it, she almost flinched but forced herself to stay still. My palm glowed with a soft green light, and the injury began to close. Her eyes widened slightly, but she said nothing. Big brother, are you a mage? Aisha asked, watching in fascination. Aisha, Lilia scolded immediately, but I laughed, picking the little one up again. Yes, I'm a mage. Why? Do you want to be one in the future? Aisha opened her mouth excitedly to answer but then glanced at her mother and hesitated. Her eyes sparkled for a moment before she lowered her head and murmured, I can't. My brow furrowed slightly. What did she mean by that? With a small sigh, I placed her back in her mother's arms and crossed my arms. Then, what happened to you two? Silence hung in the air for a moment before Lilia took a deep breath and began to tell her story. Rygar walked through the streets of Voltand alongside Lilia and Aisha. The woman held the little girl in her arms, keeping her protected, while the child observed everything around her with keen, curious eyes. Rygar, for his part, remained on alert both for the dangers of the city and for the strange encounter that fate had placed before him. So, you hired a B-rank adventurer to escort you to the Azura Kingdom. Rygar broke the silence, keeping his gaze fixed ahead but attentive to Lilia's reactions. The woman nodded, her expression grim. Yes, it was the only viable option. The family I was with didn't send me away empty-handed, so I had enough money to pay for protection. But fate was cruel. She held Aisha a little closer, as if seeking comfort. He never intended to escort us. From the start, I noticed his eyes were always evaluating, not like a bodyguard. Rygar said nothing, simply absorbing the information. He wasn't surprised. The world was full of people eager to take advantage of the weak. However, his main interest remained focused on Aisha. He analyzed her in every possible way. Was Hidegami involved in this? Was this little girl just a very well-crafted trap? He was cautious, but no matter how much he investigated, no matter how closely he observed her behavioral patterns, everything pointed to her being just a child. An extraordinarily intelligent child, but still just a child. Aisha, in Lilia's arms, looked at him with her big, bright green eyes. She didn't seem afraid, nor did she hesitate to stare at him. In fact, her expression was pure curiosity, as if she were trying to understand who this stranger was that had helped them. Why do you want to go to the Azura Kingdom? Rygar asked directly, without preamble. Lilia hesitated. For a moment, her gaze drifted to the side, as if pondering whether or not she should answer. But in the end, she took a deep breath and said, We're from Fido. We were caught in the teleportation disaster. Rygar smiled inwardly. Just as I thought, he mused. But his mind quickly shifted to another question. How was this little girl so smart? Intelligence of this level in such a young child was abnormal. A possibility arose. Is she a reincarnate? To test his theory, he looked directly at Aisha and, in a neutral tone, spoke in Japanese. Can you understand me? Aisha blinked a few times, tilting her head to the side with a confused look. Big brother. Rygar narrowed his eyes. Nothing? Then, what about English? Can you understand me? He asked, waiting for a reaction. The response came unexpectedly. Aisha started laughing. A pure, genuine laugh, with no traces of understanding, just delighting in the strange sound of the words. Rygar sighed. Yeah, she really is just a child. But a very talented child. What is Hitagama's goal in making me meet her? Lilia, who had been watching, frowned. Sir Rygar, what languages were those? I don't recognize the grammar. He simply smiled. It's nothing. His eyes returned to Aisha, and then he asked, how old is your daughter again? Lilia blinked, a bit surprised by the question. She's 2.5. Why? Rygar didn't hesitate. I want your daughter to be my disciple. Lilia froze. Her eyes widened in shock, clearly unsure of how to react. Aisha, on the other hand, simply tilted her head in curiosity before asking, what's a disciple? Before Lilia could answer, Rygar raised his hand. Don't answer me now. Lilia held back her words, watching him cautiously. Rygar continued, his voice calm but filled with conviction. Think about it. Think about your daughter's talent. Think about what she could accomplish. And learn a little more about me before making any decisions. He then smiled at Aisha, who remained curious but now also seemed pleased with the unexpected attention. The child played with Lilia's fingers while looking at Rygar with a sparkle of expectation in her eyes. And so, they arrived at the Adventurers Guild. The streets in front of the Adventurers Guild were bustling, but there was a noticeable clearing around a peculiar group. Sitting among the adventurers, a colossal wolf with gleaming dark fur drew gazes of both fascination and fear. Skull, the imposing beast, remained still, his presence alone enough to keep the more cautious at bay. Some admired his majestic stance, while others averted their eyes and hurried along. Eris, her eyes gleaming with excitement, proudly displayed her adventurer's card to Geese, thrilled with her achievement. Ghislaine, standing nearby, observed the surroundings with her usual serious expression, while Idar and Skull simply maintained their positions. It was at that moment that Rygar appeared, accompanied by Lilia and Aisha. The little girl, still in her mother's arms, curiously looked around. Upon seeing him approach, Eris eagerly moved to show her card but abruptly stopped when she noticed the two unfamiliar figures at his side. Rygar stopped before the group and gave a nod. Everyone, this is Lilia. She hired an adventurer to escort her to Azura, but he attacked them. She was also one of the teleportation victims. Lilia remained silent, holding Aisha tighter against her chest. Rygar observed her for a moment before asking, do you have a second name? There was a brief moment of hesitation before she murmured, I am Lilia Greyrat. And this is Aisha Greyrat. Geese blinked, surprised. Huh? Like Eris? Hey, are you guys related, Eris? The redhead furrowed her brow, clearly confused. I don't know. Ghislaine narrowed her eyes and asked seriously, do you have any affiliation with the Rudeus Greyrat house? Who is your husband? Lilia cast a discreet glance at Rygar, as if gauging his reaction, before answering, it's Paul Greyrat. I'm just a concubine. His real wife is Zenith Greyrat. Silence fell over the group for a few seconds as they processed the unexpected revelation. Even Rygar, who usually maintained his composure, furrowed his brow and thought, what a coincidence, but, is it really just a coincidence? Lilia noticed the strange change in Rygar's expression, but before she could ask anything, Idar crossed his arms and commented. So, this little girl is Paul Greyrat's daughter. Lilia nodded, confirming. That's right, do you know him? Ghislaine stepped forward and declared with her usual seriousness, I am Ghislaine Adoldia, bodyguard of Eris Greyrat and a former adventuring companion of Paul. She then pointed at Geese. And that one too. Geese laughed, crossing his arms. Ha ha ha, we got lucky? I had no idea Paul had a second wife. Zenith must have been furious. Lilia blinked, clearly surprised. You all know Paul. Geese shook his head with a smile. That girl there is Eris Greyrat, and the one who saved you is Rygar Adoldia, leader of the Iron Legion. The others here are members. Lilia could barely process all the information. She felt a slight tremor in her hands and quickly set Aisha down before formally bowing to Eris. Young lady. Eris, however, did not return the gesture. Her face twisted into a grimace of displeasure. Rygar intervened. Eris isn't too fond of noble formalities. You don't need to do that. But, yeah, this really is a huge coincidence. We need to talk more. Lilia took a deep breath and agreed, still a bit dazed. That was when Geese smirked mischievously and clapped his hands together. Hey, you said you hired an adventurer to escort you, right? Why not let Eris take on that mission? She just became a rank B adventurer. Lilia visibly hesitated. The idea of entrusting her and her daughter's safety to an important noble didn't seem sensible. But before she could form a refusal, Eris turned excitedly, her eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. That's a great idea. Let's go. Without waiting for a response, she grabbed Lilia's hand and started dragging her toward the Adventurers Guild. Lilia barely had time to react. Wait, Lady Eris. Rygar simply crossed his arms and watched the scene, a slight smile playing on his lips. Little Aisha, still standing beside him, also seemed amused by the redhead's energetic attitude. This is going to be interesting, he murmured to himself before following the group into the guild. After Eris took on Lilia's escort mission, her first official mission as an adventurer, and Geese bought all the necessary supplies, the group left the city behind, much to the relief of the guards who had been watching them cautiously, especially due to Skull's presence. The immense black wolf, sitting beside the adventurers, drew attention wherever he went. Now, as the evening set in, they were gathered around a campfire outside the city, in an open plain, preparing for their meal. Geese cooked skillfully, mixing the ingredients he had bought, while Eris and Idar trained in the distance, the sounds of clashing blades reaching their ears. Skull ran across the plain, burning off energy, and Ghislaine, Rygar, Lilia, and Aisha sat close to the fire, listening to the woman's story. Lilia had already recounted how she became Paul Greyrat's second wife, which Rygar found quite curious. To him, that man Paul Greyrat didn't seem particularly worthy of much respect. However, what truly surprised him was when she mentioned Zenith and Paul's first son, able to cast intermediate tier magic at 2 years old. Rygar thought, frowning. And became a water saint at 5? Was this kid a descendant of Laplace or something? Even my master told me I was the youngest she had ever seen reach that rank, and I was 7. He began to question his own genius. He had always considered himself talented, but this was absurd. Furthermore, Lilia said that Rudeus Greyrat had trained a friend from her village to advanced rank in all the magic he knew in just 2 years. What kind of village was that? Rygar wondered, intrigued. Did it have some sort of divine blessing around it? As he reflected, Lilia continued her story, now recounting what had happened after the teleportation disaster. I was feeding Miss Norn and Aisha when that light struck us. It was an instant, and then, suddenly, we were in a plane much like this one. I walked for hours carrying them both until I found a city. I found work as a maid to ensure some stability since they were only a year old and needed constant care. Makes sense. Geese commented, nodding. There was no way you could have traveled long distances alone with 2 babies. Yes. Lilia sighed. After some time, I decided to go to Milishan for help. I knew Zenith was a noble of the Latreia house, and I figured that, at least for Norn's sake, her family wouldn't abandon us. Luckily for me, Claire Latreia recognized Norn's resemblance to Zenith. She asked Ameli's priest to conduct some tests, and he confirmed that Norn was almost certainly her granddaughter. So everything worked out. Geese asked, leaning forward. Not exactly. Lilia looked away toward the fire. When I explained my situation and said I was Paul's concubine, Claire threw us out. I begged, and in the end, she allowed me to stay as a servant. For months, we lived there while Claire made a point to humiliate me whenever possible. A tense silence fell over the campfire. Even Geese, usually more playful, remained quiet. She didn't hide her hostility. She decided that Aisha should grow up as Norn's personal maid and prevented us from leaving the mansion or even attempting any outside contact. When I finally gathered the courage to say I wanted to return to Fito, Lilia hesitated, her voice slightly trembling. She expelled us, she continued, clenching her fists. But she didn't allow me to take Norn with me. The tension in the air grew even heavier. Rygar felt his eyebrows furrow involuntarily. I begged. Lilia took a deep breath, trying to hold back the tears threatening to fall. But Claire forbade me from entering the mansion again. She never let me see Norn again. She only gave me money and told me to travel back to Fito, saying that if I wanted to take Norn, I should bring Zenith with me. She lowered her head, and Aisha, sensing her mother's distress, snuggled against her, curling up in her lap in a soft, silent manner. So, my plan was to return to Fito, despite the dangers involved. If nothing else worked, I thought about going to my father's dojo in Ajura. The group remained silent for a few moments, absorbing the information. Rygar looked at Lilia and then at Aisha, who now slept peacefully in her mother's lap. His mind began working through various possibilities. The wind carried the aroma of the meal Geese was preparing over the fire. The crackling wood and bubbling stew created a cozy atmosphere, despite the cold intensifying as the night progressed. Little Aisha slept curled up in her mother's lap, her peaceful expression contrasting with Lilia's conflicted emotions. Rygar, sitting with his arms crossed, broke the silence. You haven't had any news from Paul and Zenith? Lilia sighed, her gaze lost in the flames. None. I tried sending letters, but I never received a response. Geese scratched his head, letting out a sigh before speaking. Okay. You're Paul's wife, and Aisha is his daughter. That means we're taking you with us, but... He raised a finger. I don't think we should go back to fetch Norn. Lilia furrowed her brow, surprised by the statement. What? Why? Geese raised 4 fingers, ready to argue. First, from what you said, she's being well cared for there, protected as a little noble of the Latreia house, actually living much better than us. Lilia pressed her lips together but didn't respond. Second, in a way, that Claire woman is right. She's her granddaughter, and what if Paul and Zenith aren't alive? Of course, she would want to take care of her granddaughter in their place. Rygar nodded slightly. It was a harsh perspective, but it made sense. Third, Geese continued, raising another finger, from what I heard, the Iron Legion already has many conflicts with Melees. If any of us go there and try to take her by force from such an important noble house like the Latreia, it might not end in just a simple conversation. Once again, Rygar agreed this wasn't a problem he wanted to deal with right now. Geese raised the 4th finger. And fourth, we're already far from Milishan, almost reaching Westport. Going back now isn't convenient for us. I suggest you actually return later, with Paul or Zenith, to take Norn back. Lilia remained silent. Her expression was tense, fists clenched over the blanket covering Aisha. It was evident that the idea of leaving Norn behind when she now had the chance to rescue her was painful, but Geese's words carried weight. Rygar broke the silence. I agree with Geese. We'll help you now, but we won't go back. He looked directly at Lilia, his voice firm. But when I return from this journey, if Norn is still there, I'll help you get her back. Lilia lowered her head, holding little Aisha closer to her. Finally, she nodded slowly. All right. Geese stretched his arms and smiled, breaking the heavy atmosphere. Then it's decided? Now. He turned to the field and shouted, Skull. Idar, Eris, the food is ready. The three came immediately. Eris was sweating, panting from training, while Skull ran excitedly, his tail wagging. They sat around the campfire, ready for their meal, and the tension in the air gradually faded. The night passed peacefully, and Rygar leaned back, watching the flames dance. There was still much to be done. Aisha took a deep breath, her bright green eyes sparkling with excitement. She spread her arms theatrically and, with contagious enthusiasm, repeated the chant aloud. Let the great protection of water be on the place thou seekest. I call a refreshing burbling stream here and now. Water ball. In front of her, a small sphere of water floated in the air, spinning gently before falling to the ground. The little girl's eyes widened with pure joy. I did it! I did it! Aisha clapped her little hands together, bouncing on Lilia's lap, who was still frozen in shock. Ghislaine, who had been watching everything, frowned, clearly impressed. She is really talented. I still haven't managed to cast the water ball spell. Her voice was serious, without a trace of jest. Rygar was at a loss. As I said, Ghislaine, it's easier to learn when you're young. Lilia's eyes widened as she stammered. She really did it. Rygar glanced at Eris, expecting her to be irritated by the little girl's magic display, but to his surprise, the redhead crossed her arms with a proud air and smiled. Humph, I already managed to cast a water ball last week. Rygar blinked, surprised by her reaction, then burst into laughter. He leaned forward, clutching his stomach from laughing so hard. Eris frowned, blushing slightly. What? You always tell me that my talent is in swordsmanship? So it's fine, right? Her voice was firm, but the hesitation in the last sentence made it sound more like a question than a statement. Rygar wiped away a tear of amusement before smiling at her. No, Eris, it's fine. Everyone has their own talents. In the end, effort is what matters most. Aisha, still beaming, grabbed Eris' hands and exclaimed, yes, big sister is amazing. Eris' face turned as red as her hair. A shy smile appeared on her lips before she huffed, turning away abruptly. Humph, I'm going to train. And without waiting for anything else, she jumped off the wagon to practice, leaving everyone behind. Idar, who had only been observing until then, calmly wiped the blade of his sword. But this little girl's talent is truly shocking. He looked at Rygar with a teasing smile. She might be as talented as you, Rygar, or even more. I remember you casting your first spell at 3 years old, right? Who would have thought, the leader of the Iron Legion losing to a little girl? Aisha has already surpassed you in that? Rygar narrowed his eyes and raised his hand as if preparing to cast a spell. What? Idar tried to get up and jump out of the wagon, but he wasn't fast enough. Sonic explosion. Boom! A shockwave of air blasted over him, sending him flying out of the wagon in an awkward arc. Idar screamed before landing on the road, rolling several times before finally stopping. Aisha laughed, amused. Geese, who was at the front of the wagon, guiding the horses and analyzing the map, didn't even look up. We'll arrive at Westport in 2 or 3 weeks. Rygar chuckled, unfazed by Idar's groans in the background. Okay, Geese. Idar ran back and climbed into the wagon again. Rygar then turned his attention back to Aisha, who was still glowing with her accomplishment. You think that was impressive? Aisha, now try to replicate the feeling you had while saying the words, but without chanting. Aisha tilted her head, confused. But don't spells need chanting? Rygar smiled. Not for those who are talented. Try it. Okay. The little girl closed her eyes, furrowing her brows in concentration. She held her tiny hands in front of her body and held her breath. Her cheeks puffed out, making her look adorably cute. However, as she strained, her face started turning red, as if she were about to explode. Lilia and Idar watched intently. The tension grew. Suddenly, a water ball emerged before her, spinning in the air. Idar and Lilia exclaimed at the same time, what? Rygar simply smiled as Aisha opened her eyes, blinking a few times before realizing she had cast the magic without words. Awaya, I did it again. She clapped her hands, laughing excitedly, but soon felt dizzy and collapsed into Lilia's lap. Don't worry, it's just slight mana exhaustion. Rygar leaned back slightly in the wagon, his eyes gleaming with deep thought before saying to Lilia, honestly, I'm also interested in recruiting Aisha's brother. Rudeus, right? He's only 8 years old. Lilia nodded, still shocked, folding her hands in her lap. That's right. But he's very intelligent and mature for his age. He's always been impressive. Rygar smiled slightly, reflecting on her words. Just like Aisha. Lilia hesitated for a moment before responding, her expression becoming a bit more serious. I know you want Aisha to be your disciple, but Rudeus was the reason Aisha and I survived. We owe him. Rygar raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixed on her. And didn't I just save you in the same way? He questioned, his voice calm but sharp. Besides, from what you, Ghislaine, and Geese told me about Zenith, she would never have left you in this situation. And Paul, as much of an idiot as he is, wouldn't have let you go through this if he could help it. So while Rudeus played a role, he wasn't essential. Lilia remained silent, her eyes shifting slightly. Know that I don't want Aisha as my disciple to repay a debt. I want her because I recognize her talent. He looked at the little girl, sleeping peacefully beside him. And I believe that with my guidance, she can reach unimaginable heights. If she joins the Legion, her family will naturally be protected as well. And you know our organization already has a group dedicated to searching for those who went missing in the teleportation incident. Lilia bit her lower lip slightly, lost in thought. She knew Rygar wasn't lying, but the idea of giving up the future she had planned for Aisha was still difficult to fully accept. Before she could respond, Eris' bold voice broke the silence. Rygar, let's train. He smiled, standing up without hesitation. Before leaving, he looked at Lilia once more and said, you still don't fully understand her talent. In fact, neither do I. Lilia remained seated, watching him walk away with Eris. Geese, who had been silently listening to the conversation, scratched his chin and commented. He's not wrong, you know. Aisha deserves more than living as someone's servant with such talent. Lilia sighed but didn't respond. Meanwhile, Rygar and Eris headed to the improvised training field. Idar joined them, spinning his sword between his fingers with a challenging smile. Let's see if we can hit you today, boss. Rygar just smiled. The training began quickly and intensely. Eris attacked ferociously, her aggressive sword god style being refined with each strike. Eris's only goal in recent months was to catch up to Rygar and Idar and reach the saint level. She never said it aloud, but she watched everyone carefully, and even without words, Rygar could tell she sometimes felt useless. With Rygar constantly telling her she had talent with the sword, she decided she would prove herself worthy of it. With the dedication she had been showing lately, Rygar and Ghislaine estimated she could reach that level in 2 or 3 years. Idar, on the other hand, was already an experienced warrior, but now he was delving even deeper into the flow, perfecting his movements. However, if he truly wanted to advance to the king level, he would have to learn one of the secret techniques at the water god style dojo. The sound of clashing swords echoed across the plains of Meles. The pace was frantic, each strike filled with intensity and precision. The wind cut through their movements, and the gleam of their blades reflected the setting sun. One day, Rygar suggested training non-stop during the journey, and it became somewhat of a tradition to train while following the carriage's movement. It was much more exhausting, but in Rygar's opinion, it helped them adapt to the environment rather than focusing solely on the enemy in front of them. Eris attacked relentlessly, sweat dripping from her forehead, her eyes shining with fierce determination. Rygar dodged and blocked her blows efficiently, never underestimating her, never allowing her to land a hit easily. Idar joined the fight, adding a new dynamic and forcing Rygar to be even more attentive. The training lasted for hours, ending only when night began to fall. Eris collapsed onto the grass, panting but smiling. As he looked at the carriage, Rygar was lost in thought. Rygar knew he needed to change Lilia's mindset about Aisha's future. The woman still saw her daughter as Rudeus's future servant, but he couldn't accept such a waste. The girl was intelligent, charismatic, active, and had a natural talent that couldn't be ignored. So, he began subtly planting the seed of doubt in Lilia's mind. Over time, she started reflecting on Aisha's possibilities, which was already progress. Geese was preparing food again and called them to eat. As they talked, Lilia mentioned her former position as a servant of Princess Ariel in Mayajura. With a neutral expression but eyes filled with memories, she recounted an incident that had marked her forever. To protect the princess, I blocked an assassin's dagger with my leg. The poison seeped deep into my bones, and no matter how much they tried to treat me, a full cure required a king-level healing spell. Something completely out of my reach. My career as a swordswoman ended there. In fact, I was lucky to be merely dismissed and not discarded, considering the situation within the Asuran royal palace. Rygar frowned. A king-level healing spell, or a detoxification spell specific to that poison. Either of those would work, right? Lilia nodded. Yes, but both the detoxification spell and the king-level healing spell are monopolized by Meles. The doctors in the capital claimed they didn't know how to use them. So, do you know what poison it was? Yes, the doctors told me when they explained why they couldn't cure me. Rygar quickly wrote a list on a piece of paper. These are the detoxification spells I currently know. Is any of them the one you need? Lilia took the paper, surprised, murmuring, of course you'd know detoxification spells. She scanned the list one by one until her eyes widened as she spotted a familiar name. With a slightly trembling finger, she pointed at one. This one. This spell can neutralize the poison, but how do you know it? Rygar smirked. Let's just say I've had some conflicts with Meles. This is part of the spoils of war. So, can I try? Idar, who was writing a letter, raised an eyebrow. Have you used this spell before? Rygar crossed his arms. Not on a person, but I have tested it. It should work. Geese, who was analyzing a map, glanced at him with an amused expression. Boss, you're confident in this, huh? Rygar chuckled. Worst case scenario, I can always make her leg grow back, right? The joke made Geese shudder. Ugh, I'd rather not imagine that. Lilia remained silent for a moment, pondering. Her gaze fell on Aisha, who was sleeping peacefully nearby, and then she took a deep breath, making up her mind. Moving carefully, she shifted her daughter aside and slightly lifted her dress, revealing her smooth, well-shaped leg. Rygar blinked, caught off guard for a moment, his mind briefly clouded. What was that? A strange thought crossed his mind, but he quickly dismissed it and focused on the task. He placed his hand on Lilia's leg and closed his eyes, channeling his magic. Energy flowed from his palms, enveloping her skin in a soft glow. Seconds later, Lilia felt an intense pain radiate from her leg. The discomfort was almost unbearable, and she let out small whimpers of pain but remained firm. A dark smoke began to rise from her leg and dissipate into the air. Rygar frowned. The poison is deeply embedded in your bones. I managed to remove most of it now, but to ensure it doesn't return, I'll need to repeat this process once a day until it's fully extracted. Lilia was sweating and breathless, but she felt something different. Geese looked at her curiously and commented, "Your leg looks better." Cautiously, Lilia moved her foot and stepped on the ground. The pain was still there but was incredibly less intense than before. Surprised, she tested the movement a few more times. The pain, it's almost gone. I still feel a little, but it's barely noticeable compared to before. Rygar simply nodded, satisfied with the result. This is just the beginning. We'll continue the treatment until the poison is completely gone. Lilia looked at him with an unreadable expression. For the first time in a long while, a spark of hope shone in her eyes. She pressed her lips together, holding back her emotions, but her heart was overflowing with gratitude. Perhaps, just perhaps, her future wasn't as sealed as she once thought. The silence hung in the air, only the crackling of the campfire and the gentle rustling of leaves in the wind filling the surroundings. In a clearing, with night already approaching, the flickering light of the fire cast shadows on Ghislaine's serious face. She raised her hands over Rygar's arm, where a cut was still bleeding. Her red eye shone intensely under the firelight as her firm and controlled voice resonated. Divine power is rich and nourishing. It offers the strength to rise again to those who have lost their strength. Healing. A bright green energy emanated from her palm, enveloping Rygar's wound. He felt the flesh mending, the pain fading away like a distant memory. However, his eyes were not fixed on the disappearing scar. No, he was looking at Ghislaine in a different way. The fire's glow highlighted every contour of her face. The scars marking her skin did not make her any less beautiful, instead, they made her even more striking. The corner of her lips curved almost imperceptibly, and at that exact moment, Rygar found himself lost in it, his gaze carrying a touch of lust, even if unconsciously. Rygar. Eris's voice cut through his reverie. He blinked quickly and averted his gaze, snapping back to reality. Eris looked at him with her head slightly tilted, curious but without suspecting what was going through his mind. Recovering swiftly, he flashed a smile. Congratulations, Eris. And Ghislaine, you are now elemental mages in fire, water, and healing magic, which completes the magic curriculum I planned for you. His voice carried pride. Also, even though there are some details left, you both can now read and write in the human language. Eris's eyes widened before her face lit up with a smile so big it seemed impossible to contain. She jumped into the air and spun around, laughing loudly, her energy as contagious as ever. Finally, I'll never study again, she exclaimed, her fists clenched in pure joy. And I'm a complete mage now. Ghislaine, on the other hand, maintained her usual posture, but Rygar noticed how her tail swayed slightly. For those who knew her well, this was a clear sign of happiness. She closed her eyes for a brief moment before crossing her arms and nodding. I appreciate your teachings. Rygar smiled, seeing the veiled satisfaction on the sword master's face. Then, as if remembering something, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a small object. The silver gleam reflected the firelight as he extended it toward Eris. It was a wolf-shaped pendant, attached to a simple but sturdy chain. The details were sculpted with precision, making the piece surprisingly realistic. The wolf's eyes were small red stones, almost the same color as Eris's own eyes. She blinked, surprised, not immediately understanding. You and Skal are very close, Rygar began, his voice softer. So I decided to give you something to remind you of him for your birthday. Eris blinked again. My birthday. The shock in her voice made Ghislaine raise an eyebrow, and Rygar chuckled quietly. The redhead's genuine reaction even made Geese, who had been listening from a distance, let out a muffled laugh. Geese crossed his arms and smiled as he saw Eris's stunned expression. With a theatrical gesture, he reached for a finely crafted wooden box, which he carried with a certain care. He placed it before Eris and, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, announced. Besides that, Eris, we all got together and bought this for you. Eris blinked, still trying to process the situation. Geese opened the box, revealing a lightweight yet durable leather armor, intricately designed with an elegant dark brown tone. Every stitch and plate indicated high-quality craftsmanship, made to ensure mobility without sacrificing defense. Alongside it lay a fine fabric cloak, clearly enchanted, with a faint bluish glow running through its folds. This magic cloak was found by Rygar in an enchantment shop. It has the ability to make the wearer lighter, which works well with your sword skills. You'll be even faster. Geese explained, gently pushing the box toward her. Eris remained motionless, staring at the gift with wide eyes, her face tinged with disbelief. Slowly, her trembling fingers touched the surface of the armor, feeling its soft yet sturdy texture. She opened her mouth to say something, but no words came out. After a moment, she lifted her gaze, filled with genuine emotion, and directed it toward Ghislaine with an expectation she could barely contain. Rygar noticed that Ghislaine didn't seem to realize it and nudged her with his elbow. She blinked and looked at him, confused, but when she turned back to Eris and saw that everyone was staring at her, she finally understood. Ghislaine hesitated for a moment, then let out a quiet sigh. Without saying anything for a few seconds, she slid a ring off her finger and held it up before Eris. "This is the protection amulet of my tribe." Her voice was as serious as ever. It was not common for the beast tribes to give gifts. The ring was simple, carved from wood, appearing old yet well-maintained. A faint green light pulsed on its surface, subtle but mesmerizing. "They say that whoever wears it will not be attacked by wicked wolves at night." Ghislaine finished, extending the ring toward Eris. Eris swallowed hard, her hand hesitant as she accepted the gift. Her eyes sparkled with intense emotion as she held the ring between her fingers, as if it were a priceless treasure. You're really giving me this?" Her voice was lower than usual, as if she feared the answer would be different from what she wanted to hear. Ghislaine shrugged, keeping her serious expression. "Yes, it's just a superstition." But Eris didn't see it that way. To her, that gift was more meaningful than any jewel or treasure. Rygar smiled at Eris's reaction and crossed his arms. "Happy birthday, Eris. I know it's not the grand noble party you would have had back home, but it's something. I also asked Skull to hunt a big boar." Before he could finish his sentence, a loud thud made the ground tremble, and a massive shadow loomed over them. Everyone turned their heads just in time to see Skull, his black fur gleaming under the light, walking forward with heavy, firm steps. Hanging from his jaws was a gigantic boar, its glassy eyes indicating that it had already stopped struggling. Eris's eyes widened, and a moment later, an excited grin spread across her face. Geese rubbed his hands together, eyeing the prey with an experienced look. "This is going to take some work. Let's get to it." Eris, still holding her gifts with shining eyes, simply nodded, a joyful laugh escaping her lips. She never imagined that her birthday, even far from her family and old life, would make her this happy. The smell of slowly roasting meat over the fire mixed with the earthy aroma of the trees around them, creating an atmosphere both cozy and wild. Geese was hunched over a pot, stirring with concentration as steam curled into dancing spirals. "Just a little more, and it'll be perfect," he said with a grin, licking his lips as he imagined the juicy flavor of the boar cooked with his special spices. Eris, full of energy as always, galloped around the clearing riding Skull, holding Aisha in her arms. The little girl laughed loudly, her hair flying in the wind as the enormous black wolf ran with speed and precision, his light steps barely leaving marks on the ground. "Faster, faster," Aisha cried between giggles, holding on to Eris tightly. Meanwhile, Lilia moved stiffly, panting, her sword slicing through the air in a stance that revealed her rustiness. Idar, watching with critical eyes, corrected her form with firm but patient words. "You know the theory, but you're out of practice. Let your movements flow, don't force them. You're trying to move the same way you did when you used to fight, but remember, you've spent almost 10 years without doing anything like this." Lilia nodded, sweating, but determined. "I understand." After Rygar had healed most of the poison and restored her leg to its original condition, she had decided to resume practicing the water god style. No one stopped her after all, having some combat ability was never a bad thing in a world full of superhumans. Rygar and Ghislaine sat a little apart, near a large rock that provided a panoramic view of the camp. The orange glow of the fire partially illuminated her face, highlighting the strong features and scars that told the story of her battles. He watched the way her muscles moved beneath her bronzed skin, admiring her imposing presence. "Have you ever wondered where your magic eye came from?" Rygar asked. Ghislaine tilted her head slightly, considering. "Actually, yes. When I was younger, it bothered me a lot, but after becoming an adventurer, I learned to live with it. And in the end, it turned out to be very useful." Rygar nodded, but his gaze on her was different now, more intense. His eyes traced her body with a mix of admiration and subtle desire. He looked away for a moment, watching the flickering flames before asking, "Do you believe in fate, Ghislaine?" She noticed his gaze, but instead of pulling away, she subtly shifted her posture. Her shoulders relaxed, and she leaned slightly, emphasizing her natural curves. "I don't understand much about those things," she said with a faint smile. "But I believe we make our own destiny. Every decision we make affects who we become in the future." Rygar raised an eyebrow, thoughtful. "Then what about you and Eris being brought exactly to where I was?" Ghislaine smiled, shaking her head. "We were lucky." Rygar chuckled. "Luck, huh? I hope so. It would be boring if the future was predetermined." The two fell into a comfortable silence, watching the rest of the group enjoying themselves. Rygar, however, kept glancing at Ghislaine out of the corner of his eye. She was a formidable woman in many ways. Strong, dedicated, and fiercely loyal to those she considered close. At the same time, she cared nothing for those outside her circle. She was ruthless, no doubt, but also incredibly beautiful. With each passing day, Rygar found himself admiring her more and more. Suddenly, Ghislaine broke the silence. "I think I might have a clue about your problem with Toki. I don't know if it'll be useful." Rygar turned to her, golden eyes sparking with interest. "What? What is it?" She crossed her arms, thoughtful. "Remember that strange feeling I had every time we fought?" Rygar nodded, now fully focused on her. When we were training this morning, I finally remembered what it was. That sensation reminded me of something that happened years ago, when our adventurer party was in a dungeon. We fought against several living statues. They seemed alive and fought well, but I could still defeat them. Their movements felt strange and unnatural, as if they were following erratic commands. When we reached the boss room, we found out why they were being controlled by the dungeon's boss monster. Rygar frowned. And what does that have to do with me? Ghislaine met his gaze and spoke seriously. When I fight you now, it feels similar to fighting those statues. Like I'm battling a puppet. You move as if you're just a body being controlled by something else. Rygar fell silent, processing the information. His heart quickened slightly. Ghislaine continued, a puppet, or like a sack of flesh being controlled by invisible strings. A puppet, he murmured to himself, a chill running down his spine. Ghislaine sighed. It's strange, right? I don't see how it could be useful, but that's the feeling I get. Rygar didn't respond immediately. He looked up at the starry sky, feeling uneasy. If what Ghislaine said was true, what did it mean for him? He wasn't sure what to think. The clearing through which the carriage passed was silent, enveloped by the morning freshness and the scent of the forest. Rygar took a deep breath, feeling the flow of mana around him, the subtle energy of nature intertwining with his own essence. His golden eyes fixed on the sturdy tree ahead, and he raised his hand, invoking the sacred power he had been trying to master for some time. Then our God grants grace to Mother Earth. I do this against the law of nature and give the foolish one the vengeance of heaven. Exorcist's rate. A white light shone in his palm, condensing before shooting toward the tree. The beam struck the hard bark, and nothing happened. No cracks, no burn marks, not even a sign that anything had occurred. Hey, boss, Geese called from the side, leaning against a rock with a mischievous smile. Isn't divine attack magic only effective against spirits and incorporeal beings? Rygar lowered his hand and turned to him, crossing his arms. That's what they teach, but I've been told many things about magic that were considered true and turned out to be just theories from people too lazy to try new things. So, it doesn't hurt to test. Geese let out a nasal chuckle. Ha, fair enough. Rygar's training never stopped for a single day, but he had many skills. If he wanted to improve, he had to dedicate time to specific ones. He had well-defined goals, and after listing his priorities, he set up his short-term training plan. He was focusing his efforts on 4 main points: control over barrier magic, mastery of lightning, his problem with Toki, and, of course, divine attack magic. Lightning and barrier magic were progressing little by little. Lightning was naturally very difficult to control, and he had less talent in barrier magic compared to other magic classes. But he knew these two would be crucial if brought to an extremely high level. As for divine attack magic, so far, he had only managed to cast these spells without incantations after days of exhaustive attempts, and even then, only the most common elemental ones. Perhaps this meant his aptitude for divine attack magic was also limited, but he was progressing. A small advance was better than stagnation, and this magic might be his only weapon against the human god. The most important thing, however, was the enigma of his Toki. Something inside him seemed blocked, preventing him from accessing his full potential. He had made countless notes, exploring different possibilities based on what Ghislaine had told him about his Toki, that it felt like that of a puppet. Could it be Hitagama's influence? Could those dreams he sends me be interfering with my body and mind somehow? Another hypothesis was that he had been marked by some unknown barrier during the attack on Meles. And, of course, there was the more subtle yet equally concerning possibility. Could it be a subconscious fear? After losing control like that, could something inside me be afraid of it happening again? There was no definitive answer yet, but at least he had a direction. And that was better than groping in the dark. His thoughts were interrupted when his ears picked up an almost imperceptible sound. A murmur, a subtle slide of feet over dry leaves. He raised his eyes. They were almost out of the last clearing before reaching Westport. This was their last stop before heading straight there. The air carried a different weight, a tension disguised by the artificial stillness. Presences. Hundreds of them, hidden in the forest's shadows, spread out in strategic positions. He could feel their gazes, their controlled breaths, some even hesitant. Although well-trained, not all of them were experts at remaining invisible to Rygar's keen senses, even from a distance. He glanced to the side, where Lilia was feeding Aisha some kind of porridge from a recipe Geese had given her. The little girl played absent-mindedly with her food, completely unaware of what surrounded them. The sight brought a slight smile to Rygar's face. Well, this is a great opportunity to show off for Lilia. She knows I'm strong, but she hasn't seen it with her own eyes yet. Maybe this will convince her. His anxiety, which had been building up due to the absence of the assassins mentioned by Hitagami, began to fade. Finally, something interesting was about to happen. He then spoke to everyone. There's an ambush just ahead. Probably assassins sent by Meles, considering how well they've hidden just for a carriage. They must know about all of us. This is more dangerous than usual, and they likely won't be ordinary enemies, not like the bandits and thieves that attacked us on the road. A tense silence fell over the group. Eris furrowed her brow, her fists clenched. Before she could say anything, Rygar continued. Eris, Lilia, Aisha, Geese, Skull, and Idar, you stay behind. Eris's eyes widened in clear indignation. What? I can fight. No, Eris. Rygar's voice was firm, non-negotiable. There are too many of them, and several won't be easy opponents for you since many of them are advanced level warriors. One mistake could cost you your life. Only Ghislaine and I will go this time, and that's not up for debate. Eris was frustrated and looked at Ghislaine. Seeing that she said nothing, she gritted her teeth, her fists trembling with frustration. Deep down, she knew Rygar wasn't speaking out of arrogance. He didn't underestimate her, he simply evaluated the situation logically. And logic dictated that she wasn't strong enough to support them in battle, even though fighting was the one thing she was good at. Tisk. She turned her face away, crossing her arms. Rygar continued unfazed. Idar, Eris, and Skal will be responsible for protecting the group. Idar nodded silently, his sharp eyes analyzing the surroundings. Skal let out a grunt, as if he understood the order. Eris just muttered under her breath. The silence was broken by Aisha's childish voice. Big brother is going to beat up the bad guys. Rygar walked over to her and lightly ruffled her hair with a smile. That's right, little one. Always remember this, if you stand out, there will always be people against you. No matter what side you're on, people will get in your way. And that's when you show your ferocity. Aisha giggled, clearly not fully understanding, but enjoying the answer. Lilia, however, watched the scene with a complex look. Rygar noticed but didn't comment. He then turned his gaze to Ghislaine. You shouldn't have any problems in the fight, but be careful with poison. There are still many I can't cure. If you sense any unusual smell or feeling, fall back. Ghislaine nodded, her expression determined. They then moved to another location, a higher vantage point. The silence of the forest grew denser, heavier. The tension in the air was almost palpable. Rygar and Ghislaine exchanged a glance. Without further words, each one advanced in a different direction. POV, Lilia Greyrat. I stood at the front of the carriage, feeling the weight of the sword hilt at my waist. My gaze shifted to the side, where Idar stood at the ready, his hand resting on the grip of his own blade. He looked relaxed, but I knew his attention was entirely focused on the surroundings. Behind us, Eris was training alone. Her strikes were fast, impulsive, filled with frustration. It was clear she wasn't happy about being left behind. Skal, on the other hand, was lying on the ground, scratching himself and rolling around, completely indifferent to the tension in the air. Some people would find it unsettling, but after spending enough time with him, it was actually kind of cute. If someone had asked me 2 months ago if I expected to be traveling with a group like this, I would have definitely said no. After all, here I was, accompanying a noble from the Rudeus Greyrat family who, at just 10 years old, was already an advanced ranked swordswoman. A sword king. The leader of the Iron Legion. A water saint. An S-rank adventurer, Ghislaine. And, of course, an ebony wolf considered an A-rank monster. Would this group be considered normal anywhere in the world? I was almost certain the answer was no. I had made the decision to return to Fido, believing my journey would be extremely dangerous. I was prepared to make sacrifices for my daughter's well-being. And from the very beginning, the trip had proven to be just as dangerous as I had feared. But now, watching these figures around me, I realized that perhaps I had become involved in something far greater than I had imagined. And as my thoughts wandered, the forest around us remained silent. And I knew that silence would soon be shattered by the sounds of battle. A flash of lightning illuminated the clearing, briefly revealing the silhouettes of the combatants. The thunder roared through the night, followed by the clash of steel against steel. The moment the battle began, several figures emerged from the shadows. Black hoods concealed their faces, and their mercenary attire made it clear they were trained assassins. However, against Rygar and Ghislaine, who moved like fleeting shadows amid the chaos, they had little hope of resistance. Lilia and the others were positioned on higher ground, allowing them to watch the battle unfold from a distance. Lilia tightened her grip on her sword, conflicting emotions rising in her chest. It was strange being part of this group. They were never caught off guard, never fell into traps. Not once had Rygar or Ghislaine failed to detect an enemy before an ambush was sprung. Their senses were on a level Lilia had never seen before, not even in the royal castle of Azura. Furthermore, both of them had eyes capable of seeing mana flow through the air, allowing them to predict movements and anticipate attacks. As she observed Rygar, she felt a weight settle in her mind. He wasn't just an exceptional warrior, he had mastered all the major sword styles, was a king and saint-level mage in multiple schools of magic. Furthermore, he had created an organization at just 6 years old, which was now renowned in melees. And he was only 11. As much as she wanted to ignore it, she had to admit it, he might be even more talented than Rudeus Greyrat, whose only true talents were his above-average intelligence and magic. The leg she had once believed lost forever due to poison, he had healed it. She couldn't help but think if she had still possessed her original strength from her time as a royal guard, if she hadn't spent so long without training, would she really have to worry so much about the journey back to Fito? At the very least, it wouldn't be so easy for others to take advantage of her and her daughter, as had happened before. She sighed, pushing the thoughts away. Beside her, Aisha clapped her hands excitedly, watching as Rygar's streaks of fire and lightning tore through the sky. Big brother is amazing, the girl exclaimed, her eyes shining with admiration. Lilia glanced at her daughter. It was impressive how Aisha saw Rygar. But it made sense. For a child, it was hard not to admire someone who had saved her, who had saved her mother, who treated them both with kindness and respect, who constantly reinforced how talented and brilliant she was, always giving her attention. But it wasn't just that. Rygar had given Aisha something she had never truly had, a place where she wasn't judged. In the Greyrat household, She had always been treated as the maid's daughter, even if Paul and Zenith didn't see her that way. Lilia herself had reinforced this, being strict with Aisha while favoring Norn. And in the Latreia household, her daughter had only faced hostility, treated as an illegitimate child with no blood ties to the family. But in this group, no one saw Aisha that way. None of them cared about her birth or status. They didn't allow Lilia to be as strict as she wanted, and they all seemed to agree that Aisha was incredibly talented. In fact, throughout the journey, Rygar had proven this repeatedly. And over time, even Lilia began to see her daughter in a new light. She started to think deeply about it. Maybe Aisha could really do something great in this world. Once the thought took root, it was difficult to remove. And instead of fading, it grew more and more, uncontrollably. Before Aisha was born, Lilia had decided that she would serve Rudeus. But circumstances were different now. She had no idea whether Rudeus, Paul, or Zenith were even alive. She tried to find excuses for herself. If Aisha was really that talented, she could repay her debt to Rudeus more easily. Lilia could find Paul, Zenith, and Rudeus faster if Aisha trained under Rygar, since he had an organization helping him search. She could protect her better if she let him teach her. But deep down, these were just justifications for something she had already decided, even if she hadn't fully realized it yet. Her eyes returned to the battlefield. There were assassins whose movements she couldn't even follow, yet Rygar defeated them with ease. The many techniques he had created shone in the heat of battle. His sword ignited with flames, lightning crackled from his hands, magical barriers materialized in an instant. He moved at speeds that bordered on the impossible. To the mercenaries, he was an untouchable demon. And at that moment, as she watched Rygar fight, Lilia made a decision that would change her life. And Aisha dot as Rygar's supersonic wind bullets tore through the air. They whistled like invisible projectiles, leaving a trail of death and destruction. The enemies tried to flee, but it was futile. Every movement was calculated, every target eliminated with surgical precision. Rygar kept his eyes sharp, his expression frozen in a mask of coldness as his body acted almost instinctively. Yet, something was bothering him. Why are these guys so weak? It wasn't that they were useless. Compared to ordinary warriors, they were strong, well-trained assassins, coordinated, attacking in numbers, enough to overwhelm individual warriors. Even Ghislaine had needed to retreat from some of their sieges. But for him, for someone who mastered large-scale magic and possessed an arsenal capable of turning the battlefield in the blink of an eye, it didn't make sense. His enemies were supposed to know about his lightning magic. They knew about its destructive power. If they were here to kill him, why were they attacking so randomly? Were they just throwing numbers at him without any real strategy? Or was there something he had yet to realize? As he pondered, his golden eyes scanned the battlefield. No real challenge. Only one saint-level warrior, the only opponent worthy of attention. He immobilized him with a precise lightning spell, making the enemy's body convulse in spasms before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Rygar approached, assessing the fallen man for a moment before raising his hand and conjuring earth magic. The ground beneath the warrior split open, swallowing him up to his chest. With a second command, the earth solidified, trapping him firmly. I'll have a little chat with him later. He turned and continued his pursuit, killing them all with ease. None of them surpassed him in strength or could understand his attacks with the versatility he fought with. After hunting down and killing almost all of them, he returned to the battlefield's starting point. Rygar turned, searching for Ghislaine's position. Even outnumbered, the enemies couldn't match her speed, so she simply retreated when surrounded and hunted them down one by one. Her blade left trails of blood across the battlefield, slicing through anyone who dared approach. When only a few survivors remained, she halted the chase and returned to Rygar's side. Her steps were light, but her gaze still carried the ferocity of battle. As soon as she arrived, her eyes landed on the immobilized saint-level warrior, arms crossed, a small smile playing on her lips. Rygar wasted no time. He created a sphere of water and shot it directly at the man's face. The warrior choked and coughed as he woke up, confused. Before he could gather his bearings, Rygar cast a light healing spell to stabilize him. The man gasped, his eyes widening as he recognized his captor. And then his expression twisted into a mask of pure hatred. You filthy demon? Laplace's dog? You won't live for long. Rygar blinked, his expression shifting from neutral to confused. Laplace's dog, he murmured, frowning. Before he could ask more, he noticed Ghislaine's small smile beside him. Unlike her usual predatory grin, this one carried a hint of amusement, as if she had been waiting for his reaction. Rygar felt a slight irritation grow inside him. That nickname was really bad. Who the hell came up with that crap? He turned back to the captured warrior, his voice firm and impatient. Who sent you here? The man shouted with fervor, his eyes gleaming with fanaticism. God? He sent me to end you. Rygar closed his eyes for a moment and let out a long sigh. This guy clearly lacked intelligence. Rygar sighed. You're not very smart, are you? He then activated his magic eye, focusing his senses to catch any involuntary reactions from the man. Okay, I'll say a few names, and you just have to be yourself, all right? The man remained silent, his muscles tense. Rygar began the game. Are you from the Order of Instruction? No reaction. The Temple. A slight ripple, almost imperceptible. Rygar smiled. So, the Temple Order, huh? I already told you, I'm a warrior of God. The man repeated as if reaffirming it to himself. Rygar ignored the response. Are you from a noble house? Who gave you the order? Saint Mealy's himself. Rygar raised an eyebrow. Was it a cardinal? The man remained stiff, but Rygar caught a small tremor. Cardinal LeBlanc McFarlane. The warrior reacted immediately, his expression twisting. His mouth opened, but then he tried to correct himself, his voice trembling with an obvious lie. No, I am a divine warrior. Rygar let out an amused sigh. Okay, divine warrior. Why only you guys? Are the others ambushing me somewhere else? Do you know who they are? The man scoffed. We alone are enough for you. Rygar crossed his arms, analyzing him. This guy was an idiot. He didn't even believe what he was saying. The sweat running down his forehead, the subtle tremble of his lips. He was a fanatic but not an assassin. Rygar quickly understood the situation. So, you're not a trained assassin. You're an ex-knight who volunteered to kill me or just to distract me. Man, I sometimes wonder what goes on in your heads. The man gritted his teeth, preparing to shout again. Rygar didn't give him the chance. With a swift movement, a wind bullet pierced his throat before any sound could escape. The Saint Warrior's head fell back, lifeless, his wide eyes frozen in shock. Rygar sighed, wiping Tsukikage clean of any blood and carnage before turning to Ghislaine. I think we can expect something more dangerous ahead. This guy was most likely just a pawn Mealy's was using to lower my guard, which makes me even more certain that the one who planned this was Cardinal LeBlanc. Galgard is smart enough to know I wouldn't see this as a real threat. He knows my strength. And the Pope has nothing against me. Ghislaine observed him for a moment, her wild eyes gleaming with interest. Do you want to kill him? Rygar smiled. He had always liked Ghislaine's straightforward and sincere way. No beating around the bush, no hesitation. Her sweaty body glistened under the sunlight filtering through the forest. Her curves stood out due to the minimal clothing she wore for fighting. The heat of battle still radiated from her, and Rygar felt a subtle excitement begin to rise within him. Yes, I want to kill him, but I don't have time to look for him now, and I can't defeat Galgard, yet. Besides, the Legion is strong enough now. Even if they weren't, I trust they'd find a way, and if they don't, I can always come back and kill them all for revenge. Saying this, he turned away. The metallic scent of blood still hung in the air. Ghislaine inhaled softly, her gaze shifting to Rygar's waist, picking up on a different scent. A subtle smile appeared on her lips as her tail lazily swayed from side to side. Rygar noticed the movement, and for an instant, his eyes wandered over her. Before he could say anything, a voice interrupted the moment. Rygar. He lowered his ears, slightly disappointed. Eris and the others were approaching. Ghislaine, on the other hand, just let out a faint smile, showing no irritation. The moment had passed. Rygar sighed, turning toward the newcomers. The battle was over, but something greater awaited them in the distance. The scent of blood still lingered in the air as Lilia stepped down from the carriage, holding Aisha in her arms. The field around them was covered in bodies, some still releasing their last breaths of life. Skal, as usual, leaped onto the corpses without hesitation, sniffing the fresh blood. Geese, seeing the destruction caused by Rygar and Ghislaine, let out a low whistle, displaying both surprise and respect. Well, that was intense, he murmured, scratching his neck. Idar remained calm, observing the landscape of death around him as if it were trivial. Eris, on the other hand, walked with clenched fists, her mood visibly sour. Not participating in the battle annoyed her, but she said nothing. Rygar crossed his arms and analyzed the surroundings. Let's keep moving. This probably won't be the last attack, but we'll always sense them before they reach us, he said, his voice filled with confidence. Probably. Geese repeated, his expression skeptical. Boss. Rygar waved a hand dismissively. Don't worry, Mealy's shouldn't be able to hire someone who can escape my perception. He turned to continue walking but murmured to himself. I hope. I heard that? I heard that? We're gonna die. Geese dramatized, raising his hands to the sky. Idar laughed loudly, and even Eris let out a brief chuckle, though she tried to hide it. Then, Lilia approached with Aisha in her arms, the little girl displaying a look of pure excitement. Carefully, Lilia set her down, allowing her to stand beside her mother. Lilia sighed and then addressed her daughter. Aisha, Big Brother Rygar asked me to take you as his disciple. That means he'll teach you everything he knows, and you'll be part of the Iron Legion. Aisha's eyes widened, excitement growing in her small body. Even at just 2 years old, she understood what this meant. She knew Rygar wanted to train her, she knew her mother had been hesitant, and now her mother was giving her a choice. This was an implicit approval. Her eyes sparkled with happiness as she looked at Rygar. Can I be Big Brother's disciple? She asked, her voice filled with hope. Rygar was surprised for a moment. He then glanced at Lilia, who maintained a neutral expression, though there was something in her eyes that indicated she had finally accepted his request. He couldn't help but smile slightly in satisfaction. He then crouched down and lifted Aisha into his arms, looking directly into her eyes. Of course, Aisha. You are now officially my first disciple, he said, his voice firm and full of pride. I've taught many people, many indeed, but you will be the first official disciple. I know you will live up to it. Aisha's face lit up with joy. She laughed and eagerly responded. Yes, master. Rygar smiled, lifting her onto his shoulder. He then turned to the rest of the group. Eris, meanwhile, had an expression that was difficult to interpret, as if she was holding something back. Jealousy? Irritation? Rygar noticed but chose not to comment. Let's keep moving, he said, feeling that the moment had ended well. Geese, climbing back onto the carriage, chuckled. I can't even imagine what Aisha will become with you teaching her, he murmured, shaking his head. The group then set off again, leaving behind the bodies and traces of battle. The future was uncertain, but Rygar knew he was shaping something grand. And now, he had his first official disciple to train. For the rest of the journey to Westport, no major incidents occurred, but the tension between Rygar and Ghislaine grew daily. He tried to hold back as much as possible, but hiding it was becoming difficult. The worst part was that Ghislaine wasn't helping at all. On the contrary, she seemed to enjoy teasing him whenever she caught his furtive glances. Fortunately, Rygar had enough distractions to keep his mind occupied. Aisha was now officially his disciple, and he had much to teach her. Eris trained relentlessly to reach saint level, as determined as ever. Lilia watched Aisha's progress closely, as if constantly seeking confirmation that she had made the right decision in allowing Rygar to train her. And Aisha, for her part, did not disappoint. Since the day she conjured her first water ball, she spent her mana daily, increasing her capacity impressively. Her growth wasn't as absurd as Rygar's, but it came close. Moreover, her ability to absorb knowledge was incredible, like a sponge that never tired. One afternoon, while Rygar was explaining basic magic concepts to Aisha, he mentioned, "We'll only start your real physical training when you turn 4, but until then, you can familiarize yourself with the forms and do flexibility exercises." Aisha listened attentively, her eyes shining with determination. On top of the carriage, Eris was balancing herself, training her coordination and stability, when Geese shouted from the reins, "We're almost there? We're at Westport." Haha, it's practically the world's dividing line. Everyone turned to look, and in the distance, they saw the sea. The smell of salt reached them, the salty wind brushing against their faces. Eris jumped off the carriage, excited, her eyes wide with amazement. "The sea? Ghislaine? The sea? I've never seen the sea before," she exclaimed, running to the roadside for a better view. Aisha was equally enchanted, her eyes shining with wonder. Lilia, however, seemed melancholic. Strangely enough, "I've never seen the sea either," she murmured, her voice tinged with nostalgia. Rygar gazed at the port city ahead and felt the wind against his face. The sea here is different from Zantport, he thought. He took a deep breath, taking in the new environment. This was yet another step in his journey. Another great step toward the future. POV, Rudeus Greyrat. In the relentless desert, everything around was devastation. The ground was scarred by fire and ice, and several stone walls rose seemingly at random, silent witnesses to the battle that had taken place. In the center of that arid landscape, Rudeus Greyrat was on his knees, his hands dug into the hot sand, panting. His world was spinning, his breath was ragged, and his arms trembled with exhaustion. A curved, ornate sword rested against his neck, cold and unyielding. His staff had been thrown far away during the fight. A hoarse laugh cut through the desert silence. "You're getting better with every attempt, brat." The voice was deep, filled with arrogance and amusement. "You almost got me that time." Behind him, Lyrax, the leader of the mercenary group Tyranny Storm, stepped back, walking with his usual relaxed posture. His body bore the marks of combat. On the left side of his chest and arm, burns still smoldered, but he didn't seem to care. "Little Sylphy, heal," he ordered bluntly. A white-haired, long-eared girl, no older than 8 or 9, approached with a visibly annoyed expression. She huffed softly before raising her hands and casting advanced healing magic without incantation. Her hands glowed with a greenish light, restoring Lyrax's scorched flesh. She always mentally thanked Vidette for teaching her. The demon race mage might not know saint-level spells, but she had mastered nearly all magic schools up to the advanced level except barriers and divine attacks. From what Sylphy understood, Vidette was much older than she appeared. Once she finished, Sylphy crossed her arms, still frowning. Lyrax noticed her expression and let out a booming laugh. "Are you sulking over your little boyfriend's loss?" He turned to Rudeus with a mocking grin. "Relax, he got out of this without a scratch. Spent the whole fight running around with magic, that's why we call him the glass cannon." Sylphy snorted but said nothing. Lyrax, still amused, turned to a brown-haired warrior with piercing eyes who was watching him from the side. "Hey, agreed, you're coming with me today." The swordswoman smiled seductively and walked past him with a teasing sway. As she passed Lyrax, he slapped her on the butt, making her giggle before heading toward the stone house Rudeus had created. Lyrax turned his attention back to Rudeus, who had gotten up with Sylphy's help. The mercenary's gaze assessed the young mage, a mixture of curiosity and satisfaction. "Hey, I've never seen anyone with as much mana as you, glass cannon." He laughed. "But I really think you could be more creative. I mean, if you can create all this, why not do something like that mud field that tripped me up?" Rudeus remained silent, still catching his breath. He knew Lyrax wasn't wrong. He relied too much on raw attack magic but didn't think as strategically as he could. Lyrax crossed his arms and smirked. "And another thing, you worry too much about unnecessary stuff." He raised both hands, each pointing in a different direction as if holding something invisible, and shouted, "Fighting and fucking? Those are the only two truths for a man." He let out another thunderous laugh before turning and following agreed into the house. Sylphy wrinkled her nose and made a disgusted face. "Idiot." Rudeus just sighed, feeling the hot sand beneath his feet as he reflected on Lyrax's words. As annoying as he was, Rudeus knew that, by following this strange code, Lyrax had become extremely powerful. Hey, it had been over a year since they were teleported to the Ghislaine continent and forced to become members of Tyranny Storm. The desert heat was relentless during the day, suffocating and cruel, and the nights brought a biting cold that seeped into the bones. Time here seemed to drag on, each day a fight for survival, each night a test against exhaustion. Rudeus sighed, feeling the weight of the sand accumulating in his clothes and hair. Ever since Hector, the old warrior who had sworn to serve Lyrax, claimed that he had the potential to defeat the mercenary leader with his magic, his training had intensified. He not only trained alone but also with the other mercenaries, all eager to see how far the young mage could go. Of course, no one here really wanted to leave, even if he did beat Lyrax. The two women, Ygritte and Vidette, already considered themselves Lyrax's wives, accepting his brutal lifestyle as part of their reality. Hector carried a debt to the mercenary leader, one he wouldn't break until death, keeping him bound. Morton, the hulking demon warrior with an insatiable thirst for battle, loved the constant adrenaline and wouldn't leave the group until he defeated Lyrax at least once. And then there was Sylphy. He glanced at the young elf, sitting near the fire, watching the monster meat roast as the heavy scent of rustic spices filled the air. It was strange. No matter how soft someone was, after spending so much time in the desert, fighting monsters, killing humans, and surviving this hell, they would develop a hardened edge. Sylphy was no longer the shy little girl he had met years ago. Her eyes, once bright and innocent, now carried a different weight. She had changed just like him. They had become killers, survivors. Silent magic made them unpredictable and deadly in battle, more versatile than any other mage. And yet, after all this time, after all the battles, all the pain, Rudeus still hadn't defeated Lyrax. The man was simply too strong. But he could feel it. He was getting closer. Every fight, every blow, every strategy he attempted brought him a little nearer to victory. The problem was distance. If they started too close, he wouldn't stand a chance. Lyrax would crush his defenses with sheer brute force and speed. However, for some reason, the mercenary leader always began their duels at a relatively large distance, as if giving him a chance. As if testing something. Rudeus closed his eyes for a moment, letting the fire's crackling fill the silence. He didn't fully understand Lyrax. The man was strange, brutal, but also seemed to follow a twisted philosophy that dictated his actions. Are you okay, Rudy? Sylphy's soft voice brought him back. You'll win next time. She smiled at him, her red eyes glowing in the firelight. He forced a smile, trying to convey confidence. I'm fine, Sylphy. Thanks. The truth was that he had almost broken down many times during this year. He had never gone through anything like this, never felt this unrelenting pressure, this constant struggle for survival. He was a middle-aged NEET from Japan, a recluse, someone who had never needed to fight to live. And now, here he was, breathing this arid air, holding a weapon, and killing to survive. He still remembered his first kill as if he were back there. Lyrax had noticed his hesitation in killing directly and had left one enemy alive on purpose, forcing him to do it personally. The only thing that kept him standing was her. Rudeus knew Sylphy needed him, but she had no idea how much he needed her. He didn't know where he would be if she hadn't been teleported with him. Rudeus took a piece of roasted meat from the fire and chewed slowly, the smoky flavor mixing with the fine dust that seemed to coat everything in this place. As he ate, his mind drifted to the last dream he had of Hitagami. The voice of the self-proclaimed god still echoed in his mind. Rudeus had accused him of leading him into a trap by joining the mercenary group Tyranny Storm and claimed it was his fault. But the god simply replied, "Did you see any nearby city when you found them? Do you know where you would have gone if you hadn't met Lyrax?" Rudeus had no answers to these questions. The truth was, he didn't know if he would have survived the desert on his own. Maybe, if he were lucky, he could have found shelter or a caravan, but the Ghislaine desert was merciless, and his luck had never been particularly reliable. What intrigued him the most, however, was Hitagami's next piece of advice. Unlike his usual sarcastic or ambiguous tone, this time, he had given Rudeus a tip that genuinely helped him. Thanks to that, he found his current weapon, the Scaled King of the Fire Desert, a powerful staff made from an S-rank fire salamander core. He and the group had come across it after killing a mage who owned it during an assassination job. At first, Rudeus felt uneasy about using something that had belonged to a dead man, but he eventually accepted it. The salamander, aside from its affinity with fire, also had a strong connection with the earth element, making the staff an incredibly versatile tool. In addition, they had found another valuable item, a magic-reflecting amulet, an enchanted artifact capable of reflecting any magic cast upon it. The only drawback was its long cooldown. It could only be used once every 3 days. Even so, it was extremely useful, especially against powerful mages. This amulet gave him more security, both to protect himself and to keep Sylphy safe. As much as he didn't trust Hitagami, this particular piece of advice made him lower his guard slightly against the mysterious god. He wasn't trustworthy, but maybe just maybe he wasn't a direct enemy. What are you thinking about, glass cannon? Morton's deep voice pulled him out of his thoughts. The brute was devouring a massive piece of meat, speaking with his mouth full. Rudeus blinked and answered vaguely, nothing important. Where did that magic item Lyrax carries come from? The one that marks people, he asked next, trying to steer the conversation towards something useful. This time, Hector was the one to respond. It's a family heirloom. I don't know how long it's been with him, but it's pretty useful. The conversation stretched on for a long time. The day's heat gave way to the biting cold of the night, and the campfire became their only refuge against the darkness of the desert. However, there were other sounds in the camp, ones that no one seemed to care about ignoring. Lyrax and one of his lovers made no effort to muffle the noises coming from the stone house Rudeus had built with his magic. The sound of bodies colliding echoed through the night, mixed with moans and husky laughter. No one bothered to comment on it. To them, it was just part of their routine. And then, as if he owned the place, Lyrax stepped out of the house. He wore only his pants, his scarred, sweat-covered chest exposed. He held the magic brand in one hand and grinned from ear to ear. "Hey, guys. We've got a new target." His voice was loud and full of excitement. "I think we just hooked a big fish." A shiver ran down Rudeus's spine, but he said nothing. He only looked at Sylphy, who also seemed worried. What did Lyrax mean by big fish? Had they discovered something important? Or was it just another bounty hunt? "What do you mean?" Rudeus asked. "Ha ha ha ha, a really important guy just activated the marking signal. He's a really rich one, which means his target must be dangerous. Ha ha ha." Lyrax had left many marks across the continents, and for some high-profile individuals, he had placed a special mark, one that, when activated, meant they had a target for Lyrax to kill. There was no time to reflect on it. After deciding to set out for the central continent, they went to sleep. He was exhausted, so he fell asleep easily. But when he opened his eyes, he was no longer in the desert. He was in a white void, and a familiar voice greeted him. "Hello, Rudeus. Enjoying yourself?" Rudeus felt that all too familiar white emptiness surrounding him. The weight of nothingness wrapped around him like an ethereal blanket, and there he was again, in his plump form, floating before the grinning figure of Hitagami. "Don't you have anything better to do?" Rudeus chuckled, mocking the god. Hitagami sighed, crossing his arms dramatically. "Didn't you say you only appeared in specific situations?" he asked, suspicious. Hitagami widened his eyes, making an exaggerated expression of mock surprise. "Such coldness? I've only helped you so far? How can you be so distrustful?" He gestured wildly, as if offended. Rudeus merely raised an eyebrow. "Hey let's skip the small talk. What do you want this time?" Hitagami stopped, his smile shrinking slightly. He remained silent for a moment, watching Rudeus with an indecipherable glint in his eyes. "Your target this time is very dangerous," he finally said, almost nonchalantly. "If you continue as you are, you're all going to die." A chill ran down Rudeus's spine. His body tensed instinctively, and he swallowed hard. "Die? Who is the target?" Hitagami tilted his head and smirked. "A very dangerous beast man." Rudeus frowned. "Who is he?" "A little demon who's on the verge of starting a war with melees. He slaughters indiscriminately and is like a true beast without discernment or control." Rudeus's stomach churned. The way Hitagami spoke about this person made an unsettling feeling grow inside him. "Where is he? What are his abilities?" he asked, tense. Hitagami waved his hand casually. Whoa, slow down. I came to give you advice, not a Q&A session." Rudeus clenched his fists. "What's the advice?" Hitagami's smile widened again. "This is something unknown to others, but your target's magic eyes can see memories upon direct eye contact." He paused, letting the words sink in. "My advice to you today is this: seek out the blue-haired man at Beggarit Harbor and ask him about your target, and above all, do not let your target look you in the eye. Otherwise, you will regret it." A knot tightened in Rudeus's stomach. He tried to ask more, but before he could formulate another question, everything around him dissolved. His consciousness was ripped away from that empty space, and he woke up abruptly, gasping in his makeshift bed in the desert. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead, and his heart pounded in his chest. "Don't let him look into my eyes." The sun shone intensely over Westport, reflecting golden hues on the churning ocean waters. The salty sea breeze mixed with the aroma of spices and fish. The harbor was visible from the hill where they stood. Eris was visibly excited, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she gazed at the vastness of the sea in the distance. "Let's go quickly. I want to bathe in the sea." "Hurry," she exclaimed, holding the hem of her sword scabbard to keep it from bouncing as she ran toward the entrance of the port city. Geese, who was beside her, raised an eyebrow and crossed his arms. "Aren't these seas infested with monsters?" he asked cautiously. Rygar chuckled a dry, confident sound. His eyes momentarily glowed as he activated his magic eye. "I can see them. That won't be a problem. If it is," he smiled predatorily, "I'll just freeze the entire bay." Geese shuddered at the casualness of the response. He was already accustomed to Rygar's absurd abilities, but the cold-blooded way he spoke of such extreme actions always sent a slight chill down his spine. Idar, on the other hand, just laughed. "You'll never think the way he does, Geese. Accept it." As they walked toward the city, Geese began to slow down. Rygar noticed and frowned when he saw his companion's relaxed yet resolute expression. "Boss," Geese called, placing his hands on his hips. "I think this is where we part ways." Rygar blinked in surprise. They were still at the entrance of Westport. They hadn't even entered the city yet. "Geese? Why do you say that? Weren't you heading to the central continent to look for Paul and Zenith?" Ghislaine also seemed confused by the sudden statement, and Idar immediately protested. "You can't leave, Geese. Who's going to cook without you? Rygar? Do you want us to die?" Right after saying that, He raised his arms as if to shield himself, and as expected, Rygar unleashed a low-intensity sonic blast that sent Idar flying dozens of meters back. However, the man rolled to a stop, laughing. Rygar snorted and turned his attention back to Geese, who merely chuckled at the scene before replying. About the food. He glanced sideways at Lilia, who maintained a serene yet slightly proud expression. Lilia must know how to cook quite well. Lilia closed her eyes for a moment, silently accepting the compliment. Geese continued. And about searching for Paul and Zenith in the central continent. That was my initial plan, but you're already heading there. I'm sure you'll look for them along the way. So, I decided to head to Begarit instead. I have some friends there, and I'll search for information about them. Rygar crossed his arms and remained silent for a moment. Begarit. He knew that continent was relentless, and any journey there would be fraught with danger. But Geese wasn't a fool. He knew how to handle himself. After some thought, Rygar sighed and nodded. All right, Geese. If you need anything, send a letter to the Legion or the Sword Sanctuary. If it's within my reach, I'll do something to help. Thanks for everything so far. Geese smiled and extended his hand to Idar, who had already recovered. The warrior shook it firmly and said seriously, thanks for the tips. Rygar raised an eyebrow. What tips? Nothing. Idar replied quickly, looking away. Before Rygar could press the matter, Skull, the massive giant wolf that had disappeared for a few minutes, returned trotting and dropped a 70-centimeter rabbit at Geese's feet. The wolf barked once, as if offering a farewell gift. Geese looked at the animal and sighed, picking up the dead rabbit and throwing it over his shoulder. Well, if fate allows, we'll meet again, he said, turning to leave. Rygar watched as Geese walked away. When they first met, Rygar had felt something strange emanating from him. It was an odd sensation. He couldn't tell if it was good or bad. His instincts were confused, as if something hidden lurked behind that mischievous smile. But throughout the journey, Geese had proven to be nothing more than an eccentric man with his own peculiar code of conduct. Geese always did as he pleased, roaming the world freely. Rygar had never been able to predict exactly what he was thinking, but one thing was certain, his many skills made him a man who made friends with ease. Rygar didn't like to admit it, but he was disappointed to see him leave. However, he understood his reasons and let him go without objection. Aisha's voice brought him back to reality. Monkey Uncle is leaving, she asked, frowning. Lilia sighed and replied, yes, dear, he is. Aisha shook her head, slightly disappointed. What a shame. He cooked even better than Mom. Silence fell over the group. Rygar, Ghislaine, and Eris looked at Aisha with surprise and a hint of sympathy. Lilia, however, remained still, processing her daughter's words. Her eyes narrowed slightly. What did you say? She asked, her voice calm but carrying a subtle threat. Aisha froze and slowly turned her head to face her mother. Idar had to cover his mouth to keep from laughing. Dash. The carriage moved along the dirt road, and as they neared the port city, the distant sound of waves crashing grew louder. Ahead, one of the city gate guards leaned against a post, half asleep, struggling to stay awake. His eyes suddenly snapped open when he spotted a massive black silhouette approaching. The morning light reflected off the dark fur of the wolf, and its colossal form exuded an intimidating presence. His heart pounded in his chest, and in a panic, he instinctively grabbed his bow and shouted, "A rank A monster!" Without hesitation, he pulled the bowstring and fired an arrow at Skull. Time seemed to slow. Seated in the carriage, Rygar snapped his head toward the guard, his eyes glowing with fury. With a mere wave of his hand, a violent gust of wind deflected the arrow midair, sending it flying off course. The wind current did not dissipate. Instead, it took shape before him, sculpting itself into a razor-sharp claw. Before the guard could react, the attack tore through his body, ripping him to shreds, his blood staining the dusty ground at the city entrance. A scream of horror echoed among the other guards. Some drew their swords, while others hesitated, stepping back. Rygar gave them no time to regroup. In an instant, he was already in front of the guard captain, his speed leaving a trail of wind in his wake. He grabbed the man by the neck with a crushing grip, forcing him to his knees with brutal strength. The captain's eyes widened in terror, his body trembling as he felt the warrior's claws slightly pierce his throat. "I have no problem slaughtering your men right here and now," Rygar growled, his deep voice dripping with menace. "So if you want to live, order them to stand down." The captain swallowed hard, his heart hammering against his ribs. He knew that if he made the wrong decision, he would be dead before he even realized it. Taking a deep breath, he gathered what little authority he had left and shouted, "Stand down." The guards hesitated. One of them, a young and nervous recruit, opened his mouth to protest. "But Captain, he killed Dak. He attacked a group of travelers without warning," the captain interrupted, his voice firm but shaky. "He deserved his fate." The air grew heavy with silence. The guards exchanged glances, but no one dared to speak further. Rygar released the captain, who collapsed to his knees, gasping and clutching his throat. Without another word, the warrior turned and returned to the carriage, his eyes still glowing with lingering fury. The caravan moved forward without further interference. The guards, though displeased, stepped aside, watching in silence as the group passed through the city gates. Inside the carriage, Lilia finally broke the silence. "Don't you think that was a bit brutal back there?" Her voice was tense, but her expression remained neutral, as if she wasn't sure how to feel about the situation. Rygar furrowed his brows, but before he could respond, Ghislaine interjected. "In the Azura Kingdom, people kill for far less." He may have been fierce, but the man attacked Skull without reason. He did the right thing. Her voice was firm, unwavering. Lilia seemed surprised but said nothing more. Rygar also fell into momentary thought. He wasn't the type to kill indiscriminately, but at that moment, his reaction had been purely instinctive. Ghislaine supported his decision. Eris crossed her arms and huffed. That's right. They attacked Skull. He got what he deserved. Idar simply observed, expressionless. His loyalty to Rygar was unquestionable. No matter what happened, he would not abandon him. That guard tried to attack Skull and was killed for it. Aisha asked, her voice carrying a touch of confusion. Yes, Aisha, Rygar replied. That's why caution will always be your ally. Always try to know who you're fighting against. Choose your enemies wisely. And remember, if you raise a weapon against someone, be prepared to be killed in return. The little girl furrowed her brow, reflecting on his words. Lilia also pondered them, as if she finally understood the logic behind Rygar's brutality. She sighed and dropped the subject. The caravan continued through the stone-paved streets of the port city. The chatter of the townspeople grew louder as they ventured deeper into the marketplace, and curious gazes fixed on the group. Many whispered about the absurdly large black wolf walking beside them. Others stared at Rygar and his fierce appearance, some with respect, others with caution. They arrived at a modest inn, with a wooden sign creaking in the wind. Rygar stepped inside, and the owner, a middle-aged man with a tired face, looked up as he entered. When does the next ship to the central continent depart? Preferably one that can carry monsters as well, Rygar asked directly. The man observed the peculiar group for a moment before replying. The seas are turbulent and full of storms. The next one should leave in about 2 to 3 days, but if you want to bring a monster along, there's only Captain Jauk, who will return in about 10 days. Not many ships carry monsters. His service is also very expensive. But you won't find another ship willing to take monsters, as the port is controlled by a noble from Meles. Rygar brought a hand to his chin, pondering. Then, I want rooms for 6 people and an ebony wolf during this time. The owner blinked, shocked. A wolf. His eyes widened as he looked out the window and saw Skull sitting outside, his presence imposing. The owner hesitated, but his posture changed the moment Rygar placed a small pouch of gold on the counter. I'll pay extra if his stay needs to be a little longer, Rygar added. The innkeeper looked at the group and then at Skull, clearly conflicted. A little longer, my ass. In the end, he sighed and relented. We can place him in the open field behind the inn, but we don't have a room or a stall big enough for him. That'll do, Rygar agreed, and so the group settled in, preparing for the days of waiting ahead. After settling into the inn, we headed straight for the beach. Eris and Aisha were extremely excited. Honestly, so was I, since I hadn't had the chance to go into the sea back in Zantport. Lilia was curious, while Idar and Ghislaine, who had seen the ocean before, didn't seem to care much. The sea at Westport was different from the one at Zantport, cleaner and bluer. With many rock formations around, it probably had less salt as well. In truth, both seas were far more beautiful than the ones I had seen on Earth, perhaps because they hadn't yet been affected by large-scale pollution like in my previous world. The salty smell of the sea breeze, the sound of small waves breaking on the sand, and the endless vastness of the horizon, all of it stirred something deep inside me. This was the perfect opportunity to test various techniques that I usually had to restrain due to potential environmental damage. Out on the open sea, I could explore them without much concern. Skull still drew a lot of attention as he walked through the narrow streets of the port city. His precise movements and ebony fur made people turn toward us with curiosity and fear. However, when we finally arrived at the beach, we noticed something peculiar. No one was in the water. It seemed that the locals had a well-known fear of sea monsters. I activated my magic eye and analyzed the water. There were minimal fluctuations. With my enhanced hearing, I could pick up the faint movements of fish beneath the surface. To test it, I used water magic to create a gentle ripple. The schools of fish reacted instantly, scattering in all directions. For now, it seemed safe. Turning around, I saw Eris already preparing to enter the water. She had removed her boots, weapons, and part of her armor, but since this world didn't have bikinis, she planned to swim in her undergarments and a thin tunic. Without hesitation, Idar followed her, already pulling off his shirt as he prepared to jump in. I smiled at their enthusiasm. Deciding to join them, I took off my shirt and let the sea breeze touch my skin. For the first time in a while, I looked closely at my own body. I was only 11 years old, about to turn 12, but my height was equivalent to that of a 14 or 15-year-old. My physique was well defined, the result of years of rigorous training and my innate strength as a beastman. From my estimations, I would grow to be quite tall in adulthood. Observing my own appearance, I concluded that I might as well adopt my tribe's custom of going shirtless from now on. It was a natural practice for them, and I saw no reason to avoid it any longer. With this new resolution, I dove into the sea. The sensation was overwhelming. The cold water embraced my body, and the vastness around me made me feel freer than I had ever felt before. I opened my eyes underwater. The seabed was filled with smooth stones and golden sand. Small fish swam in schools, weaving between the rocks. Sunlight pierced the surface, creating golden beams that danced in the deep blue. I could see bubbles slowly rising, reflecting the light in a mesmerizing way. Every detail was fascinating. The ocean was alive, pulsing, filled with mystery and beauty. I swam deeper and deeper, testing my lung capacity. My body, conditioned by extreme training, moved effortlessly through the water. I had learned to swim during floods in the Great Forest and was quite good at it, but swimming in the ocean was a slightly different experience. Finally, I stopped moving and let my body float in the vast blue. The absolute silence of the ocean surrounded me. Only my controlled breathing and the gentle movement of the currents broke the stillness. Then, as I gazed at the immensity around me, I felt something profound within. The world is enormous. I remembered Master Verdia's words, there is so much to explore, so much to discover. A shiver ran down my spine. Yes, this world was full of secrets, full of wonders and dangers. And as long as I was strong enough, I could go wherever I wanted. I could take whatever I desired. The thought thrilled me. Excitement bubbled inside me like a rising flame, and on impulse, I decided to test something. I used howling magic right there, at the bottom of the sea. I released the magic at full power. The sound reverberated through the ocean, and the force of the sonic wave created visible ripples in the water around me. Fish scattered in all directions. The sand on the seafloor lifted in cloudy swirls. Small echoes of the roar vibrated through the depths. I surfaced with a grin. Taking a deep breath, I looked around. The horizon seemed even farther now, as if calling me to explore it. What are we compared to the vastness of the entire world? This world still had much to show me. Rygar emerged from the water with an agile push, feeling the seawater trickle down his face. He ran a hand through his wet hair and looked around. Idar was a bit further back, watching him with curiosity. What was that roar? Did you find a monster? Idar asked, narrowing his eyes. Rygar laughed, his chest rising and falling slowly as he caught his breath. No, it was nothing, he replied with a shrug. Then he turned his gaze to the shore, where Ghislaine and Lilia were watching the group in the water. Aren't you coming in, Ghislaine? Lilia. Ghislaine pondered for a moment and then, without hesitation, walked into the water, still carrying her sword. It seemed natural for her to keep her weapon close in any situation. Lilia, on the other hand, shook her head with a small smile. I'll stay on the shore, she said, kneeling down to release Aisha. The girl immediately began running along the sand, laughing as she left footprints on the damp shoreline. Meanwhile, Eris stood at the edge, hesitant, moving back and forth as the water rose beyond her waist. Rygar raised an eyebrow at the sight and, after watching her for a while, burst into loud laughter. It can't be. You don't know how to swim, Eris, he teased, crossing his arms. Eris' face turned completely red, and she shouted, flustered. Of course I know how to swim. With determination shining in her eyes, she moved into deeper waters, trying to swim awkwardly. For a moment, it seemed like she would manage to stay afloat, but soon she began flailing and swallowing water. As she realized she was sinking, Rygar calmly raised the earth beneath her with magic, creating a small elevation that kept her above the surface. Eris remained there, half her face still in the water, huffing and blushing in embarrassment. Ghislaine smiled slightly at the sight. Eris never left ROA, she commented. She never had the opportunity to learn how to swim. Idar and Rygar were laughing heartily, entertained by the scene, while Eris fumed with frustration. Don't worry, Eris, Rygar said, still chuckling. We'll teach you how to swim during these 2 weeks of waiting. Eris immediately lit up with an excited smile. Before she could respond, Aisha shouted enthusiastically from the shore. I want to learn too. Rygar looked at the little girl and nodded. Of course, Aisha. You too. Ghislaine watched the interaction with a small smile at the corner of her lips until Rygar turned to her with a look. Ghislaine, follow me down there. I want to show you something. Ghislaine frowned, intrigued, but before she could respond, Rygar had already dived again. Without a second thought, she took a deep breath and followed him underwater. Beneath the surface, the world seemed entirely different. The ocean's silence was almost absolute, broken only by the muffled sounds of the marine currents. Ghislaine blinked a few times, trying to locate Rygar when suddenly, she felt a strong current push her. Before she could react, a firm hand grabbed her waist, stabilizing her. It was Rygar. Their golden and red eyes met underwater, and for a brief moment, he let his gaze roam over Ghislaine's athletic body with a flicker of desire. She noticed the subtle shift in his expression and smiled suggestively, not breaking eye contact. Her silver hair floated gently around them, creating an ethereal aura as they remained close. Rygar felt his heart race and instinctively leaned in slightly, but then he came to his senses. He shook his head slightly and averted his gaze, refocusing on what he actually wanted to show her. He then turned Ghislaine around, pointing to the vast ocean beneath them. Small fish swam between rocks and reefs, and sunlight filtered through the surface, casting golden beams that shimmered gently on the ocean floor. It was a magnificent sight, a vast, unknown world, a submerged universe that few had the chance to witness. Ghislaine was impressed. Few things could make her feel this way, but the ocean was something completely new to her. It was like another world within the world itself, something she had never really stopped to consider or even think about. For a moment, she lost herself in the immensity of that sight, mesmerized by the infinite sea before her. Then, a sudden movement caught both their attention. A dark blur sliced through the water in the distance, moving quickly toward them. Rygar immediately went on high alert, his sharpened senses detecting the approaching creature. Ghislaine also sensed the imminent danger and prepared to react. Without hesitation, Rygar grabbed her hand and propelled them both upward with water magic, shooting toward the surface in a whirlwind of bubbles. As soon as they emerged, Rygar wasted no time and shouted, Everyone to the shore. The tone of his voice left no room for questions. In an instant, everyone began retreating quickly to the shallow waters, staying alert to the sea. Ghislaine, alongside Eris and Idar, kept a hand on the hilt of her sword, while Lilia held Aisha close to the shore, remaining vigilant. Silence hung in the air for a moment, broken only by the sound of the waves gently crashing against the sand. Rygar took a deep breath, feeling his body adjust to the ocean's pressure. His unique constitution allowed him to endure long periods underwater, but even he knew that an extended battle there was not ideal. If he wanted to resolve the situation without complications, he had to eliminate the threat with a single strike. Without hesitation, he dived once more. The crystal-clear water allowed him to see at a distance, and soon, his gaze locked onto the creature rapidly approaching. The monster was massive, at least 20 to 30 meters wide. Its scales were a dull dark green, perfectly adapted to the marine environment, and its body was long and serpentine, with lateral fins that gave it incredible speed. However, what stood out the most was its snake-like head, its eyes locked directly onto him. A predator. The monster charged at full speed, seeing Rygar as easy prey. Its mouth began to open, revealing sharp fangs, intending to swallow him whole. But Rygar didn't back down. Raising his hand, he began forming a water cannon. However, this time, it wasn't a simple shot. He compressed it as much as possible, reducing its size until the sphere was about the diameter of a basketball and added even more mana. The pressure inside the sphere reached absurd levels, making the water's density almost solid. The monster kept coming, its jaws widening in anticipation of swallowing its prey whole. But Rygar was already prepared. The instant the creature came within range, Rygar unleashed the projectile. The condensed water sphere sliced through the ocean in a fraction of a second. The impact was instantaneous. The monster didn't even have time to react before the sphere pierced its head, tearing through its skull and destroying its brain. Its lifeless body continued moving forward due to inertia but without any control. Rygar swam toward the creature's corpse, activating his magic eye to analyze its constitution. Its insides were completely different from anything he had ever seen, both in this world and on Earth. He located and extracted the monster's magic stone and, not wanting to leave traces of blood that might attract other predators, used his magic to manipulate the water and drag the body to the ocean floor. With earth magic, he buried it right there, ensuring that no signs of the battle remained. With that taken care of, he returned to the surface. Emerging from the water with calm steps, he shook his silver hair to rid himself of excess water and casually declared. It was simple. Just a B-class monster. Idar let out a bitter laugh. Simple? Maybe for you. Rygar frowned, confused. What do you mean? Idar sighed and pointed at him. Rygar, you're the exception here. For any other warrior, fighting underwater is nearly impossible. Anyone's strength would be severely restricted, and using magic would require chanting, which is impossible without being able to breathe underwater. Maybe you, with your immense lung capacity and absurdly high chantless magic, are one of the only people in the world who can consider this simple. Rygar paused to think. What Idar said made sense. Even his master, Verdia, had never managed to explore the seas. The ocean was a completely hostile environment for warriors, where magic and physical strength were almost nullified. A thought struck him hard. Doesn't that mean the seas are still full of unexplored treasures? On Earth, the oceans were a vast source of natural resources. In this world, the logic shouldn't be too different. However, if no one could efficiently explore the seas, it meant that Rygar could be a pioneer. If he found a way to conquer the oceans, he could claim new territory that no one had ever ventured into before. A smile appeared on his lips. Interesting. He murmured to himself. But now wasn't the time to get lost in such thoughts. There was much to do, and they still had days before setting sail. All right, let's train. There will be time for the sea later. Don't slack off in your training. Eris, Aisha, and Idar nodded immediately, excitement returning to their eyes. Ghislaine cast a curious glance at Rygar, sensing something different about him. Maybe it was the spark in his eyes, a fierce and ambitious gleam. Rygar looked toward the horizon, where the ocean stretched endlessly. On Westport's beach, the sun shone brightly in the clear sky, while gentle waves broke against the golden sand. Skull, the imposing wolf, stood in the shallow waters, his paws firmly planted as he watched the fish swimming below the surface. With an agile movement, he snapped at the water, emerging with a fish clamped between his teeth. He swallowed it whole before licking his lips in satisfaction. Meanwhile, on the beach, two simultaneous battles were taking place. Rygar and Ghislaine exchanged blows at high speed, their blue and red swords gleaming under the sunlight, while Idar sparred with Eris, clearly holding the upper hand. Their fight was more of a training session for her. She attacked fiercely, trying to compensate for her lack of experience with sheer determination. The duel between Rygar and Ghislaine, however, was a deadly dance. Their eyes never left each other, the intensity of their combat reflecting the deep connection between them. Each strike was a test of reflexes and strategy, and despite the serious nature of the fight, the two seemed to be genuinely enjoying themselves. Ghislaine was faster, but Rygar compensated somewhat with a mix of the North God, Water God, and Flash Step styles. A few meters away, Aisha watched intently, her eyes shining with curiosity and admiration. She tugged at Lilia's sleeve and asked excitedly, "Mom, can I fight like that in the future?" Lilia hesitated, looking at her daughter with an uncertain expression. The thought of Aisha engaging in battles of that level made her uncomfortable. After a moment of silence, she replied hesitantly, I don't know. Aisha frowned, confused by her mother's uncertain response. Meanwhile, Rygar and Ghislaine's duel reached a climax as their swords clashed, sparks flying from the impact. Both were sweating and slightly out of breath, yet they never broke eye contact. Lilia, observing the scene, narrowed her eyes. The closeness between the two, the way they stared at each other. She wondered if there was more than just training in that intense exchange of blows. She remembered that it was currently the mating season for beast races. Ghislaine broke the silence as she covered her magic eye and asked, "Something's changed, hasn't it?" Rygar furrowed his brow. "What do you mean?" Ghislaine crossed her arms, analyzing him. "Your Toki control, it seems better. It's still not at the level it was when we first met, but, how can I put it? It's still fierce and aggressive, but now it feels more natural. I can't quite describe it, but you're improving." Rygar felt a surge of excitement. He was finally returning to his true level. But what had changed? What was different about him? The question kept hammering in his mind. Meanwhile, Idar disarmed Eris with a precise strike, her sword falling onto the sand. He smiled and said, "Eris, you're improving fast. Your sword is large and light for you, but it keeps its weight for your enemies, giving them the illusion that you're even faster. Ordinary advanced warriors would be caught off guard." Eris beamed at the praise and quickly turned, her eyes searching for Rygar, eager to see his reaction. However, instead of meeting his gaze, she saw Rygar still very close to Ghislaine, speaking to her in a low and intense tone. Their proximity, the way his eyes seemed to devour her. Eris huffed in irritation, sheathed her sword with a brusque motion, and stormed off without a word. Lilia, having observed the entire scene, sighed internally. She had seen this kind of situation before in Buena Village. "I'm getting Paul vibes here," she thought, shaking her head slightly. The sea breeze continued to blow, carrying a salty and refreshing scent. The morning of training and battles had ended, but for Rygar, the questions about his own growth were only just beginning. Time passed quickly. Rygar and the others continued their intense training, making the most of the days they had before departure. During this period, some peculiar situations occurred. One day, while strolling through the city's marketplace, Rygar noticed that some Mealy's knights had started following them from a distance. Their gazes were not directed at him or the others but at Skull. The giant wolf walked beside Rygar, drawing attention due to his size and imposing presence. However, the knights did nothing besides observe. Perhaps they feared what would happen if they tried to intervene. Even so, Rygar decided not to take him into the city frequently. Most of the time, he left Skull in the field behind the inn. Occasionally, Skull would go to the beach to hunt, but he almost never accompanied the group on their city visits. It was during one of these city visits that a significant event occurred. As they walked through the bustling streets, Rygar and the others spotted a group of slave traders transporting about 13 chained slave prisoners. Many of them were from the beast race. Rygar's gaze narrowed. Idar, beside him, merely sighed, already predicting what would happen. Without hesitation, the two attacked. It was a massacre. The slavers had no chance to react before being eliminated. Their bodies fell to the ground without commotion, as if this fate had been written from the moment they crossed Rygar's path. However, that was not enough. The two tracked down the slavers' base and continued the carnage. Almost all were mercilessly killed. The commotion drew the attention of the city's knights, who arrived at the scene quickly. However, upon seeing the scene and attempting to intervene, the first one who attacked Rygar was immediately killed. Silence spread. The rest hesitated. None dared to continue the offensive. They knew what would happen. The city's regent had already made it clear, they should not interfere with whatever Rygar did, regardless of his actions. Otherwise, they would suffer severe casualties. And in that world, strength spoke louder than any law. Morality was relative in the face of absolute power. Rygar knew this. He did not see himself as a hero. He had no noble desire to embark on a journey to rescue all the slaves along the way. But if it was within his reach and did not require much effort, then he would help. That was why he created the Legion. Not to save the world, but to change the things he disliked. His goal was to protect his race, his friends, and those he loved. And, of course, to ensure a better future for his beastfolk descendants. All of this was, for the most part, for selfish reasons. At the moment, the Legion was not facing financial difficulties. So, he decided that the freed slaves should keep the treasures from the slavers' base. He then chose someone to lead those who wished to join the Iron Legion. Among the prisoners, one figure caught his attention. A demon woman, with long purple hair that reached the ground, stood out from the rest. Her eyes had a cunning gleam, and her posture exuded confidence. She was an experienced warrior and possessed innate demonic magic. Her scent had enchanting and aphrodisiac properties. Her name was Cholera. From the moment she was freed, Cholera showed interest in joining the Legion. Rygar, cautious, questioned her about her history and intentions. He found nothing alarming besides her extremely promiscuous personality. In the end, he decided she was competent enough and appointed her as the leader of the freed group. She was tasked with leading the others to Tanaver, where they could establish themselves under the Legion's protection. They departed on the 7th day. Now, on the 8th day of waiting for the ship, the city seemed slightly quieter due to the massacre at the slavers' base. But Rygar was not concerned. Besides, his group was just training at the beach. Eris and Aisha learned to swim relatively easily, although Aisha struggled a bit due to her small size. Rygar remained seated on a rock, legs crossed, trying to concentrate. Around him, Skull lay down, his enormous lupin form imposing even there. Further ahead, Eris swam with Aisha on her shoulders, the two laughing and enjoying themselves. The little one had already learned basic water magic from Rygar, but for now, her mana was limited. Her training would follow a well-structured plan. First, he wanted to teach her to read, write, and understand magical theory. He knew Aisha was intelligent, but he wanted to ensure she grasped the seriousness of what she was learning. After all, she was not a reincarnate like him. Tests and observations had nearly confirmed that for him. Physically, her training would start at 3 years old, focusing on flexibility and mobility. Depending on her performance, at 4 or 5, she could begin a more intense regimen. He saw great potential in the girl, but one question lingered in his mind. Why had Hitagami arranged for them to meet? Or would it have happened anyway? As these thoughts ran through his mind, he tried to focus on his barrier magic practice, but the distractions were strong. More specifically, the sight of Ghislaine and Lilia on the beach. He had the brilliant idea of creating something similar to bikinis and a swimsuit for Eris. Ghislaine liked the outfit, saying it restricted her movements very little. Rygar, foreseeing the worst, had to clarify that it was only meant to be worn at the beach. He suspected she might want to wear it in public. Besides, Idar had started learning to cook with Lilia. Apparently, he wanted to impress his wife, who was the unknown granddaughter of the current leader of the water god style. Rygar found the idea hilarious but supported his friend. He then turned his attention back to his hand. A stone bullet floated above his palm, and in front of it, a translucent magical barrier about 30 centimeters thick. He launched the bullet against the barrier, and it was blocked. Then, he created a fire bullet and launched it. This time, the flame passed through without resistance. A huge smile formed on his face. Idar, come here, he called excitedly. Idar, noticing the enthusiasm, quickly approached. What is it? He asked, curious. Rygar raised a magical barrier in front of him. Try to pass through this, he requested. Idar touched the barrier and, to his surprise, managed to pass through without resistance. Huh? Is this a barrier that blocks only magic? He asked, intrigued. Rygar laughed. No, it's a physical barrier, but I managed to develop a firewall on it. A firewall? I don't see any fire. Don't worry about the terms. Lilia, try passing through, he requested, calling the woman. Lilia approached and tried to cross the barrier. As she placed her hand against the translucent surface, she was immediately blocked. Intrigued, she pushed harder but still couldn't pass through. Now, Idar, try again, Rygar ordered. Idar passed through effortlessly. The scene was curious, Idar could enter and exit freely, while Lilia was completely blocked. This meant that Rygar had successfully modified the barrier to allow only specific individuals to pass through. Using his magic eye to analyze the barrier's patterns, he finally understood how the permission modifier worked and managed to apply it. This is incredible, murmured Idar, admiringly. Rygar nodded, satisfied. Now, as long as he was inside the barrier, he could attack freely without being hindered, while his enemies would be blocked. It was an extremely useful application for combat. But this was only the beginning. His frequent research on barrier magic and comparisons to programming in his previous world had given him many ideas. Now that he had understood the basics of how the magical programming of barriers worked, he could apply many concepts to it. He was also studying how to create a self-repair system for his barriers, based on programming's repetition loops, allowing them to regenerate automatically as long as mana was available. New possibilities opened up for him. This is going to be really useful in group battles, Idar exclaimed excitedly. This new ability had various utilities. The ability to allow only his allies to pass through a barrier could completely change a group's combat system. Ghislaine, who had been closely observing, murmured, truly impressive. But the moment she crossed her arms, her generous chest was squeezed, completely diverting Rygar's attention, instantly breaking his focus. He cleared his throat, trying to regain his concentration. All right, let's continue the training, he declared, quickly stepping away to avoid further distractions. As they discussed the possibilities this ability would have in combat, an adventurer approached the group and asked, "Who here is Rygar Adoldia?" Rygar turned, analyzed the man, and said, "That's me. What is it?" The man spoke disinterestedly, "My boss is Captain Jauk, the one recommended to you, the one who transports monsters." He looked at Rygar and then at Skull, who was lying nearby. He said for you to meet him at the port with your wolf to see if it fits in any of the cages, since he's never transported a monster that big before. Rygar thought for a moment and said, "All right, when is he leaving?" "Today. As soon as he unloads what he brought and loads what he was paid to take, he'll set sail. He doesn't like wasting time, so it'll likely be tonight. When you get there, look for the ship with the symbol of a blue doe." The adventurer then glanced at Ghislaine, admiring the beautiful sight, before leaving. Rygar looked at the group. "You heard him. Go to the inn and bring all our belongings. I'll head to the port with Skull." Idar responded, "Understood." Lilia sighed, "We're finally going back to the central continent." They split up there, and Rygar mounted Skull, racing toward the port. Upon arrival, he saw a short, chubby man who seemed to be giving orders to the people loading the ship, which bore a large blue doe on its sail. He approached him. When Skull landed at the port, many drew their weapons, and several ran away screaming in terror, but they didn't attack, given that Rygar was riding him. Rygar jumped off, and Skull sat down, alert to his surroundings. He walked up to the chubby man, who seemed completely unfazed by the enormous wolf in front of him. Rygar asked, "Do you know where Captain Jauk is?" "You're talking to him." Jauk, the captain, was a short man with a robust build and a thick mustache that wavered as he spoke. His gaze was firm, showing no hesitation even in the intimidating presence of Skull, who sat calmly beside Rygar. He crossed his arms and assessed the situation with a calculating look. "It can be done, but it'll cost you a lot," he said bluntly. Rygar nodded. "Of course, as long as you take us." He paused, analyzing the sailboat and its compartments. His thoughts wandered. "I need to create a maritime division for the Legion when I return." Jauk led him inside the ship, where a large cargo space could be adjusted to accommodate Skull. The area was well ventilated and spacious enough so that the giant wolf wouldn't be uncomfortable during the journey. Additionally, the group's quarters were more luxurious than expected, with reinforced beds and windows that allowed the ocean breeze to flow in. After settling the costs and finalizing the details, Rygar stepped out to wait for his companions. Time passed quickly, and about 40 minutes later, he saw Idar and the rest of the group arriving at the port. He waved at them, and they quickly approached, carrying their belongings. Once everyone boarded and settled in, they gathered on the deck. The sun was setting on the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, and a waiter appeared, offering wine to the travelers. The sweet aroma of the drink mixed with the salty scent of the sea, creating a relaxing atmosphere after so many days of waiting. Aisha curiously eyed the served glasses and turned to her mother with sparkling eyes. "Mom, can I drink?" Lilia immediately replied, "No." Aisha pouted, disappointed, then looked at Rygar and tried a different approach. "Master, can I?" Lilia was stunned by her daughter's audacity, while Rygar raised an eyebrow, caught off guard by the question. He smirked slightly and pointed to a height in the air with his hand, about 1.50 m. "You can when you reach this height." Aisha huffed, crossing her arms, sulking. The group laughed at the little one's reaction as the night gently settled around them. As everyone relaxed, the boat swayed slightly, still docked at the port. Rygar noticed that Eris was unusually quiet. Her face seemed a bit pale. Lilia noticed too and asked, concerned, "Eris, are you okay?" She hesitated but quickly responded, "Yes, I'm." Rygar observed her expression, the small signs that gave away her discomfort. His eyes narrowed for a moment before a grin spread across his face. Could it be? He said nothing, merely waited. The boat swayed gently, preparing to depart, as their journey and everything that awaited them on the central continent was finally about to begin. The ship's deck rocked violently under the fury of the waves, and the cold rain and wind cut like sharp blades. Rygar stood beside Eris, holding her hair back to prevent it from getting dirty as she vomited for the umpteenth time over the side of the ship. Her body trembled slightly, exhausted from the constant nausea, while Rygar murmured incantations and applied healing magic to ease her suffering. Rygar laughed. In the end, the girl really wasn't doing well when they had asked. Even with the ship docked, the gentle ripples had already caused some discomfort for Eris, but it was still manageable. However, the moment they boarded, she collapsed in less than 5 minutes, overwhelmed by severe nausea and dizziness. Rygar had to take care of her, constantly using healing magic. It was impressive for him to see that the normally determined and fierce girl was now completely vulnerable, defeated by a mere boat. As he took care of her, Rygar recalled how she used to be when they first met. Back then, Eris acted however she pleased and irritated him like a spoiled child, always explosive and aggressive. At first, he only tolerated her because of Ghislaine. But over time, as she grew to trust him, he noticed her attitude changing drastically. Maybe it was the cruel circumstances that no longer allowed her to act as she once did. Maybe it was because she had stopped being treated as the young lady of the Boreas mansion and was treated like any other person in the Iron Legion. Or perhaps it was something else entirely. But what mattered was that, somehow, she had adapted remarkably well to the life of an adventurer and traveler. She was also incredibly determined and dedicated to her training, tirelessly pushing herself to catch up to them. He couldn't recall seeing anyone else with such determination and talent in all his time in this world. Now, after so much time together and after all the changes she had gone through, he understood her personality more or less. Though she was still aggressive, she only displayed that side of herself in combat or when someone insulted someone she considered important. A perfect example was when she exploded with rage upon learning that people in the Great Forest didn't like Ghislaine. She was still fierce, still stubborn, but it was clear that she deeply cared for the people in their group. A true tsundere, as they would say in his previous world. The thought amused him. Eris, however, did not share his amusement. She lifted her pale face, her eyes watery and irritated from the debilitating condition. Rygar, is it still far? Her voice was sluggish, laden with exhaustion and despair. He sighed, letting his laughter fade. The amusement of seeing Eris out of her usual self was replaced by a pang of sympathy. She was truly suffering. The ship's rocking was completely destroying her. He recalled an anime from his past life where dragon slayers were incredibly powerful on land but became utterly useless upon stepping onto a ship or vehicle. The resemblance made him smile slightly. He shifted his gaze to the ocean below, vast and turbulent. Activating his magic eye, he scanned the churning depths for any sign of sea monsters. Nothing. Apparently, they were safe for now. Turning back, he saw Ghislaine sitting on a bench, arms crossed, her expression attentive. The woman was clearly concerned about Eris, staying close to protect her, though there was nothing she could do to ease her suffering. Rygar approached and said firmly, Ghislaine, I'm going down for a bit to get Eris off the ship. Ghislaine raised an eyebrow but said nothing. She knew Rygar well enough to trust that he wouldn't throw himself to his death, and this wasn't the most ridiculous thing she had seen him do. Without waiting for a response, he crouched, wrapped his arms around Eris, and lifted her in one fluid motion. The girl was still dizzy, only half conscious. In a bold leap, Rygar hurled himself into the stormy sea, cutting through the air and plunging into the raging waters below. POV, Eris Boreas Greyrat. I had been in a bad mood for the past few days. I wasn't sure exactly when it started, but it was something that had been growing inside me. Rygar, who always trained with me and told me all sorts of stories, now seemed to be distancing himself more and more. Every time he and Ghislaine talked about my progress, I felt excited, especially after reaching the advanced level. It was as if, suddenly, the words they always said about my talent had become real. I really was talented. I could stand on the same level as them. But now he didn't train with me anymore. After the battle against the assassins in Mealy's where, once again, I was left out for being considered weak, Aisha became his disciple. I thought it wouldn't be a big deal, but on top of that, ever since then, he only had eyes for Ghislaine. And when he did decide to teach someone something, it was always Aisha. Before she arrived, he trained me every day, always reinforcing how talented I was. But after, everything changed. When he trained himself, he chose Ghislaine as his partner. It made sense. She was stronger, more experienced. But that didn't mean I liked seeing them together all the time. It's not that I didn't like Aisha, in fact, I adored the girl. She was energetic, cute, and always complimented my hair or told me how strong I was. And I didn't have anything against Ghislaine either. She was my master, the woman I respected as the best swordswoman in the world. But even so, I couldn't ignore this strange feeling growing inside me. I was jealous. I wanted Rygar to go back to how he used to be. Recently, I saw Idar asking Lilia to teach him how to cook. That gave me an idea. If I learned as well, maybe I could be more useful to the group. Maybe Rygar would start training me again if I showed that I was making an effort. So, without telling anyone, I secretly asked Lilia to teach me. That would definitely make a difference. When we arrived in Westport, Rygar and Ghislaine were always together. He looked at her in a different way, an intense, lustful gaze. A look I had seen before in the mansion. I knew what it was. My mother had explained these things to me from a young age. Rygar wanted to do that with Ghislaine. Without me even asking, Lilia came to talk to me about the mating season of beastmen and how it affected them. So that was why they were acting like that. I looked at myself. I didn't have the same physical features as Ghislaine. Rygar always seemed to glance at her chest, even if discreetly. But me? I didn't have much to show. Lilia said they would grow over time. But why was I even thinking about this? Why did I want him to notice me that way? Every time these thoughts invaded my mind, I felt strange. My face burned, my heart pounded, and I couldn't explain why. It was irritating. I shouldn't care about this. But for some reason, I did. At least we had a lot of fun at the beach while waiting, and I learned how to swim. Aisha had learned too, and that was a small victory before our great journey. However, as soon as we finally boarded the ship that would take us to the central continent, I discovered something I utterly hated: boats. The constant rocking was unbearable, and I barely lasted 5 minutes before being overwhelmed by a crushing wave of nausea. All she remembered were blurry flashes of Rygar holding her hair while she vomited on the deck, his rough voice letting out laughter as he teased her, and the momentary relief that came every time he used healing magic. Suddenly, Eris opened her eyes. The wind hit her face, cool and damp, carrying the strong scent of the sea. Her red hair was wildly tousled by the breeze, and salty droplets sprayed against her skin. Confused, she blinked a few times and looked around. What she saw left her stunned. The vast, endless ocean stretched out in every direction like an infinite blue abyss. The ship was continuing its course in the distance, gradually moving away, and then she realized she was no longer on the ship. She was in Rygar's arms. He held her firmly, carrying her like a princess, leaping periodically over the surface of the sea. With each jump, he created ice platforms beneath his feet, which shattered the moment he propelled himself forward again. Her heart pounded when she noticed something even more embarrassing. Rygar was now shirtless. The warmth of his body contrasted with the cool sea breeze, and Eris became acutely aware of how close they were, his heated skin pressing intimately against hers. Rygar smiled as he noticed she had awakened. Feeling better now? He asked, his tone slightly amused. Eris blinked in surprise. It was only then that she realized yes, the discomfort had faded. The unbearable nausea that had tormented her aboard the ship felt like a distant memory. The rocking of the ocean no longer affected her while she was in Rygar's arms. But before she could respond, she became fully aware of their position and turned bright red. Her face burned, heat rising from her neck to her ears. Unable to look at him directly, she murmured softly, "Why yes, it's a little better now." Rygar's smile widened. "Good. Running all the way across the sea isn't exactly practical, and we don't know what kind of monsters might be lurking here, but we can walk for a bit so you don't have to suffer the entire time. This way, you can at least enjoy the view. Don't you think it's beautiful?" Eris lifted her eyes and followed his gaze, taking in the scene around them. The turbulent waves crashed against each other, forming swirling white foam. Lightning streaked through the dark clouds, illuminating the stormy chaos of the ocean for brief moments. The fury of nature unfolded before them, a violent yet grand spectacle. When Eris looked back at Rygar, she saw his golden eyes glowing intensely, reflecting the flashes of lightning above. His silver hair billowed in the wind, his tail swayed eagerly, and his expression was serene, almost mesmerized by the scene. It may be a natural disaster, he said, still gazing upward, but there's a certain beauty in the violence of nature, isn't there? Eris didn't respond immediately. In fact, she realized she couldn't take her eyes off him. Her heart pounded in a different way, a new and unfamiliar sensation filling her chest. When she finally noticed that she had been staring at him for too long, she quickly turned her head, trying to hide the deep blush on her face. Yes, it's very beautiful. If someone were to ask Eris in the future when exactly she had truly fallen in love with Rygar, she would always describe this moment. POV, Rygar Adoldia. After running across the stormy sea for a while, Rygar felt his instincts flare. Something dangerous was nearby. His gaze shifted toward the depths of the ocean, far ahead of the ship's path. He could sense the presence of a creature powerful enough to pose a real threat. A fierce smile spread across his face. It had been a long time since he had a real fight aside from Ghislaine, but their battles weren't meant to be lethal. The last true battle had been at the Joilery estate. He had developed some new techniques he wanted to test but never had the chance. Now, the opportunity had presented itself. Excitement built up inside him as his mind worked quickly. The monster probably wouldn't cross paths with the ship, so if he wanted to fight it, he would have to go to it. However, when he turned to inform Eris about his plans, he noticed something unexpected. She was fast asleep in his arms, her head resting against his chest. Even with him leaping across the water, she had managed to fall asleep. She really was exhausted, he thought, observing her peaceful expression. The seasickness had drained her over the past few days, and without proper rest, her body had finally given in. With agile movements, he returned to the ship's deck. As he landed smoothly, he noticed that many passengers and merchants were staring at him in shock, their mouths agape. Some whispered among themselves, as if unable to believe what they had just witnessed. Ignoring their stares, he walked straight toward Ghislaine, who remained fixed on the ocean. Her eye patch was lifted, meaning she was also paying attention to something. "You're going to fight that thing?" she asked, without turning around. Rygar raised an eyebrow, surprised. "Yes. You were watching. Of course. You were carrying Eris, so I decided to keep an eye on you. Be careful, Rygar. I can't gauge its exact strength, my senses don't reach that deep. But judging by the amount of mana I can detect, it must be dangerous." Rygar nodded with an eager grin. "I'll be careful." That's when little Aisha approached, her eyes shining with excitement. "Master, take me to the water later." Rygar glanced at Lilia, who already had a disapproving look on her face. He chuckled softly and said, "Maybe when the sea is calmer." He then carefully handed the sleeping Eris to Lilia and added, "Let her sleep as much as possible. She's exhausted." Lilia held the girl securely and nodded. "Where's Idar?" "He said he'd stay in the cabin with Skull to keep him company," Lilia replied. "All right. Let the captain and the crew know that there might be some noise, but the ship won't be affected. The creature is a bit far from here." Lilia acknowledged his request with a nod, and Aisha grinned. "Good luck, master." Rygar ruffled her hair playfully, making the girl giggle with delight. Then, without hesitation, he leaped back into the sea, racing toward the location where he had sensed the monster's presence. The stormy ocean opened before him, welcoming his next challenge. The stormy sea roared around Rygar as he ran across its surface, creating ice platforms. It looked simple from the outside, but he had to use ice magic at the exact moment his foot touched the water, and with his speed, this required refined control. The wind howled in his ears, rain lashed against his face, waves crashed violently, and the salty scent of the ocean mixed with the electricity crackling around him. But he did not waver. His eyes were locked onto the abyss below, the impenetrable darkness where he sensed the monstrous presence, seemingly motionless. The feeling of danger grew with every step. When he finally reached the exact point where the threat lay hidden, Rygar leapt, tearing through the air before diving straight into the deep sea. The water wrapped around him like a cold mantle, muffling the sounds of the storm above. Immediately, he began gathering mana in his throat, howling magic vibrating like a suppressed thunderclap, and lightning flickered along the blade of Tsukikage, casting a blue glow into the black ocean. The blade roared silently, thirsting for battle. Normally, Rygar would not be able to breathe underwater, but he had prepared. A thin oxygen pocket, formed with wind and water magic, surrounded him, unstable and fragile, sustained by the magic he had learned to control on the shores of Westport. He had experimented with several types of magic to find a way to breathe underwater. Barrier magic was one of them, but it blocked air and oxygen, preventing him from breathing even on the surface. Now, with his recent advancements, he had discovered how to let certain things pass through while blocking others. Eventually, he might find an efficient way to breathe underwater, but for now, it was unfeasible. Allowing only oxygen molecules to pass required control at a molecular level, something he had yet to master with barrier magic. As for this thin barrier of wind and water, he knew any major impact or shockwave could dissipate it. Still, it was a success, at least for exploration. If combat was not involved, he could navigate the seas this way. But right now, he wasn't worried about that. He wasn't planning to fight underwater, he just needed to lure the monster out. His focus was on the depths. And then, he saw it. Emerging from the darkness like a living mountain, the Kraken slowly revealed its colossal form. It wasn't just big, it was overwhelming. Its shapeless mass moved hypnotically, impossible to measure precisely, but Rygar was certain it was at least 3 or 4 times larger than an adult blue dragon. Its skin was a deep, dark blue, rough and textured like volcanic crust from the ocean floor. Tentacles as thick as fortress pillars extended into the void, sliding lazily, but each one was capable of crushing ships with a single movement. Its eyes, until now closed, were immense circles of pale, milky light, reflecting the glow of Tsukikage as the blade illuminated the depths. A vortex of bubbles and currents churned around the beast, and the water pressure seemed to double, crushing everything nearby. Rygar's body screamed in warning. Every instinct told him this monster was no ordinary creature, but the adrenaline coursing through his veins only made him smile. He didn't hesitate. With a muffled roar through the water, he opened his mouth and unleashed his magic. The howling magic exploded in waves, reverberating through the ocean like underwater thunder. The force of his roar spread through the sea, displacing massive volumes of water, sending violent vibrations directly at the Kraken, stunning it. For a moment, there was silence. And then, the creature responded. A deep, monstrous sound tore through the depths. It wasn't just a roar of fury, it was something more primal, something that made the very ocean vibrate with a spectral echo. The Kraken's cry wasn't just heard, it was felt, as if every molecule of water trembled with its wrath. Rygar charged forward without hesitation, raising Tsukikage. The blade crackled with concentrated electricity as he swung, shouting, "Lightning!" A massive bolt shot through the ocean like divine judgment, slicing through the depths with a blinding flash of blue and white. The current traveled straight into the Kraken, exploding against its massive body. The shock reverberated violently, sending electric arcs throughout the water, momentarily illuminating every grotesque detail of the creature. Twisting tentacles moved erratically as electricity danced across its rough skin. The entire ocean convulsed from the impact. Submerged rocks shifted, smaller creatures fled in a frenzy, and even the water pressure itself seemed to change. But then, as the light faded, Rygar saw it. The Kraken was still there. Its colossal body merely undulated slowly, its dark skin now covered in scorched burns but still intact. And then, like a nightmare emerging from the abyss, it began to move. Massive tentacles rose, their movements appearing slow and heavy due to their sheer size, but Rygar knew, if he was caught, he would be crushed instantly. The smile returned to his face. Rygar manipulated the water around him and began ascending rapidly, propelling himself toward the surface like an arrow shot from the depths. Behind him, the enraged Kraken pursued, displacing millions of liters of water in its relentless chase. With every passing second, Rygar analyzed the fight. It wasn't really affected by a lightning strike that powerful. He climbed higher, feeling the water pressure decrease as he neared the stormy sky. The beast still chased him, its overwhelming presence filling the ocean below. How am I going to kill this thing? His body soared at high speed, slicing through the water like a razor. His mind focused on tactics. The Kraken was far too resilient, or maybe the scale of his attacks wasn't affecting its enormous body as much. The lightning strike had left a major wound, but it hadn't paralyzed or severely harmed it. His howling magic, despite its overwhelming power, had only made the creature roar in anger. It hadn't dealt real damage. Rygar realized he couldn't rely on a single attack to defeat it. He would need to gather almost all of his mana into a final strike to ensure its death, but he didn't have time for that in a prolonged battle. He needed to find another way, something that would lead him to victory. This is exactly what I expected, Rygar thought as his fierce grin widened. He recalled the stories from his previous world, told as legends in the mythologies of various religions. The Kraken, a legend of the depths, a monster capable of sinking even the largest ships, controlling storms, and consuming the sea with its fury. He remembered how mythology was full of exaggerations and distortions, but at that moment, he knew that the monster before him was no mere invention. As the creature approached, its immense body seeming to stretch endlessly in the black water, Rygar felt an almost supernatural suction force, as if the entire sea were being pulled into the abyss. The Kraken, its tentacles shifting, extended one toward him, attempting to drag him into its deadly maw. The pull of the suction was overwhelming, forcing Rygar to struggle against the water, which seemed to have a will of its own. His survival instinct flared in his mind. What is this? Some kind of magic, he growled, focusing his mana with the full force of his will. A flash of light, and with an explosive motion, Rygar shot out of the water, using his burst step as propulsion. The impact of the water was enough to throw him slightly off course, but he didn't stop. He kept running across the surface, the wind slicing against his face and the roar of the storm filling his ears. He launched several freezing novas in different places, ensuring he had platforms to step on next. Suddenly, a massive shadow rose from the water, a tentacle towering like a mountain, surging toward him. With sharp reflexes, Rygar used flash step, throwing himself to the side, but the tentacle passed just inches from him, leaving a path of destruction in its wake. Now, outside the water, he could finally see the true extent of the monster. The creature was over 300 meters long, its grotesque skin marked by a massive burn scar from lightning, but the Kraken was regenerating at an alarming speed, the muscles in its tentacles contracting with indescribable power. It regenerates. Rygar thought, surprised, but he knew what he had to do. The Kraken lunged forward again, furious. Its tentacles slashed through the sea like sharp blades. Rygar roared in defiance and readied his sword, Tsukikage, igniting it with violent flames. He positioned himself atop a floating iceberg he had created, his stance precise, his intent to cut the beast to pieces forged through the perfection of his training. As the tentacle closed in, he launched himself forward at incredible speed, slicing through the air with uncontrollable fury. The longsword of light cleaved through the tentacle with a force that defied human limits, a metallic clang echoing as the creature's flesh was severed. Normally, a longsword of this level wouldn't be enough to cut through the tentacle, but his raw physical strength, combined with the additional sharpness generated by Tsukikage's heat, made it possible. The kraken howled, an unimaginable pain resonating through its cry as it rapidly retreated to the ocean depths. The severed tentacle crashed into the sea with a thunderous splash, sending water spraying in all directions. The sheer weight of the massive limb was immense. In a frenzied attack, the kraken hurled its severed tentacle back into the ocean, creating a colossal wave that forced Rygar to leap back into the water. He plunged in, feeling the crushing pressure surround him, but when he looked down, his blood ran cold. Down in the depths, the kraken's eyes were locked onto him, a luminous and electric fury beginning to pulse from the creature's tentacles. It was as if the sea itself was its ally. Suddenly, the ocean exploded with electricity. Lightning arced and concentrated, shooting toward him like a web of destruction. Rygar's instinct screamed as he threw up a magical barrier with all his might. The magic flared brightly, but the speed of the lightning was unparalleled. The impact was brutal. The barrier shattered like glass, and he was launched out of the water, his body paralyzed as the electricity surged through his nerves. The pain was immense, but his mind remained sharp. He could feel his body rapidly recovering as his healing magic activated. He closed his eyes for a brief moment, focusing to clear the haze of dizziness, his senses disoriented and water flooding his ears. When he opened them, he was floating in the raging sea, the kraken looming just ahead, a tentacle rising ready to crush him. Without hesitation, Rygar froze the sea beneath him and used Flash Step to evade, gaining distance and narrowly avoiding the devastating strike. He could see the beast regenerating, its tentacles moving with the speed and ferocity of a storm. But he wasn't intimidated. He felt the adrenaline surging through his veins, his muscles primed for battle, his spirit unbreakable. He let out a fierce laugh, a mix of madness and sheer will to win. The kraken came for him, but Rygar wouldn't retreat. He charged forward, his dual swords glowing, and the sea itself seemed to shrink before his resolve. The kraken's roar and the howling wind merged into a symphony of chaos as the warrior prepared to face the titan of the depths, without fear, without hesitation. It was time to test one of his new barrier techniques, but Rygar had to stay alert. He still didn't fully understand how the kraken had unleashed lightning, but one thing was certain: if he let his guard down again, it could be the end. The danger this monster posed was immense, and Rygar was starting to believe that this wasn't just an S-class beast, this was something beyond that. Without hesitation, Rygar charged forward with ferocious speed toward the creature, his determination burning as fiercely as the magic he was beginning to channel. He poured his fire mana to the absolute limit into his blade, feeling the sword vibrate with accumulated heat, the flames crackling wildly along its edge, shifting into hues of blue and violet. The kraken did not lag behind, surging forward with the overwhelming force of the waves, its presence dominating the ocean as it prepared another attack. In the instant the titan launched one of its tentacles to crush him, Rygar leaped, dodging with precision. The kraken, cunning, noticed the warrior's momentary vulnerability in the air and struck with another massive blow. But that was when Rygar did something incredible, something that defied common logic and gravity. He stepped on the air. For a brief moment, his silhouette remained suspended, defying natural laws, and then he took another step, and another. His feet touched invisible barriers, platforms created instantly through barrier magic. The kraken tried to follow his movement, retreating as it did, but Rygar had already understood the beast's attack pattern. He continued walking through the air, dodging with impressive lightness, his body advancing toward the colossal creature's head. When he reached the perfect spot, Rygar locked eyes with the monster, his breath steadying for a moment before he pronounced the name of his technique in a firm, cutting voice. Hellish Slash. A roaring flame exploded from his blade, and a wave of purple fire was unleashed like a voracious blade. The magic tore through the air with a thunderous sound and struck the kraken's flesh with terrifying impact. The creature howled in agony, a monstrous cry that reverberated across the ocean. Its massive body writhed as the purple flames spread, consuming its skin and continuing to burn despite the sea's moisture. In a desperate instinct, the kraken submerged, trying to extinguish the hellish fire eating away at its body. But the flames would not go out so easily. Instead, they spread across the water's surface like a flaming tsunami, turning the ocean into a chaotic, overwhelming spectacle of purple and orange. The waves burned as if the sea itself had caught fire. Rygar felt the adrenaline pumping through his veins. The more he used the technique, the more he felt it becoming a part of him. It still took time to charge the necessary energy to execute it fully, but with his practice advancing and the drastic reduction in mana cost 9 times lower than at the beginning, it was finally becoming usable in real combat, especially against a colossal monster like this that did not attack quickly. He landed lightly on the ocean's surface, hopping onto small magical barrier platforms. Reaching this level of control over barrier magic had not been easy. Among all magic types, his aptitude for barriers was the second weakest, surpassed only by divine attack, and executing this technique without a chant required absurd concentration. Moreover, it was still imperfect. Rygar constantly needed to adjust his direction using wind magic and compensate for unexpected deviations with burst step. He would never attempt aerial combat against an agile opponent, as his mobility was still vulnerable, but against the Kraken, a predominantly aquatic creature, its attacks above water were much easier to predict. This gave him the opportunity to test his new abilities without as much risk. His predatory eyes searched for the creature, now diving into the water in agony, sinking into the depths. But he did not hesitate. With a single burst of speed, Rygar shot after it, pursuing with supersonic velocity. His body sliced through the water like a projectile, and as he closed in, he prepared his other new technique. He gripped his short sword, Night Hunter, firmly, positioning it in front of him as the heat of his earth mana condensed around the blade. The Kraken, still burning, thrashed wildly in the depths, trying to escape the pain consuming it. But Rygar would not allow it. Rygar did not hesitate. With an explosive push that shattered the barrier he was using as a foothold in the sky, he dove after the Kraken. The monstrous creature, its tentacles dragging through the depths, was diving to escape further attacks, trying to buy time to regenerate from the wounds inflicted by the brutal battle. The Kraken, aware of its vulnerability, descended faster and faster, its massive form fading into the dark abyss, but Rygar was not so easily deterred. Using his burst step magic, he accelerated his descent, mimicking the speed of a projectile. The ocean around him seemed like it wanted to swallow him whole, but he didn't care. He wouldn't let the Kraken escape so easily. As the Kraken submerged rapidly, creating a whirlpool that threatened to engulf anything nearby, Rygar simply tore through it with the speed and brutality of a wild beast. Reaching the monster, in one fluid motion, he pierced the creature's tentacle with Night Hunter, and in the next instant, the magic he had accumulated in the blade was unleashed. The Kraken's pain was immediate. Within the tentacle, the earth trembled, and numerous spiked spheres began to grow, shredding the creature's limb in a spectacle of destruction. The magic used was earth thorns, but on a completely different scale. Moreover, the slow petrification poison from Night Hunter seeped into the Kraken and started taking effect, making the beast let out a guttural roar of agony, its powerful tentacles thrashing violently in the depths. But then, something strange happened when the monster looked at Rygar. The Kraken's gigantic eyes glowed with an incandescent red, and at that moment, Rygar felt reality disintegrating around him. He didn't understand what was happening. He vanished. Suddenly, he found himself on a boat, calm and peaceful, floating on a small lake in the great forest. The soft sunlight illuminated everything around him, and the sound of the flowing water was soothing. His mother, Selene, was frying fish at the edge of the boat, and Verdia was beside him, telling him about one of her many adventures. His mind was in utter confusion. It was as if he had been asleep for a long time. He felt safe, at peace, but something wasn't right. With a puzzled smile, he looked at Verdia. "Master, I had a really strange dream." He sat on the edge of the boat, the words barely leaving his lips. His body was relaxed, as if he had just woken up from a long sleep, and the sounds of the forest enveloped him. His master looked at him, and suddenly, her expression turned serious. "Wake up, Rygar." As he heard those words, reality shattered into pieces, and an overwhelming headache assaulted him. The Kraken's guttural roar echoed in his mind, and suddenly, he was back in the depths. The Kraken's giant tentacle was wrapped around him, now with monstrous strength. He was violently pulled through the waters and hurled with inhuman force, his body crashing against a coral formation at the bottom of the sea. The impact was brutal, shattering part of the coral structure. Even underwater, if Rygar hadn't awakened and used his Toki, he might have been in a near-death state. Even with his naturally strong physical body, the force was overwhelming. But he wasn't in much better shape. He couldn't breathe. Water forced its way into his lungs with terrifying pressure, and he felt like he was about to drown right then and there. Exhaustion overwhelmed him, his bones were broken, lacerations and cuts covered his entire body, and he could barely move his muscles, let alone use magic. Every attempt to manipulate the water and expel the liquid from his lungs failed due to the disorientation and pain. He was covered in wounds and bruises. The dark waters around him felt like a prison, and he was barely holding on to consciousness. His entire body was in a deplorable state. When he finally managed to hold his breath as best as he could, he noticed something. The sea was glowing, but the light was not from a normal source. His instincts screamed at him, warning of an imminent and certain death. It was as if the very ocean was alive and watching him with fury. With no other options, he opened a hole in the seabed and, in a frantic motion, swam clumsily into it, sealing it shut as best as he could, his high level of control over earth magic being the only reason for his success. At the bottom of the ocean, lightning controlled by the Kraken began bombarding the coral formations and everything around, illuminating the sea in a dance of light and darkness. Rygar could barely comprehend what was happening. He didn't know if he was still dreaming, if he had been caught in an illusion, or if he was truly in mortal danger. Everything was being destroyed around him, and his disorientation was immense. He was out of control, his senses in shambles. The regeneration magic he barely kept active was the only reason he was still conscious. And even so, he felt like his mind was about to break under the pressure. He swallowed more salt water. Again. For a moment, he didn't know where he was. His perception was completely distorted. He saw the coral formations around him and felt the electricity in the water, but everything was a whirlwind. He couldn't think, couldn't process anything. He just acted, driven by instinct, fighting to survive. He looked in one direction and saw a massive tentacle falling toward him, but behind the monster's limb, he saw the lightning raging in the distant sky. He didn't question it. Finding his escape route, he simply acted. He took a gamble using a technique he had only theorized about and never tested due to the dangers involved. Without fully understanding what he was doing, he gathered wind, fire, and lightning magic, making the energy flow exactly along the path he used for flash step and burst step. Lightning step. In the next second, in an explosion of lightning and fire, he shot upward at an unimaginable speed, his feet barely touching the ocean floor. The Kraken was left behind, but Rygar had no control over the situation. He lost consciousness the moment he used the technique due to the lightning affecting his body. When he opened his eyes, he coughed up a mouthful of water and hurriedly used healing magic to mend his injuries, both those inflicted by the Kraken and those he had caused to himself. He looked around. He was in free fall, his speed so great that his body spun uncontrollably in the air. The storm, rain, lightning, and winds roared around him. He was falling back into the sea at high speed. And he laughed. He could see the ship far away, Ghislaine, and the other's ship so small and distant. The water below him looked like an endless abyss, and the Kraken's roar echoed in his mind as if the beast were calling him to his death. But Rygar didn't have time to think. He was moving too fast, in every direction, without understanding what was happening. First, he used wind magic to stabilize his fall, stopping his uncontrolled spinning. The Kraken was right below, a colossal black mass in the raging waters, its immense body writhing as its tentacles crackled with electricity, turning the sea into a field of liquid death. Rygar clenched his teeth, trying to catch his breath. His body still ached from the blows he had taken. The pressure of the water and the impact against the corals had left his ribs shattered, but his healing magic kept him functional. This technique is dangerous. He thought about the lightning step he had used, his golden eyes narrowing as the wind whipped against his face. If I had used it on solid ground and crashed into a mountain, I'd be in pieces right now. The resistance of the sea delayed the acceleration, and even so, I ended up flying this high. I need to improve my reaction time to an almost divine level if I want to use this properly. I don't even know if that's possible. He looked down, seeing the Kraken pulsating like a living shadow in the ocean. His heart pounded. But, putting that aside, what the hell is this monster? It was colossal, nearly immortal. It manipulated lightning, controlled minds, and had absurd regeneration. This is insane. How did such a broken monster even come to exist? It was like fighting a nightmare given flesh, a creature seemingly designed to make survival impossible. Rygar frowned. There had to be a limit. While still falling, his mind returned to something more immediate. Tsukikage and Night Hunter? He had lost both weapons when he was thrown against the corals. He couldn't fight properly without them. But if retrieving them wasn't an immediate option, he needed another plan. Rygar took a deep breath, and flames began to swirl around him, resisting the cutting wind as he descended. He gathered an absurd amount of mana into a single compact sphere of fire before him. The fireball wasn't just hot, it was intense. Its color gradually shifted to a bluish-purple hue, incandescent like the heart of a volcano itself. This magic. He felt the raw power vibrating between his fingers. He had created it after witnessing the fire breath of the blue dragons in the dwarven territory. His mastery of the fire element was the highest among the basic elements, and just seeing that technique once was enough for him to attempt something similar. And now, he would use it. Down below, the Kraken roared, its red eyes pulsing. It saw Rygar, sensed the danger. Its tentacles began to move furiously, electrifying the water around it, preparing another attack. But Rygar noticed something. He keeps his tentacles in the water to generate electricity. It was only a fraction of a second, but it was enough. The Kraken began to move backward, trying to submerge before Rygar could unleash his magic. Too late. Rygar was falling in a straight line, at a speed breaking the sound barrier, and he thought, Dragon's Breath. The sphere of compressed fire suddenly expanded, releasing a massive beam of flames in a concentrated blast. The air around it vibrated with the extreme heat. The shot was like a flaming spear, ripping through the skies and striking the Kraken before it could react. The impact was devastating, and the fiery beam didn't stop, generating an enormous amount of steam. The flames consumed the creature's skin, charring its flesh and leaving blackened scars across its colossal body. The Kraken let out a guttural roar of fury, so intense that the ocean itself shook violently in response. The sea around it became completely electrified, creating a spectacle of lightning that illuminated the depths as if a storm had exploded underwater. Rygar, still in the air, didn't wait to see the full result. He directed the wind around him, controlling the magic to slow his descent. The heat from the attack still radiated from his body as he finally landed on the ocean's surface, solidifying an ice platform beneath his feet. He took a deep breath. His wounds were almost completely healed, his ever-active regeneration keeping him intact enough to continue fighting. But he couldn't relax. Activating his magic eye, Rygar looked into the depths and saw the beast. The Kraken was still writhing, its burns visible even from afar. But now, there was something different. The monster's regeneration was slower. Just a little, but definitely slower. Rygar grinned. So even that has a limit. The first real advantage. He stood firm on the ice, feeling the mana still surging through his body. He had expended a great deal of mana, but he knew he still had much more to give. He hadn't even used half of it. In fact, he was far from reaching his limit. He could sustain himself for much longer. If this was a battle of endurance, then he could win. But something was bothering him. His mind control. The memory of the illusion was still fresh. The time spent trapped in it had been short, but the psychological impact was intense. If the Kraken managed to ensnare him again, it could become a real problem. He clenched his fists. I need to be careful with that, and I need to come up with something to counter it fast. The battle was far from over. The sky was as dark as pitch, heavy clouds swirling violently, occasionally illuminated by lightning that tore through the darkness with a blue-white glow. The ocean raged, colossal waves rising and crashing like liquid mountains, shaking everything around them. It was absolute chaos. Despite the accumulating wounds, the Kraken remained indomitable in the depths of the sea. Electricity radiated from its flesh, crackling violently, and Rygar could smell the ozone mixed with the salty sea air every time he narrowly evaded the deadly discharges. Placing his hands on the surface of the sea, Rygar thought gleefully, I've always wanted to do this. Ice Age. The magic spread like an invisible wave, and the ocean around the Kraken began to solidify instantly. Gigantic ice crystals surged up, forming a prison that attempted to entrap the beast. But the monster roared defiantly, and with an explosion of electrical power, it shattered the frozen chains, breaking the ice blocks into thousands of fragments. Rygar retreated in a flash step, dodging the destruction with instinctive precision and sharp analysis. His magic-enhanced eyes caught the Kraken's movements, revealing the flow of mana gathering around the beast, warning him of incoming attacks. Minutes turned into hours. The battle raged on without respite. Rygar dove at one point during the battle and suffered from lightning raining down on his body, but found his swords eventually. When the Kraken went into a frenzy, its tentacles descended like divine hammers, crushing everything in their path, generating monstrous waves that nearly swallowed Rygar whole. Thunder and winds howled, creating an apocalyptic scene where fire, water, and electricity clashed. The entire ocean had become a battlefield, with columns of steam rising whenever Rygar's flames collided with the sea's surface. The Kraken's illusion never caught him again. Rygar avoided its glowing red eyes at all costs. The monster tried to deceive him whenever possible, keeping his mind under constant threat, but Rygar was quick, instinctive, and relentless. Lightning roared from both the heavens and the depths, crackling all around, scorching the air with raw energy. From time to time, Rygar felt the shocks burning his skin, his muscles convulsing painfully with each electric burst escaping from the Kraken. Other times, the tentacles struck with brutal force, slamming him into the turbulent waters or shattering any ice formation he tried to use as support. Yet, he fought on with supernatural resilience. His swords, Tsukikage and Night Hunter, were his fangs. Tsukikage burned with flames and lightning, cutting through flesh and searing it simultaneously, while Night Hunter injected its lethal venom, spreading petrification through the beast's body. Each slash, each spell, slowed the Kraken's regeneration bit by bit. Rygar didn't realize it in the heat of combat, but something inside him was changing. His mastery of Toki was evolving in real time. His flow became more precise, allowing for lethal counterattacks. His longsword of light found natural openings in the Kraken's defenses, landing deep, devastating strikes. The North God techniques became second nature, letting him deceive and strike with effortless precision. His ferocity grew. His body responded faster. His strength and endurance sharpened as his will to hunt this monster burned brighter. The battle had become a test of endurance. The Kraken, an ancient beast, had faced countless foes over its existence. Creatures of its caliber possessed some intelligence and understood their enemies. Humanoids, no matter how powerful, always had limits to their stamina. The Kraken had devoured thousands of warriors who thought they could defeat it, mages who relied too much on their magic, swordsmen who underestimated its regenerative abilities. It just had to wait. Its monstrous vitality and healing factor had always ensured its victory. But this time, something was wrong. As the fight dragged on, this little being only became fiercer, wilder. His stamina seemed boundless. On the other hand, the Kraken's regeneration was slowing. Its wounds, which once sealed rapidly, now took longer to heal. Its flesh hardened in places where Night Hunter's venom had spread. And worst of all, Rygar was still standing, still fighting viciously. The Kraken's eyes gleamed again, but not to hypnotize. This time, they shone with something else, something it had only felt once before. Fear. Long ago, it had battled another terrifying opponent, a human warrior clad in golden armor wielding a blade of radiant light, a man who could cleave the ocean and split mountains. Now, it felt that same dread again. It was staring death in the face. Rygar grinned savagely. His victory was becoming inevitable. The monster began to retreat, sinking into the depths, trying to escape. But Rygar wouldn't allow it. This battle of endurance. I won. He took a deep breath, filling his lungs with air, as he charged Tsukikage with roaring lightning. His entire body radiated power, his mana boiling around him. Night Hunter was already buried inside the Kraken's eye, pulsing with venomous magic. Now, it was time to end this. This is your end. And with that, he dove into the stormy waters, ready to finish the fight once and for all. Rygar dove into the sea, holding his breath, with Tsukikage wrapped in lightning as he pursued the Kraken. The ocean was a dark and relentless abyss, but he cut through it like a bolt of lightning slicing through a stormy sky. As he neared the colossal creature, Rygar attempted to mimic one of the monster's techniques. He raised his sword and slashed at the empty space, concentrating. Chain lightning. The electricity did not travel in a straight line but spread through the water like a web of shimmering threads, multiplying and covering the ocean in a deadly flash. The Kraken roared, its body electrocuted from all sides. Although Rygar's attack was weaker than the monster's, it was enough. Its wounds were worsening, its regeneration hindered by the putrefying poison that slowly stiffened its movements. Normally, the Kraken would resist such a poison without difficulty, but with the grievous wounds Rygar had inflicted, its body was giving in. Rygar then halted his pursuit, watching as the Kraken swam toward the depths, the vastness of the ocean seeming to tremble with its movements. He realized that if he blindly chased the Kraken, he wouldn't land a fatal blow. But now, he still had an opportunity. He channeled his power to manipulate the water around him. Controlling so much water under the sea's pressure was complicated, but he had the advantage of knowing how ocean currents worked. Ocean currents can form due to 3 factors: tides, winds, and differences in temperature and salinity. I can control all 3 with magic. Rygar grinned. He didn't need to part the sea like Moses in the Bible. He would do better. Below them, a deep sea trench stretched like the gaping maw of a ravenous titan. He manipulated the tides, conjuring a violent whirlpool of currents that spiraled in furious torrents. Underwater tunnels of increasing pressure formed, all converging into a single path directly toward the Kraken. The colossal being was sucked in by the brutal force of the current, dragged deeper and deeper. Rygar watched the magnificent scene unfold, thoroughly impressed. This spell deserves a name. Let's keep it simple, Ocean Current. Then, Tsukikage exploded into flames underwater, its fiery aura protected by a barrier to prevent the water from extinguishing it and to add even more pressure. Rygar gathered an absurd amount of energy, focusing extreme heat at the tip of his sword, a technique he had used once before against the Black Troll. Under the ocean's crushing pressure, reaching enough speed for a fatal strike was nearly impossible, as water resistance was far stronger than air resistance. But he had a solution. Rygar launched himself into the ocean current, using the sheer force of the water to propel him at ridiculous speeds. To withstand the pressure, he created a barrier around himself and, at the same time, used burst step consecutively, each explosion of fire and wind launching him even faster. Then, something even more astonishing happened. The water around him momentarily parted as he accelerated, creating a gas bubble around him using wind magic. It was the phenomenon of supercavitation, a hydrodynamic effect that occurs when an object moves at extreme speed in a fluid, drastically reducing water drag and allowing him to reach previously impossible speeds underwater. Blazing through the ocean like a comet of purple fire, he illuminated the abyssal depths. The Kraken finally noticed him and roared, its voice making the entire sea tremble. Its tentacles glowed with pure electricity, unleashing a massive chain lightning attack. But Rygar did not hesitate. He tore through the electrical discharges, ignoring the pain and using his healing magic as much as possible. With his barrier reinforcing him, he endured the lightning and, finally, he collided with the Kraken. The tip of Tsukikage pierced one of the monster's open wounds to the hilt. Rygar grinned. A purple explosion of flames burst from the tip of the azure sword, illuminating the ocean once more. The impact sent him flying, but he was prepared. His barrier magic protected his body, but his right arm was completely burned, flames devouring his flesh. He clenched his teeth, enduring the pain as he searched for the monster. The dense steam and raging currents distorted his vision, but he activated his magic eye, and he saw the Kraken, still alive. Almost half of its body had disappeared, obliterated by the impact, yet it still roared, its colossal mouth opening as it lunged at Rygar. He didn't think twice. He conjured the strongest lightning bolt he could. Thunder exploded across the ocean. The creature howled in pure agony, its body trembling violently as it crashed against the abyssal wall. Rocks crumbled around it, the ocean boiled with the electric discharge. The Kraken pushed its resistance to the limit, its glowing, rage-filled eyes locking onto Rygar. By instinct, the warrior averted his gaze, avoiding the monster's hypnosis, and continued firing lightning for several seconds that felt endless. The Kraken sank deeper and deeper into the abyssal wall, shattering the rocks around it, but still roaring. Until finally, its colossal cry grew weaker, and weaker. And then, it ceased. The sea fell silent. Rygar held his breath for a few seconds, just to be sure. The monster lay there, lifeless, crushed into the ocean trench. Only then did he allow the tension in his shoulders to ease. But he couldn't relax. His breathing was at its limit. He turned and shot toward the surface, his body burned and exhausted. He had survived. And the Kraken was dead. Rygar propelled himself toward the surface in a frantic burst. His body was spent. This time, he had truly come close to exhausting his mana, especially after that continuous lightning barrage. Every muscle ached, begging for rest, but he ignored the pain and continued his ascent, cutting through the vast blue expanse with speed. As he broke the surface, a great jet of water rose around him, and he gasped, filling his lungs with much-needed oxygen. A searing pain burned in his chest as he inhaled deeply, the extreme effort taking its toll. His body was a mess of wounds, covered in cuts, bruises, and burns, but he was still standing, still alive, and victorious. A laugh escaped his lips, a rough, exhausted chuckle that soon turned into triumphant laughter. The taste of victory was intense, intoxicating. He lifted his head toward the stormy skies surrounding him, watching the dark clouds swirl chaotically, lightning flashing like enraged beasts. It was as if the ocean itself was mourning the fall of its ancient sovereign. Rygar glanced around with his magic eye just to be cautious, and after seeing no immediate danger that would force him to conserve mana, he decided to change the mood of this landscape. With a decisive motion, he raised his hand to the sky and concentrated his mana. The wind around him roared in response to his call, swirling and intensifying until it formed a colossal hurricane. The air currents intertwined, growing in power, and with a single command, Rygar sent the cyclone surging against the clouds, tearing through them violently. The darkness that shrouded the sky was ripped apart, and like an explosion, the clouds were hurled in all directions. The sun pierced through the celestial breach like a divine triumph, its golden rays bathing the now calming ocean. The light reflected off the water, creating a spectacle of golden shimmer over the deep blue sea. Rygar hovered in the air, propelled by his barrier and wind magic, feeling every beam of sunlight warm his battered skin. A smile of pure delight spread across his face. There was something indescribable about this moment, an absolute sense of freedom filling every fiber of his being. The wind howled around him, the remnants of the storm now reduced to a wild breeze that only amplified the grandeur of the scene. He looked at his hands and noticed something strange. His control over Toki felt different. More natural. Stronger. What happened? He wondered, intrigued. The battle had pushed his body to the limit, forcing him into a state where his life energy reacted instinctively. Had he, without realizing it, advanced even further in mastering Toki? But this was not the time for introspection. He began to fall, gravity pulling him back toward the ocean. Amid the fresh air and the comforting sunlight, another realization crossed his mind. The loot. His gaze turned to the depths below, where the colossal corpse of the Kraken lay, lodged in the abyssal wall. The legendary monster was dead, its era ended. But within that titan, there might still be something of value. Rygar closed his eyes for a moment and murmured a silent prayer, trusting in his luck. I hope the magic stone is still intact, though it's unlikely. Then, he gathered his energy, activating wind and water magic to allow him to breathe underwater, and dove once more, returning to the depths to claim his reward. The water was still warm, and random currents formed, stirred by the lingering aftermath of the battle. Now calmer, Rygar swam through the waves smoothly, easily maneuvering past the whirlpools that appeared suddenly. Some parts of the water still carried electricity and heat, causing steam to rise from the depths. Blocks of ice floated, solidified by thermal shock, while fragments of rock and coral littered the ocean floor, clear signs of the destruction caused by the fight. He swam down to the abyss and once again reached the immense corpse of the Kraken. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed something astonishing. The body was still regenerating, yet, without a doubt, it was dead. Its mutilated skin trembled slightly, trying to mend itself at an incredibly slow pace. Rygar frowned. Given enough time, could the monster revive? With his magic eye activated, he analyzed the remains of the abyssal titan. In his old world, he knew that octopuses had 3 hearts, but this Kraken had 9. 5 had been completely destroyed by fire and electricity, while the remaining ones lay inert. Its body hid secrets Rygar could hardly begin to comprehend. After pondering this discovery, he returned to his primary objective, the Kraken's magic stone. Digging through the creature's innards, he finally found the mana core. The orb was massive, about 70 centimeters in diameter, and a deep, dark blue, but it was in pieces. Shards of crystal gleamed in Rygar's hands, revealing that they had likely been shattered by the very lightning bolt that helped him defeat the monster. He sighed, resigned, but still gathered the precious fragments. His next goal was to retrieve Night Hunter. Rygar swam toward one of the Kraken's eyes and pulled out the dagger, still coated in putrefying venom. He truly hadn't expected the effect to work so well on a creature like this. The venom was slow-acting, but when it took effect, it was absolutely lethal. Finally, he looked at the Kraken's immense body and realized the incalculable value before him. The eyes, blood, flesh, hearts, tentacles, ink sac, everything was incredibly valuable. If he left it here, other sea beasts would soon feast on the carcass, wasting his fortune. He pondered for a moment and made a decision. He would seal the body and return to retrieve it later. First, he used ice magic to completely freeze the Kraken and the water around it. It took some time, but before long, the body had transformed into a colossal ice sculpture in the depths. Next, he activated his earth magic, sealing the abyss around it and hardening the rock to the maximum. The underground sealing would ensure that no hungry beast would dig its way to the body. As a final precaution, he drew magic circles around the aquatic tomb, isolating any scent and placing an invisible barrier around it. Perhaps it was excessive, but Rygar knew this corpse was an invaluable treasure, and his ship had no way of transporting it now. After all, the Kraken was 5 times larger than the boat. Finishing his work, he took one last look at the abyss, then at the vast ocean. The sea hid unbelievable secrets, and Rygar could barely wait to uncover them all. He smiled. I will eventually discover all of them. Rygar emerged from the water in a whirlwind of energy, the ocean's surface reflecting the last remnants of the storms that had now almost dissipated. Rygar thought as he looked at the clearing skies. Of course, the hurricane must have helped, but the storm had already calmed after it died. Could its mere presence have been evoking storms? How would that work? He brushed those thoughts aside and focused on finding the ship. He rose into the air, propelled by wind and the barriers he created beneath his feet. From above, he took a deep breath, allowing his beast-like senses to pick up the lingering scent trail left by the boat. Time had passed. He had fought for hours, and in that period, the ship had certainly moved on without him. However, that wasn't a problem. He landed gently on the water and, without hesitation, dashed forward, running across the ocean at high speed. His strides were precise and rapid, creating a fleeting trail of ice that dissipated shortly after his touch. He couldn't help but smile, noticing the similarity to a character from his past life Aokiji. All he was missing was a bicycle to complete the scene. As he ran, his eyes and ears remained sharp, alert for any threats from the sea. After all, this ocean had just proven it harbored unimaginable monsters. Yet, even amidst his vigilance, his mind was occupied with reflections on his own combat power. The strength of warriors in this world fluctuated strangely. For example, he was convinced that a sword emperor could kill him quickly in direct combat, not giving him any time to use magic. Even with all his strength and endurance, he would hardly match such a warrior in speed and refined technique. However, he also couldn't imagine a sword emperor defeating that kraken. That was because the battle against the sea monster had not been an ordinary fight. He had been free to use large-scale magic, exploit the environment to his advantage, and fully unleash his creativity. Against a fast and technical opponent, he wouldn't have that luxury. His jump barriers, his lightning attacks, the hellish slash, many of his techniques were still not refined enough to be instantly executed. In a speed duel, every fraction of a second was crucial. But against the kraken, he had been able to use all of them without hesitation. But a king-level warrior shouldn't be my match now. His advancement in Toki was the reason. After that fight, he realized that few king-level warriors could truly threaten him now unless they attacked by surprise. Since he started regaining his control over Toki 2 weeks ago, he had been eliminating possibilities for the issue. He didn't fully understand what the real problem was, but he knew he was getting closer to an answer. The more he tried to control and dominate his beastly side, the more his body refused to obey. It was almost as if he was creating a conflict between what he was and what he thought he was. After his incident at the Joilery Mansion, he had tried to suppress this savagery as much as possible. But during the fight against the kraken, he had completely surrendered to the instinctive sensation of a predator hunting its prey. He let his instincts guide him in battle, and for the first time in a long while, he felt truly free. It wasn't that he needed to behave fiercely all the time, but he began to think that maybe he had been trying to deny an essential part of himself. Something that had been part of him since coming to this world, something he had ignored and treated as a problem when it didn't have to be. Lost in these thoughts, he continued his run across the ocean, creating ice platforms to leap from time to time, drawing ever closer to the ship. Rygar ran across the sea, creating ice platforms as support. He followed the trail left by the ship, focusing on the scent left by the passengers. Upon spotting it in the distance, he increased his speed, charging into a final sprint before powerfully leaping onto the deck. As he landed, the dull thud of his impact echoed through the ship, drawing the crew's attention. The men stared at him in astonishment, some widening their eyes, others exchanging incredulous glances. The short captain hurried toward him, breathing heavily, his expression a mix of shock and relief. "Sir, I thought you were dead," he exclaimed, panting. "We got caught in the aftermath of a battle between superpowered monsters. The waves were colossal. I was terrified when I heard you were in the sea. Where have you been? Did you see which creatures were fighting?" Rygar reflected for a moment, replaying the battle in his mind. The waters boiled with lightning, the ocean erupted in fiery explosions, and he recalled the sheer magnitude of the kraken and its absurd abilities. Taking a deep breath, he answered naturally. It was a massive kraken, dark-toned, covered in a tough crust. It controlled lightning and had red eyes. The other beast. Rygar paused briefly, observing the captain's reaction before continuing, was a creature that spewed fire and lightning and leapt through the sky. The captain's face turned pale with every word. His lips parted in a reflex of contained terror, and as understanding dawned in his mind, cold sweat began to form on his forehead. "My God, we're doomed." The man ran a trembling hand through his hair. "Zeroth, the Lord of Storms has awakened." Rygar furrowed his brow. The name meant nothing to him. Who is this Zeroth? He had learned much from his master about the world, but it wasn't as if he knew everything she did after all, it was the accumulated knowledge of 500 years. The captain turned his gaze to the horizon, his breathing uneven. Zeroth is an octopus-like beast that fought countless heroes in the past. None ever managed to kill him. There are stories that say that, many years ago, even Saint Meles himself couldn't defeat him, only drive him away. He's a legendary creature that has brought destruction for thousands of years. Whenever he awakens, storms ravage the seas, and beaches are swallowed wherever he appears. The captain seemed genuinely frightened. In fact, even today, some coastal tribes worship him as a sea god. Rygar remained silent for a moment. Was this monster really that famous? If he told the captain that he had killed it, he'd probably be seen as either a liar or a lunatic. "Don't worry," he said simply. "The beast that spewed fire and lightning won the battle. The octopus is dead." The captain froze, staring at Rygar with wide eyes, unable to form a coherent response. His lips moved, but no words came out, just a hesitant murmur. "Zeroth is dead." Ignoring the impact of the revelation, Rygar made his way to the ship's quarters. As he walked through the corridors, the scent of damp wood and salty air filled the space. Pushing open the door, he was greeted by a serene scene. Eris slept soundly in Lilia's lap, her chest rising and falling rhythmically, exhausted. Beside her, Aisha sat with a book in her hands, tracing the words with her finger while murmuring softly. When she noticed his presence, her eyes lit up, and she prepared to shout with joy, but upon remembering that Eris was sleeping, she simply smiled and whispered, "Welcome back, Master." Next to Aisha, Ghislaine was sitting, helping her learn to read and write. Rygar had told her that teaching others was an efficient way to learn faster. When she lifted her gaze to Rygar, her tail began to sway slightly. Did you succeed? She asked, her voice firm but tinged with curiosity. Rygar smiled and dropped the large sack he was carrying. As it opened, it revealed the magic stone he had collected only now in pieces, their massive sizes gleaming under the dim light of the room. Silence fell over them. Lilia widened her eyes, her mouth slightly open in absolute shock. Aisha, on the other hand, looked at it with curiosity. Ghislaine narrowed her eyes and crouched down to inspect the stones, her fingers gliding over their rough surfaces. I've never seen magic stones this big. Not even dragons have something like this, she murmured, impressed. Her lupin eyes turned to Rygar, her voice firm and inquisitive. I could feel the mana fluctuations from the battle. I saw time and mana surge like never before. What kind of monster did you fight? Rygar crossed his arms, thoughtful. I'll tell the story when Eris and Idar are here to listen to. He then turned to Lilia, who was still staring at the stones. Has she woken up at all? He asked, referring to Eris. Lilia blinked a few times before composing herself. No, she's been completely exhausted since we returned. Rygar nodded. All right. I'll go see Idar and Skal. Aisha waved energetically, a bright smile on her face, while Ghislaine simply observed him with a watchful gaze. Rygar cast one last glance at Eris, then at the magic stones he had brought, before leaving the room to meet his other companions. Rygar walked through the ship until he reached the place where Skal and Idar were staying. The room was spacious, with an entrance that led directly to the deck, offering a wide view of the ocean. He approached and knocked twice before stepping inside. As he opened the door, the scene before him was unexpected. Skal was holding Idar's head between his teeth. The moment he saw Rygar, he quickly let go, wagging his tail and feigning innocence. Rygar raised an eyebrow, suspicious, while Idar stood up, flustered, adjusting his clothes. Trying to divert attention from the embarrassing situation, Idar asked, "How was the battle? I could feel the tremors even from here." Rygar noticed the attempted distraction but decided to spare him from awkward questions. It was a pretty big one this time, he replied casually. He then walked over to Skal and started stroking his soft fur. The large wolf took the opportunity to try licking his face in every possible way, but Rygar skillfully dodged. What did they feed Skal? He asked, still laughing at Skal's frustrated attempts. Idar thought for a moment before answering, lots of fish. He doesn't have to worry about bones, so he ate them without any trouble. Rygar settled beside Skal, who lay down, turning into a warm, fluffy couch. Idar sat in a nearby chair, watching Rygar with a thoughtful expression. Do you know what path you'll follow for the rest of your life, Idar? Rygar asked, looking straight at him. Idar chuckled before responding. I think I do, but it keeps changing all the time. Rygar continued stroking Skal and said, sounds easy. You can change whenever you want. Idar responded casually, I really believe that things happen for a reason. Meeting you and the others in the Great Forest was a turning point for me, Idar began, his voice carrying a mix of emotion and conviction. I can have as many doubts as I want, I can make mistakes, but even so, I can keep moving forward. It's actually easy, but that's because I don't really have anyone depending on me besides my grandmother and my brother, and they're already safe. I've always believed in my own talent, even after meeting you all, and in the future, I still want to become a powerful warrior and leave my mark on the world. He looked directly at Rygar. You're different. You carry a lot on your shoulders, including my own expectations. It might seem silly or idealistic in your eyes, but as long as I follow you, I feel like I can accomplish anything. And you've been proving that to be true ever since we left the Great Forest. I've noticed you've been more fierce lately, but honestly, I don't mind. I decided to follow you, and that's what I'll do, as long as you keep protecting my family and don't change who you really are. Rygar crossed his arms and pondered for a moment before letting out a light sigh. He wasn't too worried about his change and had only asked casually, but it was good to know that his shift wouldn't drive his friend away. Isn't that kind of fanatical? He teased. Idar shrugged and laughed. What are you complaining about? Just keep moving forward. You're already on a path you can't turn back from now. I can simply believe that you can do anything and pray, and you have to be able to do anything? Ha 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 ha. Rygar laughed along, relaxing for a moment. And then, a sudden flash shone. His hand crackled with electricity, the hairs on his arm stood on end. A grin spread across his face as he looked at Idar. But what? Idar started to say, but there was no time. He tried to draw his sword and step back, but it was too late. A loud bang echoed, and Idar's screams filled the room. On the deck, the crew stopped what they were doing and looked fearfully in the direction of the cabin. The rest of the journey went by without major issues. The sea remained calm, and Rygar spent the days training. Many times, he cast healing magic on Eris, and he noticed she had become calmer around him. Whenever possible, he froze the surface of the water so he and Ghislaine could spar without damaging the ship. However, no matter how much he tried to focus, he felt his instincts sharpening more and more with the mating season. It was a strange, almost frustrating feeling. His body craved something, and every time he looked at Ghislaine, he got excited without even realizing it. But fortunately, they were still at sea, and he had plenty of distractions to keep his mind occupied. His Toki training, magic practice, sparring with Idar, and teaching Eris and Aisha. Even so, Ghislaine seemed to notice that he was avoiding her. However, instead of confronting him, she simply said nothing. But what was even more confusing was that every time Rygar looked at her, she would subtly seduce him, provoking him in small ways. Yet she never spoke directly, maybe because she never had to before? These thoughts kept hammering in Rygar's mind. Should he just go for it? He started weighing the pros and cons. The pros were that Ghislaine was incredibly hot. Totally his type. Strong. Hardworking. Determined. Fierce. Loyal. He was 95% sure he could beat her in a direct fight now. But honestly, she probably wouldn't even want to fight in the first place. If he was direct, she'd agree easily. The cons, well, little Rygar was only 13 centimeters, which was actually pretty good for his age, honestly. But did that matter? Things could get weird after the mating season. He was only 11 years old, but then again, in this world, that was much more normal. Besides, his mind had over 30 years of experience. So, in the end, did it really matter? He kept weighing the points as he looked out at the sea, feeling the salty wind against his face. His tail swayed from side to side, reflecting his indecision. But after a while, he made his decision. The pros outweighed the cons. I was thinking about embracing my wild nature more, wasn't I? This is what my body wants, he murmured to himself, firm in his choice. Before he could think further, he heard a voice calling his name. Rygar. It was Ghislaine. He quickly turned around. As always, she had that expressionless face, but her gaze seemed more intense than usual. Ghislaine, he responded, trying to sound natural. She spoke before he could continue. I'm sorry. And then, to his surprise, she bowed slightly. Rygar was confused. Huh? Why are you apologizing? Ghislaine lifted her gaze and continued. In the past few weeks of the mating season, I noticed your looks and thought you wanted to sleep with me. But you always avoided it at the last moment, and I didn't know why. I've never been good at understanding people, so I decided to talk to Lilia just now, and she explained the reason to me. Rygar blinked a few times, not understanding. Explained what? I didn't consider your side as a warrior and as a man. Lilia reminded me about the beast race's tradition of challenging their intended partner to a duel and winning. When I said you could probably beat me now if you tried seriously, she told me you probably wanted to win against me only with the sword. The shock hit Rygar like a punch. Wait, what? He froze. How did Lilia come to that conclusion? Thinking about it, for the natives of this world, it actually made sense. But he didn't even have time to formulate a response. Before he could finish his sentence, Ghislaine continued, serious. With your current progress, you should reach the Sword King level in less than 3 or 6 months. I won't bother you about this anymore until then. Her voice was firm, as if she was absolutely sure of this truth. Rygar opened his mouth to protest, but nothing came out. What could he even say now? All right. He tried to sound confident, but it came out hesitant and awkward. Trying to regain his composure, he swallowed hard and spoke with more firmness. When I reach the Sword King level, I will challenge you. Ghislaine smiled slightly. Her tail swayed, seeming pleased. I'll be waiting, she said, then turned and walked back to the cabins. Rygar stood there, still processing everything. His gaze slowly lifted to the sky, and he let out a long, exasperated sigh. Why, he murmured to himself, frustrated. Just when he had finally made up his mind, he was forced to wait again. His ears drooped to the sides, utterly disheartened. Rygar looked at the horizon and could see Eastport in the distance. After the storm and the battle against the Kraken, the journey had proceeded without further obstacles, and the seas had calmed. He took a deep breath, feeling the sea breeze and the salty wind hitting his face. With each passing day, he felt his strength growing steadily. At the same time, he felt his sexual excitement increasing more and more, but Ghislaine was now keeping a certain distance, which stressed him out. Fortunately, he was only 11 years old, and his libido wasn't that strong, so although he was aroused every time he saw Ghislaine, or even Lilia, it was still manageable. His training never stopped. His mastery of the longsword of light and flow was increasing, his physical strength was expanding rapidly, and the feeling of moving toward the level of Sword King was becoming more and more real. Aisha was also standing out. She absorbed knowledge like a sponge, not just about magic or swordsmanship, but about the world. Rygar taught her about kingdoms, morality, history, wanting to shape her as his disciple in every way. He wanted her to be, at the very least, like him, a warrior not only strong but insightful. The little one was exceptionally talented. At almost 3 years old, she already understood nuances in conversations, something that most adults couldn't even grasp. Her magical growth was also impressive. Estimating based on his own progress, Rygar believed that, if nothing went wrong, her mana capacity would reach the god level. Maybe not at the same level as his, but still, it would be something rare and powerful. Aisha was ahead of him in one aspect. She started training her mana even younger than he did, though only by a few months, since her mana started being spent when he activated his magic eyes for the first time. Eris, on the other hand, had been in a great mood lately. She seemed more radiant, full of energy. She even tried to learn to cook with Lilia, but as soon as Rygar casually mentioned that he didn't care much about the taste of food, Eris simply abandoned the learning and refocused on the sword. Her progress was noticeable. She was getting faster, more precise, more lethal, and, above all, she was determined. Ghislaine seemed to be getting back to serious training, not just as an instructor, but really trying to improve. Rygar didn't know exactly what Lilia had said to her, but it was clear that Ghislaine wanted to get better, trying to break her own limits. He felt the need to speed up his own pace and catch up with her. Idar, in turn, was exhausted. 3 practitioners of the sword god style surrounded him constantly, demanding that he train with them without rest. After all, he was a water saint and an excellent sparring partner to counter their style. When they finally disembarked, the arrival was anything but discreet. Skull, as always, attracted looks of fear and admiration. The enormous black-furred beast with fierce eyes intimidated the inhabitants of the port city. Murmurs and exclamations spread through the streets as the city guards approached, concerned about the presence of such an imposing wolf among the crowd. Before any incident could happen, the ship's captain stepped forward to speak with them, explaining the situation and assuring that Skull did not pose a threat. Rygar simply observed everything without caring much. He was already used to this kind of reception, and if anyone attacked Skull, he wouldn't hesitate to kill them. Skull, in turn, snorted and walked beside his master, ignoring the wary looks he received. Now, with his feet firmly on the ground of Eastport, Rygar walked through the city market, analyzing the available carriage options while talking with Idar. Skull, ever vigilant, followed closely, his eyes scanning for any suspicious movement. The rest of the group, Lilia, Aisha, Eris, and Ghislaine, were at the Adventurers Guild, leaving information about their safety and searching for clues about their relatives who had gone missing in the teleportation incident. One surprise he encountered was that there already seemed to be a small Iron Legion outpost here, searching for the missing and spreading the Legion's name. It was a group of adventurers. In fact, it made sense. They had stayed there for a few months even after returning to Tanavar, but the Legion was already dispatching travelers by that time. These Legion adventurers had found some missing people and were now completing missions one after another to reach S rank. The most talented among them had traveled to the capital of the Dragon King Kingdom to train at the headquarters of the North God style and see how far his strength could go. They seemed to be doing quite well, with 5 of them already reaching A rank as adventurers, an impressive feat in just about 10 months. So, Rygar gave them Erathium, the metal he produced with earth magic, to forge new weapons, and also handed them magic stones from the monsters he had slain along the way to enchant them. And then, he bid them farewell but made sure to remember the name of that group, Northern Winds. The next destination is the capital of the Dragon King Kingdom, right? Idar asked, crossing his arms while watching Rygar assess the structure of a sturdy carriage. Rygar nodded, examining the wheels and the vehicle's durability. That's right. The North God style headquarters is there. I want to learn some techniques from them if possible. I don't know exactly where I rank in terms of my skills, but this isn't an opportunity to waste. Idar frowned, thoughtful. Is there a North King there? Rygar hesitated for a moment, considering the question. There should be. After all, it's their headquarters. My master told me that the North God style has the most rankings, kings, emperors, and even gods. So, there's likely at least 1 or 2 kings there. Before they could continue their conversation, the sound of hooves drew their attention. A knight approached, clad in the armor of the Dragon King Kingdom's guards. As soon as Skull sensed the soldier's presence, he let out a low growl, his fur bristling slightly. The guard halted his horse at a respectful distance, maintaining his composure but clearly wary of the giant wolf. Red Wolf, leader of the Iron Legion, I extend my greetings on behalf of His Royal Majesty and the Dragon King Kingdom. I have been awaiting your arrival. The guard's voice was firm but polished. Rygar raised an eyebrow, crossing his arms. What do you want with me? The soldier lifted his chin, adopting an even more rigid posture. 3 generations ago, your master, Verdia Solarian, greatly aided the Regent King of the Dragon King Kingdom at the time in repelling a monster invasion. That debt was never repaid. His Majesty invites you to the palace for tea and a meeting at the royal court, as well as to offer you gifts in your master's name, thus settling this debt and restoring ties that have weakened due to generational change. Rygar pondered. The tea and the meeting with the king itself didn't particularly interest him, but the potential rewards were another matter. And he also suspected they were using this as an opportunity to establish a connection. An alliance with the Dragon King Kingdom could be beneficial for the Iron Legion's future entry into the central continent. What is the reward? He asked bluntly, his expression sharp. The guard furrowed his brow, clearly displeased by Rygar's lack of formality in dealing with a representative of the king. Hesitant, he responded, weapons, exclusive spells from the Dragon King Kingdom, lands. Rygar raised a hand, cutting him off. That's enough. I will meet with your king. The soldier nodded, pulling a scroll from within his armor and extending it to Rygar. Here are the details of the meeting. Rygar took the letter and tucked it away without ceremony. The guard then pulled on his horse's reins and rode off, casting a final glance at Skull before departing. Idar let out a sigh as he watched the scene. Well, that was unexpected. But it seems promising. Rygar merely gave a small smirk. Let's finish buying what we need and head back to the inn. We need to prepare for the journey. With that, they acquired the necessary supplies, along with spices, tools, and other essential provisions. Once their purchases were complete, they returned to the inn they had rented, where they reunited with the rest of the group. The next steps of their journey were becoming increasingly clear. Rygar and the others returned to the inn, where the girls were already waiting for them. They went up to their room, where Lilia sat with Aisha at her side, while Eris and Ghislaine were practicing magic chants to avoid forgetting them. As soon as Rygar entered, Lilia looked up, noticing the thoughtful expression on his face. Did something happen? Rygar got straight to the point. I was invited to a meeting with the king of the Dragon King Kingdom because my master helped them in the past. Shock spread across Lilia's face. She never stopped being surprised while traveling with this group. What? How did that happen? Aisha, on the other hand, beamed, her eyes sparkling. Master is amazing. Even a king wants to meet him. Eris and Ghislaine didn't show much reaction. Eris remained focused on her healing magic, while Ghislaine merely raised an eyebrow but didn't seem particularly impressed. Rygar crossed his arms, thoughtful. He had monitored the guard's heartbeat when he delivered the message and hadn't noticed any obvious signs of lying or hesitation. However, that didn't mean it wasn't a trap, nor did it mean hostility. Even a messenger could be deceived. Still, he had two good reasons to accept the invitation: the possible connection with the Legion and the high-level magic the Dragon King Kingdom might offer, which could greatly enhance his combat abilities. When in doubt, it's always good to be cautious, Rygar thought to himself. If I can't get the spells I want through peaceful means, well, there are always more aggressive methods. Ghislaine asked, what exactly did your master do for them? Rygar sighed, recalling the stories he had heard. I don't know for sure. My master helped a lot of people over the years. She traveled through many lands and often helped individuals simply because they were her friends, without caring much about the kingdom or political alliances. It might have been something simple to her but had major consequences for this king. Aisha, curious, tilted her head. Is the great master also a king-level mage? A faint smile appeared on Rygar's lips. She is, but her knowledge and experience go far beyond that. Lilia observed Rygar for a moment before saying, you seem to respect her a lot. Before Rygar could respond, Idar let out a mocking laugh. Oh yes, he respects his master a lot. Without hesitation, Rygar raised a finger and shot a small bolt of lightning at Idar, who barely had time to dodge. The shock ran through his body, sending him tumbling backward in his chair. Aisha let out a muffled giggle. Eris didn't even spare a second glance, while Ghislaine remained expressionless. Lilia sighed but a small smile played on her lips. In the end, despite the unexpected invitation and the uncertainties surrounding it, the night continued in a relaxed atmosphere. The remaining journey passed without incident, and soon the group was approaching the majestic capital of the Dragon King's kingdom. The city, visible in the distance, displayed its imposing walls and grand architecture. The Dragon King's kingdom was ancient and had a long history. It was the third strongest kingdom in the world, behind Melis and Azura, and was also home to the headquarters of the North God style. Inside the carriage, Rygar patiently explained the technical advantages and disadvantages of each sword style to Aisha, detailing their peculiarities. He gestured as he spoke, mentally illustrating the movements of each school to himself. Aisha, sitting beside Lilia with eyes shining with curiosity, interrupted with a question. Master, from what you're saying, is it recommended that practitioners focus on only one style, like the older sisters Ghislaine and Eris? Rygar nodded slightly. Yes, that's generally true. Focusing on the one you're most talented at is more advantageous, but it also limits your combat style. Aisha tilted her head, thoughtful, before asking another question. Then why does Master practice all three styles? This time, Rygar smirked, crossing his arms as he patiently explained. Because I'm creating my own style. And for that, I need as many references as I can absorb. The little girl widened her eyes in surprise before leaning forward with excitement. I want to learn Master's style. Rygar let out a light laugh, reaching out to ruffle her hair. We'll see. First, you'll test all the styles and discover which one suits you best. You'll also try different types of weapons. He looked at her. But only when you're older. Aisha puffed out her cheeks, crossing her arms in an adorably angry expression. Lilia chuckled softly at the scene, placing a hand over her mouth to hide her smile. Rygar simply shook his head, amused, before turning his attention to the two women beside him. Did you find any information about your relatives? He asked, his tone turning more serious. Lilia hesitated for a moment before replying. We didn't find any information about Zenith, Paul, or Rudeus, only about other residents of Fito. Ghislaine, who had remained silent until then, seemed tense. Her visible red eye gleamed with an emotion difficult to define before she finally spoke. It seems that Lord Soros was placed on the list of survivors. He returned to Fito from the Bihyrule Kingdom. But there's no concrete information about his current whereabouts. Rygar fell into thought. The old Soros Boreas Greyrat, the patriarch of the Boreas family, had been a pillar for Eris and Ghislaine. If he was alive, there might be hope for rebuilding Fito. And Eris's parents? He asked. Ghislaine clenched her fists before answering. Lord Philip was teleported along with a guard. But they were found dead in a dungeon near Chiron. A group of adventurers found their bodies and recognized Lord Philip's noble crest. Lady Hilda is still missing. Rygar remained silent for a long moment, digesting the information. He raised his eyes to the top of the carriage, where Eris was training her balance, completely unaware of the conversation. Eventually, she would learn the truth. He sighed, leaning against the side of the carriage. Let's hope her grandfather is safe, and that Hilda is still alive. Ghislaine nodded, but her eyes reflected a restless ferocity. She was thinking about Rygar's words back in Tanavar. Soros should take responsibility for the teleportation incident, so if his political enemies took advantage of the opportunity. Silence settled in the carriage for a while, broken only by the sound of the wheels against the stone road. Rygar shifted his thoughts away from the past and focused on his training. He maintained his rigorous practice of magical control across all schools of magic, but with a special focus on lightning, barrier, and divine attack. Each day, he felt his control refining little by little, his connection to the flow of mana becoming clearer. At the same time, he deepened his mastery over Toki. He was beginning to understand the subtle variations that Toki could have in each sword school, a more flexible touch for evasions, a sharper one for explosive strikes, and another more resilient for absorbing impacts. He was certain that this would be one of the keys to creating his own style in the future. And so, amid conversations, reflections, and relentless training, the journey continued. Soon, the capital of the Dragon King's kingdom rose before them, a journey that would forever mark the lives of the entire group. Though they did not yet know it, the imposing walls of the capital of the Dragon King's kingdom rose before Rygar's group, a true fortress that stood out against the horizon. Named as Black Dragon, the Dragon King's city exuded an air of power and grandeur. Even before they fully approached, the massive iron gates were already being opened to allow Skull's passage. Currently, Skull had reached about 3.5 meters in height, making him even more imposing. His fur, which had already begun to transform due to his species' natural ability, was the reason behind the name given to his lineage. This gradual transformation allowed his coat to change from a soft, smooth texture to something rigid and resistant, capable of withstanding blade cuts and impact spells. Combined with his strength, speed, and natural sharp weapons, this trait earned him an A-rank monster classification. His fur, which resembled the bark of an ebony tree in both texture and dark color, led to his species being known as ebony wolves. The official meeting with the king was scheduled for 4 days later. Thus, after settling in, Rygar planned to visit the headquarters of the North God style to test his skills. Many months had passed since they had left Tanaver, and it was about to be a full year of journeying. Rygar himself was also close to turning 12. The mating season was finally nearing its end, which was both a great relief and a disappointment for him. One of the main reasons he wanted to visit the North God style headquarters was a growing feeling that he was on the verge of reaching a new level in the Longsword of Light. If he continued evolving gradually, he would likely reach this milestone in time. However, if he could be pushed through an intense challenge, wouldn't that be even better? As they passed through the gates, they were welcomed by a noble-looking man. He had long dark brown hair, piercing blue eyes, and a remarkably handsome face. His attire was a refined combination of aristocratic garments and those of a seasoned warrior. He carried an adorned sword, a sign of his prestige as a swordsman. Mounted on his horse, he addressed the group, calling them by name in a firm tone. Lord Rygar Adoldia, Ghislaine Adoldia, Rudeus Greyrat, Idar, and the 2 young ladies whom I regret not knowing. His gaze shifted toward Lilia and Aisha. Before anyone could ask, Aisha responded confidently. I'm Aisha. The man smiled at the energetic response of the young girl and, in a warm tone, said, All right, little Aisha. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Girton Grovewood, North Saint, and heir to House Grovewood. I have the honor of being assigned as your escort and guide through the Dragon King's capital. Welcome to the city. He beamed widely, exuding a vibrant and welcoming energy. Rygar, observing his posture and expression, got the impression that Girton had a radiant personality. His enthusiasm in greeting them seemed genuine. Despite his apparent youth seemingly no older than 20, his position and title indicated he was a remarkably skilled warrior. The man then addressed the group. The king has already arranged accommodations for you at the residence designated for emissaries from other kingdoms. However, if you prefer, you may choose another place to stay. Rygar stepped down from the carriage without hesitation and firmly replied, There is no need. At the same time, Girton dismounted from his horse. Rygar approached him and, in a respectful gesture, extended his hand. Thank you for the reception. In fact, I have a few questions I'd like to ask. The two began walking together, followed by the rest of the group. As they walked in, Rygar asked several questions about the royal family. Idar asked, How old are you? Girton promptly replied, I'm 20 years old. Lilia, impressed, commented, It's truly remarkable to have achieved such a level of skill at such a young age. Girton offered a humble response. It's nothing compared to what we have here. A sword saint at 8 years old, a water saint at 17, a sword king, and a girl who became an advanced ranked sword god style practitioner at 10. Idar laughed, shaking his head. Ha ha ha, it's not quite like that. You're also the heir to a noble house, aren't you? Surely, you don't have as much time to train as we do. Girton let out a sincere laugh. The group continued conversing in a light-hearted and harmonious manner. Meanwhile, Rygar analyzed the young man in front of him. Besides being talented, he seemed incredibly friendly. Even though they had just met, Girton already demonstrated an ability to engage in captivating conversations with each of them. Furthermore, Rygar sensed no malice or ulterior motives in his words. Was he truly like this all the time? Or was he simply trying to befriend them from the very start? While the others spoke, Ghislaine remained expressionless and watchful, always observing. Deciding to change the subject, Rygar asked, Is there currently a North King at the North God-style headquarters? Girton thought for a moment before answering. Yes, we currently have 2 ranked kings and 1 emperor at the headquarters. In fact, a new North Emperor has recently emerged. Rygar slightly furrowed his brows, intrigued. A new emperor, he repeated. Girton nodded, crossing his arms as he walked alongside the group. Yes, he arrived about a month ago and easily defeated all of us. His voice carried a mixture of admiration and frustration. After that, he challenged my master, the North Emperor, Ornthorn, the Dragon Hunter. It was a long and intense battle, but in the end, my master was defeated. The group listened attentively. Gurton continued. Even after facing all of us beforehand, he still had enough strength to defeat a North Emperor. It was unbelievable. In the end, my master officially recognized him as a North Emperor, as did our entire school. There was respect in his voice, but also a hint of disappointment. Remembering his master's defeat was not easy. Gurton took a deep breath before continuing. His fighting style was truly deadly and relentless. He used various types of weapons, but his main one was a scimitar. His expression darkened for a moment. A scimitar that cut my master's sword in half. Idar was shocked. He cut down his master's sword. His voice carried genuine surprise. Gurton nodded. Yes. It was an unbelievable scene. I've never seen a warrior like him. The group exchanged glances. Idar, curious, broke the silence. And what was he like? Gurton ran a hand through his hair, trying to recall the details. Dark skin, desert clothing. And he laughed. All the time. Even in the middle of battle. Rygar narrowed his eyes. A ruthless warrior, wielding a terrifying weapon, laughing as he fought. Who was this man? Did he say his name? Rygar asked. Gurton shook his head. No. He only said that, eventually, we would hear about him. He was alone. My master seemed to know him, but respected his choice to remain unknown, perhaps because his life had been spared. Before leaving, that man said my master was a true man. There was a moment of silence as everyone processed the information. Rygar felt his curiosity grow. He wanted to fight the warriors at the dojo, test his progress. But this mysterious northern emperor intrigued him even more. It was something he needed to experience for himself. However, at the very moment that thought crossed his mind, a chill ran down his spine. Something instinctive. What was that? Why did I suddenly get this feeling? He subtly glanced around but saw nothing out of the ordinary. Still, the sensation bothered him. The group continued their conversation, unaware of Rygar's brief unease as they made their way to their designated residence. Gurton was eager to learn more about the Iron Legion, showing great interest in their efforts to unite the beast races and liberate slaves. Rygar noticed that the young warrior not only had talent but also possessed a genuinely curious and empathetic spirit. Upon arriving at the house, they were greeted by a grand structure. The building was made of fine wood and expertly crafted stone, with a broad roof and large windows that allowed the late afternoon sunlight to stream in. A vast courtyard surrounded the house, adorned with well-maintained gardens, towering trees, and an open space for training. While Eris, Lilia, and Aisha went inside to organize their belongings, Gurton stopped and turned to Ghislaine. His previously cheerful expression turned serious as he called her name. Now that the children are not around, I have something to tell you, Lady Ghislaine. The woman lifted her gaze upon hearing her name, her expression unreadable. I assume you are returning to Fido to find the lord you once served, correct? The atmosphere around them shifted instantly. Rygar, Idar, and even Ghislaine herself grew serious, tension thick in the air. The news hasn't yet spread here among the people, but the king asked me to inform you ahead of time. The lord you served, Soros Boreas Greyrat, was executed beheaded after being held responsible for the Fido teleportation incident. The entire courtyard seemed to fall silent. A murderous aura surged from Ghislaine like an invisible blade cutting through the air. Ghislaine. Rygar called her name in a low, firm tone. The warrior realized the bloodlust she was unleashing and withdrew it, though her sharp gaze still burned with fury. Who was responsible? Her voice was heavy, carrying the promise of death. According to information gathered by the Grovewood family, the main perpetrators were the head of the Notos Greyrat house, Philemon Notos Greyrat, and Minister Darius Silva Ganius. Ghislaine's lips barely moved as she muttered their names under her breath, engraving them into her memory, ensuring she would never forget. A silent vow of vengeance. Gurton provided further details about the events, explaining that the Dragon King Kingdom would not interfere in the affairs of the Azura Kingdom, but that this information was shared as a gesture of friendship toward the Iron Legion. After storing their belongings and with night already falling, they decided to postpone their visit to the North God Dojo until the following day. Instead, Idar challenged Gurton to a spar, which he readily accepted. Eris, excited, joined in as well, while Skal, Aisha, and Lilia stayed to watch. Meanwhile, Ghislaine sat atop the house, gazing at the horizon. The moon had begun to rise, its silver glow illuminating the night. Rygar approached in silence. Ghislaine didn't turn to face him but glanced at him briefly before returning her gaze to the sky. Ghislaine. She remained silent. I'm not going to tell you to give up on your revenge. He began, his tone serious. But you must understand that you can't kill those two alone. Even as a sword king. Ghislaine remained silent. Maybe if you were a sword god, you could. But you're not. The warrior took a deep breath, her expression hardening. I still have to train Eris until she can fend for herself. After that, I need to find Lady Hilda. I won't attack them yet, she declared, eyes fixed on the moon. Rygar nodded. But after Eris grows up, I don't want you to simply charge into the Azura Kingdom and throw your life away. Silence deepened between them. As I said, I'm not asking you to give up your revenge. Rygar sighed, looking up at the stars. I want you to join the Iron Legion. I want you to be the first lady of the Iron Legion as my wife. Ghislaine hesitated, her eyes finally turning to him fully. I was supposed to serve Lady Hilda after this. Rygar held her gaze firmly. Ghislaine, you are far too extraordinary to resign yourself to serving a lord for the rest of your life. No matter how many debts you have, they will all be repaid when you avenge his death. You have far more talent than you realize. You are determined, powerful. He paused, his gaze intense, and one of the most stunning women I've ever seen. Ghislaine's eyes widened slightly before returning to normal. Her heart beat faster, but her mind was still filled with conflict. And Eris, she asked after a long silence. You must know she likes you. Lilia told me. Rygar glanced toward where the others were still sparring. She's still a child. She doesn't truly know what she wants yet. If her feelings remain when she grows up, I'll answer her then. He turned his gaze back to Ghislaine, watching as her hesitation slowly faded. At last, Ghislaine took a deep breath and said, I accept. She smiled faintly before adding, but you have to defeat me first. Rygar smiled back. Of course. I will make you my first wife. She watched him for a moment, a small smile playing on her lips. Then, she murmured. There was a saying Paul used to repeat in his adventurer days. Extraordinary men never settle for just one woman. POV, Ghislaine Adoldia. You could say I wasn't really an ambitious person. I had no grand purpose in life, no great goal to achieve. For a good part of my childhood, my existence revolved around three things: eating, sleeping, and intimidating others, especially my brother, since I was much stronger. A small beast whose only desire was to fight and run wild, completely given to her instincts without any real worries. My special green eye, the one I was born with that allowed me to see mana, constantly bothered me. That, of course, made everyone in my tribe avoid me. It didn't matter that I was the chief's daughter. Disgusted and fearful glances always surrounded me. I was never very smart, but I could easily understand those looks filled with rejection and resentment. In the end, no one wanted me around. One day, a wandering swordsman arrived in the tribe in the middle of his journey. He observed me with sharp eyes and said I had talent. He said he wanted to take me away. At first, I resisted. But no one in the tribe tried to stop him. On the contrary, they encouraged him. My own tribe, the only people I knew in the world, the place where I was born and belonged, wanted me gone. Today, I no longer care about it, but back then, a strange feeling took hold of me. Something I didn't understand, but it was a bad feeling. However, my curiosity about the swordsman grew just as much. He covered my magic power eye with an eye patch and told me that if I learned to control it, I could remove it. He didn't bother teaching me how to properly speak the human language. He simply told me to observe conversations and learn on my own. But with the sword, with it, he dedicated himself entirely to teaching me. We traveled to places I couldn't even name: immense mountains, turbulent seas, cities of stone and wood. Every sight fascinated me, but I restrained my excitement because the swordsman always told me to stay in control. My master, as he ordered me to call him, was strong. So strong that, despite crossing continents and facing countless enemies, he never found an equal match. Even so, he was never satisfied. He always said he was still far from the true pinnacle, that he was not the strongest yet. I admired him. With each passing day, my respect for him grew. He became the most important person to me, the one I owed absolute respect to. The more I trained, the more satisfied my master seemed, and the more he told me I was talented. My master highly valued the code of conduct between master and disciple. He demanded unwavering discipline. I had to kneel whenever I wished to speak to him and never address him without calling him master. I obeyed without question. Unlike the others, who simply rejected me when I reacted with violence, he made me understand my place by reacting with even greater violence. If I tried to fight him, he would simply retaliate with even more brutality. That taught me something valuable: just as you can intimidate others, others can intimidate you. In every place we visited, my master always looked for special swords, ones that seemed to be made from the body of a powerful dragon. He found many of these swords and enjoyed collecting them. We traveled through Meles and the central continent. We crossed cities and fortresses, defeated swordsmen, warriors, monsters, and anyone who dared to stand in our way. Then, one day, my master, Galfarian, made a decision: we would return to the sword sanctuary. My heart raced. I was excited, but I didn't show it. My master always said I was too instinctive, that I needed to control my impulses if I wanted to become even stronger. So, we continued our journey. And finally, we arrived at the sword sanctuary. That was where my true training began. My master, Galfarian, wasted no time after our arrival. The moment we stepped onto the sacred ground of the sanctuary, he challenged the current sword god to a duel. I had seen him fight many times before. I had witnessed his overwhelming strength countless times. But nothing could have prepared me for that moment. The challenge was accepted without hesitation. The sword god was an imposing man, a veteran at the peak of his strength, confident in his position. The duel lasted only an instant. My master moved. Or at least that's what I concluded after it was all over. Because, at the moment, I didn't even see what had happened. I only realized it when the sound of flesh being torn apart echoed through the training grounds, and the sword god's head rolled across the floor, his eyes wide open, unable to comprehend how he had been defeated. None of the disciples could follow the movement. Not even the veterans. Not even the sword god himself. It was the first time I saw my master move with everything he had. A single strike. A clean cut. A new sword god was crowned. The sixth ranked among the 7 great world powers. The following years were turbulent. Many who had served the former sword god sought revenge. My master defeated them one by one, with the same coldness as always, while accepting new students. Among them, two stood out, Timothy Britz and Clynt Laurel. Both were talented and disciplined, growing rapidly under Galfarian's guidance. Timothy was from the same generation as Galfarian and had already been training for a long time, but he still accepted Galfarian as his master. The Sword Sanctuary was buzzing with energy at that time. My master's strength wasn't just an empty title, he elevated everyone around him. The training became more and more intense. The sanctuary's reputation grew. Even the water god came to challenge him. And, like all the others, she lost. My master was strong. We, who trained under his supervision, also became strong. But I didn't care about any of that. He often told me that I wasn't very intelligent. That my mind was simple, but my determination was real. And I believed him. While the world around me changed, while alliances were formed, marriages took place, and bloodlines continued, I simply followed my master's teachings and grew stronger. My master got married. Timothy got married. Clint got married. Almost everyone had children. I trained. Over time, a discomfort began to settle in my mind. A doubt that had never troubled me before. What was my purpose? To become stronger? But for what? To defeat and kill my master, as he did with his own? No, certainly not. Everyone seemed to have a purpose or found one along the way. A family, children, revenge, love, hatred, something that drove them forward. What did I have? My master always said that I should train until I could control my body instead of being controlled by it. But I had already achieved that. I had become strong. No one saw me as a savage anymore. In the sanctuary, I was respected, serious, controlled. But somewhere along the way, I lost sight of my goal. Then, that day arrived. My master gathered me and his other fastest student in the sanctuary for a duel. The two best. The two who always won against any opponent. And the winner between us would earn the title of Sword King. I won. It was a quick fight. My strikes were faster. My strength, superior. I defeated my opponent. And, for that achievement, my master gifted me Hiramune, one of the 7 swords in his collection, which he had traveled the world to obtain. But on that same day, he also told me something he had never said before. Ghislaine, you've lost your fangs. You've lost sight of your goal. You won't improve until you find it again. Go out and seek it. I did not question him. I never questioned my master. He recommended that I become an adventurer. And that's exactly what I did. As soon as I arrived in a city, I registered at the Adventurers Guild and joined the first party I found. That was how my journey outside the Sword Sanctuary began. There was no grand plan, I simply followed my master's advice. The beginning was turbulent. I climbed the ranks as I completed quests, but no party stayed with me for long. I was just a swordswoman, someone who could fight but had no other useful skills for an adventurer's party. I wasn't a strategist, I didn't know how to negotiate, cook, or even count money properly. I knew nothing about the world, and I could barely communicate. I fought and followed orders, and so, when it was time to split the rewards, I received mere scraps because I didn't know how to count. This routine repeated until I found a different party. Paul, Ellen Elise, and Tallhand were forming a new team and needed fighters. This time, I fit in. They used to say we were a band of misfits. Ellen Elise was promiscuous, Tallhand had peculiar tastes in men, and Paul was a shameless womanizer. Our party would have descended into chaos if not for Geese, who joined shortly after. Geese knew everything. He had contacts, could negotiate, and find profitable jobs. With him, our team took shape, evolving from a group of disorganized mercenaries into a respected adventuring party. Our formation became even stronger when we found a healer, Zenith Latreia. With Fang of the Black Wolf, I learned much about the world. My swordsmanship, cultivated over years in the sanctuary, was put to the test against real monsters and enemies. I began to think that maybe this was my purpose to live as an adventurer, facing challenges alongside my comrades. It was a strange feeling. A sense of belonging I had never experienced, not even in the Sword Sanctuary. Over time, I realized that all of us had something in common. None of us truly belonged anywhere. Each of us had been cast out or had abandoned our homes. Geese, Ellen Elise, Tallhand, Zenith, and Paul. All without roots, but together, we formed a strange kind of family. And, as unexpected as it was, I was part of it. But even that didn't last. Paul got Zenith pregnant and promised to marry her, swearing he would never be with another woman again. So, Paul and Zenith left the party to start a family. We tried to continue without them, but it was impossible. Paul was our leader, Zenith was our healer. Without those two pillars, Fang of the Black Wolf slowly fell apart. One by one, each member went their own way. From that point on, the years were difficult. I was deceived, robbed, and at one point, even sold as a slave. To survive, I ate whatever I needed to, but I never stole from anyone. That would have been an insult to my master's teachings. Even so, I realized that the sword could not solve all my problems. It took more than strength to survive in this world. When I was on the brink of death, Lord Soros saved me. He saw me being sold as a slave and decided to buy me. By his side stood a little girl with fiery red hair, fierce and full of energy. Soros granted me freedom after learning I was a sword king, but I did not leave. Instead, I accepted his offer to serve as the bodyguard of the young lady of the Rudeus Greyrat family, Eris. It was the first time someone had extended a hand to me without asking for anything in return. They saved me and gave me a second chance. It was a debt I could never repay, so I served the Boreas family with all my dedication. Teaching Eris, protecting the mansion, and finding stability, I started to believe that perhaps this was my purpose to serve House Reudus Greyrat. But then, the teleportation incident happened. I believe there were 3 major moments when my life changed completely: when I left the Great Forest with my master, when I left the Sword Sanctuary and became an adventurer, and when I became House Boreas' bodyguard. The teleportation incident was the 4th, and it was when I met him, Rygar Adoldia. At first, I saw him as just an extremely talented young man, so talented that I could hardly begin to describe him. He wielded magic better than anyone I had ever known, some spells he had even invented himself. His swordsmanship was so exceptional it was hard to believe. At 8 years old, he was already a sword saint, something even my master had only achieved at 15. And he was so intelligent and mature. Even before we left the Blue Dragon's cavern, I already knew I had met someone extraordinary, someone to whom I owed a nearly impossible debt to repay. He was my second savior. But not only that, he had also saved Eris, the one I was supposed to protect. I could see from the beginning that he had an interest in me. He didn't need Eris, nor did he care about her noble status like others did. With his strength, and how weak I was at the time, he could have done whatever he wanted, but he didn't. Instead, he kept her close and even saw in her the same thing I did beneath her aggressive nature talent. Time proved to me that he wasn't just a young boy. He might have looked like a teenager, but he didn't speak like one, didn't act like one, and certainly didn't think like one. He showed an interest in me like no one ever had before. Until then, everyone only saw my skill as a warrior. My master, the Fang of the Black Wolf, even House Boreas. But not him. He admired my strength, but he was interested in things no one else had ever cared about. He asked many questions, seeking to learn everything about me with absolute attention. He pointed out things about me that I hadn't even realized myself. He admired my loyalty, my discipline, my determination and willpower, my righteousness, my ferocity, my focus, my beauty, and many other things I might not even know how to pronounce or explain. I began to admire him. And, of course, I should mention he had already built a massive organization by the age of 10. Oh, and he had tamed an A-rank monster as his pet. I started to wonder if he might be some kind of deity. Seriously. Even though he said he had made many mistakes, I didn't believe it. He claimed he was like me in childhood, wild and unrestrained, but I didn't believe it. But when we arrived in Tanaver, I could see with my own eyes that his words were no exaggeration. He was truly like a beast and had really invaded a noble house of Meles on his own. That day, I was finally able to repay a small part of my debt. I was able to help him, and I was happy for it. That day, even though they were at a disadvantage, surrounded and weakened, he did not retreat. He was missing an arm, yet his momentum was as strong, if not stronger, than the 10 powerful enemies gathered before him. I think it was at that moment, unconsciously, that I no longer saw him as a youth but as an equal, as a man. He was still better than me at almost everything, but he was not perfect and did make mistakes. From that day on, Eris and I came to rely completely on Rygar. The boy had so many things to do. When I think back to what I was doing at 11 years old, I realize I was doing nothing. But he continued teaching Eris and me, and we both became mages under his guidance. I could use fire, water, and healing, something I never thought possible for me. Magic always seemed like something so intellectual. I also learned to read and write, and my respect for Rygar only grew day after day. After the Iron Legion searched for Lord Soros, Philip, and Hilda and failed to find them in Meles, we finally departed for the central continent. Rygar was heading to the Sword Sanctuary, while Eris and I were returning to Fito. Geese found us before we left, and due to his usefulness, I recommended bringing him along. Besides him, a young man named Idar was also traveling with us. His destination was ours, where he would join the Water God-style dojo. The journey proceeded smoothly. Rygar never stopped training, and I was almost certain he could already defeat me easily using his magic. Eris was also progressing quickly. Our group was already an unusual gathering of people, but it became even more so when Lilia and little Aisha unexpectedly joined us. Lilia, Paul's second wife, was returning to Fito and decided to travel with us after also being caught in the teleportation disaster. Rygar was struggling with his Toki since the mansion attack, but I never took it too seriously. He would surely recover quickly. And indeed, upon reaching Westport, he finally started to recover. Geese left us there and set out for the Begarit continent to search for Paul and Zenith. It was around this time that I began to notice something different about Rygar. He was looking at me much more than before and with more lust. And soon, I remembered the mating season. To be honest, I expected him to take the initiative. Every time I noticed his gaze on me, I responded actively, openly seducing him. I was not only willing, I wanted it. My body and mind craved him. I had never slept with someone stronger than me before. Maybe it was that strength, or maybe the fact that he also belonged to the beast race. Perhaps it was simply because I admired him deeply. I knew he wanted me. His eyes betrayed his suppressed desire. But for some reason, he kept avoiding me. Frustrated, I decided to ask Lilia, and she clarified all my doubts. Rygar didn't want me for just one night. He didn't just want to sleep with me. Lilia reminded me of the beast folk tradition. A true warrior challenges his intended in combat before taking her as his wife. She believed that was the reason for his hesitation. But then, why wait? If he was already stronger than me, why not challenge me immediately? Lilia pondered for a moment before sharing her theory. He wanted to defeat me using only the sword. No magic. Just his strength and skill against mine. Because in swordsmanship, I was better. Hearing that, an involuntary smile appeared on my face. But soon, my thoughts returned to my debt to the Boreas family. I was their bodyguard. How could I continue serving them if Rygar took me as his wife? Even so, I went to him and told him I would wait for his challenge. But that uncertainty remained in my mind. I liked Rygar, but my loyalty to Soros and the Boreas family still bound me. And knowing Rygar as I did, if I refused him for that reason, he might very well go and threaten Soros directly. The thought made me laugh. In the end, I couldn't find a clear answer. So I did what I knew best, training. If I defeated him, he couldn't ask for anything. And I wouldn't need to find a solution to my dilemma. It was a stupid solution. But I was never smart. And solving my problems with strength had always been the simplest path. At least until we arrived in the Dragon King Kingdom and later in its capital. In Eastport, I discovered that Lord Philip was dead. In the capital, a knight told me that Lord Soros, the one who had saved my life and given me a chance to become who I was, had been beheaded. Killed to take the blame for the teleportation incident. I was furious. I would have my revenge. I would go to Azura and kill everyone in my path until I found those responsible. But that revelation also brought another change. My debt was to Soros. And, in part, to Eris. Philip had also helped me while I served House Boreas, and I would have served him if he were alive. But Hilda? She had never spoken much to me. She had always kept her distance. Lilia had also told me that Eris liked Rygar, but I could see that Rygar didn't see her that way. He seemed to prefer taller women. As I reflected, Rygar appeared before me. He was as perceptive as ever, likely guessing all my thoughts. And when he directly asked me to be his wife, I found myself unable to suppress a smile. I was happy, and after hesitating, I fell easily for his words. Now, all that remained was for him to defeat me, and I certainly wouldn't make it easy for him. I looked up at the sky, reflecting on everything that had brought me here, everything I had lived through. Could this be my purpose? The moonlight was bright, illuminating a perched structure where a man stood leaning, the light faintly reflecting off the matte metal of his red armor. The man rested against a stone pillar, arms crossed, his head slightly tilted forward, allowing his hood to conceal most of his face. Only his long blonde hair escaped the shadow, falling gently over his shoulders. At his waist rested a rapier, a finely and elegantly forged blade, whose black sheath contrasted with the faint glow of its ornate hilt. It was then that he sensed a presence. His sharp senses picked up the approach even before the voice echoed through the silence of the night. A man emerged from the darkness with a mischievous smile, his dark skin highlighted by the sparse glow of distant torches. His long, curly hair was partially tied back, leaving some loose strands framing his sharp face, and at his waist hung an ornate scimitar. The visitor stopped a few steps away, tilting his head slightly to the side, as if analyzing his interlocutor with amusement. Hiding from someone, he asked in a teasing tone, his white teeth gleaming in a predatory smile. The man in red armor lifted his gaze without changing his posture. "Aren't you afraid that he'll find you wandering so freely?" The visitor chuckled, a hoarse sound filled with disdain. The warrior furrowed his brow and continued, "You're the one who warned me repeatedly about the target's instincts, weren't you?" The warrior, dressed in common desert garb, waved his hand dismissively. "Forget about that, use whatever disguise you want. I came to tell you one thing, don't stay in his presence, don't even meet with him." The statement made the red-cloaked swordsman raise an eyebrow beneath his hood. "What do you mean?" he asked, his voice firm but tinged with slight hesitation. The desert warrior let out a sigh and stepped forward, his expression growing even more animated, with a touch of madness. "Ha ha ha, I was watching him from several miles away with the clairvoyant eye. I followed every step he took. But then, while that guy, Gerton, was talking about me, I managed to read his lips." He paused, his eyes narrowing. "And I reacted with a faint killing intent. Very faint. Almost imperceptible." Silence settled for a moment, dense as the night itself. "And yet," he continued, his eyes gleaming intensely, "the boy sensed something. As soon as I reacted, he seemed to feel it. His instincts are dangerous. If you so much as interact with him, he might sense your intentions." The certainty in his words made the man in red armor thoughtful. He lowered his gaze for a moment, his fingers instinctively sliding over the hilt of his rapier. Then, he sighed. "All right, I'll come up with an excuse to leave. But I wonder if you're not being overly cautious." The desert warrior let out a loud laugh, echoing between the alley walls. "I just don't underestimate the brat." His eyes shone with amusement, his posture remaining relaxed. "I've never failed a job, and this time I was sure I would, but I was lucky enough to get information about him from one of his former traveling companions." The hooded man's eyes narrowed. "What do you mean?" The other's grin widened. "Ah, it was a monkey." He laughed again. "We didn't find him directly, but he boasted about the Red Wolf endlessly in a bar in Begarit. Hee hee. And when I went looking for information, the mage in my group pointed directly to the person who had been drinking and partying with the monkey. That guy knew a lot about the boy. It was truly lucky. Or maybe it was fate? Ha 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 ha." Only the warrior's laughter echoed. The cold wind blew through the alley, lightly rustling the garments of both fighters. "That boy is quite abnormal. He was unlucky. If he were just 2 years younger, I wouldn't act against him, you know. I don't kill children," the desert warrior said after stopping his laughter, looking up at the sky as if recalling something. But don't worry, the plan will work. Just don't meet with him and do your part. He waved his hand carelessly before spinning on his heels and leaping, his feet lightly touching the wall before propelling him onto the rooftops above. In seconds, he disappeared among the buildings, like a shadow sculpted by the wind. The man in red armor remained still for a few moments, merely watching the empty space where the other had stood. Then, he let out a long sigh and turned, leaving the alley with firm steps. That guy, he murmured to himself, his tone laden with exasperation. He really doesn't act like an emperor. And then, without looking back, he walked into the darkness. Rygar, Idar, and Eris walked through the bustling streets of the capital, accompanied by Gerton, the North Saint assigned as their group's guide. The city was brimming with energy as they made their way toward the headquarters of the North God style. Ghislaine, Lilia, Aisha, and Skal had stayed at the mansion. Ghislaine had mentioned that she had fought a North King before and wasn't interested, choosing to stay and take care of the others. Perhaps that wasn't the only reason. Rygar knew she was still affected by Soro's death, so only the four of them continued forward. Gerton was strong. The previous day, he had defeated Idar. His techniques were peculiar, using his sword as the core of his combat. The blade could alternate between soft and rigid, granting extraordinary unpredictability that disrupted the opponent's flow, making any attempt at maintaining a consistent rhythm useless. Against Eris, he had also emerged victorious, but there the difference lay in pure strength and speed. Eris had put up a decent fight, but in the end, she was overpowered. However, when he faced Rygar and Ghislaine, Gerton was defeated instantly. Just a single longsword of light from Rygar was enough to end the fight. As they walked, they chatted animatedly, and Gerton told them about the North God-style headquarters. In the past, our dojo housed a North God and 3 emperors. They were the second North God and his 3 subordinates. But that was 2 generations ago, and it's assumed they have all passed away. However, there is no confirmation since they left the headquarters while still young. Finally, they arrived at the headquarters. It was a peculiar place. Built from raw stone, it rose around a small hill, like a fortress sculpted by nature and refined by the hands of the warriors who trained there. Stone platforms had been erected around the hill, forming a structure that seemed to challenge the sky. Gerton guided them. The first floor is accessible to all practitioners, regardless of their strength. The second floor is restricted to advanced-level warriors or higher. The third floor allows entry only to saint-level warriors, and finally, the fourth floor is exclusive to those who have reached the level of king or higher. I myself don't know what's up there, ha ha ha. The platforms were filled with warriors training. The sound of clashing swords echoed through the air, blending with the shouts of instructors and the impact of strikes against stone dummies. Some warriors were performing individual exercises, refining their posture and breath control, while others dueled intensely, their blades sparking as they clashed. There was a vibrant energy in the place, an atmosphere saturated with the spirit of battle. Gerton led them to a large platform on the ground floor. This is the challenge platform, he explained, pointing to the center. Just go there and declare the name of the one you wish to challenge. Rygar looked around and noticed the number of warriors gathered. There was a certain tension and anticipation in the air. The structure resembled a coliseum, where only the strongest stood out. He then turned to Eris and, with a slight smile and an expectant look, said, Eris, go there and challenge as many advanced-level warriors as you can in a row. I want to test your progress. Eris did not hesitate. Her gaze ignited with determination. Rygar knew how much she had been training. She was incredibly talented, and now, equipped with high-quality armor, a cape that increased her agility, and a sword with the same effect, personally crafted by the god of war, he believed she was close to the saint level. But there was still a long way to go after all. She was only nearly 11 years old. Idar watched in silence, his eyes keenly observing the unfolding events. Gerton, on the other hand, let out an excited laugh. This is going to be interesting, he said, crossing his arms. Their pride is going to be shattered. Ha 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 ha. Eris stepped forward, her posture exuding confidence. She entered the platform and, crossing her arms with a challenging gaze, firmly declared, I challenge any warrior here ranked at the advanced level, in any style. Her arrogant tone and confident stance provoked mixed reactions. Some warriors laughed, while others were irritated by her boldness. A muscular swordsman, with disheveled hair and scars scattered across his body, leaped forward, laughing. Girl, do you think we're all just playing around here? Before he could finish his sentence, Eris had already moved. Her body propelled forward with astonishing speed. The warrior barely had time to draw his sword before a clean slash cut across his chest, sending him flying backward. He crashed heavily to the ground, groaning in pain, while Eris remained firm, pointing her sword at the next opponent. Next. The laughter stopped. The healer ran to tend to the first defeated warrior, while the other swordsman now looked at the girl with seriousness. A new challenger stepped into the arena. Okay, little girl, looks like you're something after all. He drew 2 swords and took an aggressive stance. Eris charged forward with unstoppable momentum. This opponent was more prepared and managed to react better, exchanging blows with her. However, Eris's brutal and direct style forced him to retreat until he, too, fell, defeated. His scattered fighting style couldn't withstand the young warrior's rapid and relentless attacks. The succession of battles continued. The third opponent lasted longer. The fourth, even more. With each battle, Eris felt her body growing tired, but her fury and determination kept her devastating pace. Sweat dripped down her face, but her eyes shone with challenge. By the time she reached her 8th opponent, both were panting and wounded. The exchanges of blows were fierce, sparks flying with each clash of swords. Eris pushed her energy to the limit and, with one final burst of speed, struck. Her opponent was caught off guard, stumbled, and failed to react to the swift attack. But before Eris's blade could cleave him in half, Rygar intervened, stopping the strike with his own sword. He stepped forward and healed the wounded warrior before holding Eris, healing her as well. She looked at him, breathing heavily, and he smiled. You defeated 3 more than I expected. Your fighting spirit is truly impressive. You did well, but you've already lost quite a bit of blood. It's best to stop here. Eris's eyes gleamed at the praise. She seemed to regain her energy instantly, standing up with a determined expression and saying, "Yes, I will keep improving and catch up to you." There was something more in her gaze, something Rygar didn't notice. The sun was high in the sky. Rygar looked at Gerton, who confirmed with a nod, and then shouted, "I challenge the North King, Julian, the Red Death, to a duel." The entire dojo fell silent for a moment. Then, a warrior shouted, "Hey, brat. Just because you kids are a little strong, you think you've gone crazy. He's a North King." The man drew his curved sword and leaped into the arena. He was a North Saint. But as soon as he landed, a bolt of lightning pulsed from Rygar's hand, illuminating the platform and striking his body directly. He was hurled against the wall, breaking part of the structure and ending up buried in the rubble. Silence fell once more. What was that? What kind of magic is this? And it was chantless magic. Was that lightning? People murmured in shock. The healer was also stunned until he felt a hand on his shoulder. A deep, firm voice spoke. "Don't worry. Go and heal him. This will serve as a lesson." The man who had spoken was immense, nearly 2 meters tall. His skin was dark, his hair and beard were gray, and he carried a colossal sword on his back. His armor, made of leather and blue dragon scales, reflected the sunlight. He walked toward Rygar, who still had sparks flickering from his hand, and observed him with interest. "It's a pleasure to meet you, leader of the Iron Legion, the Flaming Beast, the Red Wolf. And recently, you've gained another title." Rygar furrowed his brows. The man smiled and continued. "So you don't know, the Lightning Emperor. That's what those who were on the ship with you called you." Rygar was surprised. That title existed? The man crossed his arms and declared, "Allow me to take the place of the opponent you challenged earlier. Julian is indisposed today. It seems he contracted a serious illness and went to the palace for treatment." Rygar narrowed his eyes and asked, "And who are you?" The man smiled confidently and replied, "I am Luis Navarro. In case you're curious, I'm a half-blood of the human and demonic races. I am also a North King, known as the Immortal Warrior." The North King, with dark skin and graying hair, displayed a calm smile as he introduced himself, but Rygar felt the intensity behind this demeanor. Rygar said, "All right, you can replace him." Saying this, he slowly unsheathed Tsukikage. He watched as Luis' greatsword was drawn with an impressive calm. This guy seems strong, Rygar thought, his excitement growing at the prospect of combat. He felt his adrenaline rising and the desire to fight someone powerful. But the moment he thought about it, a strange sensation suddenly invaded his mind. Something in the air, something he couldn't identify. He looked around, but nothing seemed out of place. The feeling continued to grow, bothering his mind and body. Before he could understand what was happening, Luis advanced. The North King's speed was absurd. Despite his large size, his sword descended with such devastating force that the impact on the ground made the environment around Rygar tremble and crack into countless pieces. But he was prepared. He dodged with precision using flow, guiding the sword to pass by his side just enough to avoid being crushed. The earth shattered under the colossal blade, but Rygar did not lose focus. He kept moving, his mind working at high speed. "What's bothering me?" He looked around, trying to identify the problem. Luis continued to press him aggressively. "Could it be a trap? But I don't feel any sense of danger, just discomfort. Are they attacking the others? But Ghislaine and Skull are there, and I would certainly notice the fight since it's not far." These doubts ran through Rygar's mind as he dodged another blow, running across the battlefield. He couldn't afford to stop. "I don't feel danger from any direction. I only felt discomfort when I thought about fighting seriously against a strong opponent. How would that be bad for me? Maybe revealing my techniques would be a problem, but again, I don't feel a real threat here. Could it be that someone is watching me from where my senses can't reach?" As he dodged, he almost instinctively looked toward a distant mountain. His perception sharpened, and he felt something elusive, but his senses obviously didn't reach that far. But that shouldn't be possible. Who could see from so far away that my senses couldn't reach? It was worth noting that Rygar could sense killing intent directed at him from kilometers away. The feeling of being watched from such an absurd distance was unsettling. But Rygar refocused. He couldn't afford to be distracted in a fight with a king. But there's still the possibility of something blocking my senses. I'll hold back and conserve my strength just in case. With this thought, Rygar took the initiative. He gripped Tsukikage and activated the longsword of light before advancing. His blade shone with a bright yellow flame as he lifted it to strike with extreme speed. Using flow, he defended and countered everything the warrior threw at him. Luis' sword was heavy and powerful, but Rygar was faster. He glided along the giant blade with impressive agility, his movement flowing almost like water. Louise was unfazed. He used his full strength to unleash heavy strikes, trying to crush Rygar with the sheer brutality of his blade. The massive sword cut through the air with a roar. Each strike was like a storm of pure force, but Rygar used flow to redirect the blows and flash step to evade attacks from unpredictable angles. Louise, impressed by Rygar's speed and techniques, didn't hesitate. He counterattacked, his enormous blade swinging with a force and speed that didn't match his size. The battle unfolded in a whirlwind of speed and strength. Rygar attacked and evaded, but he was at a disadvantage. It was clear that he could hold his own thanks to his high mastery of the three styles. Combined with flash step and his physical strength, he could fight on par with Louise, who seemed weaker than Ghislaine, but it wasn't enough to defeat him. Louise tried to dominate the battle with raw strength, but Rygar skillfully resisted. Louise looked at Rygar with a warm smile, admiring the young man's skill. "You are truly impressive, young one," he said, still on guard. But he soon narrowed his eyes, observing Rygar with a mix of curiosity and suspicion. His tone was firm but friendly. "You don't seem very focused on our fight. Is something bothering you?" Rygar grinned fiercely, adrenaline surging through his body. "You know, I have a very sharp sixth sense. And when I thought about fighting you seriously, I had a bad feeling." Luis Navarro furrowed his brows. "Are you suggesting we're plotting against you?" Rygar kept his sharp gaze on the immortal warrior, his senses on high alert. "I don't know. Are you?" Luis' expression hardened, clearly irritated by the suspicion. His voice was firm and direct. "We are not." Rygar didn't just listen to his words, he felt the opponent's heartbeat, picked up the small signs of his body. Luis seemed sincere. In fact, Rygar could also feel the gaze of the leader of this outpost, Emperor Ornthorn, watching from the shadows. And even he didn't seem to harbor any malice. On the contrary, the energy in the surroundings was welcoming. But the strange feeling persisted. Something was wrong. If he fought at full power and revealed his abilities, he would be putting himself at a disadvantage. But why? Sometimes these instincts made him feel seriously paranoid. Even without knowing the reason, "I didn't survive this long by ignoring this feeling." Making a decision, Rygar raised his voice. "All right then. Let's continue our fight. I'll focus now." His sword began to glow with intense flames. He obviously wouldn't fight at full power and would only display abilities he had already used in public, just in case. After all, based on the previous exchanges, Louise was weaker than Ghislaine, whom he could already defeat, so he believed he could win while holding back. With a burst step, Rygar shot toward his opponent, exceeding the speed of sound and shattering the arena behind him, leaving a trail of fire in his wake. In the next instant, a wave of flames surged toward Louise with a slash of Tsukakage, blinding his vision. At the same time, Rygar cloaked his body in a barrier of flames and moved even faster than his own technique, dashing through the blazing inferno to emerge before Louise with a devastating strike. Rygar's longsword descended in a deadly arc, forcing Louise to raise his enormous blade to block. The clash of swords reverberated across the battlefield, scattering searing flames as the impact generated an explosion of wind and sparks. Rygar did not stop. Masterfully wielding his magic, he created platforms of earth that granted him impossible mobility for ordinary warriors, leaping between them to attack from impossible angles. Spikes of stone erupted from the ground, and supersonic wind bullets flew constantly, forcing Louise to keep moving. However, the immortal warrior lived up to his title. His strength was absurd, and despite his immense sword, he wielded it with superhuman speed. Each of his strikes carried enough impact to shatter rocks, and his resilience was unparalleled. When wounded, his demonic side greatly accelerated his regeneration, without the need for healing magic. But Rygar was not ordinary. He had mastered the 3 schools of swordsmanship and integrated magic into combat in a unique way. He didn't rely solely on brute strength, his versatility and tactics were his true weapons. The battle stretched on for long minutes, relentless blows exchanged without rest. The battlefield was in ruins, scorched and scarred by the clashes. In the end, Rygar remained standing, wielding his swords, Night Hunter, and Tsukakage, the latter still engulfed in flames. Luis Navarro, on the other hand, was completely wounded and struggling to breathe. Sweat mixed with blood dripped down his resilient body. He looked at Rygar's short, black blade and noticed something unusual. "What sword is this?" he murmured, panting. "It seems to be preventing my regeneration. My muscles feel as heavy as stone." Then, he let out a hoarse laugh. "Ha ha ha, I admit my defeat." The silence lasted only a moment before the arena erupted in cheers and acclaim. Oh, a teenager defeated Louise. The immortal warrior was defeated. The warriors and apprentices were in a frenzy. The crowd roared with the intensity of the moment. Eris, watching closely, was beaming with pride as if she had won the battle herself. Idar, however, seemed calm, as if the outcome had been expected. But then, a voice resonated, instantly silencing everyone. "Everyone, silence." The command was absolute. The crowd fell quiet immediately. From a high platform, an imposing man emerged. His sharp purple eyes swept across the battlefield. He descended the steps slowly, each step carrying an overwhelming aura. The North Emperor, Ornthorn, the Dragon Hunter. Ornthorn was, at the very least, different from what one might expect. First, he was small, standing only 1.50 meters tall, with a somewhat youthful face. Not as robust as a dwarf but lean like a human, his physique was peculiar. He wore black armor, and his eyes were an intense shade of purple. But what stood out the most was his hair green, the taboo color in society, the hair of the feared super demons. However, he lacked the red jewel on his forehead and did not wield a spear. Still, he was a target of discrimination wherever he went, which was why he rarely left the headquarters of the North God style. Despite his youthful appearance, he had a serious posture and an authoritative expression that exuded an imposing presence. Moreover, Rygar knew from Gurton that Ornthorn was over 80 years old. The most striking detail, however, was not his green hair but the colossal sword he carried on his shoulder. A golden blade 3 meters long and 40 centimeters wide, a monstrous weapon that contrasted with his small frame, standing twice his size. The North Emperor approached calmly, his body seemingly containing a terrifying strength as he effortlessly wielded the massive sword, his voice echoing throughout the arena. You are the victor of this duel, Rygar Adoldia. By the title of North Emperor, granted to me by Alex Kalman Ryback II, the second-generation North God, I bestow upon you the title of North King. The arena fell silent for an instant before exploding into murmurs of surprise. The shock was universal. How had Rygar become the North King? Hadn't he used magic? Was that even allowed? Questions swirled in the minds of those present, but before anyone could voice them, it was Rygar himself who spoke, his voice filled with doubt. Ornthorn, right? I used techniques from the North God style. But I also used flow, the longsword of light, and several self-created magic techniques. Is it really right to give me this title? All eyes turned to Ornthorn, who remained impassive. He let out a light sigh before responding. In the few years I was taught by the North God, he told me that the core focus of this style is not about specific techniques or the development of specialties, but rather a method of survival and approaching battle with the greatest chance of victory. The North God style relies heavily on the practitioner's adaptability and use of the environment. As a result, there is no right way to master it. As he spoke, he leaped from the upper platform and landed effortlessly in the arena, carrying his monstrous sword with no apparent effort. He continued. There are several factions within this style. Just as the Azura Kingdom has ninjas, we teach various techniques here: combat with large weapons, hidden weapons, and more. In the desert, there is a warrior who developed a technique based on movement and defeated me just a few weeks ago. There are no absolute rules. That is why, as long as you can defeat a king-level warrior of our style without exclusively using one of the other two schools, I will name you North King. Rygar fell into contemplation. He had expected to first become a Sword King. But who would have thought that a simple trip to the North God style headquarters would earn him the title he had sought for 3 years just in a different school? He looked at Ornthorn. Despite being taller than the North Emperor, he still felt a crushing sense of danger emanating from him. He knew that if he wanted any chance of defeating him, he would have to give everything he had. And perhaps even that wouldn't be enough. But that day would not be today. After all, that unsettling feeling still lingered, and he would remain cautious while in this place. The Emperor looked directly at him, ignoring the murmurs around them. Then, he asked. You don't seem bothered by the color of my hair. Don't you find it grotesque? Rygar raised his head, furrowing his brow in confusion. No, it actually looks pretty stylish. The silence that followed was deafening. Almost everyone dropped their jaws, completely shocked by the statement. Everyone knew that green was the hair color of the insane super demons. No one had ever had the audacity to compliment such a thing. Ornthorn slightly lifted the corner of his lips in an almost smile. Then, he effortlessly raised his sword and pointed it at Rygar. That doesn't matter. If you want the title of Emperor, you'll have to defeat me. You'd be the second one this month. His voice carried a nostalgic tone, as if reminiscing about a worthy opponent he had recently faced. The tension reached its peak. Everyone present eagerly awaited Rygar's response. Even Eris and Idar were nervous. If Rygar defeated Ornthorn at the age of 11, he would probably be the youngest emperor to ever exist. But, shattering all expectations, Rygar spoke calmly. No, thanks. It was a pleasure meeting you. I'll come back another day for a duel. And with that, he turned around and walked away under the stunned gazes of the crowd. The arena fell into a deadly silence. Rygar left the North God-style headquarters without another word, under the astonished gazes of everyone present. Hurried footsteps followed behind him, and soon Eris caught up, breathing heavily. Rygar, why didn't you fight him? Eris questioned, frustration evident in her voice. You would have definitely won. He was tiny. Idar was already walking alongside them, next to Gurton. Though he didn't ask any questions, his expression made it clear he was also curious about Rygar's unexpected refusal. After all, before coming here, Rygar had made it clear that he wanted a tough battle to test his limits and try to advance. But when the opportunity arose, he backed down. Rygar smiled slightly, in no hurry to respond. You're tiny too. I just thought it would be better to fight another day. His gaze fell on Gurton, who was following them in silence. Gurton, please inform the king that I want to move the meeting up to tomorrow. Is that possible? Gurton seemed surprised for a moment but quickly composed himself. Yes, that can be arranged. But I need to notify them now so they can finish the preparations. Rygar nodded. Do it. Gurton stepped forward, preparing to leave. All right. Then I'll take my leave here. I'll likely be at the meeting tomorrow. Idar furrowed his brows. See you tomorrow, then. As soon as Gurton disappeared into the night, Rygar resumed his pace. Silence reigned for a few moments before he spoke. There's another reason I didn't fight. I felt something was off. I don't know what it is, but I have a bad feeling. And probably very few people know whatever is giving me this sensation because my instincts didn't warn me about anyone in particular. Not Gerton, nor any of the North God-style students. Everyone seems normal, but that only makes me more cautious. Eris remained silent, containing her usual energy, and Idar observed Rygar attentively. I want to check during the royal court if there's any threat, Rygar continued, but in case it's some kind of trap, I don't want to be restrained, nor leave the girls unprotected. You can leave their protection to me. Idar immediately volunteered. Rygar shook his head. No, you're coming with me. Idar's eyes widened slightly, caught off guard, but he didn't question it. Rygar continued. I'm suspicious of this new North Emperor who challenged Ornthorn. Only Ghislaine would be able to hold him off temporarily if he were the enemy. Your strength will not be enough. Idar pondered Rygar's words for a moment before nodding. He didn't seem offended, only determined. Rygar then looked at Eris. You and Skal will be responsible for taking care of Aisha and Lilia if Ghislaine is fighting a powerful enemy. Eris clenched her fists and nodded, determined. They arrived at their temporary residence shortly after. The courtyard was illuminated by torches, and the sound of the wind was punctuated by Ghislaine's swift movements as she trained relentlessly. Her body was covered in sweat, every muscle tense with effort. Lilia and Aisha were sitting nearby, the younger one entertained by manipulating a ball of water between her fingers. Skal slept peacefully beside them, without a care in the world. Ghislaine. Rygar called. She turned immediately, her serious expression softening slightly upon seeing him. Rygar told her everything, what they had done, the strange feeling of incongruence he had experienced, and his plans for the meeting with the king the next day. He explained that he would take Idar with him and that she would be in charge of protecting the others. Ghislaine listened attentively and then said without hesitation, I will protect them. Rygar opened his mouth to respond, but his gaze involuntarily slid over Ghislaine's sweat-covered body, the firelight accentuating every well-defined curve. The glint in her eyes and her heavy breathing distracted him for a moment. Idar coughed beside him. Ahem. Rygar snapped back to reality and said, let's train before bed. I think I'm close to mastering the flow. Idar blinked, wondering if he had heard correctly. Right. Let's train. After their training, Rygar informed Lilia of the potential danger and helped Aisha refine her magic control before they finally went to sleep. Rygar opened his eyes and found himself immersed in an infinite white void. The silence was absolute, oppressive. In front of him, a white figure appeared, with no defined form except for the face or rather, the distorted mosaic mask that hid any trace of expression. Hitagami. Without hesitation, Rygar raised his hand and invoked his divine attack magic. A golden ray of pure light tore through the void, shooting toward the entity. However, with a simple gesture of his hand, Hitagami dispersed the attack as if brushing away dust. But Rygar smiled. A fierce, triumphant smile. Huh? You dodged it. He raised his hand again to launch another attack, but something stopped him. It was as if an invisible chain had latched onto his soul, restricting his magic. But the seed of victory had already been planted. He could use divine attack magic here, which meant that this type of magic was directly related to and connected to his soul. And more importantly, he had a way to resist and wound Hitagami. For an instant, Hitagami was clearly displeased. His friendly posture faltered, his presence wavered. But only for an instant. He quickly resumed his usual fake expression of sympathy and opened his arms as if greeting an old friend. Such aggression? Why the hostility? Just a precaution, Rygar replied indifferently. Now, where is this place? Who are the 7 great powers, and where are they? And why can't you descend to the mortal world? Hitagami sighed dramatically and shook his head, as if frustrated with a stubborn child. Enough, enough. You always come with so many questions, Rygar. These aren't things that can be easily answered. Rygar kept his face expressionless. And why not? Don't you always say you want to help me? Hitagami gritted his teeth. No matter how much he tried to appear friendly, his discomfort was clear. Haven't I helped you so far? And even now, I'm here to give you another piece of advice. Rygar narrowed his eyes. You do realize I can sense your intentions, right? How can you lie so blatantly knowing that? Hitagami hugged himself and shivered exaggeratedly, as if terrified. And you expected help without anything in return? How nice would that be? Of course, I'll need you in the future. But right now, I'm here to help you. Rygar remained skeptical. Then answer at least 2 of my questions honestly. Hitagami hesitated, his fingers twitching for a moment, as if calculating. Fine, but only one question, and it depends on the question. There are many things I don't know. Rygar frowned, thinking. This guy was cautious. He wouldn't reveal anything about himself. It was better not to waste the opportunity. He needed valuable information, something not easily discovered. So he spoke. Who are the 7 great powers, and where are they? Hitagami let out a light chuckle. That's easy. He raised his fingers and began listing them in a casual tone. The god of technique is dead. The dragon god is the evil dragon who wants to kill me and destroy the world he is always wandering. The fighting god is also dead. The demon god is Laplace and is sealed. I don't know who the current death god is, but he is in the Dragon King kingdom. The sword god is Galfarian and is at the sword sanctuary, and the north god is from the Kalman lineage, as always, and is also wandering around. Rygar absorbed the information for a moment. This is a bunch of useless information? A pile of mixed-up garbage. Kalman lineage? You don't know who it is? And how can the world's greatest powers be dead? Hidegame shrugged. Hey, I already answered? Don't complain, I told you my knowledge was limited. Rygar clenched his fists, irritated. At least it's a clue. The death god is in this kingdom? And even after death, the powers still remain, or it could just be a lie. He narrowed his eyes. How did the god of technique die? Every encounter with Hidegame only brought more questions than answers, and he always had the feeling that out of every 10 words spoken, 9 were meant to manipulate and scheme. He had never known a being like Hidegame. Enough of this. Let's get to your advice. Hidegame cut off any attempt at small talk. I'm sure you already suspect something, but you have no idea of the danger you're in. Hidegame spoke lightly, as if he were merely joking. Rygar furrowed his brows. Every word from this guy felt like poison seeping into his mind. He had never met someone so shameless. Come on, don't be so uptight. Your situation is really dangerous. It's the last assassin hired by Mealy's. Hidegame shrugged, as if revealing a trivial fact. Rygar raised an eyebrow. HOH? And who is it? Hidegame's grin widened, a grin that only deepened Rygar's distrust. I don't know, he said, almost theatrically. Silence hung in the air for a moment. Rygar blinked slowly before sighing and running a hand over his face. Your uselessness never ceases to amaze me. Rygar's voice carried pure disdain. Hidegame chuckled. Well, since you're just insulting me and asking impossible questions, I'll give you my advice and leave. Rygar opened his mouth to interrupt him, but Hidegame ignored him completely and continued. Do not kill Minister Yalal-Wisebond. As long as you don't kill him, you won't regret it. His tone was playful, but something beneath those words carried a weight Rygar couldn't ignore. The void around them began to dissolve, the edges of the dream shattering like cracked glass. The sensation of falling took over Rygar. Wait. But before he could finish his sentence, he woke up suddenly, his body drenched in sweat, eyes wide open. The name Yalal-Wisebond echoed in his mind. But something else was even more pressing. He could use divine attack magic, but Hidegame had restricted him after his first spell. Rygar thought for a moment and deduced that since he couldn't harm Hidegame in dreams, he could assume that if he used an even stronger and faster attack, Hidegame wouldn't be able to resist or would have to dispel the dream entirely to avoid it. If that wasn't the case, it was still worth trying. Rygar remained lying down for a few moments, reflecting on Hidegame's words. His intention behind asking about the 7 great powers was to learn about all of them, but all he gained was the supposed death of 2, the location of an unknown death god, and confirmation that the current North god was from the Kalman lineage. That meant he was probably from a long-lived race, like his predecessor. But if he had known Hidegame would respond that way, he would have asked something else. And of course, he had to consider the possibility that it was all a lie. As for the advice, he didn't care much. If the minister deserved to die, he would kill him without hesitation. Besides, this could be an opportunity to test what would happen if he directly defied Hidegame's guidance. Getting out of bed, Rygar walked toward the training yard, where he spotted Eris practicing with her sword. There was something about her determination that he always admired. Her strikes were fierce, firm, and full of purpose. Moving silently, he approached her from behind, correcting her posture with his hands as he said, "Higher than that. Your attacks are aiming too low." Eris startled at the unexpected touch and voice. When she turned, she was met with Rygar, shirtless, his defined muscles and battle-hardened skin exposed. His silver hair reflected the morning sunlight, and his golden eyes, deep and piercing, analyzed her every movement with precision. Her face immediately turned red. Swallowing hard, she adjusted her stance as instructed, but now her movements were a bit stiff, an effect of the unexpected closeness. The heat on her face only increased, and her concentration wavered. Still, she tried her best to stay focused. Rygar, noticing that she had made the proper correction, turned his gaze to the capital's sky. The weather was mild, and a fresh breeze blew, carrying the distant sounds of the city waking up for another day. As he watched the horizon, his mind revisited his conversation with Hidegame over and over, searching for any loophole, any hidden trap within his words. His thoughts soon drifted elsewhere. Even though he had just involuntarily become a North King, he felt he was getting closer and closer to achieving the title of Sword King as well. He trained for a few minutes before Idar arrived, dressed in elegant, well-fitted clothing. His friend looked him up and down before commenting with a slight smirk. "You're meeting the king like that?" Rygar raised an eyebrow and asked casually, "Is there a problem?" Idar shrugged. "None." And with that, they bid farewell to the others and set off toward the palace. The capital was alive with activity. Commerce was awakening, and the streets bustled with movement. Merchants set up their stalls, unpacking crates and arranging goods for display. Shops opened their doors, and apprentices ran back and forth, carrying materials and merchandise. The aroma of freshly baked bread and grilled meat filled the air, mingling with the scent of herbs and spices sold in the markets. Soldiers patrolled the streets, maintaining order, while nobles and well-dressed merchants passed by in luxurious carriages, their conversations filled with plans and business deals. Children played and ran through the alleys, their laughter echoing through the lively city. As they advanced, the imposing palace of the Dragon King Kingdom became increasingly dominant on the horizon. The structure was magnificent. Built from polished green-toned stone, it boasted golden details and grand sculptures of dragons coiling around its towers. Flags bearing the royal crest fluttered in the wind, and massive stained glass windows adorned the exterior walls, reflecting the sunlight in dazzling colors. The gates were colossal, adorned with golden reliefs depicting legendary battles. Soldiers stood in perfect formation, their armor gleaming under the daylight. The spears they held were impeccably polished, their eyes sharp and scrutinizing every visitor. As Rygar and Idar approached, one of the elite guards, clad in ornate armor, raised his voice with authority, announcing the arrival of the leader of the Iron Legion, Rygar Adoldia. A moment of silence followed before a thunderous sound echoed. The gates began to open slowly, their hinges groaning as if the very city was holding its breath at Rygar's arrival. And so, Rygar stepped forward toward his meeting with the king. The palace gate slowly creaked open with a resounding thud, revealing a vast entrance adorned with pillars sculpted with intricate draconic details. The crest of the Dragon King's kingdom was engraved into the polished marble, gleaming under the light streaming through the stained glass windows. Idar and Rygar advanced, guided by a group of guards clad in ornate gold and blue armor. The floor was covered by a scarlet carpet embroidered with golden threads, while the ceiling displayed frescoes depicting ancient kings and their conquests. As they walked through the palace corridors, Rygar observed his surroundings keenly. The walls were decorated with luxurious tapestries and banners portraying dragons in majestic poses. The stained glass windows cast vibrant hues across the floor and walls, creating a spectacle of light and shadow with each step. Outside, the inner gardens were an awe-inspiring sight. Flowering trees with reddish and golden petals contrasted with the vibrant green of meticulously pruned shrubs. Small artificial lakes reflected the clear sky, while dragon-shaped fountains poured crystal-clear water into marble basins. The air was filled with a soft fragrance of exotic flowers, and butterflies danced around the flower beads. Maids dressed in discreetly colored gowns moved silently, tending to the gardens and carrying trays of fruits and tea. Guards patrolled strategically, always vigilant, each carrying a long sword at their waist. The discipline was evident, none of them appeared relaxed, even in the presence of an esteemed visitor. As they advanced, Rygar noticed that the security around them grew increasingly intense. He could feel the guards' watchful gazes measuring his presence, analyzing every step he took. But he was not concerned honestly, few things could worry him with his current strength. At last, they were led to an inner garden, surrounded by columns of black marble. A carved stone vault provided shade, and at the center, seated with a tranquil air, was Leonard King Dragon, the 32nd king of the Dragon King's kingdom. The monarch wore a tunic adorned with draconic symbols embroidered in gold. His graying hair and deep eyes gave him an aura of experience and power. Beside the king, Rygar immediately sensed a powerful presence. A knight in full black armor stood motionless like a statue, his posture impeccable and his aura intimidating. His face was obscured beneath his black helmet. Without a doubt, he was a warrior on par with the one Rygar had fought the previous day, the North King. Rygar did not know who he was, but he assumed this must be the Black Lion, renowned throughout the Dragon King's kingdom according to Gerton. Around the garden, a circle of guards remained alert, each displaying the rigid and disciplined stance of advanced warriors. Rygar analyzed the setting and thought that at least this was not the throne room, which, in his opinion, served only as a futile attempt to bolster the king's prestige and intimidate guests. In the garden, formality was reduced, making interactions more fluid. Finally, their gazes met. Leonard King Dragon set his teacup down on the stone table beside him and lifted his eyes to Rygar with a subtle smile. His voice, hoarse with age, carried a tone of contemplation and experience. "It is a pleasure to meet you, leader of the Iron Legion, Rygar Adoldia." Rygar did not kneel, nor did he allow Idar to do so. He held the king's gaze, firm and unwavering. Likewise, King Leonard. The monarch did not outwardly seem to mind, but with his keen senses, Rygar clearly perceived his slight displeasure. There was no hostility, only a subtle annoyance, something only Rygar's sharp perception could detect. The environment was filled with important figures. Nobles, ministers, and advisors were present. The rigidly poised knight beside the king frowned, his expression growing stern. "You are in the presence of King Leonard King Dragon? Kneel and show respect," the knight ordered harshly, but before he could finish, the king raised a hand. "It's fine, donor," Leonard said, his voice controlled and serene. Rygar scanned the garden with his sharp gaze and used his magic eye to analyze everything around him. He saw no one particularly dangerous, but two figures caught his attention. One was a burly man with a nonchalant demeanor, yet with an oddly menacing presence. The other was a refined-looking individual positioned close to the king, clearly someone of great importance. Rygar's instincts immediately sent him a warning about these two people. Something was off about them. A sense of threat and hidden hostility, perceptible only to his sharp instincts. One of the knights stepped forward, initiating the formalities. "Rygar Adoldia, you are in the presence of King Leonard King Dragon, Prime Minister Yalal Wisebond, First Advisor." Rygar quickly lost interest. His patience for empty ceremonies was limited, and as he embraced more of his beastly body's instincts, he cared less and less for nobility, courtesy, or anything of the sort. Every second wasted on introductions heightened his irritation. When the knight made to continue, Rygar interrupted him without hesitation. "King Leonard, I am not here to drink tea and chat. I am here for two things: a mutually beneficial alliance between the Iron Legion and the Dragon King's kingdom, and access to high-level magic." His voice was authoritative, resonating throughout the inner garden. The tension in the air became palpable. The knight beside the king, Donor, exuded a murderous intent upon hearing Rygar's tone. His body leaned forward slightly, as if ready to draw his sword. In response, Rygar merely grinned fiercely, baring his teeth slightly as a low growl escaped his throat. The howling magic began to vibrate around him, a silent warning of his own thirst for battle. It was then that Minister Yalal Wisebond stood up. His smile was calm, almost friendly, but his eyes told a different story. Rygar already knew this man was hostile toward him, so why was he stopping a fight? If the leader of the Iron Legion does not like formal procedures, then there's no need to say more. Let's get straight to the point, said Yalal in a friendly tone, as if he were genuinely interested in facilitating the negotiations. Rygar narrowed his eyes. This man was clearly against him. So why did he seem willing to help? Was he trying to deceive him? Or, did he really think Rygar wouldn't see through his true intentions? Little did Rygar know that many had already warned the minister about the Iron Legion leader's ability to read people's intentions and distinguish truth from lies. But Yalal, who had spent his entire life manipulating and deceiving everyone without ever being discovered, was confident that he could fool him nonetheless, just as he had done with all the other fools who claimed to be good at detecting lies. Against Rygar, however, this was a grave mistake. The minister gave a calculated smile before continuing. Let's discuss how the Legion can collaborate with our prosperous kingdom. The king, seated on his throne, showed genuine interest, his sharp eyes evaluating every word spoken. The other politicians around maintained rigid postures, waiting for Minister Yalal to speak. Skipping all the bureaucracy, let's talk directly about how the Dragon King Kingdom could help you and your legion. Rygar observed him closely, amused. He didn't know exactly why Hitagami advised him not to kill this man, but something inside him told him that this advice would be ignored. Part of him was almost excited after all, even though he distrusted Hitagami, he had still ended up involuntarily following his advice. It gave him the feeling that he was losing some kind of invisible battle. Even though he had been cautious in the process, it still bothered him. Doing the exact opposite of what that fraud god said was precisely what he wanted as long as it was convenient, of course. But before anything else, he wanted to see the minister put on his manipulation show to uncover any possible traps. What was his plan? As Yalal spoke, servants entered the hall, serving tea to everyone present. He then began his proposal. I believe we can benefit in three main ways. First, we can offer resources and weaponry. Our lands are vast, and we dominate almost the entire south of the central continent, which gives us access to many rare resources. I know that many dwarves have joined the Legion, and now that you are just beginning, you will certainly need quality weaponry and raw materials. Instead of continuing to loot criminals for supplies, he made a dramatic pause before proceeding. Another point would be the opportunity to establish a mercenary headquarters in the capital, gaining access to the North God-style dojo for mass training. The leader of the Iron Legion is certainly busy, and I believe he does not spend all his time training his subordinates. This would greatly reduce the difficulty of finding suitable instructors. His eyes gleamed slightly, a hidden desire in his expression. Besides, I know that the Legion places great importance on its mages. I've heard that some of your mages can cast magic without incantations. Rygar remained calm, just listening. In regard to that, we can offer knowledge. Your master is Verdia Solarian, and I am sure she has taught you many high-level spells, but nothing compares to the library of one of the oldest kingdoms in existence. Rygar watched the minister's performance with growing interest. This man was good. Very good. His feigned desire seemed genuine, his emotions perfectly controlled. He manipulated even the slightest reactions of his body to make his lies more convincing. Even the rhythm of his heartbeat matched the tone of the conversation, something that would have deceived even experienced people in detecting deception. If it weren't for the constant sense of danger Rygar felt emanating from him, due to his sixth sense, he might have believed his words. This planted a seed in Rygar's mind. It meant that, as long as a person harbored no malicious intent toward him, they could theoretically lie to him. They would just have to be very good at it. However, Rygar still didn't understand what the minister's true goal was. Keeping his hearing sharp, he filtered the sounds of the city in the distance. There was no sound of battle or any suspicious movement coming from there. His eyes slid to the only man who could pose an immediate threat in the room, the black armored guard beside the king. But the warrior remained motionless, observing everything with seriousness. Then, Yalal played his final card. Thirdly, there are the connections and the possibility of the Iron Legion actually becoming a legitimate kingdom. The statement took Rygar by surprise. A legitimate kingdom, he repeated, not hiding his reaction. The king seemed pleased with his surprise, and Yalal continued with a triumphant tone. Indeed, it was our king's vision that led us to suggest such a thing. As far as I know, Lord Rygar, you do not have a wife yet, correct? Rygar immediately thought of Ghislaine and responded, his voice firm. I don't, but it won't be long. Yalal smiled, as if he had already expected this answer. Well, there's no problem in having more than one wife. Besides, the other leaders of the Legion could also marry members of the nobility or even members of the royal family of the Dragon King Kingdom. Our long-term goal is for the Legion to stabilize the entire Great Forest area and form a new independent kingdom under the Dragon King Kingdom. The impact of the minister's words was immediate. Even Idar was shocked, and many of the nobles, who apparently had not been informed of this proposal, exchanged glances among themselves. The king, on the other hand, seemed completely satisfied with the reaction. Rygar remained silent for a few seconds, his thoughts racing. He had never considered this possibility. Why not? He wondered. Was it feasible? Was it something he desired? As he pondered the suggestion, something inside him grew a fire he could not ignore. He opened a fierce smile and then said slowly, I have no plans to take other wives for now, and let's put this kingdom talk aside for the time being. His words came out firm, but his mind was already treading another path. He had never thought about it before, but now that the idea had been planted, he couldn't stop considering the countless possibilities. If he decided to follow this path, one thing was certain: he would never be a subordinate kingdom. And something even clearer: he did not want to be king for too long. That would be too much trouble. The more he reflected on the matter, the more questions arose. What did it mean to create a kingdom? What kind of structure would he need? How would this affect the Legion? Could this be an obstacle to his goals or an unexpected advantage? The minister had played an intriguing piece on the board, and Rygar needed to decide how he would play it. Rygar leaned slightly forward, keeping a sharp gaze on the minister, his voice carrying a subtle warning tone. You talked a lot about the advantages the Dragon King kingdom can offer us, but you also suggested that we would become a subordinate kingdom. Let me remind you, the Iron Legion doesn't need this to get started. This is a relationship of cooperation, don't forget that. The room grew tense. Some nobles widened their eyes and exchanged glances, while the minister furrowed his brows, his previously unshakable calm showing signs of cracking. He opened his mouth to retort, but before he could speak, the king raised a hand, cutting him off. I understand your point. So tell me, what advantages can the Legion offer us? The king's voice carried genuine interest. Rygar smiled inwardly. As you yourself said, our magical knowledge is not as vast as yours, but we have chantless magic. The moment those words were spoken, the eyes of the king, the minister, and all the nobles gleamed. Rygar suppressed a chuckle. Of course, chantless magic was of immense interest, not to mention its effects on a king-level magician, who would become a walking weapon of mass destruction. Even advanced magicians would benefit tremendously. In fact, Rygar believed that an advanced magician could fight and defeat a warrior of the same level. Rygar planned to spread this knowledge eventually, but only when he became so strong that he wouldn't need to worry about mundane matters. And even then, only to his allies. Though he knew that knowledge was easy to leak once shared, he had only taught selected individuals within his ranks. He continued, I also intend to establish new maritime routes. Instead of merely crossing the straits, we will sail directly across the open sea. The shock was immediate. The hall fell silent for a moment before murmurs began to spread. Everyone knew the dangers of the ocean, infested with terrifying monsters and plagued by violent storms. The idea seemed absurd, but Rygar saw it as a revolution and an opportunity to pioneer this exploration. Beyond that, of course, is our individual strength. Not to mention myself, already a North King at just 11 years old. The Legion is growing rapidly, filled with talent, and will soon become a military powerhouse. He paused, looking at everyone. Finally, just as you can take advantage of the resources of the southern central continent, we have the entire Great Forest. And beyond that, the depths of the ocean. A noble stood up, outraged. Absurd? How would we explore the ocean depths? Rygar simply responded in a cold tone, I have a method. He tossed a piece of the Kraken's magic stone onto the floor. This is just a fragment of a magic stone from a single monster. I believe you can imagine its size just from this piece. The hall fell into absolute silence. One of the nobles, apparently a magician, approached and analyzed the fragment. The atmosphere grew tense as he stood up and gravely stated, it is indeed the magic stone of a beast. Everyone held their breath. Hardly anyone present was ignorant of what that meant. If this was only a fragment, how large was the full stone? And what kind of creature possessed such a magic stone? This was even larger than the magic stones from the Dragon Kings that Ornthorn had hunted years ago. As the weight of his words and the implications of accessing the ocean depths settled in, the minister glanced around, about to speak. But once again, the king raised a hand and took the floor. Leader of the Iron Legion, did you know that I met with Ornthorn a few days ago? Rygar was slightly confused. The king continued, I went to ask for his opinion about you, about your strength, your character. You see, I know many things, but I'm not particularly skilled in combat. And who better to understand a warrior than another warrior, right? The king paused and then asked, do you know what he said about you after I told him everything I knew? Rygar raised an eyebrow, curious. He hadn't expected Ornthorn to say anything about him. The dragon hunter hadn't seemed particularly friendly toward him. What? The king descended the steps, walking slowly toward him. His voice echoed through the garden. He told me that there are 3 things that make someone a true talent in this world. He raised one finger. The first is power, military, magical, physical, any kind of power. If you have power, you can go far, as long as you have some luck. He raised a second finger. The second is wisdom, because even a strong warrior can be manipulated and controlled for his entire life if he is a fool, just as he can die without purpose in the games of the powerful. Then he raised a third finger. But the third element, you cannot be born with it, but you can inherit it. It is an attribute that must be acquired during life. That is ambition. The king's eyes gleamed, and his voice grew lower and more intense. Many times, ambition alone can compensate for the lack of the other 2 and drive a person to the top. He stopped right in front of Rygar, his piercing gaze analyzing him. After I told him about you, your strength, your deeds, and your actions. Ornthorn concluded that you are the most talented person born since the era of the 7 heroes who defeated the demon god Laplace. Rygar was surprised. Did the dragon hunter really hold him in such high regard? He didn't know what to say. The king smiled. Today, I was able to confirm part of that, and I am satisfied in making this bet. I believe that both the Legion and the Dragon King's kingdom will benefit greatly from this alliance in the future. Rygar thought, well, I am indeed extremely talented, but I also had the advantage of reincarnation, but they don't need to know that. He took a deep breath, then stood up. He walked up to the king and extended his hand. Then, King Leonard, may this be a prosperous and lasting alliance. All the nobles stood up, and Idar did the same. The minister clapped, but Rygar felt his menace intensify. Something was moving in the shadows. He pondered. Now, should I kill this minister directly, or let him reveal the source of his confidence to avoid future troublesome thorns? After thinking for a few moments, he decided, no, I just agreed to the alliance. If I kill him now, besides creating unnecessary distrust, whoever is helping him from the shadows could escape and become a problem. He looked at the king and smiled. Now, where is the magic? The king and most of the nobles burst into laughter. Idar ran a hand over his face, letting out an exasperated sigh. King Leonard firmly shook Rygar's hand and, after a light chuckle, glanced around as if confirming everyone's presence. Then, with calm authority, he said, where is your son, Grovewood? The king was addressing a weary-looking man, an old figure with a serious demeanor, a graying beard barely covering his chin, and a short sword at his waist. The man silently stepped forward, bowed, and said, Your Majesty, he is also here today. Without more than a simple nod, he discreetly retreated back to his place. Girton, heir to House Grovewood and the one who had guided Rygar and his group upon their arrival in the city, soon appeared. His role in this meeting was not significant. He was the heir to one of the kingdom's most important noble houses, but this garden was filled with heirs, and even many of the noble house leaders were present. Girton had little to say. His posture was that of someone who accepted being guided by the situation. He approached and knelt before the king, respectfully saying, At your command, Your Majesty. Rygar watched the scene and sighed. He truly would never kneel to anyone again unless the circumstances were overwhelmingly against him. After all, a wise man knows when to bow to circumstances. But with his strength, he believed it would never come to that. King Leonard, with a calm gaze, seemed accustomed to reverence. A gentle smile appeared on his face as he leaned slightly forward, as if directing attention to the mission he was about to assign. You will once again serve as Lord Rygar's guide to the Magic Tower so that he may choose his rewards. Take this letter and deliver it to my third son at the Magic Tower. Tell him to strictly follow the letter's contents. Girton raised his head and, with a reverent tone, said, Yes, Your Majesty. The king waved his hand and then turned, unhurriedly. I hope our next meeting is also fortunate. I will have my first advisor draft a letter for the Legion's base in Meles. I will send it later so you may sign and review it. I also ask that you inform your subordinates of this alliance through a personal letter. I believe that what we discussed today is only a fraction of the collaboration we can achieve. Rygar smiled and gave a slight nod. I will do so, King Leonard. I appreciate the hospitality. The king gave one last nod and withdrew with his guard, leaving Rygar alone with his thoughts. Once the king had left the hall, Rygar and Girton walked down a corridor of the palace. Girton seemed lighter, as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders, and he began chatting with Rygar, his voice lively. Lord Rygar, I didn't expect you to have a method to visit the ocean depths. Rygar smiled, taking the opportunity to engage in conversation while observing the luxurious corridors around them. The sea holds many secrets, Girton. Some are more accessible than we imagine. As they walked and talked, Rygar felt the eyes of other servants, guards, and even hidden figures following him, everyone focusing on his presence. He knew that the king, despite his cordiality, remained cautious, perhaps even suspicious. Which made sense. Letting Rygar wander freely through his palace was like throwing meat in front of a tiger and expecting it not to devour it. Still, he only sensed hostility from a select few, most were merely watching him. However, Rygar did not feel threatened. His confidence was his strength. But something bothered him. If there was constant surveillance, that meant someone had set their sights on him. Probably the minister or that fat nobleman from the garden. As they reached a more secluded area, deeper into the palace, vast green fields stretched before them. Rygar noticed that the feeling of being watched intensified. He could sense the danger in the air, even if it wasn't immediate. Suddenly, a guard approached the pair, interrupting their conversation. The man was visibly nervous, sweating, and with trembling hands. He addressed Girton directly, his voice low, as if not wanting to be overheard. The minister wants to speak with you later about something related to your family's accounting. The guard seemed uneasy, sweat dripping down his forehead, his words rushed. Rygar observed him carefully, watching every movement, every gesture. The guard continued speaking about various matters with Girton, as if stalling for time. His unease was a clear sign that something was amiss. The guard finally left after Girton lost patience and said he would deal with it later, as he was guiding an important guest. Still, the man remained visibly unsettled. Rygar took the moment to sharpen his senses and observe everything around him. The magic tower ahead was an imposing presence, and he no longer felt just the surveillance but a growing sense of danger. However, it wasn't overwhelming. He felt threatened, but not as if this was a life or death situation. Even so, something was about to happen, and he needed to be prepared. Rygar smiled internally. He prepared a barrier spell around himself, an almost imperceptible aura that surrounded him with a subtle yet effective protection. He reinforced the spell as he advanced, each step calculated and controlled. He also began gradually channeling magic into his throat, preparing howling magic. He turned to Gurton, who still seemed unaware of the unfolding situation. This boy only harbored good intentions toward him and his group. He was quite talented. It would be a shame to see him killed so randomly. From what Rygar had deduced, there were clearly opposing factions in this kingdom. Gurton, if something goes wrong in the magic tower, retreat. You'll only be dead weight in a fight. Gurton looked at Rygar, puzzled, not fully grasping what was happening. What could possibly happen, Lord Rygar? We are in the royal palace. Rygar replied with an enigmatic smile. Just do as I said. Rygar smiled while looking at Gurton, the tension around them growing like an invisible mist. He felt the imminent threat, though he still didn't know from where it would come. The atmosphere was heavy, as if the very air crackled with electricity. Rygar asked, what did the king mean by taking me to his third son? Oh, the third prince. He is a king-tier mage. Gurton began, admiration evident in his voice. He is a disciple of the court mage, Livandre I King Dragon, the king's brother, and he is currently responsible for overseeing the magic tower. It's a great responsibility. Rygar nodded, absorbing the information. Soon, they arrived at the entrance to the magic tower, a monumental structure, with dark stones and glowing golden lines, as if the very building were imbued with ancient power. The tower seemed alive, its contours radiating a sense of grandeur and mystery. The tall, ornate doors were guarded by magical symbols that Rygar, with his magic eye, could perceive with ease. He observed the magical circles and enchantments protecting the place, detecting layers of invisible barriers that intertwined, forming an almost impenetrable web of defense. The sense of danger did not subside. On the contrary, it intensified as he approached. Gurton said excitedly, this tower has been here since the founding of the Dragon King Kingdom. In fact, after so many years, no one fully understands how its most complex functions work. Much knowledge has been lost over the years. As they entered, the air in the tower was thick with a unique energy. The floor was covered by a luxurious red carpet leading to the center of the tower, where a large dark wooden table was arranged with scattered scrolls and documents. The room was illuminated by crystals embedded in the walls, emitting a soft glow, creating an atmosphere of intense concentration and power. In every corner, Rygar noticed more intricate magic circles, some still active, others perhaps dormant, but all pulsating with energy. And then, finally, they encountered the first person in the tower. A young man with brown hair, an expression of apparent indifference, sat at a table signing documents. He wore a mage's robe, and his posture was relaxed, as if this place was his comfort zone. Noticing movement, the prince turned his head, his expression remaining the same but now carrying a hint of curiosity. Gurton gave a slight bow, a gesture of respect toward the prince's authority. Third Prince, this is a letter from His Majesty, Gurton announced in a firm voice, but with a touch of reverence. The prince took the letter and read it with a slight furrow of his brow before raising his gaze toward Rygar. The prince's eyes were direct, but there was no disdain or hostility, just a calculated look, carefully observing Rygar as if trying to understand who he truly was. All right, the prince murmured, more to himself. Sir Rygar, welcome. He gestured with his hand, signaling Rygar to step closer. You may choose 4 saint-level spells and 1 king-level spell, or 1 saint-level spell and 2 king-level spells here. He paused, studying Rygar more intently. You are the first to receive such a privilege in over 200 years in this kingdom. Do not choose hastily, think carefully. Rygar didn't dwell on it much and replied, yes, of course. He looked attentively at the grimoire the prince handed him, its thick leather cover emanating an ancient aura. Flipping through the pages quickly, he felt a surge of excitement upon seeing the listed spells, some familiar, others new and challenging. But one spell immediately caught his attention. Flash over, Rygar murmured, his eyes gleaming with intensity. It was a Saint-class fire spell, exactly what he needed to complete one of his most powerful techniques, Hellish Slash. He had dreamed countless times of applying this spell, envisioning how it would spread fire almost instantaneously over a large area. Or at least, that's how his master had described it. He would later decide whether to take 2 king-level spells or more saint-level spells, but even more importantly, he had to resolve this constant feeling of danger he sensed in the tower. He picked the spell first and looked at the prince. The young man gave him a small approving nod. The prince stood up and walked toward an imposing door on the opposite wall. With swift and precise gestures, he began drawing magical circles in the air, and Rygar, observing, was impressed. The prince deactivated multiple magical locks, as if unlocking a high-security vault. Rygar furrowed his brows, realizing that if he had any intention of stealing an artifact or spell from the tower, it would be extremely difficult to bypass these barriers. When the prince turned around, he extended his hand toward Rygar. Without hesitation, Rygar shook it. The moment their hands met, a magic circle appeared on his palm, glowing with a blue light. This magic circle allows you to stay inside the room for 2 hours after entering, the prince explained, his voice calm and serene. While you're inside, the circle will turn purple. When you have 10 minutes left, it will turn red. Use your time wisely, you can stay longer, but many alarms will activate, and you'd end up trapped there, so don't worry, you'll have another opportunity to return. Rygar listened intently as the prince continued explaining. He spoke about the records, enchantments, and practical tips for navigating the tower's complex magical system's internal barriers, annotations left by past users of the same magic. The tower held many secrets. It had been left behind by the royal family's ancestors, and no one else possessed the knowledge to recreate or even fully comprehend its mysteries. After finishing his explanations, the prince gave a slight smile. You may enter now, Sir Rygar. Your magic circle is blue. Once inside, it will turn purple. Happy studying. The prince showed no signs of threat. In fact, he seemed almost indifferent to Rygar's presence, as if this were just routine. Rygar looked at the door before him, sensing a feeling of danger, but he did not hesitate, as the feeling wasn't strong enough to stop him. The prince remained behind with Gerton, watching him leave calmly. Rygar entered the room, the door closing softly behind him. Suddenly, Rygar felt his body being dragged into an unknown place, an invisible force pulling his hands and body with a pressure that seemed to root him to the depths of the earth. He tried to resist, but chains wrapped around him. They seemed to be made of a metallic green material, and a dragon's form was engraved on the chains. Rygar recognized it as a truly dangerous item. The icy touch of these chains connected to nothingness, as if they were an extension of something beyond space and time. With each attempt to move, the pressure increased until he found himself trapped. He quickly looked at the magic circle on his hand, now a deep black, a clear sign that something was wrong according to the prince's instructions. The immediate sense of danger he had felt since entering the tower intensified. His sharp senses, fully alert, caught sight of multiple mages in an enormous hall. Spiral staircases ascended around him, making it feel like he stood at the center of a vast auditorium like a professor in a lecture hall. The mages stood in precise formation, their staffs, wands, and other magical implements at the ready, their faces impassive. And in front of them, dozens of knights stood as their shield. One of them exuded a subtle sense of danger. He wore red armor, had long blonde hair, and carried a slender sword, a rapier. Rygar recognized him immediately. He was the king of the north, the very man he had first challenged at the headquarters of the North God-style Has Julian, the Red Death. Among the mages in the back, two figures stood out, one radiating authority, Minister Yalal Wisebond, and another who bore a striking resemblance to the king, though younger. The younger mage smirked upon seeing the sealing chains take effect. This was an item the Dragon King Kingdom had held for a long time, a sealing artifact that could restrain even emperor-level beings once they were caught. It was said to have once belonged to a mad dragon god of the past. See, the mage said, looking directly at Rygar. I told you I could modify the magic circle. Minister Yalal, beside him, seemed slightly relieved, though he still couldn't hide his concern. All the knights, mages, and warriors present felt relieved. They all knew what they would have faced if the chains hadn't worked, and it was a comfort to see Rygar now trapped. Some began to laugh, others started talking, but in that instant, Rygar smiled. Then, unable to hold back, he started laughing. Has Julian, one of the few still paying attention, furrowed his brows, observing Rygar closely, trying to understand the reason for his laughter. And then his eyes widened as he shouted, preparing for battle. Minister, retreat. Only then did others realize the green magical chains binding Rygar, the most powerful artifact of the Dragon King Kingdom. The sealing chains of the Mad Dragon King, which had previously restrained even emperor-level mages and warriors, were floating 5 centimeters away from Rygar's skin. Rygar grinned as he smoothly slipped out of the chains, his body flexible and unrestrained. The chains had only captured the barrier magic Rygar had prepared around himself beforehand. He had poured a massive amount of mana into that barrier, yet visible cracks had already formed, proving just how immense the pressure of those chains truly was. Still, he could feel it. The chains did not act purely on inertia. They seemed to freeze space itself, and an overwhelming gravity crushed down on their target. Even with his strength, without the barrier, he would have been caught. Rygar walked forward smoothly as the chains continued gripping only his invisible barrier, his battle thirst spreading through the hall. Then, as the warriors panicked and the mages began chanting spells, he spoke. If this is all you had, then it's time to cleanse the Dragon King Kingdom. Saying this, he unleashed the howling magic trapped in his throat at full power. A shockwave erupted like a roar throughout the hall. Prime Minister Yalal did not hesitate when he saw Rygar free from the chains. With a cautious gaze, he began to leave the place without even waiting for a single word from the beast warrior. Even as a North Saint, he wasn't going to stay and help in any battle. But then a roar, more like a living thunderclap, shook the very foundations of the hall. A devastating shockwave, created by howling magic, swept through everything around. Many warriors had prepared for this technique. After all, they knew they would be fighting Rygar. But something was wrong. It was stronger, far stronger than usual. Rygar had used this magic at a level even he had never reached before. Even with their ears covered, the sound pierced into their minds and shook their brains. Even the most experienced warriors were thrown into the air like rag dolls, some foaming at the mouth, some passing out before they even hit the ground. The hall trembled. Rygar lifted his gaze to the top of the staircase. He was in the lower part of the hall. He didn't know where this place was. These strange magical chains had seemed to pull him from the magic tower, and he felt he was no longer there. Amid the chaos and the muffled sounds of bodies hitting the floor, he looked toward those behind the trap. Prime Minister Yalal Wisebond, and the court mage, whom Rygar assumed to be the king's brother, Livandri King Dragon. He did not wait a moment longer and advanced. The wooden floor behind him cracked like paper under the explosion of his speed. Each step shattered the ground. Each movement was a blur of speed and fury. His swords were unsheathed in an instant, Tsukikage in his right hand and Night Hinter in his left. But then, a red flash. A thin blade flew straight for his eye. Rygar leaped backward, surprised that he hadn't noticed the enemy's approach, dodging with a flash step. A knight in red armor blocked his path. Julian, the North King. He shouted, "Block him here? Protect the Prime Minister and Lord Livandri." After saying that, he ran into the midst of the other warriors, and his presence grew fainter as he blended into the crowd. The warriors regained their momentum, throwing themselves at Rygar like a tidal wave of blades and steel. The mages in the back began chanting spells, their incantations echoing through the hall amid the confusion. "Furious spirit of flames, bastard of hell. Rise to the land of man and swing your fist. Strike down my sworn enemy and consume. Answer my call, god of darkness, and destroy my enemy." Stone cannon. Rygar only sighed. The leader's decapitation technique was his favorite since it ended fights almost instantly. But if this was how it was going to be, so be it. He activated his magic eye and vanished with a flash step. In the blink of an eye, he was between two swordsmen leading the vanguard. He used the longsword of light. One strike. One's head flew off, his body collapsing lifelessly. The second tried to react, but Rygar had already pierced his heart with the black blade before he could even comprehend his own death. Blood sprayed in a macabre arc. The moment they realized he was in their midst, he jumped. Spells crashed against the ground where he had been just moments before. Explosions tore through the air, the heat scorching the edges of his pants. He floated among his enemies, spinning through the air like a swift and merciless demon. The moment he touched the ground again, it cracked, and hardened earth spikes erupted around him, impaling at least 3 nearby warriors. One enemy warrior dashed through his allies with extreme speed, executing the familiar longsword of light with masterful precision, a sword saint from the Dragon King kingdom. But Rygar was no easy target. Another leap, another burst of speed, and he evaded the saint. He was a lethal blur, cutting through the battlefield like an invisible reaper. His movements were too fast to follow with the naked eye. Longsword of light gleamed, sweeping the air with cuts so fast they seemed to tear through reality itself. Tsukikage danced in flames, and with a single arc, he cleaved an enemy in half. The body exploded in fire, the wave of heat setting everything around ablaze and throwing the next warriors back with its shockwave. The battlefield was thrown into chaos by a single enemy. Some warriors panicked. The power gap was undeniable. With every step, Rygar devastated entire ranks, his fierce smile never wavering. One of the knights turned to flee only to be split in half by a wind blade before he could take 3 steps. Another fell to his knees, begging for his life only for his head to roll across the floor as Rygar blurred past. Stone cannons fired in his direction. Fireballs tore through the air. Pillars of flame rose in a desperate attempt to stop him. But nothing could halt his advance. He sliced through the spells midair using flow, cutting the magic apart as if they were mere fruits. The mages fell into despair. Some tried to retreat, others continued casting, only to be engulfed by their own explosions when Rygar split their incantations in 2. The hall was left in ruins. Pillars collapsed, bodies were flung against walls from the force of battle. Fire danced around Rygar, but he only continued forward faster, fiercer. He was hunting. The Prime Minister had already left the hall, but Livandri remained, leading and commanding the mages and warriors. Only because of him did the group not dissolve into chaos and flee from Rygar's slaughter. As for the Prime Minister, he wasn't too worried, he already knew his scent. How far could he go before Rygar finished here and found him? Even being a North Saint, he wouldn't get far. This was the perfect case of you can run, but you can't hide. Rygar would find him. With a wild smile, Rygar charged forward. The massacre continued. The energy in the hall churned like a storm on the verge of erupting. Livandri was chanting the incantation of a saint-class spell unknown to Rygar. Rygar could see the buildup of mana with his magic eye and prepared to interrupt it with a faster spell when a chill ran down his spine. A sharpened instinct warned him something was approaching. With an almost unconscious movement, Rygar twisted his body and unleashed a flame slice, a blazing wave of fire cutting through the air behind him, destroying everything in its path. The flare revealed a crimson silhouette, Julian, swift as a specter, dodging at the last instant. His feet barely touched the ground, and before Rygar could pursue him, other magical attacks rained down. Once again, Rygar wondered how had Julian gotten so close without triggering his senses? He had only felt him through instinct. Mages completed their incantations, spewing fiery explosions and stone projectiles from the top of the staircase. Swordsmen advanced, forming a circle to restrict his mobility. But containing Rygar was nothing more than a distant dream for them. The ground gave way beneath his feet as he shot forward like an arrow, flash step and burst step combined, turning him into a silver and crimson blur. Wielding the longsword of light, wreathed in flames, he cleaved a warrior in half, his body swallowed by the intense glow. With Tsukikage, he delivered a horizontal slash bathed in fire, reducing 3 soldiers to ashes in an instant. One of the mages shouted a prayer as he conjured an earth fortress, but it was useless. Rygar tore through the barrier like a furious spear, his blade piercing the mage's skull before he could complete his next invocation. Explosions shook the hall as magic collided with walls, pillars, and unfortunate warriors caught in the crossfire. Stone cannons shattered the floor, turning the battlefield into a chaotic inferno. Some warriors hesitated, stepping back. But the more experienced ones, the Sword Saints and North Saints, held their ground, their sharp eyes analyzing Rygar's every move. Has Julian, who had been waiting for an opening, struck again. He emerged from the shadows like a snake, his razor-thin blade seeking to slice through the side of Rygar's neck. But this time, the beast warrior was ready. Without looking, Rygar moved Tsukikage to intercept, and their blades clashed in a burst of sparks. Has Julian retreated, perplexed. His technique, the legendary formless sword of the North God style, was being neutralized by his opponent. Rygar didn't need to predict the attack. He simply felt it. This was a technique well known on the central continent. Has Julian had already slain 2 king-class opponents with it, all because it revolved around completely erasing one's presence, being formless, in constant flux, before killing the enemy with a single strike. But Rygar simply felt when an attack was meant to kill him and avoided it. The next assault came from all sides. The Sword Saint and the 2 North Saints advanced together, their swords gleaming with the power of their toki. Rygar didn't hesitate, he dashed straight at the Sword Saint, clashing in pure technique. The Sword Saint struck with equal ferocity using the longsword of light, but Rygar was faster, slicing his blade into the man's heart before he could react. The ground cracked beneath the weight of their confrontation. One of the North Saint withdrew, but with a flash step, Rygar cut diagonally with Tsukikage. The warrior barely managed to block, but the blue blade was wreathed in lightning, slicing his sword in half without resistance, cleaving him in two. A fire explosion launched by Linvandri struck Rygar and the already dead warrior, spreading flames everywhere and sending shockwaves through the surroundings. The third saint was alert, but he only had time to see Rygar emerging from the cloud of fire, his longsword of light severing his head in a clean strike. Has Julian watched the carnage, suppressing a shiver. Every one of Rygar's strikes distorted the space around him, such was the raw force behind them. He was more than a warrior, he was a walking natural disaster. Above, at the top of the staircase, Linvandri finished his saint-class spell. The mana in the hall converged toward him, ice swirling around his body. He looked down, locking eyes with Rygar. And pierce my enemies with the icy dagger. Ice spear. A massive ice spear exploded forward at blinding speed, freezing everything in its path. It struck with full force, but contrary to expectations, Rygar didn't dodge. Instead, he took the classic stance of the water god style. He took a deep breath as Tsukikage was engulfed in flames and slashed. The impact of the ice spear made the ground around Rygar crack, and he was slightly pushed back due to the sheer force. The ice spear erupted into frigid energy as it was completely cleaved in two, steam rising from the collision. The fragments crashed into the floor, utterly devastating the area around Rygar, showcasing the power of a saint-class spell. His arm and everything around him were frozen, but he was smiling. At that moment, Has Julian appeared again, this time without warning, and landed his first hit. A thin, almost imperceptible cut across Rygar's abdomen. On instinct, Rygar unleashed a lightning spell at random, striking Has Julian and slamming him against the wall with brutal force. Realizing he had landed a hit, Rygar prepared to finish him. But then he felt it poison. His body, conditioned to resist lethal substances, began to falter. A wave of dizziness threatened to topple him. What poison is this? With no time to hesitate, he decisively incinerated the infected portion of his abdomen with fire magic. The pain was excruciating, a roar of agony escaped his throat. Blood gushed, but he remained in control, healing himself as quickly as possible. Even so, the delay nearly cost him. A fireball roared toward him, accompanied by the deadly glint of a blade. He launched himself to the side with flash step, but not entirely in time. The strike tore through his shoulder. His eyes burned with fury. His regeneration was taking effect, but Has Julian was still alive and had once again vanished using that strange technique, recovering somewhere from the lightning Rygar had struck him with. Even so, the priority was to move forward. He turned to the last remaining mages. Focusing his mana, he advanced. A warrior blocked his path, but Rygar didn't even need to put in any effort. He decapitated him in a single strike. Some mages tried to cast last-minute spells, but Rygar was already prepared. He raised an arm, aimed, and fired supersonic wind bullets. The mages' heads exploded with a deafening crack. Their bodies collapsed like puppets without strings. And the path to his final target was opening. The remaining enemies froze when he looked at them, all recognizing their fate just from Rygar's gaze. He walked lightly as another lone warrior tried to attack him, only to be blasted into the wall by a bolt of lightning. Finally, he stopped in front of the court mage, Livandri Kingdragon, the king's brother. The figure dressed in luxurious robes panted, sweating cold. His eyes, once full of confidence, were now a mix of denial and determination. Behind him, the last standing saint-level warrior trembled visibly. The night hunter's poison was slowly petrifying his body, making each breath an agonizing struggle. His muscles were failing, his organs shutting down one by one. With a final, hoarse gasp, he collapsed forward, dead before hitting the ground. The other remaining warriors gripped their swords with trembling hands, unable to hide their growing fear. Rygar observed silently, his sharp eyes locked onto the figure of Livandri Kingdragon, the king's brother. The mage was impassive, unafraid of his impending death. His gaze was serene, as if he had already accepted his fate. Rygar tilted his head slightly and sneered. Your friend, the minister, was smarter. He ran when he had the chance. Not that he can escape me anyway, of course. A fierce smile formed on his face. His eyes gleamed with a mix of excitement and predatory certainty. Perhaps Has Julian, the Red Death, might escape, he added thoughtfully. I haven't met anyone who could hide from me in years. But speaking of which, it seems he abandoned you here, didn't he? Livandri remained impassive. His voice was calm, without resentment. The moment you weren't trapped by the ceiling chains, I had already lost. The rest was just an attempt, assuming fate was on my side. Rygar smiled. He could tell the mage wasn't lying. His cards had run out. The only remaining obstacle now was that minister. Once he was eliminated, the lingering sense of threat would finally disappear. I never thought of using barrier magic that way, Livandri murmured. But then again, no one but you could use it without an incantation, and no one has as much mana. The mage sighed, seeming resigned. His once determined gaze now showed exhaustion. Heya, I hit an iron wall this time. My last gambit is, would you kill the king's brother after making an alliance with him? It may not seem like it, but my brother is quite fond of me. Rygar stared at him, his expression unchanged. Yes, I would. Livandri chuckled lightly and sighed again. All right. I know you can sense danger and all, but still, be careful with Yalal. He may only be a saint, but he has some very dangerous items and plenty of allies in other kingdoms. Rygar's eyes glowed in response. And please, Livandri added, his tone now filled with pride, give me the honor of dying to that magnificent magic you created, the lightning. Rygar smiled. A spark flickered in his eyes before a devastating bolt of lightning erupted from his hand, tearing through the air with a deafening roar. The lightning struck Livandri head-on, hurling him violently through 2 walls. His body convulsed uncontrollably, electricity consuming him entirely. And then, silence. He was already dead before his body even hit the ground. The remaining guards trembled, watching Rygar in absolute shock. Those who still had the will to fight didn't even have time to react. He eliminated them without hesitation, his blades cutting through their pathetic resistance like leaves in the wind. The last 3 guards, pale, could barely hold their swords steady in their trembling hands. Rygar stared at them, his overwhelming presence suffocating the air around them. Leave, he ordered, his voice low but carrying undeniable menace. Report what happened here, exactly as it happened. The invisible pressure of his killing intent made them freeze in place. This may be your only chance to live. If I arrive and the king already knows everything about the ambush, perhaps I'll forget your faces. The guards exchanged glances and, without hesitation, ran away. Rygar didn't stop them. He then looked back at the bodies and the destruction left behind. He thought, why am I always fighting multiple people at the same time? And entire armies on top of that? He pushed those thoughts aside and used his wind magic. There was no way he would leave that magical chain behind. It had such mysterious powers that he hadn't even begun to decipher them yet, even after being trapped by it. He coiled the chain and fastened it to his waist. Leaving the shattered hall, he took a deep breath and lifted his face to the sky. They were still inside the kingdom, but at its very edge. His nose picked up a distinct scent in the air. His eyes narrowed, locking onto a precise direction. Running out of the city, he murmured, his tone dripping with contempt. You're sealing your fate, minister. Then, he shot forward like a lightning bolt, his silhouette vanishing in a blur of speed. The hunt had begun. Yalal wouldn't escape. The wind cut across Rygar's face as he shot through the forest, moving like a blur between the trees. The closer he got, the more the uncomfortable feeling in his chest grew, an ominous premonition that his body warned him about. But he smiled. To him, this only confirmed that the Northern King, Has Julian, had followed the Prime Minister. That would justify the unsettling sensation in his chest. Even so, he remained vigilant of his surroundings, alert to any sign of someone else nearby. Meanwhile, he thought that after this, he would finally have time to study new magic. He could challenge Ornthorn and, perhaps, finally obtain the title of Sword King and challenge Ghislaine. His blood boiled at the thought, but he didn't allow himself to be distracted. There was still an enemy ahead, and he wouldn't make the mistake of relaxing before the final victory. He truly believed that the sense of danger he had felt since arriving in the city was due to the Prime Minister's surveillance. He theorized in his mind that they had probably been contacted by melees, and with enough benefits, anyone would accept. He had been theorizing this ever since he saw the minister and sensed his intentions. The thought process made sense, and when things that are about to go wrong actually go exactly as a person predicted, they tend to unconsciously relax. Things that would normally make him more cautious began to seem like logical explanations for the situations he had theorized. His sense of danger attributed to the minister and his knight. His senses detecting no one for miles. The real feeling of danger that he had just rationalized. In fact, Hitagama's advice not to kill Minister Yalal only reinforced his desire to do the opposite, to defy the human god directly. That would be satisfying. He had been cautious of the emperor who challenged Ornthorn a month ago, but in the end, the real dangers were the minister and Livandri, the king's brother. And if he hadn't been careful, those sealing chains would have been a huge problem. Now, only Has Julian remained an uncertainty, but according to Livandri's words, he was loyal to the minister. If that was true, they would be together. And that was exactly what Rygar needed. The forest began to change. The dense trees and vegetation gave way to dry, rocky terrain, surrounded by mountains. He didn't slow down, automatically adjusting his body to the new unstable ground. His sharp eyes detected movement in the distance. There they were. The minister and Has Julian ran side by side, their cloaks billowing in the wind. Rygar wasted no time. He increased his speed, each step leaving small cracks due to the sheer force, propelled by his magic. The ominous feeling of danger intensified, pressing against his mind like an insistent alarm. His eyebrows furrowed for a brief moment as he felt his danger sense growing stronger. Was it because of that lethal poison? Whatever the case, he would be careful. His feet struck the ground even harder, and in an instant, he was close enough to see the fugitive's tensed muscles, hear their heavy breathing. The minister turned back, his eyes widening as he realized Rygar had caught up to them. Has Julian, on the other hand, showed no surprise. He simply maintained his pace, as if he had already expected this. Rygar smiled, predatory. As he ran, lightning began forming around him, using Tsukikage as his arcane focus, the electricity pulsing violently, growing in intensity. The energy vibrated in the air, crackling as a storm of lightning gathered in his hand. Has Julian and the minister realized the imminent threat and, in a synchronized movement, split in opposite directions. Rygar hesitated for a fraction of a second. His primary target should be the minister. Has Julian, even if he was a threat, was loyal to him. If the minister fell, Has Julian would have no more reason to keep running. With that decision made, Rygar unleashed the chain lightning. The same attack he had been developing since his fight against the Kraken chain lightning. The thunder roared like a monster unleashed from its cage. The lightning expanded into a brilliant web, dancing across the field, blasting the ground, pulverizing the surrounding rocks, and carving fissures into the earth. The violent impact raised a curtain of dust and debris, turning the landscape into chaos illuminated by electricity. Even as a North Saint, the minister couldn't evade the assault forever. One of the bolts struck him, and he was hurled backward, his body dragged across the rough ground as he screamed in pain. Rygar closed in, his silhouette outlined by the lingering sparks in the air. He didn't want to waste time. In his hand, a blazing explosion was already forming, swirling with a fiery glow. The minister lay on the ground, still convulsing from the electrical discharge. As Rygar was about to deliver the final blow, the man, still trembling, reached into his pocket and pulled out a small glass bottle. His eyes widened in desperation and fury as he shouted, "Die." He removed the cap in a single motion, and immediately, a bolt of lightning burst from the bottle, shooting toward Rygar at an insane speed. Rygar only had time to think, lightning. The impact was brutal. The electricity coursed through his body like invisible claws, burning his skin and launching him backward. The pain was intense, but Rygar had no time to hesitate. Instinctively, he gathered mana and activated his healing magic, feeling his body partially regenerate as he fell. At the last moment, without thinking, he unleashed the fire magic he had gathered in his hand behind him to kill the minister. The ground trembled and shattered as the flames expanded violently, consuming everything around them. The fiery explosion missed by mere inches the thin poisoned blade aimed at his throat. Has Julian was caught directly the shockwave and fire flung him away, burning almost his entire body as the explosion hurled him to one side and Rygar to the other. For a moment, the battlefield fell silent again. Rygar healed his wounds and cautiously looked toward Has Julian. He was still standing. His rapier, still gleaming with the lethal poison, trembled in his hand. He was limping, his once impeccable posture now showing signs of exhaustion. He wasn't an exceptional close-quarters combatant at best, he was on par with a North Saint. His confidence lay in his formless sword technique. But Rygar countered it directly. Even so, he did not try to run again. He merely sighed, his cold gaze meeting Rygar's. "This is the end," murmured Has Julian, resigned, as the crackling of flames and the snapping of lightning still echoed across the battlefield. Rygar felt his skin tingle as a sensation of danger swelled in his chest. His instincts screamed, but he still didn't know where the threat was coming from. He had fully healed from the lightning, his muscles relaxing for an instant, and then, without hesitation, he raised his hand and fired a high-speed stone bullet straight at the minister's head. The projectile shot forward like a bullet, but at the last moment, a magical barrier shimmered around the minister. A sharp crack followed, then the sound of shattering glass. One of the rings the minister wore crumbled, and to Rygar's surprise, the man began laughing. A loud, hysterical, almost maniacal laugh. Has Julian, kneeling and gasping beside him, had half his body burned, his skin blackened and twisted by the previous explosion. Yet he showed no pain, only unwavering loyalty. Still laughing, the minister raised his eyes to Rygar and said, "Do you have any last questions before death, O great red wolf?" Ha 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 ha. Rygar frowned. His discomfort grew. Something was wrong. He remained on guard and asked, firmly, "Do you have another trick up your sleeve?" The minister smiled strangely. His voice turned almost melancholic as he replied, "I don't. I had two plans. Ideally, you would have been trapped in the chains and seal of the Mad Dragon King. The second best outcome was you dying from Has Julian's poison, which comes from a basilisk extinct for 400 years. It's extremely lethal and putrefies the body upon entering the bloodstream." He sighed before continuing. "I was certain the chain plan would work. But if it didn't, I at least believed they could hold you off long enough for me to escape. Now, I can't even run anymore. We're in the middle of nowhere. A fitting grave for two northern kings and a minister? I don't know, but it's what we have." That sentence sent a chill down Rygar's spine. He looked around. His trained eyes scanned for any detail in the environment. His ears opened up for any sound. But there was nothing. No strange movement. Only the wind blowing over the rocks and sand. The feeling worsened when he asked, his voice heavy with suspicion. What do you mean, a grave for the three of us? Only you two will die today. He needed information. The minister knew something. He knew the source of this ominous feeling. Then, the man laughed again, loud and uncontrolled, his head tilting slightly back. That was the deal. You could have followed us here, or not followed us here. If you hadn't, the two of us would have continued our lives in another kingdom. Never mind that, I would have hunted you down, ha ha ha. But if you came, none of us would survive this day, ha 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 ha. Rygar felt a shiver crawl up his spine. Who made this deal with you? The minister stopped laughing, his eyes now eerily empty. His voice came out in a disturbingly calm tone. Have you ever heard of the false positive strategy? Well, I hadn't. My entire plan, all my dedication to killing you with 90% certainty, was nothing but someone else's clown show? Ha 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 ha. A bitter taste filled Rygar's mouth. His instincts now screamed. The minister looked at Has Julian, his tone becoming gentle for the first time. I'm sorry, Has Julian. You weren't supposed to be here with me. The Red Knight, his face partially melted, answered without hesitation. I am your sword, my lord. And I will die as one. It was at that moment that Rygar felt the true threat. A shadow of pure terror fell upon him. His heart pounded. His breath quickened. He didn't know where it was coming from, but he knew it was real. That it was here. The minister, seeing his expression, simply smirked. He's always been there, flaming beast. Always watching. Then, slowly, he raised his arm and pointed toward a distant mountain. Rygar followed his finger with his eyes. The distance was absurd. There was no way to see or hear anything from there. But now, an enormous purple light had appeared. He launched himself into the air and activated his magic vision. And then he saw it. What was revealed before his eyes made his spine tremble. Never in his entire life had he seen such an absurd concentration of mana in a single attack. His eyes widened. His entire body tensed, his fur standing on end. He shot forward at full speed, fleeing like never before. His body burned mana, burst step exploding from his feet as he tore through the air. And then, he felt it. He felt the attack being launched, like a small sun coming toward him. An unbearable, overwhelming heat. A simple fireball had been cast. But it was no ordinary fireball. This was no ordinary magic. The fireball grew in his vision at an absurd speed, crossing kilometers in seconds, scorching the very air around it. A flaming spear sent by the gods. Rygar clenched his teeth and began raising every barrier he knew against flames. Resistance spells, layer upon layer of protection. He summoned water around himself, cloaked himself in toki, forcing every fiber of his being to resist. And then, it happened. The world exploded. The fireball detonated in the air, and the impact was indescribable. The light blinded everything for an instant. The sound came afterward, a shockwave so strong it shattered rocks kilometers away. The ground trembled. The surrounding mountains were swallowed by a sea of flames. Has Julian and the minister were obliterated instantly. Their bodies didn't even have a chance to burn, they were vaporized. The explosion consumed Rygar. His world became an absolute hell. The heat surpassed anything he had ever experienced. His body burned. His toki roared in defiance. The water around him evaporated in an instant. And then, silence. Nothing remained but embers and ashes. POV, Rudeus Greyrat. We were on a mountain far from the capital. From up here we could see almost everything, but we had to hunt our food and sleep in the cold of the cave. Actually, SYLPHY, and I warmed the cave with magic, but that's not the point. What squalid conditions to leave your group in? Irresponsible leader? The location of our leader, Lyrax, was unknown to the group. We stayed in the capital for a while, but then, just a few days ago, Lyrax suddenly told us to leave the city and head for the mountain. Ever since we arrived, I questioned Lyrax about why we had to be so far from the capital, but he just replied without taking it seriously. Glass cannon? You haven't even encountered him yet, what do you want to argue? You don't understand. He'll know everything as soon as you look at him, and it will be impossible to catch him in this ambush if he knows about us. Once we try to kill that guy, we can't let him get away alive on the first attempt. Even so, I remained skeptical. Lyrax even forbade us from getting close to the capital after Rygar's group, our target, entered the city. Only he went there, insisting that if we met him directly, he would discern our intentions with just one glance thanks to his sharp instincts. But how could anyone do that? After all, no matter how good an instinct is, it's merely the body's reaction to danger. It can't see the future, can it? Yet Lyrax was the leader, and he wouldn't let me question him any further. After all, I only had 2 jobs, use my magic and devise strategies. Everyone in the group except Lyrax was gathered at the top of the mountain. A blazing bonfire illuminated Morton, Hector, Vidette, Ygritte, and SYLPHY, who were laughing and chatting about various things. Sigh. Weren't they even a little nervous? How could they act so normally in the face of what was to come? Even my adorable SYLPHY? I looked into the distance again. A vast mountainous landscape stretched out below us, covered by a sea of clouds. My eyes rested on the stone helmet I'd fashioned with earth magic. The visor obscured my eyes from onlookers, and with the leather armor I wore, I could easily be mistaken for a gnome or a dwarf when I donned it. As I touched the helmet, I remembered my journey here. On the way, I had decided to follow Hitagama's advice, and indeed, I randomly encountered a blue-haired man at the port of Begarit, and he was exactly the one we were looking for. He knew quite a bit about our target. He was aware of his skills and the supernatural instincts that allowed him to evade every ambush. It seemed that a friend of that blue-haired guy, a fellow with a monkey-like face, had once traveled with our target, Rygar Adoldia. He was incredible, skilled in absolutely everything he did, and possessed an exceptional ferocity. His organization was currently in conflict with Melee's, but I didn't know why until we reached the kingdom of the Dragon King. It was there that Lyrax discovered an attack on a noble house where Rygar had invaded alone and massacred the entire household, including several innocents. This only added credibility to Hitagama's words that he was a ruthless and cruel murderer. Not that I had much choice, of course. Lyrax had already decided to kill him. Apparently, the payment was something he said could not be bought, not even with all the gold in the world. From what I understood of the story, Lyrax had been hired before to kill Rygar's mentor, Rudeus Greyrat, and even Rygar himself, but he had refused at the time because Rygar was just a child. According to him, anyone under 10 was still considered a child, and he never harmed anyone below that age. That didn't make sense to me, but it seemed to be one of his personal rules. Rygar's group seemed to have gained 2 new members recently. One of them was a small child, but we didn't know who they were for now. Glass cannon? Stop staring at the horizon looking for answers. Morton's boisterous voice yanked me from my thoughts. The red-skinned demon, over 2 meters tall, laughed while holding a jug of drink. I turned and retorted, "It's better than drinking before it becomes your last day alive." Morton laughed even louder, slapping Hector hard, who was also laughing. The others didn't seem as worried as I was, but something told me we should be. Yet everyone here had immense trust in Lyrax, something he had never given any reason to doubt. At that moment, a man with dark skin, long curly hair, and a scimitar strapped at his waist leaped down the mountain with superhuman strength, landing near the group. His smile was wide and provocative. "The minister has made his move," he announced, with a dangerous gleam in his eyes. It was Lyrax. Silence fell over the group for a moment. Then Morton laughed, finally. Everyone else was tense, but no one showed fear, only readiness for the imminent battle. Vidette, the demon mage, crossed her arms and addressed Lyrax directly, her expression skeptical. "Are you sure that this minister won't succeed in his assassination attempt?" she asked, her voice full of distrust. "If he succeeds, we'd theoretically fail our mission and waste our time coming here, since we wouldn't get any payment from Melee's." Lyrax threw his head back and laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, how can a target I took such care of be killed by them?" His voice brimmed with incredulity. Hector, the oldest and most experienced of us, turned to Lyrax, his gaze piercing. "Why are you so sure?" he asked, leaning forward slightly. Lyrax stared deeply at Hector, his single visible eye shining in the half-light. "You haven't seen him in person." He paused, a wild smile crossing his face, his tone tinged with anticipation. "I only caught a glimpse of him from kilometers away and he noticed me." He paused again. "I don't know if anything in the world can catch him by surprise. But that minister still wants to fool him with nothing but his silver tongue? Ha ha ha, good luck to him." Sylphy, who had been silent until then, leaned forward, her expression showing more curiosity than worry. "Why is the kingdom of the Dragon King trying to kill him in the first place?" The girl's voice was serious, yet more curious than accusatory. Lyrax spoke disinterestedly while cleaning his ear with his finger and brushing off the dirt. "Melee's also contacted the kingdom of the Dragon King and offered many benefits if they ambushed Rygar when he appeared. Of course, King Leonard declined, since he planned to make Rygar an ally, but then Melee secretly reached out to his brother, Livandri King Dragon, and the Prime Minister, and they were tempted by the benefits." Vidette sighed, running her hand through her dark hair. "I hope everything works out," she murmured. Her gaze fell on me, Rudeus, who seemed lost in my own thoughts. "I hope your false positive strategy works." I forced a somewhat bitter smile. "Me too." I stared into the bonfire for a moment, watching the flames dance as if trying to say something. The plan was risky and heavily depended on the target acting as we intended, but it made sense. When I learned of Rygar's troublesome ability to sense danger, and because of that, never having been ambushed, I immediately began devising a way to circumvent it. The false positive was a tactic used by criminals and military forces on Earth to mislead police investigations or enemy armies. A situation was engineered in which the enemy believed they had discovered the location and objective of their opponent, when in reality, it was all manipulation. Each party would go further than the other. Some would sacrifice an entire troop to make the distraction even more convincing, or pay people to take the blame and get arrested in their place. Many would even create a new objective that made sense for that troop, and the troop would truly believe they were on an important mission. But in truth, they were the false positive designed so the enemy thought they already knew everything about our intentions. Yet the true strategy remained hidden. When Hector heard about this tactic, he quickly suggested that we use the minister and the king's brother as our false positive, to give Rygar the impression that the enemies were truly dangerous. That way, even if his instincts warned him, he would still be caught in the trap. Well, it's great that the Prime Minister assumed that role. I don't think anyone else could have deceived him so well. He was really intent on and confident about either killing or capturing Rygar. Hector shrugged, a cheeky smile appearing on his face. "Actually, from what I heard when I spoke with the minister, that guy was almost certain of success. In exchange for selling all the information they had on Rygar to the minister, he agreed that if his plan failed, he would flee the capital by a specific route. Of course, he had already planned to escape if his scheme went awry. But the fact was, he was extremely confident. He seemed to place all his trust in a certain ceiling item. Rygar was not known for being lenient, and the Prime Minister knew that failure would mean nothing short of death for him. Yet he still negotiated that he would flee along the designated route, but if Rygar didn't pursue him, the deal would be off and he'd simply run off to another kingdom and continue his life. The strategy assumed that, given Rygar's personality, he would strive to tie up loose ends. If the Prime Minister tried to escape, Rygar would chase him. In that moment, he would sense the danger, yet deem it relatively normal. That's when the storm of tyranny would come into play. Then Lyrax pulled off his eye patch, revealing his eye of clairvoyance. The bonfire's light reflected off his iris, which shone with a supernatural hue. The vision unfolding before him was for his eyes alone, but the firm opening of his jaw indicated that something was happening. Stand ready, Lyrax said with a smile laden with authority. His eyes glowed intensely. Glass cannon. He addressed me directly. This will be the strongest spell you have ever cast in your life. A chill ran down my spine. My heart began to pound, but I did not hesitate. I grabbed my staff and readied myself. This was no time for doubts. I was determined. Lyrax gazed at the horizon, his eyes half closed as the cold mountain breeze whipped against his face. Everyone was at the ready, and the heavy silence filled the air. I could feel sweat trickling down my neck, my breathing quickening as I asked, "Are you sure he can't sense our presence here?" Lyrax laughed a low sound full of amusement. "I don't think so." Before I could ask another question, Lyrax widened his eyes and grinned wildly. "He's there? Ha 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 ha." He pointed with his chin to a distant spot. "The minister and his subordinate are running towards the mountains, and Rygar has just appeared and is chasing them." The excitement in Lyrax's voice was palpable. He spun on his heels and clapped me hard on the shoulder. "Come on, glass cannon. Now you're going to be like those snipers you always talk about. Start charging." The rest of the group stepped back a little, keeping their distance. I took a deep breath, steadying my breathing to maintain concentration. Gripping my staff, the scaled king of the desert of fire, I raised it. I closed one eye and aimed at the horizon. Lyrax was using his eye of clairvoyance, watching carefully where Rygar moved. A little more to the left. Lyrax guided. A bit higher. There. Stop there. I felt a surge of nervousness. My target wasn't just anyone. He was the Red Wolf, the flaming beast. I needed to gather more mana than ever if I was to hurt him. Even if I couldn't kill him in one shot, Lyrax and Morton would immediately set off to finish the job. I began channeling my mana, drawing every drop of power from within. A fireball emerged at the tip of my staff, growing rapidly, first orange, then yellow, then blue. The seething energy compressed tighter and tighter. Finally, the fire turned into an extremely light purple, almost whitish, pulsating with overwhelming intensity. Lyrax, who was watching Rygar from afar, seeing him finally defeat Julian, the Red Death, with a fire explosion, noticed that Rygar still remained alert to his surroundings. He could tell the young, feral one was scanning frantically for the threat that surrounded him. Then Lyrax laughed. "Morton? With me? Ha 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 ha." And with that, he leapt down the mountain, his steps so swift and fierce they resembled those of a beast on the hunt. The red demon, Morton, laughed excitedly and followed, brandishing his enormous cleavers. My heart pounded as my hands sweated around the staff's handle. I knew this would be the strongest spell I had ever conjured. I felt the weight of the decision on my shoulders, but I did not hesitate. I adjusted my aim, felt my mana flow reach its peak, and then I unleashed it. POV, Rygar Adoldia. I was dreaming. I was floating in the sky, my arms outstretched, feeling the gentle wind caress my skin. I looked around, awestruck by the vastness above the clouds, as if I were completely weightless. The sun was setting in the distance, painting the sky in golden and orange hues that seemed to melt softly over the clouds. I felt that everything was under my control, the winds, the direction, the very sense of freedom. As if the sky were my home, my sanctuary, my domain. But then, control slipped from my hands. A sudden, strange tightness gripped my chest. The pain emerged like a hot blade, cutting deeply and freezing time for an instant. I gasped, trying to breathe, but the air seemed to escape from my lungs. The pain only grew, as if my body were being torn from the inside out. Suddenly, I began to fall. My vision distorted, and I was hurled downward in a free fall. The cutting wind on my face became a whirlwind. I tried to react, reaching for my swords, but my hands trembled, as if my very arms no longer obeyed my commands. I attempted to conjure magic, but the words came out as mere whispers, distorted, as if I were lost in a reality where nothing functioned anymore. My feet no longer touched the ground, and the world around me spun in spirals, faster and faster. Just when the earth seemed poised to catch me, a sudden clarity struck. Is this a dream? And then, the world turned upside down. It felt as if the sea were in the sky, and the sky in the sea. I plunged into the ocean, yet I didn't feel the water invading my lungs, as if being in the water were perfectly natural. I looked down and saw nothing but a black abyss, as if the ocean's depths were endless. The silence was profound, and the waters were dark and calm. There was no haste, no fear, only an unsettling sensation that something was watching me. I looked down again and, at an unimaginable distance, saw two gigantic eyes, red as blood, fixed on me. They were at the bottom of the abyss, still, unmoving. No body could be seen in the darkness, only those piercing eyes, as if they were drawing me into that dark void. I stood motionless, those eyes never leaving me, my vision beginning to spin as if reality were melting around me. It was a dream, wasn't it? But the eyes, those red eyes. Suddenly, like an explosion of light in my mind, memories began to scatter vague and fragmented. I saw myself as a small child, running joyfully through a clearing in the great forest. I remembered the feel of the soil under my hands, the moist scent of wet earth, the wind slicing through my hair as I chased a rabbit. I saw myself leaping from stone to stone, hunting with agility, feeling my heart pounding fiercely in my small, wild form. The memories of hunting during the rainy season, swimming in turbulent rivers, catching fish with my bare hands all felt real, yet so distant. And then, everything changed again. I found myself before a dark cell, a stone cell in a cave that seemed endless. Broken chains lay scattered on the ground, bearing deep marks of immense force. Inside the cell, a figure was enveloped in a wild aura, a primal glow, as if a beast were slumbering there. A predatory energy radiated from that prison. I looked, felt the weight of its presence, but couldn't move. Something held me back, as if I were trapped in the very essence of the dream. With great effort, I extended my hand toward the cell, touching the cold stone. The moment my fingers made contact, the cell burst open with a roar, and the figure within was revealed. A ferocious smile appeared as the sound of a mighty roar echoed, reverberating through the void. The creature expanded impossibly, growing to unimaginable proportions like a shadow formed of pure silvery energy, a wolf silhouette that engulfed my entire field of vision. Before I could react, the shadow lunged at me, swallowing me in a single bite. I woke up. When I, Rygar, opened my single intact golden eye, the whole dream seemed illusory, and all I could see was the sky thick with billowing smoke. Air rushed into my lungs, and the feeling of being trapped in a dream vanished, as if I'd been ripped out of it by something. But what came next was even stranger. I was lying down, my body pressed against the hot ground, as if I had fallen from an immense height. The heat enveloped me. The earth around was broken and cracked, and a sense of devastation hung in the air. I looked up, trying to understand what was happening, and saw something that left me speechless. I was at the bottom of a huge crater. The sky above roiled with smoke and fire, as if the world had been struck by a colossal explosion. The impact seemed to have shaken the very earth, and the crater around me was a deep, vast scar on the landscape. I felt the scorching heat on my skin, yet my senses were numb. I could barely feel my own body. I tried to move, only to discover that my flesh was a mess of charred, wounded fragments, though I felt nothing. I scanned my surroundings for any point of reference, but all I saw was the vastness of destruction, as if I were at the center of a cataclysm. The crater seemed endless, an open fissure in the heart of the earth, and I was just a tiny dot amid it all. Then, suddenly, the memories of recent events hit me with full force, a surge of urgency, accompanied by the excruciating pain and burning sensation that coursed through my entire being. And I began healing as fast as I could. I was in an extremely dire situation. Rygar felt enormous pressure, as if with every passing second he were closer to death, a huge pressure upon himself. He quickly analyzed his situation as the most mortal wounds gradually began to heal. Even with his fire barrier, his toki reinforcing him, the stone wall, and the large amount of water, nothing had protected him from that devastating explosion. This meant that either the mage who cast it was extremely powerful, or it was a gathering of several mages joining forces to cast it. It was as if the very earth had been torn from its foundations, as if he had been struck by something as powerful as a nuclear bomb, and he had barely managed to escape with all his defenses. He no longer saw that northern king or the minister, which meant that they were probably reduced to ashes by the attack. His body was unrecognizable. Both legs, burned to ashes, the charred flesh disintegrating with every breath, only his resilient bones remained, also charred. His left arm was no better, the skin ruined, the bones visible and cracked, his hair, clothes, and everything else he was carrying had melted or turned to ashes. Among the items that remained were Tsukikage, Night Hunter, and that sealing chain of the Mad Dragon King that he had taken with him after massacring the ambushing army. All his personal items, the necklace his mother gave him when he was 5, the wooden amulet that Rufus gave him when he left, any trace of them had melted or turned to ashes. He was partially blinded, his right eye rendered useless, closed by a deep burn, but fortunately it had not been completely destroyed, so it could still be healed with saint-level healing magic. Overall, he was in a truly miserable situation. He forced his mana to the maximum in his healing magic. He felt the cells of his body rebuilding, the cracked bones fusing together again. The pain was unbearable, as if he were being torn apart from the inside, but he persevered, concentrating on the process. Gradually, the flames of pain diminished, but his reflexes and movements were still weakened, and his tendons and muscles had not yet fully regenerated. He also fashioned an improvised stone armor from the waist down so as not to be left naked. The sense of danger, the pressure in the air, did not dissipate. Rygar could hear something. No, he could feel what was approaching, with an overwhelming presence, an unstoppable force. And then he heard the sound. Quick footsteps, like the sound of a predator approaching, the earth moving with each step, speed like a lightning bolt. His heart raced, and he forced himself to stand up. He was still not fully recovered. His vision was blurred, and the damage to his nose, ears, and eyes made it difficult for him to fully perceive the dangers around him. He used flash step without hesitation, distancing himself with staggering speed, moving to safety. He felt agonizing pain in his body from executing this technique in his condition. But it was not enough. Suddenly, something cut through the air, a movement so fast it seemed like an afterimage. The blade of the scimitar, gleaming and sharp, sliced through the ground where he stood with fatal precision, creating a smooth, curved scar in the earth, as if it had been carved by nature. Rygar barely had time to dodge to avoid the fatal blow. He felt a blade slicing his flesh with a lightness so soft, yet at the same time, so deadly. The cut on his neck was superficial, thanks to his hasty use of flash step. He turned to face his attacker. The man before him was an imposing figure, with dark skin, and a black eye patch covering one eye, while the other shone with fierce intensity. He wore ragged clothes and had various jewels and weapons on his body, including the scimitar still stained with his blood which spun in his right hand. He laughed a strange and animated laugh, almost one of pleasure, and the sound reverberated in the empty crater, echoing like a wild growl. He licked the blood off his blade with a smile of satisfaction, as if Rygar's blood were a delicious feast. Lyrax, no more introductions, Lyrax said, his voice resonating in the air, full of disdain and pleasure. He slightly leaned forward, his smile never leaving his face. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Red Wolf. With a movement as fast as the blink of an eye, Lyrax advanced. The speed with which he moved was absurd, as if he were part of the wind itself, faster than Rygar could process. The ground beneath their feet collapsed after each step, and the sense of danger intensified with every moment. Rygar was still struggling to recover, his body exhausted and injured, yet he managed to remain standing. He had no time to hesitate. In the very next instant, he raised a wall of earth in front of him, attempting to block Lyrax's charge. At the same time, he leaped onto the wall. Running straight at that man in his current condition would have been like stepping into a firing line and waiting to be slaughtered. He needed a confused environment to have a chance. The earth compressed and formed quickly, creating a solid wall that he knew would not last long against the enemy's force. But he needed time, enough time to react. However, Lyrax did not retreat. Instead of slicing through the wall with his sharp blade, the mercenary leader simply leaped onto the still-forming wall. Rygar forced his exhausted muscles to move, propelling himself upward with burst step, still battling the searing pain that consumed his body. He leaped, but his acceleration was slow, the movement more difficult than usual. He began to use the colossal fortress to create several stone structures with the stone wall as a base, and as the magic surged, various walls, towers, and pillars grew, giving him the opportunity to block the enemy repeatedly, managing to evade him even while injured. Lyrax did not stop. He was right behind him, cutting through the stone and earth walls, leaping and dodging other obstacles as fast as a pursuing predator. At the moment Rygar leaped off the wall, hoping to confuse his pursuer, he heard the metallic sound of something slicing through the wind around him. Before he could react, a chain with a curved, razor-sharp scythe wrapped around his ankle with lethal precision. The chain's pull violently dragged Rygar backward, and with a deafening crash, his body was hurled against the fortress, breaking bones and creating deep cracks in the wall before he crashed to the ground again. Rygar felt as if he were being crushed by an entire mountain. He barely had time to react. Lyrax descended from the wall with immense speed, laughing maniacally as if savoring the hunt. In the very next moment, Rygar forced himself to rise, feeling his broken bones beginning to regenerate, though the pain paralyzed him. He needed to act quickly. With difficulty, he grabbed Tsukakage, but the movement was slower than normal. His arms could not move with the desired agility. His flesh, ligaments, and tendons had not fully regenerated, but he had no choice. In one final effort, he launched a flame slice as powerfully as he could, a wave of fire slicing through the air toward Lyrax. But the mercenary ignored it and moved straight through the flames, suffering only a few burns. Instinctively, Rygar drew Night Hunter and blocked the lethal attack aimed at his heart. The scimitar's blade penetrated Rygar's toki like a hot knife through butter, creating a deep puncture in his lung. Rygar fought to breathe, a sense of impending death overwhelming him, when Lyrax's laughter echoed in his ears. Ah ha ha ha, you're fighting just like my mage, ha ha ha, you're too injured for a fencing duel. That won't work for you, Red Wolf, Lyrax said, with a sadistic laugh. But Rygar did not give up. He used that moment, when Lyrax had become minimally confident. Until then, he had pressed him relentlessly, not allowing him to use his magic efficiently, especially lightning, which he couldn't cast as quickly as his other spells. But now, with those few exchanged words, he had the minimum time needed. He unleashed a close-range lightning bolt, causing Lyrax to be thrown far away with an explosion of energy. The terrain around him was devastated, with stones and earth flying in every direction, while Rygar was thrown backward and the scimitar left his chest, causing blood to gush out. He felt dazed, but still alive. He coughed up blood, and his lung, although pierced and once again reducing his combat capacity, was slowly regenerating. He could barely remain standing. His vision was blurred, and his senses were out of control. He needed to do something, but his body was swaying to one side. Even so, Rygar gathered the remaining mana he could feel and, focusing his concentration, launched a stone cannon toward Lyrax. But his aim was imprecise due to his still impaired senses, and the attack passed by, missing the target by a few meters. His hand tensed as he refocused to cast another spell while Lyrax staggered to his feet, trying to finish the fight once and for all, but then he heard a strange sound behind him. A red demon appeared out of nowhere, laughing macabrely. Ha ha ha, look at that, you got hit even though you were so well prepared, Lyrax. I ha 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 ha. With a monstrous cleaver in hand, Morton advanced like a runaway truck. The blade sliced through the air, preparing to crush Rygar as he once again hurriedly used flash step to escape the attack's reach. Lyrax also rose with a demonic smile, saying with irony, "Watch out, don't die. This guy is a wounded beast, he'll do anything to take someone with him." Both enemies advanced, as if Rygar's fate were already sealed. The wounds, the pain, and the extreme exhaustion made every movement harder than he could imagine. But he had no choice. He had to fight, or die trying. Rygar endured with everything he had, like a flame struggling to stay lit amid a violent storm, despite the burns that scorched his body. He knew that any mistake would be fatal. There was no room for hesitation. But even in such a state, with his body on the brink of collapse, he continued to resist. He could feel something different since waking up even with his body destroyed. He felt that he was in control. Lyrax and Morton advanced simultaneously, doing everything in their power to kill Rygar at any opportunity. The pressure of the battle crushed the terrain around them, and the earth beneath their feet trembled. With every strike, the ground shuddered under the force of their colossal blows. Rygar did not hold back. Engaged in a battle against himself, he advanced, executing the longsword of light. Lyrax, with his scimitar, blocked Rygar's strike with a tremendous crash, the blue, flame-enshrouded blade colliding with the magical scimitar with a metallic ring. The impact reverberated, and Rygar felt his hand throb from the shock. But he did not stop. With agility, he stepped on the ground and caused hardened earth spikes to emerge from the surface in an instant, striking Lyrax and forcing him to leap backward. Rygar had no time to be distracted. The red demon was right behind him. The monster leaped toward Rygar with two raised cleavers. At the last moment, Rygar raised his hand and thought, sonic explosion. A crushing wind was unleashed toward Morton. The demonic warrior was blasted in the opposite direction with brutal force, rolling across the ground as he struggled to stand up. He dragged himself for meters until he came to a halt, but Rygar was already far away. He was holding on, but fighting on the brink of death was not his fetish. His focus now was to escape this ambush. He's healing slowly? We have to kill him before that happens. Lyrax shouted as he fired in pursuit. Rygar felt the wounds in his body pulsate, but he forced himself to move, advancing toward the capital. But then, far ahead, he saw a gigantic stone wall rising. Rygar looked up, his eyes fixed on a small man standing atop the wall, holding a red and gold staff with a huge red magical stone. The man's identity was concealed by a stone helmet, but Rygar could sense that this guy was afraid of him, and moreover, with his magical power eye, he could see. He saw the greatest amount of mana he had ever witnessed. This guy visibly had far more mana than him, perhaps twice as much, or even more. Far more than his master, far more than anyone he had ever encountered. Next to the mage were an old warrior, a warrior woman, and a demonkin mage. And then, a silver-haired elven child, who also possessed an enormous amount of mana, almost as much as Godbird, and she was conjuring several ice cannons aimed directly at him. He halted his advance for a moment and dodged, feeling the ice cannons firing around him. Dozens of projectiles sliced through the air like a machine gun, and he barely had time to react. But his evasion was enough to dodge most of them. Before he could launch a lightning bolt toward that group, Lyrax arrived, faster than Rygar had imagined. With a clean move, he hurled his scimitar in a deadly spin, the metal slicing through the air with a hissing sound. "Watch your head," he shouted, laughing, and Rygar tried to dodge. But his leg, still regenerating, failed at that moment, and that failure was fatal. The cut was swift and precise, severing his left arm before he could fully react. Rygar did not have the luxury to mourn. With a move of pure willpower, he bit his own arm and reattached it, ignoring the excruciating pain. But that was enough time for Morton and Lyrax to surround him once more. Rygar was in a bad situation. Two very strong warriors, two mages capable of using unchanneled magic on an as-yet unknown scale, a demonkin mage with unknown powers, and two seemingly weaker warriors, a veteran and a woman. And he was alone. Injured. How could he get out of this? It was a question for which he had no answer. In the midst of the battle frenzy, Rygar absorbed every fragment of information in milliseconds. His severed arm was already functional, though fragile, after he had reattached it in a hurry. There was no time for hesitation. The silver-haired elf and the mage with the stone helmet had to die. He was almost certain that the one who cast that devastating fire explosion was the mage with the helmet. Only someone with so much mana could cast a spell of that level and continue fighting. And the silver-haired elven child, who could cast magic without incantations, was dangerous depending on the spells she knew. But between him and these targets were Lyrax and the red demon, blocking any direct assault. His thoughts unfolded in a fleeting instant. His reasoning was much faster than normal, though he hadn't yet realized it. The desert warrior advanced with his scimitar glistening, while the red demon flanked him with enormous cleavers. Flash step and burst step were his only salvation, yet even so, he could barely dodge the storm of blows. The terrain around him exploded with fury, cracks opening in the ground under the violent impacts of the warriors, as well as the spells that constantly altered the battlefield. With each exchange of blows, his situation worsened. The wounds piled up, and hot blood flowed down his skin. Lyrax and Morton kept him cornered, preventing him from freely casting spells. If it weren't for his enormous affinity with elemental and healing magic, which allowed him to use them even under immense pressure, he would have already fallen. The ground yielded under the absurd pressure of the fight, with debris of rock flying everywhere with each sword and magic impact. He had no solution to his situation. He needed a change, or else he wouldn't last much longer. Then, he heard a familiar sound. Footsteps, forepaws moving at increasing speed. A huge beast was approaching. Rygar smiled. Howling magic? A devastating howl resounded, forcing his enemies to retreat for a brief moment as Rygar had hastily used the spell. Just an instant, but enough for him to gain space and escape the siege. He ran toward a cliff without hesitation. Lorax laughed, deeming him cornered, and launched into pursuit with his scimitar ready to tear him apart. Rygar leaped. For a second, his body vanished in free fall, no longer visible to the group's members. Lorax was about to leap as well. But then, from the same abyss that Rygar had just jumped from, a huge beast of about 4 meters leaped. It growled fiercely as it charged toward Lorax. Skull, the ebony wolf, burst forth from the cliff, a 4-meter colossus with sharp fangs and eyes blazing with ferocity. In a thundering roar, it attacked Lorax with fury. The ground trembled as Skull landed, causing the earth to crack under its weight. Lorax spun at the last moment, narrowly escaping the titan jaws by a hair's breadth. The opposing group instinctively retreated, caught by surprise by the sudden turnaround. The Storm of Tyranny was a group with excellent strength, but they lacked in scouting. Their only source of information was the clairvoyant eye of their leader. The small elf reacted first, conjuring cutting shards of ice that streaked through the air toward the fleeing Rygar. Skull spun on its hind legs, its tail lashing the air like a war hammer. The shards hit its lower back and tail, only to shatter into insignificant particles against its reinforced fur. Skull growled and leaped, returning to the point from which it had emerged. At the same moment, Rygar, who was running, leaped toward the wolf midair, grabbing its fur with one hand and landing on the back of his beast. A fierce smile appeared on his face as Skull galloped at full speed, its ebony body a blur of shadows under the fragmented light of the battlefield. The air around them trembled with the force of its sprint, generating brutal gusts of wind that swept dust and rubble away. The sudden change surprised the group, but Lorax would not let him escape. It's his ebony wolf. Don't let it get away. And they resumed the pursuit. Rygar laughed, his eyes sparking with a mix of adrenaline and relief as he felt the cutting wind sway his hair while Skull ran ferociously across the rocky landscape. The dense, black fur of the beast rippled with speed. The wounds that once threatened his life were slowly closing, but he knew the truce would be brief. Ha 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 ha, why are you here, boy? Rygar shouted, his voice laden with exhaustion and emotion. Even as he questioned the presence of the giant wolf, he couldn't deny the fierce joy that overtook him. Skull's presence was both a relief and a new chance. However, he had no time to get lost in those feelings. Raising his gaze, he noticed the mage with the stone helmet positioned atop a distant rocky formation. The enemy was preparing another devastating spell, a condensed stone cannon, its energy vibrating in the air as it spun. Rygar felt the murderous intent in the spell, but at the same time, he knew what he needed to do. With a wild smile, he turned and stood upon Skull in full motion. Lorax and the Red Demon were rapidly approaching, their presences pressing in like blood-sniffing predators, yet Rygar still had time. He channeled a massive amount of electrical energy, sparks dancing on Tsukikage as the electricity condensed, forming an immense, destructive lightning bolt. At the moment the mage cast the stone cannon, Rygar fired his lightning bolt with full force. The impact was a spectacle of pure destruction. The stone cannon disintegrated midair when the lightning hit it, its particles scattering into brilliant shards before the electricity continued relentlessly, enveloping the enemy mage in a storm of energy. The sky shone with the electrical discharge, and for a brief moment, Rygar felt relief until something inside him screamed in alert. The danger came before he could react. The lightning that should have obliterated the mage was deflected. As if it had struck an invisible barrier, the energy reflected back in a fraction of a second. Rygar's eyes widened, and he leaped from Skull at the last instant. Even with the barrier he hastily conjured in the air, the bolt hit him directly. His body was launched like a projectile, ripping through the ground with violence. He rolled over the rocky terrain, opening a deep fissure as his skin burned and his body trembled from the impact. The pain was excruciating, muscles contracting involuntarily from the lingering remnants of electricity coursing through his nerves. He had grabbed Tsukikage tightly, but his short sword, Night Hunter, had been lost in the impact. His body was momentarily paralyzed, and he knew that this was a death sentence in front of that man. Lorax's cruel laughter resonated across the battlefield, his scimitar gleaming with a lethal reflection as he advanced, relentless. Ha 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 ha, you thought our mage was an easy target, mocked the warrior, moving with barely contained anticipation. Skull tried to interfere, leaping to protect Rygar, but the Red Demon intercepted him. The warrior's cleavers plunged into the ebony fur, and the two engaged in a fierce battle, growls, punches, and impacts of force mixing in the air as the giant wolf struggled to break free. Rygar tried to stand up. He was recovering from the lightning faster thanks to his healing magic, but his body still did not fully respond. He saw Lorax approaching, the scimitar slicing through the air with a deadly gleam. The enemy warrior was fast, too fast. Time seemed to slow as the blade descended toward him, his death seemingly inevitable. It was then that a dark and fierce figure appeared at the last moment. A thunderous impact reverberated across the battlefield as a crimson blade intercepted Lorax's scimitar, interrupting its trajectory. The clash between the weapons was like a thunderclap, cracking the ground beneath them. Lorax's eyes widened in surprise. Before him stood a slender, menacing figure rising from the dust and debris thrown up by the impact. A red sword shone under the combat light, firmly held by the silver-haired warrior with a single piercing red eye. The other eye was covered by an eye patch. Ghislaine Dadia. The look on her face was furious and fierce. Rygar felt the paralysis dissipate as his healing magic continued to work. He clenched his fists, feeling the blood boiling in his veins once again. Then Ghislaine attacked again, and Lyrax cautiously retreated in the face of this new, unknown enemy. Lyrax began to look around, his eye analyzing every corner of the battlefield. In a thundering shout, his voice echoed through the mountains. Glass cannon? Look around and see if there are more reinforcements. The rest of the group had been left behind due to Skull's high speed during the last run. The mage with the stone helmet heard the command from afar and quickly began to raise a stone tower to gain a better view. Skull was a black blur fighting with fierce intensity, his muscles tensed and claws cracking the ground with every strike. Beside the mage with the stone helmet were the silver-haired elf, the old warrior, and the demonkin mage. The warrior woman was already running toward the battle. Ghislaine retreated to Rygar's side when Lyrax backed off from his attack, assessing his condition, clearly concerned. Without questioning why she was there, Rygar simply said, "Hold them off for just a moment." He warned, urgency in his voice. "Until I finish regenerating. Watch out for the elf and the mage with the helmet, they can cast chantless magic." Ghislaine only nodded, assuming the classic posture of the sword god style and attacking aggressively. Rygar took a deep breath and began to focus his healing magic, with both minor and major wounds slowly closing as his energy was restored. Meanwhile, Skull and the red demon exchanged brutal blows. Claws and blades tore at flesh, teeth sank into muscles, and the impact of punches shook the battlefield. The roars of the combatants and the crash of shockwaves mixed in the air, turning that battlefield into a wild inferno of destruction and chaos. POV Rudeus Greyrat. I was shocked. I really had no idea that I was capable of causing this kind of destruction. I poured so much mana into that spell that, at one point, I could barely control it. I kept channeling it for several good minutes, accumulating as much mana as I could. But what followed surpassed any expectation I had. The impact was overwhelming, and for a moment, the scene before my eyes reminded me of images of nuclear bombs in my previous world. However, I had no time to be surprised. Hector and the others were already mounted on their horses, descending the mountain at high speed. Sylphy was on Ygritte the warrior's saddle, while Hector grabbed my arm as he passed by on his horse, and Vidette rode alone. Morton and Lyrax were far ahead because their speed and mobility exceeded that of the horses. The horses we rode were a gift from the minister of the Dragon King's realm, trained for speed and endurance, even in the mountains. We gradually approached, and meanwhile, I kept thinking more and more. What would we find when we caught up to him? If he survived that spell, what else could he withstand? What could kill him? It wasn't long before we began to hear the fight. Lyrax and Morton were already battling him. When we finally caught sight of him, an unconscious fear ran down my spine. There he was, a feral young man, covered in deep wounds. More than half of his body was burned, cut, and bloodied. The damage from the battle with Lyrax and Morton was visible, yet instead of appearing defeated, he seemed even more bestial, like a cornered, furious beast. His murderous intent was suffocating. He managed to create distance from the two warriors and began to flee, so we stopped, and I raised a massive stone wall to block his escape. Meanwhile, Sylphy conjured a burst of ice shards, the magic in which she was most proficient. I avoided looking directly into his eyes as much as possible. Hidegama said I'd regret it if he looked into my eyes. But even without that advice, I wouldn't let him look into mine if that ability to see memories with a glance were true. What would he do knowing that I am a reincarnate? We stayed true to the planned battle strategy. The pressure on him was incessant. Lyrax and Morton suffocated him in close combat, while Sylphy, Vidette, and I continuously attacked from a distance whenever the opportunity arose. Ygritte and Hector blocked his escape routes but did not engage in direct combat. The longer the fight went on, the more I realized how monstrous this guy was. He moved as if he had eyes on the back of his head, anticipating blows and reacting with instinctive precision. Every blow from Lyrax sliced through the air at superhuman speeds, and yet he kept up with them. His body regenerated wounds that would have killed any other warrior multiple times. But even the fiercest of beasts weakens when too injured. He was reaching his limit. However, when it seemed that we would finally bring him down, a bestial roar exploded from his throat. It was a beastman magic, and even with our ears blocked, the impact hit us briefly. My senses were stunned, and he took advantage of that moment to run. That's when everything started to fall apart. A colossal ebony wolf emerged out of nowhere and attacked Lyrax with brutal force. It was his wolf. This was bad. This was a rank A wolf? He quickly mounted the wolf with natural ease and galloped away. We couldn't let him escape. The pursuit continued, and I climbed a stone tower, preparing a supercharged stone cannon, the spell I was most familiar with. I condensed an enormous amount of mana into a stone cannon. He saw me. That look made me freeze inside. It was as if he was promising that, if he got close enough, he would tear my throat apart. Despite a slight apprehension, I had been in many battles, so I managed to compose myself. Luckily, my reactions were hidden by my helmet. I was convinced that this was the perfect chance to eliminate him, since he did not know about the amulet I carried with me. This was the magic reflector amulet we found in a labyrinth thanks to Hidegama's advice. He began charging a lightning bolt, and I did not hesitate. We fired simultaneously. The stone cannon tore through the air, and its lightning bolt launched toward me. But the necklace on my neck shone with a silvery light. A barrier formed and absorbed all the energy, reflecting it back instantly. He realized this at the last moment and leaped from the wolf to avoid the animal being hit. The lightning struck him with brutal force, hurling him to the ground. Lyrax laughed, mocking the fallen adversary. In the blink of an eye, he advanced to finish him off. But then, something unexpected happened. A female swordsman blocked Lyrax at the last moment. The impact between the two blades cracked the ground. My eyes widened. Damn, it's the Sword King who rides with him. That was very bad. Lyrax shouted for me to check if there were more reinforcements. I began raising a stone tower to get a better view, but at that moment of distraction, it was when I saw her. The woman who would become a nightmare in my life for a long time. A red figure slicing through the air in my direction at an absurd speed. Before I realized it, a long, silver sword was headed straight for my neck. I barely had time to glimpse the long red hair of my assassin before I heard sonic explosion. Sylphy's voice. The spell was conjured instantly, separating the swordsman from me and throwing us each in opposite directions. I rolled awkwardly on the ground due to the impact, but the girl quickly regained her balance. After tumbling through the air, she landed on her feet and continued her run. She dodged all the wind spells Sylphy cast as support with absurd agility before taking cover behind a stone. Still dazed by what had just happened, I heard Hector shout, "Focus! Lyrax is fighting against the Sword King. Ygritte is almost reaching the target. You and she must kill the target while he regenerates." Hector was already engaged in combat against the red-haired swordswoman, while Sylphy and Vidette provided magical support. Even though she was outnumbered, the girl fought ferociously without giving an inch. My eyes returned to our target. Hector was right. The feral man was standing with his eyes closed, holding only one of his swords. His wounds were closing rapidly. Ygritte was running across the battlefield alone. She was slower, but still proficient in the Northern Gods style, and Rygar was nearly within her reach. He needed to die now. If he healed, we'd be in trouble. I grabbed my staff and advanced. POV, Rygar Adoldia. Since I woke up from that explosion, I felt my body was different. My eyes saw the world in a new way, as if a new perspective had been revealed. My body was in shambles, covered in deep lacerations, violent burns, and fractures that made every movement a torment. But, curiously, even on the brink of death, I had never felt so in control as I did in this fight. As I exchanged blows with Lyrax and Mordin, I noticed something new. I only needed to think about how I wanted to make a move, and it became real. It was an almost intoxicating sensation, as if my mind and body had finally aligned into a single existence. Since reincarnating in this world, I had never experienced anything like it. I had vague memories of some dream I had while unconscious, but I couldn't recall the details. I felt my body pulsing with energy, a new form of awareness that transcended mere motor control. I think in my previous world, some monks called this the unification of body and mind, but this was something much greater. However, I had no time to fully internalize this feeling. My bones were broken, ligaments torn, nerves charred. The relentless attack of an unknown group, determined to take my head no matter what. The simple fact that I had lasted this long was a miracle. When Ghislaine arrived, I knew I could trust her to protect me. As long as I could heal myself and understand this feeling, I could get out of this situation. With no reserves, no safety, no extra protection, I focused all my power on healing myself. The outside world became distant, irrelevant. My only goal was to restore my body, fast enough so that Ghislaine wouldn't be overwhelmed while protecting me. And then, I felt it. My Toki. But not like before. It was different. I had always had a talent for controlling it, but I had never truly understood it. Now, however, it flowed through me like blood in my veins, like the very essence of my existence. I didn't manipulate it as an external force, I felt it as an extension of myself. My body regenerated as this energy expanded, filling every cell, every muscle, every broken bone. My heartbeat became steady, my breathing deepened. It was as if I was about to explode with energy. I felt like I could do anything. I felt like everything was within my reach. The strength to impose my will upon the world. My golden eyes opened. And then, there it was. A stone cannonball, fired at supersonic speeds, roaring toward me. If it hit me, my head would likely be blown to pieces. Ghislaine was about to step in front of the projectile to protect me, but she stopped the moment she saw I was lucid. My body reacted before I could even think. Tsukikage gleamed in an upward slash, and the world seemed to slow around me. The blade cut the cannonball in two, spinning with inhuman precision. It was a perfect movement, an absolute flow, the essence of the water god style's mastery. The halves of the cannonball veered off to the sides. One struck the ground, creating an impact that sent rocks and dust flying like a wild storm. The other collided with a distant mountain, making it tremble as if struck by a siege weapon. I took a deep breath. Something was approaching from my flank. Ghislaine had been blocking Lyrax, the warrior, and that helmeted mage, but she refocused entirely on Lyrax when she saw I was about to join the fight. She was already heavily wounded. The enemy warrior advanced. Her broadsword descended in a brutal arc, a strike carrying all the experience and power she had acquired throughout her life. But to me, she seemed so slow. Lyrax shouted, "Agreed, get out of there." My stance lowered. The blade passed over my head, cutting only strands of my hair. My eyes followed every micro-adjustment in her musculature, every nuance of her movement. Tsukikage was in an Iaido stance. In an instant beyond human perception, it gleamed in an attack. Ygritte, as Lyrax had called her, continued her advance, her mouth still open in a battle cry. But her body had already been split in two. Time seemed to stop as her halves slowly drifted apart. The light of life in her eyes began to fade. Dust rose around her. And then, the warrior fell. Everything after Rygar woke up had happened in mere seconds. The helmeted mage, who was still at a distance preparing another spell, screamed. Freezing Nova. His voice echoed across the battlefield as, in front of his staff, a sphere of ice energy hovered. Simultaneously, ice spread all around him, and then, a freezing storm surged toward Rygar as the mage unleashed his spell. But he didn't retreat. On the contrary. His golden eyes shone with magic power, scanning the battlefield in a fraction of a second, his mind operating at a level of reasoning and speed he had never fully realized before. Everything around him seemed slower, clearer as if time itself was on his side. He saw Eris, fighting 3 opponents at once but dominating the rhythm of battle. The redhead moved like a bird in flight, using the rubble as footholds to dodge spells cast by the 2 enemy mages, one a silver-haired elf, the other of a demonic race, while fiercely engaging the old warrior. Her magic-enhanced items made her extremely light, allowing her to practically dance among the debris. Her aggression and speed allowed her to constantly pressure her opponents. However, Rygar knew this wouldn't last forever. Her opponents would eventually adapt to her ferocity, and her advantage would cease. Then, Skull engaged in a brutal, bloody fight against the red demon. Sharp cleavers tore through Skull's flesh, while his fangs and claws ripped into the enemy in retaliation. But the black wolf was severely injured. Rygar could tell from the blood loss that his movements were becoming slightly heavier. If this continued, Skull would fall first. And finally, Ghislaine. She was on the brink of defeat. He hadn't seen the earlier battle. He had been completely immersed in healing himself, trusting Ghislaine completely. But he knew that, somehow, Ghislaine had held off Lyrax, the helmeted mage, and the warrior. And looking at her now, he deduced that she had probably blocked the spells with her own body, as she couldn't afford to take her focus off Lyrax for even a moment. Lyrax was as fast as she was, but he was stronger and more cunning. In their fight, it was obvious that Lyrax had absolute advantage, both due to Ghislaine's accumulated injuries and his naturally superior strength. The beast woman gritted her teeth, sweaty and wounded, resisting with everything she had. But she could no longer fight against Lyrax. After analyzing the entire battle situation, the Frost Nova still hadn't reached him. He wanted to kill that mage, but Ghislaine was more important, and he didn't know if that amulet of his could reflect magic indefinitely. In an instant, Rygar used a flash step. But this time, it was different. His control over Toki elevated his technique to a new level. But it wasn't a loss of control over his speed. He felt every tiny adjustment of his body, every muscle contraction, every drop of mana flowing along with the impulse. His movement was perfect. And in the blink of an eye, he was there. Tsukukige's blue blade gleamed as he used the longsword of light. Flames erupted violently around the sword, blazing like a comet. The attack fell with immense destructive power, a ruthless and fatal strike against Lyrax. But he was a North Emperor, and he reacted. With superhuman reflexes, he drew a purple dagger. A strange glow surrounded it. At the last moment, he raised it to block Tsukukige. The impact was devastating. Even with the defense, Lyrax was thrown dozens of meters, his silhouette cutting through the air like a runaway projectile before crashing into the ground, dragging through dirt and debris, but he landed on his feet in the end. Ghislaine gasped, surprised. Before she could say anything, Rygar raised his hand and placed it on her face. A comforting warmth emanated from his palm as he channeled his healing magic, quickly sealing her most severe wounds. He smiled at her, his golden eyes shining intensely. "Now I can finally challenge you," he said, half-jokingly. Ghislaine was momentarily confused, but then she understood. Her lips curled into a smile. Rygar turned to Lyrax, who was rising, laughing like a madman. "Help Eris and Skull," he told Ghislaine. She nodded and dashed towards Skull, while Rygar advanced against Lyrax. The desert man wiped a trickle of blood from his lips and burst into laughter, his eyes injected with hatred. "Ha ha ha ha, so you killed Ygritte." His teeth ground together in pure fury. His body trembled with rage, his aura boiling like a volcano about to erupt. But his eyes, there was something in them beyond fury. A bestial cruelty. He licked his lips and spat on the ground before raising his scimitar, pointing it at Rygar. "I'm going to gut you, Red Wolf." His voice became a sadistic growl. "Then I'll shit and piss on your corpse, and drag it all the way to the Great Forest while you rot." Lyrax's words fell onto the battlefield like thunder. But Rygar was unfazed. His body was hotter than ever. His blood pulsed like liquid fire. His Toki roared like a starving wolf, eager for battle. He felt Tsukukige's blade vibrating in his hands, responding to his thirst for combat. He also searched for Night Hunter, which he had lost when he was struck by his own lightning. Then, they charged at each other. Their swords met in a cataclysmic clash. Lyrax's scimitar moved like an extension of his arm, striking like a snake, but Rygar responded with comparable speed. The metallic impact exploded into sparks, shockwaves rippling through the ground around them. The figures of the two warriors were barely discernible due to their speed. The pressure of their clash shook the air. Meanwhile, Ghislaine rushed to aid the Ebony Wolf, who was on the verge of collapse after his brutal duel. However, the moment she accelerated, something forced her to halt abruptly. A stone bullet, fired with devastating force, whizzed past her face, slicing strands of her silver hair before exploding against a nearby rock. The impact created a deafening crash, and stone fragments flew in all directions like razors. Her eyes turned toward the attack, and then she saw the one responsible. The stone-helmed mage, the same one who had attacked Rygar, stood ready to strike, though he remained at a distance. At the tip of his staff, a bluish light began to concentrate, and in an instant, Ghislaine understood the imminent danger. A frost nova was about to be unleashed. Without hesitation, she shouted to Skull. Skull, help Eris. The great wounded wolf growled, his muscles tense with pain, but obeyed without hesitation. The exact moment Skull broke away from the fight and rushed toward Eris, the magic was unleashed. The explosion of ice spread like a voracious tide, swallowing everything in its path, trees, rocks, and debris consumed by the frost. Ghislaine ignored the magic, relying only on her toki and the cover of debris to protect herself, escaping the spell's range while advancing toward the red demon pursuing Skull. Her determination was greater than her pain. She clenched her teeth, forcing her body to endure, and charged without hesitation. The red demon tried to chase after Skull, his blades slicing through the air like a guillotine, but Ghislaine got in his way. His attack was deflected by a fierce strike from the swordswoman, forcing him to retreat and assume a defensive stance. Their battle began immediately. Rygar had healed her most severe wounds, but only to the point that she wouldn't die from blood loss. She still bore several wounds across her body, yet she moved with the overwhelming speed characteristic of the sword god style. The red demon responded with brutality and sharp instincts, his colossal strength being put to the test against the relentless blade of the silver-haired beast. He was only able to hold his ground because the stone-helmed mage continuously provided support against the warrior. Meanwhile, Skull, despite being covered in deep cuts and bleeding profusely, lunged at the small silver-haired elf. She, noticing the wolf's advance, quickly conjured a sonic blast, successfully escaping his attack. Without wasting time, she summoned several ice shards around her and launched them at the wolf. But this breach in the trio's cooperation was all Eris needed. She seized the moment to break free from her close combat with the old man. With Skull supporting her, she no longer had to worry about dealing with all the attacks at once. Together, the two turned the tide against their opponents, forcing them into a more defensive stance. A little farther away, Rygar and Lorax exchanged blows at insane speed, each impact reshaping the landscape around them. The battlefield was a living organism, mutating with every spell cast, every strike delivered, every retreat and advance. Rocks shattered, the ground cracked, and the air vibrated with the pressure of their blades clashing. The scene was pure war. And in one moment, Rygar finally spotted his short sword, Night Hunter, lying several dozen meters away. He smiled. This battle was about to change.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.